Li Xiao found himself transmigrated into a quaint fishing village as a mere urchin. While by the seaside, he was struck from behind. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered a colossal turtle-like being standing upright, speaking in human language. This creature, a xiangua, had observed its father struggle for 5 centuries without achieving transformation, and its grandfather for 8 centuries in vain. Thus, it sought to take a shortcut by usurping a human body. However, due to Li Xiao's strong soul from his transmigration, the xiangua's attempt failed, resulting in its essence being devoured by Li Xiao. From the memories of the xiangua, Li Xiao acquired an ancient technique known as Tun Gong, thereby stepping into the realm of cultivation. This is a tale of an ordinary boy inadvertently entering the world of cultivation, navigating through trials and tribulations, ultimately achieving the status of a revered immortal. Chapter 1. The Turtle Spirit. Li Xiao, you little rascal, how dare you peek at me while bathing? I shall teach you a lesson. On the bustling street, the alluring widow Wang, panting with rage, wielded a rolling pin, pointing accusatorily at a scruffy 12 or 13-year-old boy clad in tattered garments. The boy, named Li Xiao, turned to face widow Wang, clutching a half-eaten steamed bun, and hurriedly replied, "Sister Wang, I truly did not peek at you. I merely intended to steal a bun. Who would have thought it was the one you used as a cover?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers, some guffawing while others exchanged whispers and glances. "Just you wait, I shall not let you off lightly." Widow Wang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and fury, brandished her rolling pin and pursued Li Xiao. In a panic, Li Xiao sprinted away. After approximately half an hour, he finally evaded widow Wang, exhaling a sigh of relief as he bit into his bun, grumbling, "Is it really necessary to chase me down 2 streets for a stolen bun?" Seated on a large boulder by the beach, he gazed into the vast expanse of the ocean, gradually lost in thought. He was not originally from this world. Merely half a month ago, he had transmigrated into this unfamiliar realm, becoming a 12-year-old beggar. Having gone days without food, he was overwhelmed by hunger. In desperation, he climbed over a wall and snatched a bun, only to stumble upon widow Wang bathing. And that bun was no ordinary bun. Thus, he became the target of widow Wang's wrath, pursued through the village for 2 streets. Alas, no spiritual route, he sighed, gazing at the tumultuous sea, once again lost in memories. This world, as it turned out, was inhabited by immortals, or rather, it was a realm of cultivation. Just 2 days after his arrival, an immortal from the Taishan sect visited the village to test the children for spiritual roots. Excitedly, he joined the others to undergo the test. However, the outcome was utterly disheartening. He discovered he possessed no spiritual root, rendering him unable to cultivate. This became a source of deep frustration for Li Xiao. He had been granted a second chance at life in the realm of cultivation, a glimmer of hope for eternal life. Yet, fate had closed the door on this opportunity. This day, Li Xiao remained uncertain of his future, filled with confusion and despair. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud echoed as something struck the back of his head with considerable force. Damn, was it really necessary for widow Wang to resort to such underhanded tactics? That little wretch, playing dirty, Li Xiao cursed inwardly, rolling his eyes before succumbing to unconsciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself bound to a stone wall. Widow Wang, is this really necessary? It was just 1 bun. You knock me out and tie me up? Let me go. He struggled futilely, realizing the bindings were too tight to escape, and his anger boiled over as he shouted curses. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed in the cave. Why does that sound so weighty? Has widow Wang taken up with a massive man? Li Xiao was filled with suspicion. For stealing a bun, why had he been confined in a cave? Was she truly intent on harming him? As he pondered these thoughts, he was met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. A gigantic turtle, about the size of a millstone and standing nearly 10 feet tall, approached him slowly. What on earth was happening? Was it not widow Wang who struck me down, but this turtle? How could a turtle walk upright? Had this turtle truly transformed? Li Xiao's face twitched in disbelief as he stammered. What do you want? Stay away from me." At that moment, panic surged within him. Start his new life as a beggar only to be bound by a turtle spirit? How could fate be so cruel? Was he destined to become a meal for this creature? Widow Wang, it's all your fault. If I manage to escape this time, You shall witness my wrath." In a flurry of anxiety, Li Xiao struggled against his restraints, but the seaweed, binding him, only tightened, rendering him immobile. Though somewhat smaller, this body appears healthy, quite satisfactory. The enormous turtle mused as it approached Li Xiao, surveying him with satisfaction, speaking human words. "Goodness, this turtle can talk. It has indeed transformed." Li Xiao's heart sank as he considered the implications. "Body? What do you mean? Are you attempting to usurp my form?" In his previous life, he was an avid reader of novels, particularly those involving cultivation, and was well aware of the concept of body snatching. The turtle fixed its large, round eyes upon Li Xiao, glowing with malice, and grinned. "Surprisingly, you possess knowledge beyond your years. However, I'm well prepared for this endeavor. I have discovered an ancient technique called Tunshin Gong. Once I devour your soul, I can alter its essence and seize your body." Alas, this was dire news. This turtle was resolute in its intentions to usurp him. Xiao felt a chilling wave of despair wash over him. Now, he was but meat on the chopping block, powerless against the knife. It was a dead end. "Youngster, fret not at as for that widow one you mentioned. Once I seize your body, I shall seek her out for you," the Xiangxiaaudiobooks remarked with a sinister grin, his gaze fixed malevolently on Li Xiao. Before pressing his turtle claw upon him, Xiao suddenly felt an unfamiliar presence invading his being. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. In a state of confusion, he was confronted by an enormous turtle lunging towards him, intent on tearing at his flesh. Panic-stricken, Li Xiao retaliated by biting back at the creature. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds. Instead, with each bite he took from the turtle, its size diminished slightly. Thus, the two became enmeshed in a fierce struggle, locked in a frenzied exchange of bites. "Ah, you insolent brat! How is this possible? A mere boy of 12 or 13, possessing such formidable spirit? You two have seized that boy's body. This cannot be." The voice of the Xiangxiaaudiobooks echoed with incredulity. Li Xiao, disregarding any response, continued to madly gnaw at the Xiangxiaaudiobooks with fervor. Chapter 2. The Swallowing Sky Technique. Suddenly, Li Xiao awoke, gasping for air, muttering, "What a strange dream." As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself within a dimly lit cave, identical to the one in his dream. His face twitched violently as he exclaimed, "This is no dream. Everything is real." At that moment, he realized he could move and hurriedly freed himself from the entangling seaweed. Oddly, his body felt exceptionally light. Abruptly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, so overwhelming that it felt as though his head might burst. "Ah!" Li Xiao cried out in pain, clutching his head as he convulsed on the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, the agony began to subside. Exhaling deeply, he slowly rose to his feet, murmuring, 200 years of Xiangxiaaudiobooks, Gui Yuanju, Swallowing Sky Technique." As he digested the memories of the Xiangxiaaudiobooks, he understood that his suspicions were correct. The ancient turtle had indeed struggled to transform and had chosen to possess a human body instead. Years prior, the Xiangxiaaudiobooks discovered the Swallowing Sky Technique within an ancient relic. It realized that by consuming a person's soul, it could alter its own soul state and seize a human body, thereby achieving its dream of transformation. However, there was a limitation. Its soul had to be stronger than that of the host. Consequently, the Xiangxiaaudiobooks had cautiously selected the frail beggar Li Xiao for possession. Little did it anticipate that Li Xiao was a transmigrator, possessing an innate and formidable soul. As a result, the Xiangxiaaudiobooks' attempt at possession failed, and it was Li Xiao who ultimately devoured its soul, gaining everything in the process. "I have consumed the soul of a monster. Will I transform into one?" Li Xiao pondered, feeling a mix of concern and relief as he examined himself and confirmed he was still human. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed around him. In the next instant, water surged in from all directions, rushing towards Li Xiao. "Oh no, this is the ocean floor." His expression changed dramatically upon realizing the implications of this scene. The Xiangxiaaudiobooks was a water creature, and its dwelling was indeed at the seabed, which was entirely reasonable. However, this predicament posed a dire threat to Li Xiao. Instinctively, he sought to escape, but the water closed in around him, leaving him no chance of escape. Moments later, he was submerged beneath the waves. "Great, this is the end," he thought, a wave of despair washing over him. He had initially believed he had acquired a method for cultivating immortality, only to find himself in a perilous situation. Yet, when he expected the suffocating sensation to engulf him, it never came. To his astonishment, he found he could breathe underwater. He could even swim through the ocean as effortlessly as a fish, feeling no pressure or discomfort. Instead, he felt an incredible sense of comfort. Could it be that by consuming the xiangui's soul, I have gained the ability to breathe underwater? Li Xiao speculated, excitement bubbling within him. With a slight exertion of his will, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, moving at an astonishing speed. Gradually, he sensed he could manipulate the currents of water, even altering its shape with mere thought. Am I able to control water now? The thrill of unlocking a new skill filled Li Xiao with exhilaration. After frolicking in the waves for a while, he surged upwards toward the surface. After what felt like an eternity, he spotted a glimmer of light. Finally, I've reached the surface, Li Xiao exclaimed joyfully as he burst forth from the water. Akin to a fish leaping from the sea, only to quickly dive back down. Moments later, half of his body emerged from the water, and he gazed into the distance. Muttering, "Where am I?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao plunged back into the sea, swimming swiftly forward in search of land. Despite his newfound ability to thrive in the water, he was still human and could not remain submerged indefinitely. Thus, he swam onward, catching fish when hungry and drinking seawater when thirsty. To his surprise, he found he could indeed drink seawater. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of swimming, despair began to creep in until he suddenly spotted a small island ahead. An island, Li Xiao exclaimed, filled with unrestrained joy, and swiftly swam toward it. Within minutes, he reached the shores of the island and exuberantly explored its surroundings. The island boasted a moderately sized mountain, lush with various vegetation and inhabited by numerous animals, including rabbits and wild boars, along with some creatures he had never seen before. Li Xiao caught a rabbit and, using primitive methods, managed to start a fire through significant effort. He roasted the rabbit and savored it, relishing the delightful taste after days of consuming fish. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Xiao reclined on the sandy beach to rest. Suddenly, he remembered the swallowing sky technique and decided to attempt its cultivation. As for the Gui Yuanju, which belonged to the Xian Gui clan, he hesitated to practice, unsure of the consequences of cultivating a demon's technique as a human. Thus, Li Xiao settled on the island, diligently practicing the swallowing sky technique. After an unknown period, he felt a warm flow circulating in his dantian, and an indescribable comfort enveloped his body. I've succeeded. I have attained the first level of qi cultivation. According to the descriptions of the swallowing sky technique, Li Xiao realized he had become a true cultivator. The records indicated that this ancient technique, when mastered to its highest realm, could consume the heavens and devour the earth. It could absorb the souls of humans and animals alike, as well as the spiritual energy of the world, exhibiting an overwhelming prowess. Could it be that I have gained a spiritual root by consuming the Xiangui's soul? Li Xiao pondered with uncertainty. During his time in the fishing village, he had been tested for a spiritual root by an immortal from the Taishan sect, but had none. Now, being able to cultivate indicated that he must possess one. Is it true that by devouring the Xiangui's soul, I have acquired a spiritual root? In that moment, Li Xiao felt as though he had unlocked a long-sealed door. Filled with excitement, I must have a water spiritual root, but I wonder what grade it is. The immortal from the Taishan sect had mentioned that spiritual roots were categorized into 5 types and 9 grades. The 5 types referred to the elemental spiritual roots, while the 9 grades indicated their quality. The first grade was the lowest, and the 9th grade was the highest. This classification differed from what Li Xiao had encountered in his previous life. If a person possessed multiple spiritual roots, the highest grade would prevail for cultivation. Additionally, there were many exotic spiritual roots, such as lightning, sword, and wind roots. While it was possible for one to possess various types of roots, individuals typically chose to cultivate the one with the highest grade. After all, a person's lifespan was limited, and attempting to cultivate multiple roots simultaneously would lead to slow progress, risking death before achieving foundational cultivation. As Li Xiao contemplated, 2 streaks of light suddenly shot toward him at remarkable speed. As the light dissipated, 2 figures emerged, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. Clad in white robes, they bore a delicate yellow character embroidered in golden thread on their chests. People, and cultivators at that. At long last, Li Xiao encountered another person, and he felt a surge of excitement, just as he was about to speak. The tall, lean man regarded Li Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze, extending a hand and stating in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivator, hand it over." Chapter 3, The Treasury. Hand over what? What does this mean? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks. The tall man and his portly companion exchanged glances, both of their lips curling into a conspiratorial smirk. Witnessing their treacherous expressions, a sense of foreboding gripped Li Xiao's heart. Although he had never encountered these 2 cultivators before, the feeling of being duped became increasingly palpable. The tall man looked at Li Xiao and chuckled lightly. "You must be new to the realm of cultivation, am I correct?" Li Xiao nodded slightly, replying, Indeed, I am a novice in the world of cultivation, and I would appreciate your guidance. The pair exchanged another glance, their eyes brimming with mockery. The tall man continued. This sea area is known as Xingyunhai, home to countless immortal islands, all owned by the Huang family. As you have occupied one of our islands, it is only natural that you pay rent. Rent? Li Xiao's face twitched with disbelief. At that moment, he cursed under his breath. In his past life, he had dealt with rent and exploitation. Now, having traversed into the realm of cultivation, he was still expected to pay rent and face exploitation. Fate truly had a way of repeating itself, offering no escape. The tall man pressed on. It's not much, just 10 spirit stones a month. Li Xiao's expression contorted as he forced a smile. Well, esteemed fellows, as I am new to this realm, I currently lack spirit stones. How about this? Once I earn some, I shall pay you. It was evident that the two were seasoned cultivators, far more powerful than he. Despite his reluctance, Li Xiao ultimately chose to appease them and avoid conflict. The duo seemed to have anticipated his response, exchanging knowing glances before erupting into laughter. The portly man, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Where is the logic in residing first and paying later? You must pay your rent today." Li Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitating before stating, "But I have no spirit stones." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." With that, he prepared to leap into the water. However, the two swiftly blocked his path. The portly man, with a sinister gleam in his eyes, taunted, "You have already resided on Zizhu Island for a week. It is unreasonable to leave now without settling your dues. If you wish to depart, hand over the spirit stones, and you may go wherever you please." How absurd. Why didn't they demand rent when I first arrived at this immortal island? After nearly a week, they choose now to collect, clearly intending to ensnare me. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiao had unwittingly fallen into their cleverly laid trap. Countless novices in the realm of cultivation had likely met a similar fate. Suppressing his growing anger, Li Xiao glared at the two and coldly declared, "But I have no spirit stones." The tall man looked at him with derision, seemingly prepared, and produced a jade vial from his robe, pouring out a black pill and offering it to Li Xiao with a smirk. "Take this." Instinctively, Li Xiao recoiled at the sight of the pill, having devoured the soul of a mysterious tortoise. He had gained a water spiritual root, but had also unwittingly adopted its tendencies. Whenever danger arose, he instinctively shrank back. However, this reflex could not be wholly deemed a disadvantage, as it served as a form of instinctive warning against peril. It was evident that the pill posed a threat. Thus, Li Xiao instinctively recoiled. Straining to steady himself, he looked at the two and solemnly inquired, "What is this?" The tall man replied with a light chuckle, "This is a unique poison from the Huang family. If you consume this pill, the effects will not manifest for a month. However, if you manage to gather spirit stones within that time, you may come to the Huang family to exchange for an antidote." "Poison? You want me to ingest poison?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiao felt the urge to shrink back once more, yet he resolutely suppressed it. His pupils constricted as he glared at them, filled with a desire to confront them. Yet a flicker of rationality reminded him that such an action would lead only to his demise. Ultimately, Li Xiao managed to restrain himself. He was merely a novice at the first layer of qi cultivation. Should he engage, he would undoubtedly be outmatched, and might even be killed without mercy. "Will you eat it or not?" The portly man scoffed, his aura surging violently, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Li Xiao staggered back a few steps, horrified by the display of power. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he inhaled deeply, extending his hand to accept the poison pill from the tall man's grasp, and swallowed it whole. This was a matter of survival. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. If he did not consume the poison, he feared they might very well kill him on the spot. Furthermore, he had faith in his ability to rise again through his unique cultivation technique. A mere 10 spirit stones were inconsequential. Thus, Li Xiao ultimately chose to yield. "Haha, that's more like it." The tall man laughed heartily, adding, "In a month, we shall return to collect the rent. By then, ensure you have the spirit stones ready, or you may await your demise from the poison." The portly man also chuckled maliciously. Li Xiao suppressed the urge to retaliate against the two and took a deep breath, bowing slightly as he asked, "May I inquire how I can procure spirit stones?" The tall man shrugged. "You can venture into the sea to catch fish or search for pearls and other items, then sell them at the market on Huangyao Island for spirit stones. I have a catalog here detailing items that can be traded for spirit stones. 1 spirit stone for the catalog, and you may bring it to me next month." With that, the tall man produced a jade slip from his robe and tossed it to Li Xiao before the two turned and vanished into the distance like fleeting shadows. Clearly, these two were exploiting their authority for personal gain, profiting from the sale of goods. The realm of cultivation truly was merciless. Watching their departing figures, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Simultaneously, he gained a new understanding of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. He had barely entered the realm and was already burdened with debt, 11 spirit stones. Additionally, he had ingested a poison pill. Should he fail to gather the 11 spirit stones within a month, he would face a grim fate. Oh no, to be precise, he had only 23 days remaining. It seemed that moving forward, he must remain vigilant and cautious in all his endeavors. Otherwise, he might perish without even understanding how it happened. With a resigned smile, Li Xiao turned to examine the jade slip. After about half an hour, he began to grasp the potential treasures that could be traded for spirit stones. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Chapter 4, Leiling Gen. According to the information in the jade slip, the ocean served as an immense natural treasure trove. Its resources seemingly inexhaustible. The deeper one ventured into the sea, the more precious the treasures became. For instance, one could find red corals that were centuries, even millennia, old, as well as pearls, mermaid pearls, and even rarer materials like cold iron in the depths of the ocean. However, cultivators were not omnipotent. They could not linger in the water for extended periods and required water-evading talismans to dive into the depths and retrieve treasures. Naturally, the depth to which a water-evading talisman could take one was limited. As for novices like Li Xiao, lacking a water-evading talisman, they could only take their chances in the shallower waters. In shallow regions, the most common catch was the huanglong fish. A prevalent spirit fish with golden scales and delectable flesh, its bones could also be used as medicinal materials. A single huanglong fish could typically fetch 1 spirit stone. Depending on its size, Li Xiao, however, was different. Due to the consumption of the divine soul of the xiangui, his body underwent a mutation, allowing him to descend to the ocean depths without limit, thereby procuring rarer treasures of heaven and earth to exchange for spiritual stones. With just a casual collection of items, he could easily obtain 11 spiritual stones. Filled with elation, Li Xiao prepared to dive into the sea in search of treasures. Yet, after taking a few steps, he hesitated. He was reminded of some unfortunate truths. Indeed, he could descend into the depths without the need for water-repelling talismans and acquire invaluable treasures. But the crucial question remained. Once he obtained these treasures, could he safeguard them? He understood the principle that a commoner may suffer for possessing something precious. Li Xiao was certain that if he were to retrieve a piece of millennium-old red coral, he would likely be immediately targeted for robbery. Rather than risk benefiting others or endangering his own life, it was wiser to refrain from action. This was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Having recently endured its brutal lessons, he knew he had to proceed with caution. Just moments ago, Li Xiao sensed several auras scanning in his direction. After careful contemplation, he decided to catch a few huanglong fish to exchange for spiritual stones. With his cultivation at the qi refining stage, he could only engage in minor trades, ensuring a steady approach to avoid inciting jealousy. It was imperative to prioritize stability. Upon reaching the shoreline, Li Xiao plunged into the water, slowly descending. He dared not act recklessly for fear of revealing his talents. However, he found solace in the notion that the seawater seemed to obstruct spiritual perception. Once submerged, he no longer felt those probing auras. This brought him relief. He was able to manipulate the currents, his speed in the water surpassing that of the huanglong fish, making the task of capturing them exceedingly simple. Yet, on his first day in the water, Li Xiao deliberately refrained from catching any huanglong fish. As soon as he surfaced, he felt an array of faint auras scanning him. Clearly, cultivators were probing to see if he had successfully caught any huanglong fish. Upon realizing that he had not, those perceptions swiftly retreated. The following day, Li Xiao again entered the water, yet he still did not catch any huanglong fish. Today, the number of probing auras was noticeably reduced. It was evident that some individuals had ceased to pay him any mind. This suited Li Xiao perfectly. As a newcomer in the cultivation world without any background, it was better to remain an inconspicuous speck of dust, avoiding the spotlight. On the third day, at dusk, he casually caught a single huanglong fish. Naturally, some auras still scanned him, but no cultivators approached to rob him. After all, a single huanglong fish was only worth 1 spiritual stone, hardly worth igniting enmity over. Li Xiao placed the captured fish in a water tank. Thus, apart from his cultivation, he continued to catch huanglong fish. He fashioned a bamboo cage to bring the fish back, fearing that others might steal them while he was underwater. Every couple of days, he would bring up 1 or 2 huanglong fish. By the 8th day, Li Xiao had already captured 4 huanglong fish. On this day, while he had just caught another fish, a sudden flash of silver light caught his attention. Alarmed, he focused his gaze and saw a gigantic electric eel, approximately 10 feet long, rapidly approaching him. Alarmed by the ferocity of the creature, Li Xiao instinctively recoiled and swiftly turned to flee. Simultaneously, he manipulated the water currents to flow against the eel, slowing its pursuit. As the electric eel was hindered by the water flow, Li Xiao glanced back, relieved, and was about to leave when a thought struck him. What if he could consume the electric eel's divine soul? Would he not awaken a lightning spiritual root? The lightning spiritual root was a rare type of spiritual root beyond the 5 elemental kinds, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. With this thought, Li Xiao could not contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he stealthily turned back. At that moment, the electric eel had also reversed course, swimming slowly in search of prey. Find! Li Xiao suddenly shouted, extending his hand to grasp the electric eel forcefully. In an instant, a whirlpool formed around the eel, trapping it within. The electric eel, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, began to struggle violently. However, it was ensnared by the currents and could not break free. Seeing that he had successfully bound the electric eel, Li Xiao's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he charged forward, seizing a large rock and smashing it down onto the eel's head. With a series of thuds, he struck the electric eel repeatedly. After approximately 30 blows, the eel's head bled and fell still, appearing lifeless. Don't die! Li Xiao exclaimed in panic, quickly placing his hand on the eel's body and activating his devouring technique to consume its divine soul. Years ago, the Xiangui had memorized the technique before destroying the manual. Who would have thought that its failed attempt to seize control of Li Xiao would instead grant him its memory? As the electric eel's divine soul was gradually drawn out and swallowed into his body, after about the time it takes to brew tea, a silver glow erupted from Li Xiao's eyes, and arcs of electricity crackled around him. Clearly, he had successfully consumed the electric eel's divine soul and acquired its lightning abilities. Success! Li Xiao rejoiced. These past days had been fraught with anxiety. The water spiritual root was insufficiently powerful, leaving him feeling insecure. Fearing that one day someone might come to Zizhu Island and seize the Huanglong fish he had painstakingly caught. Today, having devoured the electric eel's divine soul and awakened his lightning spiritual root, he finally possessed a measure of self-defense. Exhaling a breath of stale air, releasing a series of bubbles, Li Xiao swam directly to the surface. In just 9 days, he had captured 5 Huanglong fish. He planned to sell these fish for spiritual stones. After all, should he gather too many, he risked attracting unwanted attention and trouble. As Li Xiao emerged onto the shore, a streak of light shot toward him at incredible speed. The light coalesced to reveal a figure, a formidable man standing 9 feet tall, with a fierce countenance and a scar running across his right eye, resembling a centipede and exuding an unsettling aura. Li Xiao immediately felt a surge of vigilance. The burly man greedily eyed the Huanglong fish behind Li Xiao, a smile creeping across his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed friend, do not be alarmed. I have come with a request. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, what is it that you seek? The burly man replied, gazing at Li Xiao, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind and wish to borrow a few spiritual stones from you. While he referred to it as a loan, it was evident to anyone that the man had no intention of repaying. Furthermore, since Li Xiao did not even know this burly man, how could he possibly lend him spiritual stones? Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao focused his gaze and responded solemnly. Esteemed friend, I am also new to the cultivation world and do not possess any spiritual stones. Perhaps you could lend me a few Huanglong fish instead? I shall return them in a few days. The burly man looked at the 5 Huanglong fish in Li Xiao's bamboo cage, a smile spreading across his face. Li Xiao furrowed his brows, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a low voice. Humph, I only possess these 5 Huanglong fish, and I require them to exchange for spirit stones. I have to pay rent in a few days, so I cannot spare any Huanglong fish for you, my friend. I kindly ask you to leave. The burly man with a twisted beard sneered coldly, his arms trembling as a powerful aura erupted from him. He spoke in a deep voice. Are you truly refusing to lend me any? Cultivating at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The man's imposing presence caused Li Xiao's pupils to involuntarily constrict, and he suppressed the instinctive urge to shrink back. However, after steadying himself, Li Xiao regained his composure and coldly regarded the burly man, responding firmly, I will not lend you any. Had it been before, when Li Xiao had not awakened his thunder spirit root, he might have been compelled to offer the Huanglong fish to this burly man for the sake of survival. Yet now, he was resolute in his refusal. Although the opponent was a 2nd level Qi refinement cultivator, Li Xiao possessed both water and thunder spirit roots, the latter of which held formidable offensive power, giving him a fighting chance. More importantly, if Li Xiao were to yield the Huanglong fish today, others would perceive him as easy prey, and it was likely that more would come to him seeking to borrow Huanglong fish in the future. Would he then give in? Or not? Such a scenario would spiral into a vicious cycle. The Huanglong fish he caught would become a boon for others. And when the month's deadline arrived without spirit stones for rent, he would face dire consequences. Therefore, today, Li Xiao was utterly unwilling to part with the Huanglong fish for this burly man. He needed to establish his authority. He must strike first to avoid being overwhelmed by a torrent of blows. He understood that a confrontation was inevitable, and since there was no way to evade it, he could only prepare for battle. The expression on the burly man's face darkened, a mocking smile forming as he looked at Li Xiao. He replied in a low tone, "Humph, you are courting death by refusing my request. I sought to borrow spirit stones out of respect for you, yet you dare to be so insolent." As he spoke, the burly man extended his hand, unleashing a surge of magical energy. A massive stone on the ground suddenly lifted into the air, whistling as it hurtled toward Li Xiao. Upon seeing this, Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly dodged, rolling away in a desperate attempt to evade the boulder. The stone crashed where Li Xiao had just stood, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. Startled, Li Xiao summoned his magical power, conjuring a water column as thick as a bowl that surged toward the burly man. The burly man snorted disdainfully, stomping his foot heavily as debris flew toward him, forming a rocky armor around his body. The water column struck the burly man, yet he remained unmoved, erupting into hearty laughter. "Is this all you can muster, boy?" With that, the burly man clapped his hands together, sending a whirlwind of dirt and debris spiraling toward Li Xiao. Alarmed, Li Xiao quickly retreated, plunging into the sea with a splash as the earth rained down around him, muddying the water's surface. "Haha, little brat, let's see where you can run." The burly man laughed heartily as he strode toward the sea, simultaneously launching stones toward Li Xiao. Realizing the impending danger, Li Xiao dove deeper into the ocean. The flying stones struck the surface of the water with tremendous force, creating a series of explosive splashes. The burly man reached the shore, halting his advance while taunting, "Come on, if you have the guts, don't run. Face me in a fight to the death." Emerging from the water, Li Xiao stood atop the surface, coldly challenging the burly man. "If you have the guts, come down here and fight me. Come up here." The burly man roared in anger. As a soil-based cultivator, he was at a disadvantage in the water and refused to enter. "You come down," Li Xiao retorted, extending his middle finger in a provocative gesture. The burly man felt a surge of humiliation at this gesture, his rage boiling over as he spat. "You're asking for it." With that, he charged into the water, confident that his profound magical power would secure victory over Li Xiao as long as he did not venture too deep. However, after a few steps, he suddenly felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him. The sensation intensified rapidly, and before long, he was convulsing uncontrollably, foam spilling from his mouth as he rolled his eyes back. Only then did he realize that Li Xiao had intentionally lured him into the water, and he gasped in horror, You are a dual water and thunder spirit root cultivator." At that moment, he finally noticed the crackling arcs of lightning enveloping Li Xiao, ensnaring him through the water. This was precisely why Li Xiao had drawn the burly man into the sea, allowing him to exploit the conductive properties of the water for a surprise attack. The outcome was indeed favorable, as the irritable burly man had fallen for the trap. "Ah!" The burly man writhed in agony, emitting heart-wrenching screams as he foamed at the mouth, the threat of death looming ever closer. "Spare me, my friend. I swear I will never do this again." At that moment, he was no longer the arrogant figure, but rather a visage of sheer terror. Li Xiao, enveloped in arcs of electricity that crackled ominously, gazed coldly at the burly man and declared, "It is too late." Despite being new to the world of cultivation, Li Xiao understood that sparing the man now would only lead to his own demise once the burly man regained his wits. "You're asking for death." Realizing his imminent doom, the burly man let out a furious roar as crimson light erupted from him like flames, engulfing his body. In mere moments, his face and exposed skin became as red as a burning iron, while his hair and beard turned white, transforming into a shocking gray. "What kind of secret technique is this?" Li Xiao gasped in alarm, a sense of extreme danger washing over him, prompting him to instinctively retract his neck. Simultaneously, he fervently channeled his magical power, sending forth torrents of water and arcs of lightning toward the burly man. Chapter 6. The Marketplace. The crimson light and silver flashes intertwined, growing increasingly blinding. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth as the water's surface erupted into towering waves, the fierce winds sweeping outward. Li Xiao was thrown back by the violent shockwave, tumbling several dozen feet. Fortunately, being in the sea provided him with a natural buffer, allowing him to stabilize quickly. However, Li Xiao was not without injury. The impact left his insides aching, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his wounds, he rushed to the surface, peering intently at the scene. The burly man lay motionless on the water, charred black and bleeding, staining the sea red. Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to let his guard down and approached cautiously, channeling his magical power once more to unleash arcs of electricity toward the burly man. The terrifying arcs struck the burly man, yet he remained completely still. Li Xiao, still uneasy, sent more arcs of electricity crashing down upon him, only to find that the burly man remained unresponsive. Finally, he relaxed, knowing that under such overwhelming electrical assault, the burly man had no chance of survival. Slowly, Li Xiao swam toward the fallen man, and once he confirmed his demise, he eagerly began to search his body for any valuables. After a prolonged exploration, he retrieved a jade slip and 3 translucent stones from the embrace of the burly man. These must be the spiritual stones. It was the first time Li Xiao had encountered such treasures. He toyed with them for a moment before storing them away. He had no time to examine the jade slip, hastily concealing it instead. At that moment, Li Xiao distinctly sensed a multitude of consciousnesses sweeping towards him. Following the direction of these probing minds, he noticed the cultivators promptly retracting their awareness, evidently fearful of being misunderstood. It was clear that Li Xiao had established a fearsome reputation through this battle, as others regarded him with trepidation, no longer daring to bully him at will. With arcs of electricity crackling around him, emanating a sound reminiscent of thunder, Li Xiao presented an imposing figure, akin to a deity of thunder. Subsequently, he swam towards the shore. Once he reached the land, he seated himself cross-legged, focusing on healing his injuries and replenishing his mana. The fierce confrontation with the burly man had taken a considerable toll on him. Should another adversary approach, it could spell disaster. Therefore, Li Xiao chose to recuperate by the sea, ready to plunge into the depths of the ocean at the first sign of danger. Nevertheless, he felt assured that, after this conflict, few would dare to provoke him in the near future. The burly man was a practitioner of the earth element, boasting of formidable defensive capability at the second layer of qi refinement, yet he had succumbed to Li Xiao's prowess. It was unlikely that any would be foolish enough to challenge him now. As for those in the mid to late stages of qi refinement, they would likely dismiss the modest spiritual stones Li Xiao possessed, showing little interest in seizing them. In summary, through this battle, Li Xiao had carved out a fearsome name for himself, finally establishing a foothold within the Xingyunxi region. After approximately half a day's time, as night descended, Li Xiao's injuries had healed, and his mana was restored to its peak. He exhaled in relief. He then commanded the water to carry away the corpse of the burly man. Gazing at the lifeless body, Li Xiao felt a slight tremor within. After all, it was his first time taking a life, and discomfort lingered. He subsequently returned to the cave on the island. With nightfall upon him, venturing out was ill-advised. He could always visit Xianxia Island the next day to exchange for more spiritual stones. With nothing pressing to attend to, Li Xiao took out the jade slip and immersed his consciousness into it for examination. After a brief moment, he withdrew his awareness, discarding the jade slip with a look of utter disdain. It turned out that the slip contained records of a secret technique known as the Xianxia magic art. This sinister art required the sacrifice of one's lifespan to temporarily elevate one's cultivation. Li Xiao pursued the path of immortality through cultivation, and the very notion of sacrificing one's life force repulsed him. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast it aside, filled with revulsion. However, after a moment's hesitation, he picked up the jade slip and tucked it securely away. Although he had no intention of practicing this dark art, discarding it would be a waste. At the very least, it could be sold in the market for some monetary gain. He then settled down to meditate. On the following day, the sun slowly ascended from the horizon, casting its golden rays into the cave and illuminating Li Xiao's face. As his eyelashes fluttered, he opened his eyes and stepped outside. After a night of meditation, he felt invigorated rather than weary. Upon reaching the seashore, Li Xiao dashed across the water's surface. Although he had yet to learn the art of flight, his water affinity allowed him to traverse the waves with ease. The tall, lanky man had provided Li Xiao with a geographical map of the Xingyunxi region within the jade slip. Xianxia Island would not be difficult to locate, especially with the throngs of people heading there. Carrying a bamboo basket, Li Xiao set foot on Xianxia Island, immediately attracting several curious gazes. Frowning slightly, he sensed a wave of unease. The looks from these individuals were decidedly unfriendly. Though he had only recently entered the realm of cultivation, he had already witnessed the brutal nature of the cultivation world. As a solitary practitioner, he needed to exercise utmost caution, keeping a mental note of those individuals' faces. Li Xiao proceeded directly to the market. Xianxia Island was the sole marketplace within the Xingyunxi region, and the Huang family had explicitly prohibited fighting on its grounds. Thus, Li Xiao felt reassured that those individuals would not pose a threat to him within the island's confines. Upon reaching the market's entrance, a Huang family disciple wielding a sword blocked his path, speaking in a deep voice. "Newcomer, are you?" Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly cupped his hands in greeting. "Indeed, esteemed friend, may I inquire what guidance you offer?" The Huang family disciple glanced at the bamboo basket in Li Xiao's possession and nonchalantly replied, "A spiritual stone for a stall." The Huang family truly was merciless. Li Xiao winced at the cost, but ultimately retrieved a spiritual stone from his pocket and handed it to the disciple. The disciple then presented Li Xiao with a token and stepped aside. Receiving the token, Li Xiao turned to see others approaching the market, only to witness the Huang family disciple stopping them as well, demanding a spiritual stone. It seemed this was a standard procedure, not a personal affront. Li Xiao felt somewhat relieved. However, it also served as a stark reminder of the challenges faced by solitary practitioners. Should he consider aligning himself with a sect or a family of cultivators? Shaking his head, he cast aside these errant thoughts and surveyed the bustling market. The Huangya Island marketplace was quite lively, with wide pathways flanked by numerous vendors selling an array of goods, including talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs, everything one could desire. Naturally, the stalls primarily featured low-tier, inexpensive items. Li Xiao too sought an appropriate spot, displaying 5 huanglong fish for sale. Before long, a plump cultivator approached him. "How much for these huanglong fish?" he inquired. Li Xiao regarded the rotund individual and replied, "1 low-grade spiritual stone per fish." The stout cultivator nodded in agreement, stating, "The price is reasonable." With that, he rummaged through his storage pouch and produced 5 spiritual stones, offering them to Li Xiao. A glimmer of envy flashed in Li Xiao's eyes as he observed the storage pouch at the cultivator's waist. He accepted the spiritual stones with gratitude as the cultivator departed, basket in hand. Thus, Li Xiao's first transaction in the realm of cultivation was successfully completed. Safeguarding the spiritual stones, Li Xiao did not rush to leave, but instead meandered through the market. Eventually, he halted before the stall of a seemingly amiable old man, inquiring, "Esteemed friend, how much for a testing stone?" The testing stone could determine the type and quality of one's spiritual roots. While Li Xiao was aware of his dual affinity for water and thunder, he still wished to confirm it for his own peace of mind. The old man's face broke into a broad smile upon seeing Li Xiao. 1 spiritual stone for a testing stone, he proclaimed, handing Li Xiao a black, fist-sized, diamond-shaped stone from his stall. Given its commonality, the price was reasonable and aligned with Li Xiao's expectations. Taking the testing stone, he exchanged it for a spiritual stone and prepared to leave when the old man called out, "Wait, esteemed friend." Li Xiao paused and turned to face the old man, asking, "What else do you require?" The old man regarded Li Xiao with a gentle smile and inquired, "You must be new to the cultivation world, correct? Only novices purchase testing stones like these." Li Xiao, however, felt a surge of wariness, regarding the old man with caution but remaining silent, awaiting further words. The old man chuckled softly. "There is no need for concern. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to promote my longevity testing stone." "Longevity testing stone?" Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. The old man continued with a smile. "As the name suggests, this stone can estimate your remaining lifespan, providing you with an understanding of your longevity." Such a thing existed? Li Xiao was taken aback, hesitating before asking, "How much for the longevity testing stone?" The old man promptly produced a white stone, smiling. "Also 1 spiritual stone." Li Xiao felt a flicker of intrigue and retrieved a spiritual stone, extending it towards the old man. The old man handed over the longevity testing stone to Li Xiao. Li Xiao carefully tucked away the longevity stone and was about to take his leave when the old man spoke again. "Friend, I am Li Huailin. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall offer you a fair price." "Thank you, esteemed friend." Li Xiao nodded respectfully, clasped his hands in gratitude, and turned to depart. However, he did not exit the market but instead began to wander through it. As he ventured deeper, the stalls disappeared, replaced by a myriad of shops selling an array of more exquisite items. Li Xiao gazed in wonder at the wares displayed before him. Continuing onward, he soon found himself confronted by 2 individuals who blocked his path. "Friend, this is the black market. It only opens at night. We kindly ask you to leave," one of them said in a deep voice. Li Xiao quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement and retraced his steps. Having grasped the layout of Huangyi Island, he exited the market, preparing to return to Zizhu Island. Yet, just as he stepped outside, he felt several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. A few individuals had begun to trail him from a distance. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, forcing himself to suppress any instinct to retreat, and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the shore, Li Xiao leapt into the air. Just as everyone assumed he was about to take flight, he suddenly plummeted into the ocean. "Damn! This kid is cunning." One of them cursed, "You dare to toy with us? You're courting death." The group hurled insults as they plunged into the water after him. "You can't escape. Hand over the spirit stones, and I might spare you." A bald man, upon leaping into the air, saw Li Xiao dive into the sea and exclaimed in fury. Without hesitation, the bald man retrieved a yellow talisman from his storage pouch, affixing it to himself. A faint blue shield enveloped him from head to toe, after which he also dove into the ocean, hastily pursuing Li Xiao. Soon, several others followed suit. plunging into the depths in pursuit. Noticing that approximately 6 individuals were in hot pursuit, Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. He realized the precariousness of being a loose cultivator. After painstakingly acquiring a few spirit stones, he now had to guard against theft. Having only recently entered the world of cultivation, he had already encountered 2 robbery attempts, truly a harsh reality. With no time for further contemplation, he swam deeper into the water. Observing that Xiao had plunged far beneath the surface, his pursuers could only click their tongues in frustration, ultimately conceding defeat. To ensure his safety, Xiao did not surface but continued swimming underwater. After a lengthy journey back to Zizhu Island, he emerged on the shore and glanced back, relieved to find no one had followed him. Once back in his cave dwelling, Xiao began to tally his possessions. He had sold 5 huanglong fish, netting 5 spirit stones, and previously slayed a burly man, acquiring 3 spirit stones from that encounter. After spending 1 spirit stone at the market, he had used 2 more to purchase the longevity stone and the spirit testing stone, resulting in a total expenditure of 3 spirit stones. Thus, he currently possessed 5 spirit stones. With some time remaining before the rent was due, Xiao felt no urgency. This excursion to the market, though fraught with danger, had imparted a crucial lesson about the importance of strength. He resolved to swiftly enhance his abilities, for peril could strike at any moment. With determination, Xiao exhaled deeply, retrieved the spirit testing stone, and pressed his hand upon it. Instantly, the stone radiated a brilliant azure light, coalescing into 2 blue rings. The blue hue indicated a water attribute spirit root, while the 2 rings denoted a second-tier spirit root, signifying that Xiao possessed a second-tier water spirit root. Subsequently, the spirit testing stone transformed once more, emitting a silver brilliance that converged into 2 silver rings, indicating a second-tier lightning spirit root. Indeed, he possessed both water and lightning spirit roots, both at the second tier. Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Understanding his spirit roots, he then took out the longevity stone and pressed his hand against it. In an instant, the longevity stone erupted with a dazzling golden light, which coalesced into a sequence of numbers, 362. Staring at this series of digits, Xiao was momentarily stunned. What is this? Could it be that I am destined to live for 362 years? How is that possible? The average lifespan of ordinary mortals is generally around 70 to 80 years. Cultivators in the qi refining stage can reach about 120 years. Even those in the foundation establishment stage typically live no longer than 200 years. Yet here he stood, merely at the first level of qi refinement. With a lifespan exceeding 300 years, this was astonishing. The implications were utterly extraordinary. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Could it be that by devouring the soul of that xiangui, I not only gained its water-controlling abilities, but also inherited its extended lifespan? Ordinary turtles can live 1 to 200 years, and even 300 for some. The xiangui, being an extraordinary variant, must have an even longer lifespan. Clearly, Xiao had only acquired a fraction of its longevity, yet it still amounted to an impressive 362 years. This was a delightful surprise for Xiao. I have 362 years of life left. Perhaps I should reconsider practicing that blood-burning demon art, Xiao mused to himself. Previously, he had held a deep disdain for the blood-burning demon art, but now, with the knowledge of his extended lifespan, he was gradually coming to terms with it. Though he possessed dual water and lightning spirit roots, he still lacked protective methods. The blood-burning demon art might serve him well in critical moments. Resolute, Xiao commenced his training in the blood-burning demon art. Once completed, he ventured into the sea to catch fish. More importantly, he sought to find another xiangui or similar spirit creatures to devour, hoping to enhance his spirit roots and longevity further. Over the course of 10 days, he encountered numerous electric eel monsters and consumed them all. While these were not as formidable as the previous electric eel, his lightning spirit root tier had nevertheless risen to the 3rd tier. Simultaneously, Xiao also devoured many turtle-like spirit creatures. In just 10 days, he had dispatched over 150 turtle-like spirits. His water spirit root tier had also reached the 3rd tier, though his longevity had increased by merely 30 years. This was understandable, as these turtle spirits were not xiangui, and their cultivation levels were far inferior to that of the xiangui. Thus, the longevity he gained from them was limited. Initially, Xiao felt a twinge of guilt when slaying these spirits for their longevity and spirit roots. However, he soon came to terms with the harsh reality. Choosing the path of cultivation meant one must compete against heaven, against earth, against humanity, and against all beings. If he were to be weaker than those spirit creatures, it would be his own demise. With this mindset, Xiao found peace. However, the transition from 3rd to 4th tier spirit roots seemed to be a formidable barrier. In the days that followed, regardless of how many turtle-like spirits and electric eels he consumed, His spirit root tier remained stagnant at the third tier, unable to advance further. It appeared that devouring these ordinary spirit creatures was no longer beneficial. He needed to consume the souls of powerful demon beasts instead. Xiao contemplated this. He had already caught 7 huanglong fish and planned to visit the market again tomorrow, as he needed to pay his rent soon, and then could procure the antidote. Glancing at the 7 huanglong fish in the nearby pond, he murmured, "Ah, someone is coming." In that moment, he felt the urge to retreat, but he forcibly held himself back. Continuing, Li Xiao's figure flickered as he pressed himself against the wall, suppressing his breath and holding still, casting his gaze outside. Having devoured numerous ethereal beings, Li Xiao's spiritual awareness had grown remarkably powerful, though he was merely at the first level of qi refinement. His consciousness rivaled that of practitioners in the mid to late stages of qi refinement. Just moments ago, he sensed an intruder on the island, prompting him to conceal himself. Was that person not within the cave? The newcomer approached Li Xiao's cave stealthily, probing within with caution. It turned out that Li Xiao had consumed the xiangui and gained an additional benefit, an exclusive breath-concealing technique from the xiangui clan. Although Li Xiao had not cultivated the Gui Yuanju, he discovered this peculiar breath-concealing skill within it. Remarkably, upon practicing it, he found he could effectively mask his presence, far surpassing the conventional techniques available. Thus, the practitioner outside could not detect Li Xiao. However, the intruder was sufficiently cautious and did not recklessly enter the cave. After a brief moment, thick smoke billowed into Li Xiao's cave. To his dismay, the intruder had set fire to the place. Li Xiao's face twitched in alarm as he quickly held his breath. Simultaneously, he lowered his body and summoned a stream of water to shield his nostrils, preventing the choking smoke from overwhelming him. The thick smoke lingered for a quarter of an hour before gradually dissipating. After such a duration, if anyone were present, they would likely have succumbed and emerged. The intruder murmured to himself, reassured, and slowly stepped into the cave. In the next moment, Li Xiao beheld a figure clad in black, masked, entering the cave. 7 yellow dragon fish. This trip has been worthwhile. The black-clad figure exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the fish in the pool. Just then, he felt a sudden wind behind him, followed by a sharp pain in his back as an immense force propelled him forward, crashing him against the stone wall. The black-clad man was left disoriented. Simultaneously, he was struck by Li Xiao's lightning, causing his body to convulse, his internal organs trembling violently, and blood surged forth uncontrollably from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao would not grant him a moment's respite, advancing swiftly and unleashing another palm strike. The intruder, agile as he was, narrowly dodged Li Xiao's attack at the last moment. With a resounding crash, Li Xiao's palm struck the wall, leaving a deep imprint. You are actually here in the cave? A lightning practitioner, no less. The man stared incredulously at Li Xiao, exclaiming in shock. Li Xiao turned to look. Observing the intruder clad in black night gear, his face obscured by a black veil, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, there were faint traces of blood seeping from beneath the mask. It was evident that Li Xiao's surprise attack had severely injured him. Li Xiao regarded the man coldly and inquired in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The intruder flickered and attempted to flee. Yet, how could Li Xiao allow him an escape? Li Xiao swiftly moved, lightning crackling in his palm as he struck toward him. From the aura, Li Xiao could discern that this black-clad figure was at the second level of qi refinement. Having slain practitioners of the same level before, Li Xiao felt no fear. Moreover, the fact that this person had attempted to smoke him out indicated malicious intent. Li Xiao would certainly not show mercy. Despite being at the second level of qi refinement, the intruder was already gravely wounded from Li Xiao's earlier attack. Li Xiao was confident he could subdue him. Chapter 9, Unexpected Fortune. Sensing the fierce wind approaching from behind, the black-clad man turned and unleashed a palm strike toward Li Xiao. The two collided, both being pushed back several meters. Although the intruder was at the second level of qi refinement, he was injured, while Li Xiao, despite being at the first level, practiced both lightning and water techniques, endowing him with a depth of power that far exceeded that of an ordinary practitioner at the same stage. Consequently, they were evenly matched in this clash. However, the black-clad man, already wounded from Li Xiao's ambush, could not withstand the additional damage and spewed forth another mouthful of blood. Furthermore, he was affected by Li Xiao's lightning, leaving him weak and unsteady. The black-clad man's aura began to wane as he turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Xiao bellowed, racing after him. Upon reaching the seaside, the man leaped into the air, attempting to escape. Find. At that moment, the surface of the water erupted with sound as 2 columns of water shot up, entangling the intruder's ankles. "You are a practitioner of both lightning and water," the black-clad man exclaimed in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation was too late, Li Xiao scoffed, lightning crackling in his palm as he struck toward the black-clad man. The arcs of electricity surged through the air, racing toward him. The man's pupils constricted as he conjured a fireball in his palm, launching it fiercely. The fireball collided with the lightning, resulting in a brilliant explosion that lit up the night sky. As he was propelled by the force, the intruder fell into the sea. Xiao stumbled back a few steps. Steadying himself, he looked up to see that the man had managed to break free from the water's grasp and reach the shore. Clearly, he understood that engaging in combat on the water would not favor him, thus opting to distance himself from the source. At this moment, the man's eyes glowed red like blood as he glared at Xiao, seething, "You have successfully provoked me." Xiao regarded the black-clad man coldly, remaining silent. The black-clad man snorted and rummaged through his chinquan pouch, producing a palm-sized silver cone, fervently infusing it with spiritual power. The silver cone began to levitate, its brilliance illuminating the night as if it were daytime. A magical artifact. Xiao's eyes widened in shock, suppressing the urge to retreat, his heart pounding. Without hesitation, he activated the blood-burning demon art. A radiant crimson glow enveloped him, as if he were ablaze, his skin turning a deep red. His aura surged dramatically, rapidly elevating to the third level of chi refinement. The silver arcs of electricity danced around him, making him appear as if a deity of thunder had descended, exuding an imposing presence. A secret technique. The black-clad man, witnessing Xiao's rising power, felt his heart race as he desperately urged the cone into action. With a piercing whistle, the artifact shot forth, trailing a silver streak through the air, aimed directly at Xiao. Die! Xiao's eyes widened, his expression fierce as he roared, thrusting his arms forward. The crackling arcs of electricity surged forth like silver serpents toward the artifact. The collision resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the artifact to tremble violently. Yet, its speed did not diminish as it pierced through Xiao's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Simultaneously, the rolling arcs of electricity engulfed the black-clad man. The pain in Xiao's shoulder was excruciating, his internal energy roiling as he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite sustaining significant injuries, his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. He had slain yet another practitioner at the second level of chi refinement. Moreover, this practitioner possessed a magical artifact. It was worth noting that even a low-grade magical artifact could fetch several hundred spirit stones. Now, this artifact belonged to Xiao. How could he not feel elated? Xiao raised his gaze to the black-clad figure on the sea, charred by lightning, and, despite the excruciating pain, he picked up the conical magical artifact. Subsequently, he approached the fallen figure, removed the qianxiaaudiobooks bag, and tucked it into his own robe. Then, he unwrapped the black-clad man's face veil. Though the man's cheeks were also scorched, Xiao could discern that he did not recognize this individual. A sense of curiosity washed over him as he released his spiritual energy, manipulating the water currents to let the black-clad man's remains be swept away by the ocean. Steeling himself against the agony and overwhelming weakness within, he dragged his weary body back toward his cave dwelling. Once inside, Xiao felt as if he had deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. He sensed that several consciousnesses had just swept past. Thus, he dared not reveal the extent of his injuries for fear of attracting stronger foes. Upon reaching the cave, he could no longer hold on and finally succumbed to the ground. At that moment, Xiao's cultivation had regressed back to the first layer of chi refinement. His spiritual power entirely depleted, and his body exceedingly frail. Even a child could easily take his life now. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally regained some strength and struggled to sit cross-legged, beginning to circulate the Tun Tian Gong to heal his wounds. Approximately a day later, his spiritual energy returned to its peak state, and his injuries gradually stabilized. In a few days, he would be completely healed. Thereafter, Xiao began to sort through his spoils. As his consciousness delved into the qianxiaaudiobooks bag, a flash of azure light illuminated the contents, which tumbled forth with a clatter. A pile of spirit stones, 2 jade slips, and a jade vial were revealed. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the wealth of this individual. Upon counting, he found that there were a total of 32 spirit stones. After storing them in his qianxiaaudiobooks bag, he picked up one of the jade slips and probed it with his consciousness. After a moment, he withdrew his consciousness, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. The slip contained the record of a fire-type technique called Liang Ju, given that he possessed both thunder and water spiritual roots. And lacking a fire spiritual root, this technique held no value for him. Furthermore, as he practiced Tun Tian Gong, which adapted to various spiritual roots, he naturally dismissed the Liang Ju. Xiao stored the jade slip in his qianxiaaudiobooks bag, intending to sell it at the market for spirit stones. He then took up the other jade slip and immersed his consciousness within to examine it. After a brief moment, he retracted his consciousness, a look of ecstasy illuminating his features. This slip contained the record of a flying technique known as Fu Yao Shu, precisely what Li Xiao needed. How could he not rejoice at such fortune? Who does not harbor a dream of soaring through the skies? He carefully stored the slip away and then uncorked the jade vial, a rich medicinal aroma wafting towards him. This must be a Juki Dan, he thought, overwhelmed with joy. Juki Dan could enhance a cultivator's spiritual power and also aid in its recovery, making it one of the most commonly used pills during the qi refinement stage. Li Xiao had previously seen Juki Dan at Li Huailing's stall, hence his recognition. Moreover, the vial contained a total of 10 Juki Dan, evidently purchased by the black-clad man who had not had the chance to use them. Thus they had fortuitously fallen into Li Xiao's hands. With the pill secured, Li Xiao's gaze deepened as he muttered, "When I battled that black-clad man, he was unaware of my dual thunder and water cultivation," indicating that he is not a cultivator from the nearby Immortal Island. Previously, Li Xiao had attracted the attention of nearby cultivators by vanquishing the burly man with his thunder magic. If he were a cultivator from the nearby Immortal Island, he would undoubtedly know about Li Xiao's dual cultivation. Since the man was surprised to learn of Li Xiao's dual cultivation, he must be an outsider, at the very least. His dwelling was a considerable distance from Zizhu Island. Who could it be? The gleam in Li Xiao's eyes flickered with intensity. Ultimately, he focused his suspicions on the rotund cultivator from the market and Li Huailing, as he had only interacted with these two. The rotund cultivator had purchased 5 yellow dragon fish from him, providing 5 spirit stones in return. Meanwhile, Li Xiao had acquired a spirit testing stone and a longevity testing stone from Li Huailing. It was evident that either the rotund cultivator had tampered with the spirit stones or Li Huailing had manipulated the testing stones. Through some special means, they might have tracked Li Xiao's location and sent someone to rob him. This method surely allowed them to rob many new cultivators like Li Xiao entering the realm of cultivation. It was likely this was how the black-clad masked cultivator had amassed such wealth, including a magical artifact worth several hundred spirit stones. But which of the two could it be? Li Xiao's expression darkened as he murmured. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the ruthlessness of the cultivation world. The cultivation realm is indeed fraught with peril. He had barely entered this world for less than a month and had already fallen prey to schemes twice. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. He had been too careless. Li Xiao believed he had been cautious enough, yet he still fell into the traps set by others. Had he not cultivated the Ranxuemo Gong, sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan to forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he would have perished. Li Xiao's gaze turned cold as he retrieved the 5 spirit stones, the longevity testing stone, and the spirit testing stone, cradling them in his palm. He then activated his spiritual power, sending silver arcs of lightning crackling wildly across the stones for half an hour before finally ceasing. After purging them of any contamination, he felt satisfied as he gathered the items from the ground, determined to uncover who had wronged him. Li Xiao resolved to show no mercy towards those who threatened his life. Even if he lacked sufficient strength now, once he grew stronger, he would seek retribution against one of the two. Even if he ultimately fell short, he possessed a long lifespan, nearing 400 years. When that person's lifespan waned, Li Xiao would dance on their grave, reclaiming his honor. Otherwise, harboring resentment and obsession would be detrimental to his future cultivation. Yet, the most pressing matter remained the enhancement of his strength. Only with power could he exact vengeance. Subsequently, Li Xiao retrieved the vial of Juki Dan from his Qian Kuan bag. He swallowed one of the pills and commenced his cultivation. After 5 days, Li Xiao opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and joyfully declared, "The 2nd layer of qi refinement, not bad." Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, he could hardly suppress the urge to let out a howl of triumph. This sensation was exhilarating. It is worth noting that now Li Xiao had successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of qi refinement with both water and thunder dual systems. Coupled with the conical magical artifact and the Ranxuemo Gong, he felt confident he could slay any cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Finally, he had some semblance of self-preservation. A smile crept across Li Xiao's face as he murmured. In just a month's time, he had achieved another breakthrough, a testament to the terrifying prowess of Tun Tiangong. Just then, a piercing scream echoed, jarring Li Xiao back to reality. Startled, he fought the urge to retreat and hesitated before rising to step outside. Once outside the cave, he concentrated his spiritual power in his eyes and peered into the distance. There, on a nearby small island, a young man was convulsing on the ground, wailing in agony. Beside him stood 2 figures, one thin and one plump, members of the Huang family. In recent days, Li Xiao had heard of these 2 individuals. The slender and tall member of the Huang family, known as Huang Qilong, alongside his stout brother Huang Qihu, are both practitioners at the 3rd level of qi refinement. The 2 brothers primarily oversee the collection of rents on the outer islands of the Xingyun Sea. At the heart of the Xingyun Sea lies Huanglong Island, which is blessed with a third-tier spiritual vein that the Huang family occupies. As one ventures outward, the spiritual energy diminishes considerably. For instance, Zizhu Island, where Li Xiao resides, is the most peripheral island, where the spiritual energy is already exceedingly scarce. On these outer islands dwell practitioners who are either newcomers to the cultivation realm or possess relatively weak abilities. Huang Qilong pointed at a person wailing on the ground and said coldly, "Humph, do you think my Huang family's island is a place to live comfortably? Refusing to pay rent means you might as well be prepared to die. Please, fellow cultivator, spare my life," the man pleaded, writhing in agony. Huang Qiu scoffed. "I might spare you, but you will have to serve my Huang family as a slave to repay your debt." "Yes, yes," the man replied, dark energy swirling around his face. Though he was reluctant, he agreed to save his own life. Huang Qiu flicked his finger, and a stream of light entered the prostrate figure. After a moment, the dark energy on the man's face gradually dissipated, and his condition improved. Huang Qiu said sternly, "You have consumed half of the antidote. Once your debt is repaid, the remaining half will be yours." "Understood," the practitioner replied, his face filled with bitterness. Subsequently, Huang Qiu took out a conch treasure from his pocket and spoke a few words to it. Moments later, members of the Huang family arrived to take the practitioner away. Li Xiao observed with narrowed eyes, feeling a chill in his heart, secretly lamenting, "The Huang family is exceedingly domineering. That man has become their slave." Alas! Afterwards, the brothers Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu proceeded to collect rents from other islands. Some individuals presented spiritual stones, while others had none. Those unable to repay their debts without stones inevitably became slaves to the Huang family, forced to sell themselves to repay their debts, a truly dismal fate. After a while, the brothers Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu flew towards Zizhu Island. "It's time for rent," Huang Qilong declared arrogantly, setting his gaze upon Li Xiao. In Chapter 11, titled The Four Essentials of Cultivation, Li Xiao retrieved 11 spiritual stones from the pouch at his waist and offered them to Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu. Supported by his magical energy, Huang Qilong accepted the stones and remarked indifferently, "This is for next month's rent." After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao produced 10 more spiritual stones and handed them over. Huang Qilong accepted them with a look of surprise, exclaiming, "You managed to gather next month's rent. Quite impressive." Li Xiao replied with a forced smile, "I was fortunate enough to catch some huanglong fish." Huang Qihu then took out a jade vial from his pocket and poured out a pill the size of a yellow bean, offering it to Li Xiao. "This is the antidote," he said. "Thank you." Li Xiao accepted the pill and swallowed it. He was not concerned about the authenticity of the antidote, as many had consumed it before. However, at that moment, Huang Qihu produced another jade vial and poured out a black pill, offering it to Li Xiao. "Take this," he insisted. Li Xiao furrowed his brows and questioned, "Fellow cultivators, I have paid the stones and even the rent for next month. Why must I consume poison?" Huang Qihu retorted, "My Huang family's islands require a year's rent in advance. Unless you provide a full year's payment, you must consume the poison." Li Xiao felt a violent twitch in his face, wishing he could rush forward and slay the two Huang brothers. Ultimately, he restrained himself, knowing it was the Huang family's territory. Patience seemed wise. However, he made a note in his heart to remember the actions of Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu, as well as to keep the Huang family in mind. Suppressing his anger, Li Xiao accepted the poison pill and swallowed it whole. The brothers Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu sneered before turning to leave. "Alas, I must gather enough rent for an entire year, otherwise I shall be at the mercy of the Huang family," Li Xiao sighed, watching their retreating figures before returning to his cave to cultivate. Firstly, he was on the Huang family's territory. Failing to pay the stones now would likely lead to a difficult day ahead. Secondly, while Li Xiao could choose to leave, the world was vast, and many places were already claimed by various cultivation factions. Training in desolate mountains devoid of spiritual energy would lead to exceedingly slow progress. For Li Xiao, paying rent to the Huang family was no different from paying rent to other factions. "Are you available on the island?" At that moment, a voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Li Xiao raised an eyebrow and stepped outside, finding 3 individuals landing on his island. These 3 were relatively young, comprising 2 men and 1 woman. One of the male practitioners had a round face and bulging eyes, resembling a short winter melon. The other man was dark-skinned and muscular. The woman wore green attire, her features exquisite, with brows like mountain shadows, almond-shaped eyes, and red lips, a delicate nose, and skin flawless, standing like a graceful hibiscus flower. Noticing the trio, Li Xiao instinctively grew cautious, uncertain of their intentions. The plump practitioner, sensing Li Xiao's wariness, quickly clasped his hands and stated, "Fellow cultivator, we mean no harm. We are practitioners residing nearby. I am Lu Changming, and these 2 are Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao. We have come to make your acquaintance, so we may look out for one another in the future." Despite their benign intentions, Xiao remained vigilant and returned their greetings to the three fellow cultivators. As a transmigrator from a later era, Xiao understood the significance of the four essentials of cultivation: wealth, companions, laws, and land. Wealth naturally referred to resources and finances. Companions signified partners and allies. Laws pertained to techniques and divine abilities, while land represented status. Among the four essentials, companionship ranked second, underscoring its importance. In times of adversity, having partners or allies willing to help at all costs is of paramount significance. Xiao was not averse to making friends, but he had been burned before and was wary that the three might also seek to exploit him, thus maintaining a degree of caution in his heart. Lu Changming noticed Li Xiao's apprehension but paid it no mind, chuckling. "May I ask your name, fellow cultivator?" "I am Li Xiao," he replied, bowing slightly. Lu Changming smiled. "Fellow cultivator Li Xiao, how about we enjoy some wine and discourse on the Tao?" Discourse on the Tao is a customary practice among practitioners, where they share insights into cultivation, allowing for mutual growth. Li Xiao hesitated before consenting. "All right." Lu Changming grinned. "The scenery here at your place is lovely. Shall we discourse on the beach?" Being near the sea would allow Li Xiao to escape into the water should any trouble arise, making Lu Changming's suggestion quite appealing. Li Xiao nodded. "Very well." Immediately, the four of them summoned 4 pieces of blue stone with their magical energy and took their seats. Lu Changming retrieved a gourd and 4 cups from his pouch, distributing the cups among the 4. Then, he stood to pour the wine. Although the aroma of the wine was enticing, Li Xiao held the cup without drinking. Lu Changming laughed heartily and downed his wine in one go. Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao followed suit. Seeing this, Li Xiao set aside his doubts and drank as well. Soon after, Lu Changming, Niu Jian, and Lin Qingyao each began to share their insights on cultivation, while Li Xiao listened with intrigue. Eventually, he too shared his own thoughts, though he would never disclose the details of his swallowing heaven technique. The 4 engaged in a fruitful discourse, each gaining valuable insights. As dusk approached, Lu Changming and his companions rose to bid farewell. Watching them depart, a smile crept onto Li Xiao's lips. It was evident that the trio genuinely wished to befriend him, and Li Xiao found himself not opposed to the idea. Indeed, it was the extraordinary prowess of Li Xiao that drew others to seek his acquaintance. Initially, Li Xiao vanquished the burly man with the fierce beard, and subsequently, he paid the rent for 2 consecutive months. All of this attests to Li Xiao's remarkable strength. In the days that followed, apart from his cultivation and the capture of Huang Longyu, he welcomed guests. Occasionally, cultivators would visit Zizhu Dao to express their goodwill. Naturally, Lu Changming and his companions often came as well. Each time Lu Changming arrived, he brought fine wine and roasted chicken. Li Xiao, in turn, did not hesitate to venture into the sea to catch fish for their enjoyment. One day, while Li Xiao was engrossed in his training, a voice echoed through the air. "Is fellow Taoist Li Xiao available?" This is Su Qian seeking an audience. Within his cave dwelling, Li Xiao opened his eyes and murmured, "Su Qian?" After a moment's hesitation, he rose and headed outside. Upon his arrival, he beheld 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Su Qian, a youthful cultivator with a refined appearance, stood alongside a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, presumably his brother. Another man was a middle-aged fellow with a sallow complexion and dark circles beneath his eyes. The final individual, likely the companion of the sallow man, appeared ordinary yet had a voluptuous figure, embodying the archetype of a mature woman. These 4 had previously sought Li Xiao on Zizhu Dao, leaving a lasting impression on him, particularly due to the voluptuous woman who had covertly cast him flirtatious glances. As the 4 noticed Li Xiao, they clasped their hands in greeting. "We pay our respects to fellow Taoist." Li Xiao reciprocated, acknowledging their presence. After the exchange of pleasantries, he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you 4 to seek me?" Chapter 12, Tianming. Su Qian regarded Li Xiao and respectfully said, "Fellow Taoist, we have received credible news of a treasure overseas. We intend to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition and would like to invite you to join us. If successful, we shall divide the treasure equally among the 5 of us. What say you?" Li Xiao hesitated briefly before responding with a bow. "I appreciate your kind invitation, but I am currently at a critical juncture in my cultivation and must decline your offer. I hope you can understand." Su Qian's brow furrowed deeply as he pressed on. "Fellow Taoist, should we succeed in obtaining that treasure, it is said to be worth at least several hundred spirit stones. I urge you to reconsider." Li Xiao chuckled lightly. "I must decline. I wish you 4 smooth sailing." Su Qian and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Su Qian huffed coldly before stating, "If that is your decision, then we shall take our leave." He turned on his heel, followed closely by the others. Li Xiao merely shook his head, unconcerned, and returned to his cave. A mere few hundred spirit stones held no significance for him. If he so desired, he could effortlessly retrieve countless treasures from the depths of the sea. Not only would it be a matter of several hundred spirit stones, but even thousands or tens of thousands would be easily attainable. The crux lay in how to exchange those treasures for spirit stones without falling prey to theft. Venturing out to sea carried risks, such as encountering formidable sea monsters, or the possibility that these four would renege on their promise to share the spoils. Li Xiao had no intention of wagering his life on such uncertainties. Thus, he declined Su Qian's proposition without a second thought. In the subsequent days, Li Xiao's life became monotonous, filled with either fishing or cultivation. One day, having amassed 10 Huang Longyu, he prepared to visit the market to exchange them for spirit stones when 3 streaks of light shot towards him. As the light dissipated, the figures of Lu Changming, Niu Jian, and Lin Qingyao emerged. "Brotherly, are you heading to the market?" Lu Changming inquired with a light-hearted smile. Li Xiao nodded, responding with a grin. "I have collected 10 Huang Longyu and plan to sell them for spirit stones to purchase some gathering chi pills. Perfect timing. We are also headed to the market. Why not accompany us?" Lu Changming proposed. Li Xiao replied with a smile. "That sounds good." Thus, the four set off toward the market together. Li Xiao's decision to decline Su Qian's invitation in favor of accompanying Lu Changming and his companions was not due to favoritism. In truth, he had little interaction with either group. His relationship with Lu Changming and the others was merely superficial, lacking the depth of true camaraderie found among cultivators. Primarily, it was a matter of personal safety. The risks associated with venturing out to sea with Su Qian and his companions were significant, while going to the market with Lu Changming and his friends considerably mitigated those risks. If anyone harbored ill intentions toward the four of them, they would think twice before acting against them. This is why some lone cultivators prefer to band together. As they neared Huangyao Island, Li Xiao suddenly smiled and said, "I would like to ask the 3 of you for a favor." Lu Changming replied with a grin. "Oh, what is it? Just say the word. And if it is within our capabilities, we will certainly assist." Li Xiao chuckled, sharing his plan. The 3 erupted in laughter. Lu Changming, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked, "Brotherly, simply lead that scoundrel our way." Li Xiao nodded slightly, offering a bow to the 3 before transforming into a streak of light, darting toward Huangyao Island. Upon arriving, Li Xiao felt several gazes fixed upon him. The bald man, upon spotting Li Xiao, momentarily froze before breaking into a menacing grin, growling, "Kid, you dare return to the market? Last time, you caused me to lose several water avoidance talismans. You owe me." Li Xiao, however, paid him no mind and continued toward the market. "Humph, you seek death." The bald man glared fiercely at Li Xiao, his body trembling with rage, yet he did not follow Li Xiao into the market, instead waiting at the entrance. After exchanging a spirit stone for a stall plaque, Li Xiao entered the market. Once he found his stall, he displayed the 10 Huang Longyu. Before long, someone approached and purchased them all. With a light chuckle, Li Xiao stood and made his way outside. Once outside the market, Li Xiao quickened his pace. The bald man, seeing this, hurriedly followed. As they reached the shore, Li Xiao leaped into the air, soaring into the distance. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" The bald man bellowed in fury, pursuing Li Xiao closely. A few others trailed behind, clearly individuals who lurked on the fringes of the market, specializing in robbery. Li Xiao summoned his powers, speeding away, while the bald man relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, Li Xiao plunged into the sea, submerging himself beneath the waves. The bald man, refusing to relent, activated a water avoidance talisman and dove in after him. The two began to chase each other underwater. Moments later, Li Xiao burst forth from the ocean's depths. Racing through the air, the bald man remained hot on his heels, determined not to let him escape. The other pursuers, witnessing the bald man's fierce determination, gradually retreated, leaving only Li Xiao and the bald man in pursuit across the sea. As they raced, Li Xiao suddenly halted in his tracks. The bald man, surprised, quickly stopped as well, fixing a sinister gaze on Li Xiao. "Kid, why have you stopped running?" Li Xiao regarded the bald man with a smile, remaining silent. "Kid, you're asking for trouble." The bald man, feeling uncomfortable under Li Xiao's stare, grew enraged and moved to snatch Li Xiao's belongings. Just then, 3 figures emerged from the mist, encircling the bald man entirely. The bald man's eyes widened in shock and fury as he exclaimed, "Kid, you dare to ambush me?" "You." Lu Changming looked at the bald man with disdain and replied, "Lai San, I recall you robbing me when I first entered the world of cultivation. Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances." The bald man, Lai San, assessed Lu Changming and his companions, noticing they were all at the 3rd level of qi refinement, causing his face to twitch violently. Although he too was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he realized he stood no chance against Li Xiao and his companions. Lai San Wei, taken aback, hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "For fellow Taoists, it is all a misunderstanding. Please spare me, and I will surely repay you generously." "Generously repay?" Lu Changming laughed heartily and replied, "If you dare to harm a member of our Tianming, you must pay the price." The loose cultivators, striving for survival, often band together for warmth, frequently giving their teams a resounding name. For instance, Su Qian's small group is called the Blood Wolf team, while Lu Changming's trio is known as the Tianming team. Although Lu Changming had repeatedly invited Li Xiao to join the Tianming, Li Xiao had always declined. Yet, the persistent little fat man, Lu Changming, had not given up on recruiting Li Xiao. He, too, is one of Tianming. Lai San's face twitched as he forced a smile and said, "Lu Daoist, I truly did not know he was a member of your Tianming. I was wrong. Spare me, and I shall offer you 20 spirit stones as tribute." What do you say? Chapter 13, Revenge. The exhibitionist. Two female cultivators, while navigating their small boat, suddenly caught sight of the naked Lai San and could not help but scream. Lai San was also startled and quickly plunged into the sea, causing a stir among passing cultivators. Ha! Meanwhile, Li Xiao, Lu Changming, and Niu Jian were laughing heartily. Beside them, Lin Qingyao's face flushed with embarrassment as she spat in disdain. The four had surrounded Lai San, not only robbing him of his Qingquan bag, but also stripping him bare. Leading to the earlier events. 3 fellow Taoists, Lai San possesses over 30 spirit stones. Let them be yours. Li Xiao chuckled as he took out the 30 spirit stones and offered them to Lu Changming and the others. Lu Changming hastily declined, saying, "Oh, brotherly, it is merely a trivial matter. Keep the spirit stones." "Indeed, brotherly, keep the spirit stones." Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao chimed in with light laughter. "Very well. I shall consider this as a favor owed to the 3 of you." Li Xiao smiled as he put away the spirit stones. The 4 then made their way to Huangyao Island. Upon seeing Li Xiao and his companions arrive together, the scheming cultivators quickly retracted their intentions. The 4 entered the market. Lu Changming and the others exchanged 3 spirit stones for their tokens, while Li Xiao had no intention of selling anything and thus did not offer any spirit stones. As they entered the market, Li Xiao looked up and fortuitously encountered the stout cultivator who had previously purchased his huanglong fish. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao pointed at the stout man and asked Lu Changming beside him, "Lu Daoist, do you know who that is?" Lu Changming followed Li Xiao's gaze and grinned. "That person is named Wan Siyuan. He runs a tavern in the market." "He runs a tavern? He must be well off in spirit stones," Li Xiao remarked, raising an eyebrow. Lu Changming inquired, "What? Does brotherly have a grudge against Wan Siyuan?" Li Xiao shook his head slightly, saying, "Not at all. He previously bought my huanglong fish." Lu Changming nodded with a light chuckle. Li Xiao then addressed the 3, "You proceed to set up your stalls. I shall wander about for a while." "All right." Lu Changming and the others nodded and scattered to find their spots. Li Xiao began to stroll through the market. Having recently acquired 32 spirit stones from Lai San, along with his previous savings, he now possessed over 50 spirit stones, a considerable sum for a second-tier qi refinement cultivator. He intended to purchase some rejuvenation pills and gathering qi pills, as Zizhu Island is an outer island with thin spiritual energy. Relying solely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for cultivation is too slow. Therefore, gathering qi pills are necessary to assist in his practice. The rejuvenation pills were primarily for recovery from his previous injuries, as self-healing would take too long, so he prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Li Xiao spent 27 spirit stones at a stall, acquiring 2 bottles of gathering qi pills and 1 bottle of rejuvenation pills. Due to the bulk purchase, the stall owner offered him a discount of 10%, and Li Xiao saved 3 spirit stones. He continued to browse the market. By chance or design, he found himself at Li Huailing's stall. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Li Huailing was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before he greeted, "Fellow Taoist, you have arrived. What would you like to purchase this time?" Li Xiao smiled amiably at Li Huailing, retrieving the conical magical artifact from his Qingquan bag, and said, "This time, I am not here to buy anything. Rather, I wish to inquire, how much is this conical magical artifact worth?" "The Soulbreaker Spike," Li Huailing exclaimed upon seeing the artifact, his face instantly paling. However, he quickly regained his composure. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Li Huailing, and said with a sardonic smile, "Fellow Taoist seems quite familiar with this magical artifact." Li Huailing forced a laugh, saying, "The Soulbreaker Spike is a common low-grade magical artifact. Of course I recognize it." Li Xiao put away the Soulbreaker Spike, his heart resolute that the man in black was indeed Li Huailing's accomplice. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly, gazing intently at Li Huailing, and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be around 70 or 80 years old, correct?" Li Huailing was momentarily stunned, uncertain of the context, and replied, "I am 76 this year." "Oh." Li Xiao continued to fix his gaze on Li Huailing, saying, "Fellow Taoist should remember this number." With that, Li Xiao turned to leave. Li Huailing's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, alternating between anger and fear. Although he was a third-tier qi refinement cultivator, his vitality had waned, and his combat strength had diminished significantly. The partner he had was only a second-tier cultivator, yet he had perished at Li Xiao's hands. How could he possibly contend with Li Xiao? As he observed Li Xiao loitering near his stall, Li Huailin found himself in a daze throughout the morning, missing several business opportunities as various cultivators approached him for inquiries. After a moment's hesitation, Li Huailin hastily packed up his stall and decided to leave. However, when he turned around, he saw Li Xiao leisurely following him. Li Huailin's face twitched in distress, internally lamenting. At over 70 years of age, he had lost hope of establishing a foundation and felt no connection to the immortal path. Yet, being a miser, he had engaged in such nefarious dealings with the man in black. Over the years, under their conspiracy, dozens of newcomers to the cultivation world had perished, yet today, he had encountered a formidable opponent. Not only had he failed to acquire spirit stones, but he had also attracted Li Xiao's attention. Seeing Li Xiao persistently follow him, Li Huailin dared not leave the market. Reluctantly, he turned back. When he collided with Li Xiao, the latter fixed a fierce glare upon him. Li Huailin felt as if he were being watched by a hungry tiger, unable to suppress the rising dread within him. He swallowed hard and awkwardly asked, "Fellow Taoist, why do you follow me?" Li Xiao's eyes turned icy as he coldly stared at Li Huailin, stating, "On the path of the great Tao. How would you know I am following you?" Li Huailin's face twitched violently, and he steeled himself to walk deeper into the market. Thus, Li Huailin found himself unable to leave the market, and the two remained in a stalemate. As night fell, the market was about to close. Li Huailin, still too frightened to exit, had no choice but to spend a spirit stone to enter the black market. Li Xiao also spent a spirit stone to follow closely behind. Once inside the black market, Li Xiao looked up and saw that everyone wore conical hats and black cloaks. Li Huailin had donned a conical hat and draped himself in a black cloak as well, evidently attempting to blend in with the crowd to escape the black market. However, Li Xiao, with his keen spiritual sense, locked onto Li Huailin firmly. Regardless of how Li Huailin weaved through the crowd, Li Xiao effortlessly kept pace with him. This caused Li Huailin to silently lament, filled with trepidation. At the hour of the 5th watch, the black market closed, and Li Huailin exited, only to re-enter the market again. Li Xiao followed closely, unwilling to let him escape. Thus, Li Huailin found himself trapped in a cycle of hiding between the market and the black market. During this period, Li Xiao purchased a bamboo hat and a set of black robes to facilitate his entry into the black market. The relationship between the two resembled a game of cat and mouse. After 10 consecutive days, Li Huailin could no longer endure the situation. He entered a tavern, while Li Xiao remained outside, patiently waiting. After a brief moment, Li Huailin emerged from the tavern accompanied by an elderly man with a sinister demeanor. Li Huailin gestured towards Li Xiao, prompting the ominous-looking elder to raise his gaze towards him. Subsequently, both approached Li Xiao. Chapter 14. Human Relationships. As they drew nearer, the grim middle-aged man fixed a cold stare upon Li Xiao and spoke in a low voice. "Esteemed friend, I am Wang Ji, a cultivator of the 4th level of qi refinement, and a friend of Li Huailin. I understand there are some grievances between you and him, and I wish to mediate, facilitating a reconciliation." What do you say? The emphasis he placed on 4th level of qi refinement was palpably threatening. It was evident that Wang Ji intended to leverage his superior cultivation to force Li Xiao to relent. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, regarding Wang Ji and Li Huailin with cold scrutiny. With his current capabilities, he felt no fear facing an average practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. However, the 4th level was an entirely different matter. While the 3rd level was merely the initial stage of qi refinement, the 4th level represented the midpoint of this realm. Though only a minor distinction separated the two, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The magical power of a 4th level cultivator was several times more profound than that of a 3rd level practitioner. Li Xiao was acutely aware that facing a cultivator of the 4th level would leave him with no option but to flee. Confronted by this threat, Li Xiao found himself at a loss. Relenting to Li Huailin was unthinkable, yet to oppose him could spell disaster at the hands of Wang Ji. Just then, 3 individuals approached, none other than Lu Changming, Lin Qingyao, and Yo Jian. It was Lu Changming who spoke first. Upon seeing the trio, Wang Ji's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Li Huailin, who appeared distressed. Clearly, Li Huailin was unaware that Li Xiao had companions. Wang Ji, however, was displeased. If Li Xiao were alone, it would be a different story. After all, he was merely a practitioner at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Wang Ji could easily eliminate him, resolving the matter. But now, with 3 additional practitioners, each at the 3rd level, the situation became complicated. While Wang Ji was indeed a 4th level cultivator, Facing 3 third-level practitioners and 1 second-level practitioner simultaneously would not yield any advantages. Moreover, it was not worth the risk. The 3 individuals were all at the 3rd level, and it was likely that one day they would ascend to the 4th level. Thus, it would be unwise to create enmity with such a group over Li Huilin. Li Xiao regarded Lu Changming and the others, feeling a surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical moment, they would stand by him. Challenging a 4th-level cultivator. This fellow conducts his business unethically, even resorting to foul play, nearly costing me my life, Li Xiao stated, casting a stern look at Li Huilin. Humph. The trio of Lu Changming responded with disdainful snorts, glaring at Li Huilin. Internally, Li Huilin lamented his fate and discreetly raised 3 fingers towards Wang Ji, indicating that he was raising the stakes. Their relationship was clearly that of employer and hired help. Wang Ji was a mercenary that Li Huilin had engaged at great expense. Otherwise, he would have sought Wang Ji's assistance much earlier instead of enduring a relentless pursuit by Li Xiao for 10 days. Now, faced with an unexpected turn of events, Li Huilin had no recourse but to increase his offer. Wang Ji nodded slightly, inhaled deeply, and turned to Li Xiao, stating calmly, "Esteemed friend, it is true that Li Huilin has acted inappropriately. Would it be agreeable for him to compensate you, and thus we could reach an amicable resolution?" Li Huilin, overhearing this, grimaced as if in pain, clearly distressed by the prospect of significant financial loss. "Li Dege, what do you think?" Lu Changming inquired, glancing at Li Xiao. Li Xiao hesitated before coldly replying, "Compensation? How much?" Given Li Xiao's potential, his rise was merely a matter of time. After all, the foremost principle in cultivation is wealth, and he could delve into the depths of the sea to acquire rare treasures. In essence, he possessed a financial advantage. Therefore, Li Xiao was confident he would eventually attain sufficient strength to settle scores with both Wang Ji and Li Huilin. In the present scenario, with Li Huilin backed by a mid-stage expert, it was imprudent to confront him directly, given the inherent risks. It would be wiser to maximize his benefits instead. Moreover, if Li Huilin was known for his frugality, then he would relish in causing him financial distress, which, in some sense, would be more satisfying than simply eliminating him. Wang Ji turned his attention back to Li Huilin. Li Huilin's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he grimaced, finally gritting his teeth and producing a mid-grade talisman, a Jin Gang talisman, valued at approximately 70 spirit stones, which he presented to Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, my friend, I offer this talisman as compensation. I hope you will overlook my previous transgressions, and I shall forever be grateful." A mid-grade talisman, Lu Changming exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xingyao and Niu Jian shared in the surprise. Li Xiao regarded Li Huilin, internally remarking that this old fellow had accumulated considerable wealth despite his past misdeeds. However, he soon dismissed the thought, recognizing that even the assassin who had attempted to kill him possessed a magical artifact, making Li Huilin's mid-grade talisman less remarkable in comparison. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao accepted the Jin Gang talisman, stating coldly, "Very well, let this matter conclude here." Li Huilin forced a smile that resembled a grimace, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." With a final glance at Wang Ji, Li Xiao turned and departed, followed closely by Lu Changming and the others. After their departure, Wang Ji exchanged a look with Li Huilin before turning to leave, leaving Li Huilin alone to wallow in his misfortune, nearly on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Li Xiao and his companions proceeded to the Dao field. Upon reaching Zizhu Island, Li Xiao warmly hosted Lu Changming and the others. As they prepared to part ways, Li Xiao addressed them, "Esteemed friends, I shall forever remember your kindness today, and I vow to repay it in kind." Lu Changming chuckled lightly, "No need for such formality." Li Dege, "Indeed, no need for such formality." Lin Xingyao and Niu Jian echoed with laughter. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio took their leave. Li Xiao stroked his chin and sighed. "Now I owe them a significant favor. I must repay it soon." Having been deceived several times since entering the realm of cultivation, Li Xiao had grown wary. He instinctively regarded others with suspicion, even developing a somewhat paranoid belief that all cultivators were selfish. Yet, encountering Lu Changming and his companions began to thaw his frozen heart, allowing him to feel a flicker of warmth. There are indeed good people in the realm of cultivation. He cherished this friendship deeply. Having companions on the long road of cultivation was indeed a blessing. The following day, Li Xiao dove into the depths of the sea, intending to procure some precious items to repay his friends. Chapter 15, The Demon King. Upon entering the water, he found himself alone and proceeded straight to the ocean floor. As he descended deeper, the surroundings grew darker. Fortunately, Li Xiao had prepared in advance. With a gentle stroke of his waist pouch, he retrieved a fist-sized luminous pearl. Coupled with his remarkable vision, he could clearly see even in the depths of the ocean. As he journeyed along, Li Xiao remained exceedingly cautious. The seabed was fraught with danger, inhabited by numerous monstrous creatures, such as various fish and shrimp beasts. There were even shape-shifting demon kings. At present, Li Xiao was merely at the second level of qi refinement, and his descent into the ocean was indeed a considerable risk. However, the primary reason for his venture was his dire need for spiritual stones. Only with an ample supply of these stones could he acquire an endless stream of gathering pills to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Furthermore, he owed a debt of gratitude to Tianming and his companions. Thus, Li Xiao braved the perilous sea. The ocean teemed with an array of splendid fish. Gliding freely and exuding joy, Li Xiao's spirits lifted considerably as he observed them. Suddenly, he noticed a crimson glow ahead, and his heart leapt with excitement. It was red coral. He swiftly swam towards the source of the red light. Before long, he arrived at the location, where he beheld a plant approximately a foot long, entirely blood-red and resembling deer antlers. This was indeed red coral. The red coral here, having undergone the baptism of spiritual energy, was distinct from that of his previous life, possessing remarkable medicinal properties and being an exceedingly rare spiritual herb. 500 years old, Li Xiao was overjoyed. The age of red coral was easily identifiable, with each ring representing a century. This specimen had 5 rings, indicating an impressive 500 years. Such aged red coral could fetch 500 spiritual stones. This trip to the ocean was not in vain. Li Xiao, filled with joy, plucked the red coral and stored it in his pouch. Suddenly, he glanced back. Ever since he had plunged into the sea, he had felt as though something was watching him, and that sensation intensified now. It was wise to leave quickly. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he hastily turned to depart. "Please, great king, wait." At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed. Li Xiao turned to see an enormous tiger shark emerging from the darkness. This tiger shark had developed 4 limbs and sported a fearsome shark head, wielding an enormous steel trident, emanating an imposing presence that was truly intimidating. Though the tiger shark had not fully transformed, it was not far from being recognized as a shape-shifting demon king. A demon king in the shape-shifting phase was akin to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. This tiger shark demon was likely equivalent to a human at the 9th level of qi refinement, its true combat prowess surpassing even that of a master at the 9th level of qi refinement. Trailing behind the tiger shark was a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, densely packed and darkening the waters. These minions had evidently gained considerable strength, each armed with various weapons. Witnessing such a multitude of monsters, Li Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively wanting to shrink back, but he suppressed the urge. As a mere second-level qi refinement cultivator, surrounded by so many demons, he feared he would be devoured in an instant. He inwardly lamented. Little did he expect to encounter such a host of monsters on his very first venture into the deep sea. Yet, he did not flee, for escape was futile. Moreover, this entire horde had not directly attacked him, and the tiger shark even addressed him as Great King. Could it be that they mistook him for a shape-shifting demon king? Indeed, it must be so. Suppressing his fear, Li Xiao pondered carefully. Generally, for a human to enter the ocean, especially the depths, one must employ supernatural means, such as applying water avoidance talismans or possessing protective treasures. Otherwise, even a foundation establishment or golden core elder could not remain submerged for long. Yet, Li Xiao could traverse the seabed with ease. Furthermore, possessing the secretive techniques of the Xiangui clan, these demons could not discern his cultivation level. Thus, they mistook him for a shape-shifting demon king. With this thought, Li Xiao feigned calmness, clasping his hands behind his back and fixing a cold gaze upon the tiger shark demon. In a solemn tone, he inquired, "Why do you block my path?" The tiger shark demon bowed respectfully, saying, "Great King, my master, the White King, requests your presence." The White King? Li Xiao's heart sank. Could it be that a shape-shifting demon king was summoning him? A chill coursed through him, causing his scalp to tingle. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, he feigned nonchalance and replied, "Lead the way." "After you, Great King." The tiger shark demon gestured graciously. Thus, Li Xiao followed the throng of demons onward. Though he appeared composed, internally, he was a tempest of anxiety. Ultimately, Li Xiao arrived at a cavernous abode alongside the swarm of demons. Upon entering, the space illuminated brightly. Li Xiao gazed around, noting the various radiant pearls embedded in the cavern walls, casting a daylight-like glow throughout. Additionally, numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood rigidly, clearly well-trained. Eventually, Li Xiao accompanied the tiger shark demon into a grand hall. The opulence of the hall was breathtaking, adorned with rare treasures seldom seen in the outside world. Li Xiao's eyes fell upon a towering specimen of red coral, easily 1,000 years old. Such a treasure could command an astronomical price outside. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Xiao turned to the tiger shark demon and asked in a low voice, "Where is your master?" The White King? The tiger shark demon gestured toward an enormous shell approximately several dozen feet in size, saying, "Great King, your guest has arrived." Xiao followed the demon's gaze, witnessing the shell slowly opening with a creak. A white light emanated, shrouded in mist, with hues of dawn subtly appearing. From within emerged a stunning woman clad in white. Her exquisite features captivating, delicate brows, high nose, jewel-like eyes, and lips as tender and red as cherries after rain, her figure gracefully enchanting. This beauty, though breathtaking, was a demon. Xiao couldn't help but lament humorously in his heart. The woman rose slowly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with spirit, smiling as she addressed Xiao. "Fellow cultivator, I am Bai Xuanzu. May I ask for your name?" As she spoke, the woman extended a dainty hand. Li Xiao's lips twitched in response, and feigning composure, he gently grasped her delicate hand, saying, "Li Huilin pays his respects to Miss Bai." Chapter 16, Hospitality. Bai Xuanzu smiled warmly at Li Xiao, saying, "Please, fellow cultivator." Li Xiao, feeling slightly awkward, steeled himself and took a seat at the esteemed guest's position. Bai Xuanzu continued to smile as she inquired, "May I ask where you cultivate?" "Fellow cultivator?" Typically, demon clans possess strong territorial instincts, particularly demon kings who govern vast ocean territories and seldom venture into others' domains. This was knowledge Li Xiao gleaned from the memories of the Xiangui. Understanding Bai Xuanzu's question carried an undertone of admonishment. Li Xiao feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he replied, "Miss Bai, please forgive me. I hail from the Xianxiaaudiobooks region and inadvertently intruded. I hope for your understanding." Bai Xuanzu scrutinized Li Xiao discreetly, yet found him inscrutable, causing her to marvel internally. Simultaneously, she developed a desire to befriend him. After a moment of hesitation, she chuckled lightly, saying, "Fellow cultivator Li, you jest. Since you have arrived, you are a guest, and I shall ensure you are well entertained." With that, Bai Xuanzu clapped her hands. Instantly, numerous shrimp soldiers and fish monsters filed in, presenting an array of delectable dishes for Li Xiao. "Fellow cultivator Li, please." Bai Xuanzu smiled invitingly. "Miss Bai, you are too kind." Li Xiao returned her smile. Immediately, the two began to engage in lively conversation. The flavors of the dishes melded, and after several rounds of wine, their relationship seemed to deepen. Even Bai Xuanzu's address for Li Xiao shifted from Li Daoyu to Li Dage. A charming blush adorned Bai Xuanzu's cheeks, suggesting a slight intoxication as she inquired, "May I ask what form you take, Li Dage?" Li Xiao's pupils constricted slightly upon hearing the question. Generally speaking, inquiring about one's true nature is considered quite impolite. Observing Li Xiao's discomfort, Bai Xuanzu quickly added, "Please do not take offense, Li Dage. I was merely curious due to the effects of the wine. Let us disregard my question." After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao chuckled lightly and replied, "No offense taken." With that, he extended his hand, and silver arcs of electricity danced within his palm as he grinned. "I am an electric eel that has attained enlightenment." Bai Xuanzu's eyes widened in surprise. Whether human or demon, those capable of wielding the power of thunder are undoubtedly formidable beings, as the might of lightning is unparalleled in its destructive potential. Regaining her composure, Bai Xuanzu smiled and remarked, "Li Dage is indeed impressive." Inwardly, however, Li Xiao lamented, "At last, I have captivated this enchanting creature." Externally, he maintained a facade of calmness. Laughing heartily, "You flatter me, Bai Gunyang." Suddenly, Bai Xuanzu sighed. It was evident she had more to say, hoping for Li Xiao to inquire further. However, Li Xiao, wishing to avoid trouble, intentionally focused on drinking and eating, ignoring any probing questions. Bai Xuanzu pouted slightly, casting a reproachful glance at Li Xiao, seemingly chiding him for not being more forthcoming. With another sigh, she exhaled softly, "Li Dage, I have an uncharacteristic request, and would like your assistance, if I may." Having broached the subject, Li Xiao felt it would be impolite not to respond. Reluctantly, he looked at Bai Xuanzu and smiled, "Please, Bai Gunyang, do tell me what you require." Bai Xuanzu sighed again and explained, "Li Dage, here in my Xianxiaaudiobooks region, there are human cultivators, particularly the Huang family, who have taken control of the immortal island within the Xianxiaaudiobooks. They frequently raid our marine resources, causing countless injuries and fatalities among my kin. I am filled with indignation and wish to ask for your help in dealing with the Huang family. What say you, Li Dage? Me, confront the Huang family? You truly hold me in high regard." Li Xiao thought to himself. Over the past few days, he had gained some understanding of the Xianxiaaudiobooks, realizing the Huang family boasted 3 foundational stage cultivators. As merely a second-tier qi refinement cultivator, how could he take on the Huang family? Yet, since Bai Xuanzu had brought it up, refusing her might lead to conflict, risking exposure of his true abilities. If Bai Xuanzu discovered he was merely a novice, escaping unscathed today would be impossible. With this thought, Li Xiao's expression darkened, and he slammed his palm on the table, declaring, "Humph. The human cultivators have oppressed my demon kin too severely, slaughtering countless of my compatriots. I have long harbored a desire to eradicate the human race. Since you have brought this up, Bai Gunyang, how could I possibly refuse?" Though his words were bold, internally he was contemplating how to flee. Bai Xuanzu beamed at Li Zhao's righteous indignation, exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, Li Dage. Come, allow me to toast you." She raised her cup and drank once more, deepening the rosy hue of her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring. Li Xiao inwardly criticized her charm while outwardly maintaining a facade of bravado, laughing heartily. "You are too kind, Bai Gunyang. It is only right that we demons unite against a common enemy." He raised his cup and drank again, secretly hoping the Huang family would not choose this moment to invade. Just then, a tiger shark demon hurriedly entered, bowing to Bai Xuanzu and announcing, "My king, we have captured a human spy." Li Xiao silently groaned at the ill-timed coincidence. Bai Xuanzu set down her cup, her smile fading, her eyes growing cold as she commanded, "Bring her forth." Moments later, two catfish demons dragged in a human woman, encased in a shimmering blue light for protection. Li Xiao looked up to see the woman clad in green, her figure graceful, her beauty breathtaking, with brows like mountains, lively eyes, and a delicate nose. She was utterly enchanting. However, Li Xiao quickly averted his gaze, fearing she might recognize him. Bai Xuanzu scrutinized the woman, exclaiming, "A medium-grade water avoidance talisman. You are of the Huang family?" "I am not one of the Huang family. Release me at once, or my family will come, and you will regret it." The green-clad woman retorted coldly, "Humph, a captive daring to be so insolent, truly unaware of your precarious situation." Bai Xuanzu huffed, waving her hand, "Take her away for now. Once I have entertained my distinguished guest, we shall settle this matter." "Yes, my king." The demons bowed and led the green-clad woman away. Bai Xuanzu and Li Xiao resumed their conversation, with Li Xiao intentionally pouring wine for her. Bai Xuanzu could not refuse his hospitality, and one cup followed another. Gradually, she began to feel a bit hazy, touching her smooth forehead as she murmured, "Li Dage, I feel a bit intoxicated. I must take my leave for now. Please, Bai Gunyang, do as you wish." Li Zhao's heart leaped with joy. Bai Xuanzu turned to the other demons, instructing, "Ensure that Li Dage is well taken care of." "Of course," they replied promptly. Bai Xuanzu smiled and slowly made her way to a large clamshell. As the shell gently rose, she stepped inside, where ethereal lights swirled and mist rose, revealing a pearl the size of a fist, radiating brilliance. Could this be the clam pearl? If he could seize this treasure from a shape-shifting demon king, it would fetch a fortune in spirit stones. However, Li Xiao dismissed the thought quickly. It was absurd. A shape-shifting demon was equivalent to a foundational stage human cultivator. How could a mere second-tier chi refinement cultivator like himself hope to steal such a treasure? If caught, the consequences would be dire. "Li Dage, this way please." A catfish demon respectfully beckoned. Chapter 17, An Intriguing Demon. Li Xiao followed the catfish demon into a uniquely designed cave dwelling. This abode was quite exquisite, featuring not only a bed but also tables and chairs, even human bedding. A variety of sea cucumbers and fruits were abundant. "Li Dage, are you satisfied with this room?" the catfish demon asked cautiously. Li Xiao, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded. If he were to play the role of a demon king, he must embody the demeanor befitting one. The catfish demon quickly added, "Then I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Li Xiao coldly inclined his head and stated in a grave tone, "I shall wander about. Do not follow me." The catfish demon hesitated, clearly troubled. Li Xiao turned sharply, fixing the demon with a steely gaze. "Humph. I am a distinguished guest of your king, not a prisoner. Do you intend to restrict my freedom?" As he spoke, a vast pressure of spiritual energy emanated from him. The catfish demon, terrified, fell to the ground, bowing repeatedly. I dare not. Indeed, you would not dare." Li Xiao snorted, turning away and strolling forward, appearing aimless but actually searching for a way out. After some wandering, he finally discovered an exit. Just as he was preparing to escape, a figure emerged from behind a rock formation. It was none other than the green-clad woman who had been captured earlier. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. What terrible luck, the woman thought to herself. Just as she was about to make her escape, she encountered a demon king. She had seen Li Xiao engaging amicably with Bai Xuanzu and assumed he too was a shape-shifting demon king. Li Xiao's face twitched violently, overwhelmed by frustration. The woman before him possessed considerable cultivation, one that he could not discern. Furthermore, she held a mid-grade water avoidance talisman, indicating her considerable worth. If a confrontation were to arise, he genuinely doubted his ability to best her. More troubling still was the thought that should a fight break out, his own incompetence would be exposed, potentially attracting the attention of other creatures and placing him in dire straits. Thus, both parties hesitated, locked in a silent stalemate, each unwilling to make the first move. After a lengthy pause, Xiao finally shattered the silence, stating, "Do not fear, my lady. I advocate for peaceful coexistence between humans and demons. Allow me to escort you safely away." The woman in green, taken aback, gazed at him incredulously and exclaimed, "You truly intend to let me go?" Xiao feigned nonchalance, smirking as he replied, "What other choice do I have? With my prowess, capturing you would be effortless. Moreover, should I raise my voice, escape would be futile for you. It seems, my lady, you have no option but to trust me." The green-clad woman furrowed her brows in deep thought, pondering the intentions of this shape-shifting demon king. She found herself questioning whether his claim of promoting harmony between their kinds could indeed be genuine. However, as he had stated, she found herself devoid of alternatives. At that moment, a sound pierced the air. Clearly the patrolling sea demons were approaching. Xiao felt a surge of urgency while maintaining an outward facade of calm. "My lady, make your decision quickly, or you shall be unable to leave." With a determined nod, the woman responded, "Very well, I trust you." Xiao smiled softly and stepped closer to her. The green-clad woman was taut with tension, frozen in place, as she faced a formidable demon in his transformation phase. When he reached her, his gaze met hers, and in an unexpected move, he swept her into his arms. A delicate fragrance wafted into his senses, stirring his heart. Just then, a squad of demon soldiers approached, led by a tiger-shark demon. Upon seeing Xiao holding the woman, the tiger-shark demon paused, inquiring, "Devouring, what is this?" Xiao chuckled darkly, responding, "Your lord has gifted me this human maiden. I have yet to indulge myself in her company." The tiger-shark demon grinned knowingly, stepping aside with a mischievous smirk. "Enjoy at your leisure, Devouring." Xiao returned a knowing glance before swimming away with the green-clad woman. The tiger-shark demon continued on his patrol, oblivious to the unfolding events. Xiao navigated out of the cavern of Devouring, propelling himself swiftly towards the ocean's surface. After a brief struggle, he finally breached the water. Exhaling a sigh of relief, "Sir, may I be set down now?" came the gentle voice of the woman in green. Xiao, momentarily startled, remembered he was still cradling her and quickly placed her on the waves. She stood there, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at him. "You are quite the remarkable demon king, though it is unfortunate that you are, indeed, a demon." Inwardly, Xiao scoffed, "I am human, and you are the demon, along with your entire family." However, he maintained his composure, urging, "My lady, you must leave swiftly, lest they catch up with us." The green-clad woman nodded slightly, turning to depart. Yet, after only a few steps, she hesitated, glancing back at Xiao. "What is your name?" "What?" Xiao blinked in surprise. The woman smiled radiantly, her eyes twinkling as she continued, "Surely a shape-shifting demon such as yourself must have a name?" Xiao chuckled lightly, declaring, "I am Li Huailin." "Li Huailin?" She echoed, her laughter like silver bells. "I am Luo Yunli. I shall remember you, Li De Gu." With that, the green-clad woman transformed into a streak of green light and vanished into the distance. Seeing her depart, Xiao felt a sense of relief wash over him. He quickly oriented himself and hastened towards the Taoist temple. Meanwhile, not long after, the green-clad woman encountered a figure approaching her, a gray-haired elder clad in coarse garments. Upon seeing her unharmed, the elder exhaled deeply. "Ah, my lady, you have ventured out again. It is perilous. What would I tell the clan leader if something were to happen to you?" The woman smiled sweetly. "Do not worry, Chulao. I am perfectly fine." The elder's expression turned pained, his eyes filled with helplessness. "My lady, we must return." The green-clad woman cast a lingering glance at the azure sea. The elder furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there someone who poses a threat to you? I shall confront them." She laughed softly, shaking her head. "No one seeks to harm me. I merely encountered a most intriguing demon." "An intriguing demon?" The elder's expression turned curious. Chapter 18. A grateful return in the depths of the sea. The clam spirit by Xuanzu had completed her cultivation and emerged from her shell, only to discover Li Zhao's absence. After inquiries, she learned that he had taken the human woman and fled. "Rascal, rascal!" Bai Xuanzu's face turned dark with anger. "Send word to find Li Huailin. Should he be located, he must be dealt with ruthlessly." "Yes, my lord." The demons responded promptly. Meanwhile, after being cornered by Xiao, Li Huailin, feeling helpless, had enlisted Wang Ji's aid, subsequently paying Xiao with a mid-grade talisman. His savings had been completely depleted. Reluctantly, he joined a group to go fishing at sea. One day, as they were fishing, a cacophony erupted from below the surface. A colossal catfish spirit approached, proclaiming, "By order of Devouring, capture Li Huailin for a hefty reward." The command echoed through the speaking sea creatures, causing Li Huailin to be stunned and fearful. "What is happening? When did I offend Devouring?" he thought, dread coursing through him. The others in his party regarded him with trepidation. Li Daoyu, when did you offend a demon king? Asked a long-faced cultivator, looking at him in shock. I did not. I have no idea. Li Huailin replied, a bitter smile on his face. The long-faced cultivator, aghast, said, Li Daoyu, you have angered a demon king. It would be wise for us to part ways. With that, he turned to leave, followed by the others, leaving Li Huailin alone in disarray amidst the sea breeze. He was utterly bewildered, not knowing how he had incurred the wrath of a demon king, leaving him in a state of utmost frustration. It was important to note that a shape-shifting demon king was equivalent to a foundational human cultivator, meaning that he was now the target of a powerful demon ruler with countless subordinates. How could Li Huailin not feel terrified? Desperate. He abandoned fishing and rushed towards the Taoist temple. Meanwhile, Li Xiao had returned to his own temple, consuming 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills and entering a frenzied training mode. For nearly a year, he remained in seclusion, rarely venturing out except to catch some huanglong fish for spiritual stones or to deal with the Huang family's rent collection. On a sunny morning a year later, Li Xiao emerged from his cave, exhaling a breath of stale air and feeling the surge of mana within him, exclaiming, I have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. What a delightful sensation. To comprehend, the Lianqi Sanceng mentioned by Li Xiao refers to both the thunder and water systems. The transition from Lianqi Yiceng to Lianqi Erceng required a single bottle of concentration pill, while advancing from Lianqi Erceng to Lianqi Sanceng demanded 2 bottles of the same, alongside a year of dedicated effort. The consumption of medicinal pills for the latter surpassed that of the former by more than double. Following this line of reasoning, the necessity for pills to ascend from Lianqi Sanceng to Lianqi Xiceng would undoubtedly be greater, potentially requiring 4 or even more bottles of concentration pill. Li Xiao pondered internally, recognizing that the leap from Lianqi Sanceng to Lianqi Xiceng represents a minor threshold. Furthermore, typically, a practitioner at Lianqi Sanceng requires the assistance of a boundary-breaking pill to facilitate this transition. The boundary-breaking pill is a type of breakthrough elixir, and only those with superior spiritual roots, namely, those of the 7th, 8th, or 9th grades, can forego its aid. The value of a single boundary-breaking pill exceeds 100 spiritual stones, reinforcing the notion that cultivation is indeed a financially burdensome endeavor. It is no wonder that within the realm of cultivation, financial resources rank paramount. Li Xiao felt somewhat helpless. Combined with the concentration pill and the boundary-breaking pill, one would need approximately 150 spiritual stones. This sum is considerable for a practitioner in the early stages of Lianqi. With the added exploitation from the Huang family, the required amount could soar to over 200 spiritual stones, elucidating why many practitioners find themselves stagnating at Lianqi Sanceng, unable to progress further. Suddenly, 3 streaks of light approached. As the radiance dissipated, 3 figures emerged. These individuals were none other than Lu Changming and his companions. Li Degu, you have emerged from seclusion. Lu Changming exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations on breaking through to Lianqi Sanceng. Lin Qingyao added with a gentle smile. Congratulations, Li Degu, on your advancement. Niu Jian echoed, mimicking Lin Qingyao's expression with a hearty grin. Li Xiao chuckled. Your arrival is timely. I was just about to seek you out. Oh, what business do you have with us, Li Degu? Lu Changming inquired with a light-hearted tone. Li Xiao hesitated briefly and replied, let us discuss it in my cave dwelling. Very well. The 3 nodded in agreement upon sensing Li Xiao's seriousness. They promptly made their way to his cave. Once inside, Li Xiao remained uneasy and turned to Lin Qingyao, asking, Lin Daoyu, do you possess any means to set up a barrier? Lin Qingyao was well versed in the art of formations. The curiosity of Lu Changming and his companions deepened at Li Xiao's caution. Lin Qingyao nodded slightly and retrieved 4 flags from her Qianquan bag, deftly tossing them into position. The flags were planted around the cave, and in an instant, a small-scale shielding formation took shape, enveloping Li Xiao's dwelling in a faint azure light. The 3 companions then regarded Li Xiao with puzzled expressions. Li Degu, what is the matter that requires such secrecy? Lu Changming inquired. Li Xiao smiled mysteriously, stroking his Qianquan bag, from which he produced a 500-year-old red coral. This 500-year-old red coral. Lu Changming and Niu Jian gasped in astonishment. Though Lin Qingyao remained silent, her lips parted in shock, clearly taken aback. The 500-year-old red coral was worth 500 to 600 spiritual stones. A coveted treasure even for those in the mid to late stages of Lianqi. No wonder Li Xiao was so cautious. Li Degu, where did you acquire this 500-year-old red coral? Lu Changming asked instinctively, only to quickly realize his faux pas and add, forgive my rudeness, Li Degu. Li Xiao chuckled lightly, no harm done. He then addressed the 3, continuing, I found this coral during a sea expedition and wish to invite you 3 to accompany me to the black market for its sale. After the transaction, We shall divide the spiritual stones equally. What say you? Li De. Lu Changming gasped, his breath quickening. Lin Xingyao and Niu Jian were equally astonished. When Li Xiao previously mentioned a substantial reward, they had dismissed it, only to discover that he had spoken the truth. That night, the four donned disguises, each wearing a wide black robe and a conical hat, before setting off for the black market. Upon reaching the outskirts of the market, Li Xiao turned to his companions and instructed, act according to plan. Understood. They replied in unison, as Li Xiao ventured into the market alone. After handing over a spiritual stone, he entered the black market. His last visit had been to pursue Li Huailin, costing him 10 spiritual stones in vain. This time, however, he surveyed the surroundings meticulously. Given that the black market dealt in illicit items, anonymity was paramount. He located a stall and presented the 500-year-old red coral. Its mere appearance attracted the attention of many, and Li Xiao could distinctly feel numerous prying senses directed at him. However, he discreetly utilized the concealment technique from the Guyuan Ju to mask his cultivation level, making it difficult for others to discern his true power. Consequently, the crowd refrained from provoking him. After a brief moment, a similarly cloaked figure approached, rasping, "Friend, how much for this red coral?" 600 spiritual stones. Li Xiao replied in a husky tone. That is too steep. Could you lower the price? The individual hesitated. Li Xiao fell silent. Recognizing the futility, the figure departed. Several others inquired about the price, but were similarly deterred by the cost. Just then, a woman in black attire approached, gazing at the coral with a voice as melodious as silver bells. Friend, what is the price of this red coral? Li Xiao maintained his expressionless demeanor, stating, 600 spiritual stones. That seems reasonable. The woman nodded slightly, studying Li Xiao. Might you accompany me to the neighboring tavern for a discussion? My mistress wishes to purchase this red coral. Li Xiao inwardly scoffed at the woman's presumptuousness, but hesitated only briefly before standing to safeguard the coral. Lead the way. The black market was under the control of the Huang family, so Li Xiao was unperturbed by potential trickery. Moreover, 600 spiritual stones were not something an average person could muster. The woman led Li Xiao onward, and soon they arrived at a tavern. Ascending to a private room on the second floor, the woman addressed Li Xiao. Please wait here. I will inform my mistress. All right, Li Xiao nodded slightly. The woman smiled and retreated behind a screen, whispering, Mistress, I have located the red coral you requested. It is 500 years old. Excellent. Another lovely voice responded. Hearing this voice caused Li Xiao to shudder, for it belonged to Luo Yunli, the green-clad woman he had rescued from the sea. What is she doing here? Li Xiao's mind raced with astonishment, and at the same time, a sense of relief washed over him. It was fortunate that he had chosen to speak in a husky tone. Otherwise, his identity might have been revealed. Even now, Luo Yunli believed him to be a demon king. Shortly thereafter, the maid emerged, holding a bag of spiritual stones, and extended it to Li Xiao. Friend, this bag contains 600 spiritual stones. Please verify. Li Xiao accepted the bag and probed its contents with his spiritual sense, confirming the presence of precisely 600 spiritual stones. He handed the red coral to the maid and turned to leave. If you come across any red coral aged over 500 years in the future, feel free to seek me out. The voice of Luo Yunli echoed just then. Understood. Li Xiao continued to speak in his husky tone. With that, he hurriedly descended the stairs and exited. Even with his head down, many gazes still lingered upon him. Li Xiaoyan activated his breath-concealing technique, deftly weaving through the crowd. After considerable effort, he managed to evade those pursuing him, and he eagerly exited the black market. Upon emerging, Li Xiaoyan soared into the sky. In an instant, several figures ascended after him. Just as Li Xiaoyan prepared to employ his previous tactic of feigning a retreat and diving into the sea, he noticed several silhouettes erupting from the water, charging towards him. Alarmed, he realized someone was lurking beneath the waves. With a surge of urgency, he activated his Fuyo technique, propelling himself forward with the wind at his back. Behind him, a group was in hot pursuit. He plunged into the clouds, and at that moment, 3 individuals burst forth, scattering a cloud of lime dust. The pursuers halted, and shouts of anger ensued. Damn! This kid has accomplices. How cunning. You won't escape. The lime is toxic. Lu Changming screamed, then charged ahead. Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao hastily followed. Damn it. The lime isn't poisonous. We were deceived by that kid. This is truly treacherous. I've been duped. Shouts of frustration erupted once more. Lu Changming's antics had startled most of the crowd, but a few still pursued them. What now? There are cultivators in the mid-chi refinement stage behind us. Lin Qingyao exclaimed anxiously. Let's fight them. Niu Jian gritted his teeth, ready to turn back and confront them. Just then, a terrifying pressure from a powerful soul emanated from ahead. The group froze in place. This pressure belonged to a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. Lin Qingyao's face paled in shock. We're doomed. We've attracted the attention of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Lu Changming's complexion also turned ashen. Niu Jian's face twitched violently. He dared not advance. Facing a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, they might have had a chance, but against a late-stage cultivator, they stood no chance of retaliation. Get lost. A voice imbued with overwhelming authority thundered from the mist. The sound reverberated like a raging storm, causing even the sea to churn violently. The cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically as they turned and fled. Although spirit stones were valuable, they valued their lives more. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Changming internally lamented and bowed towards the mist. Senior, we are merely low-level cultivators in the early qi refinement stage, with hardly any spirit stones to catch your eye. Please, show mercy and spare us. Indeed, we implore you, Senior, to spare us. Lin Xingyao and Niu Jian quickly chimed in. From the mist, Li Xiaoyan smiled faintly. It was he who had frightened off the cultivators with his soul pressure. Though he was only at the third level of qi refinement, his soul was exceptionally strong, equivalent to that of a late-stage cultivator due to his consumption of numerous demonic creatures. Rather than fleeing, he had hidden in the mist to assist Lu Changming and the others. Just as he was about to reveal himself, a playful thought struck him. In a raspy voice, he said, I could let you go, but first, you must dance for me. Chapter 20, The Old Lechure. What? Senior, what did you say? Lu Changming thought he had misheard, staring incredulously into the mist. I said, dance for me, and I'll let you go? Li Xiaoyan's raspy voice echoed. Lu Changming was left dumbfounded, his face twitching violently as he turned to Niu Jian and Lin Xingyao, momentarily confused about how to respond. What peculiar preference does this senior have? Why does he want me to dance? With the beautiful Lin Xingyao present, why not have her dance? Could it be that this senior has a peculiar interest in me? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Lu Changming's mind. The more he pondered, the more miserable he felt, nearly on the verge of tears. Niu Jian's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Lu, why don't you dance? Lu Changming shot him a fierce glare, overwhelmed with confusion. Niu Jian recoiled slightly, chuckling awkwardly. All right, you may go. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan's raspy voice came again. While he enjoyed the jest, he recognized the situation was still precarious and would not continue to toy with Lu Changming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Changming paused, then exhaled in relief, bowing towards the mist. The three of them then sped away. Not long after, they encountered Li Xiaoyan, and together, they made their way to Zizhu Island. Upon arriving at Zizhu Island and returning to their cave dwelling, the four settled in. Li Xiaoyan waved his hand and retrieved a pile of spirit stones from his chinquan pouch. The stones cascaded before them, forming a small mountain. This is an astonishing amount of spirit stones. I have never seen so many before. Niu Jian exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. Lu Changming and Lin Xingyao echoed his astonishment. Li Xiaoyan smiled at them, saying, Friends, these spirit stones are the proceeds from selling a 500-year-old red coral, totaling 600 stones. According to our prior agreement, we shall divide them equally, 150 spirit stones each. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyan divided the stones into 4 piles, keeping one for himself while pushing the other 3 towards Lu Changming and the others. However, they did not reach for the stones. Lu Changming looked at Li Xiaoyan, forcing a smile. Brotherly, this is too much. We cannot possibly accept it. Li Xiaoyan chuckled. You 3 are about to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement and will need spirit stones to purchase Piyundan. Take them. We hardly contributed to the sale of the red coral. This spirit stone is. Lin Xingyao began. Li Xiaoyan interrupted, smiling gently. No worries, just take them. You have helped me before. Consider this as compensation. The 3 exchanged glances, then bowed to Li Xiaoyan. Then we shall accept. Thank you, Brother Li. You are too kind. Li Xiaoyan replied with a smile. The 4 engaged in light-hearted conversation before Lu Changming and the others took their leave. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they did not head directly to the market to buy Piyundan. Instead, they waited a few days before heading to the market together. Although alchemy is one of the 4 arts of cultivation, people's energy is limited. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not spend their time on alchemy, making alchemists a rare breed. In the vast Xingyunsi region, there were only 3 alchemists, one of whom had aligned with the Huang family. The other 2 operated shops in the market. The group arrived at the Huangya Island market, easily locating one of the shops, Wanyao Pavilion. Upon entering, they found an elderly man with a grizzled beard engrossed in an ancient text behind the counter. Even as Li Xiaoyan and the others entered, he did not glance up. This man was Shen Tingzhong, one of the alchemists from Huangya Island. The 4 did not rush and patiently waited, knowing that individuals with such skills often had peculiar temperaments. As they had requests of him, they could only bide their time. Just then, another figure entered Wanyao Pavilion. It was none other than Su Qian. A few years prior, Su Qian had invited Li Xiaoyan to join him on a treasure hunt at sea, but Li Xiaoyan had declined. Today, however, Su Qian appeared pale. with cracked lips and unsteady footing, clearly injured. Moreover, he was not accompanied by the 3 individuals who had been with him. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that those 3 did not return. Upon noticing Li Xiaoyun and the others, Su Qian's brow furrowed deeply. What do you want? Just then, Shen Tingzhong's impatient voice rang out. Oh, Master Shen, we would like 4 piyundan. Lu Changming hurriedly replied. Su Qian turned his head in astonishment, gazing at Li Xiao and his companions, a flicker of jealousy evident in his eyes. Li Xiao noticed this and couldn't help but furrow his brow. For piyundan? At that moment, Shen Tingzhong set down his book and scrutinized Li Xiao and his friends. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Lin Qingyao, his eyes brightening with delight as he exclaimed, Is there truly such a beauty in this world? Li Xiao and his companions felt a jolt of unease. As predicted, the next moment, Shen Tingzhong fixated on Lin Qingyao, grinning as he declared, If you desire piyundan, let this beauty be my concubine. Their expressions shifted dramatically, especially Lin Qingyao, whose delicate face flushed with anger as she glared at Shen Tingzhong. If not for their need for his assistance, she would have slapped him already. Not only Lin Qingyao, but even Li Xiao and the others felt the urge to retaliate. How dare he, a man of advancing years, suggest such a thing? Suppressing their anger, Lu Changming chuckled, Master Shen is jesting. We merely seek to purchase piyundan. This esteemed friend has no intention of marrying. Shen Tingzhong's countenance darkened, his eyes cold as he retorted, I have made myself clear. If you want piyundan, let this beauty be my concubine. The faces of Li Xiao and his companions turned grim. Master Shen. Lu Changming struggled to contain his fury, forcing a smile. Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear my words? Shen Tingzhong glared at the 4, his voice icy. We are leaving. Li Xiao turned and exited the Wanyao pavilion, followed by Lu Changming and the others, their faces etched with displeasure. Shen Tingzhong was a cultivator of the 5th layer of qi refining, and his status as an alchemist made him even more formidable, as many sought his services. With a mere wave of his hand, he could summon countless to his aid. Thus, Li Xiao and his companions decided to endure for the time being. How shameless of him, trying to win a beauty like that. Lu Changming couldn't help but curse once they were far enough away. Niu Jian, equally furious, glared with resentment, gritting his teeth. I was truly tempted to twist that old fool's head off. Lin Qingyao, though silent, wore an expression of rage. Let us move on. We cannot provoke Shen Tingzhong now. Once our cultivation improves, we shall settle the score, Li Xiao said calmly. The others nodded in agreement as they made their way to Tianxiang Pavilion. Upon entering Tianxiang Pavilion, a fragrant aura enveloped them. As Li Xiao stepped inside, his gaze sharpened. The 500-year-old red coral. This was the very piece he had sold in the black market. Hadn't Luo Yunli purchased it? How could it be here? Could it be that Luo Yunli was the owner of Tianxiang Pavilion, another alchemist on Huanyao Island? What a remarkable coincidence. At that moment, Luo Yunli believed him to be a demon king. If she were to see him, it could create quite a stir. Instinctively, Li Xiao turned to leave. Li Huailin, why are you leaving now that you have arrived? A cool voice interrupted him. Li Huailin, when did my elder brother become Li Huailin? Lu Changming and the others turned to Li Xiao in unison. Li Xiao halted, awkwardness flooding his face as he grappled with what to do. The Wanyao Pavilion would not sell them piyundan, making Tianxiang Pavilion his only option. The Huang family was out of the question. Obtaining piyundan from them would be akin to scaling a mountain. The potion was not particularly rare, yet it was elusive due to the scarcity of alchemists. Even Huang family members had to earn merits to exchange for it. Li Xiao's chances of acquiring piyundan from the Huang family were almost non-existent unless he undertook a significant task, such as eliminating a rival's heir. But was it so easy to kill the heir of the Huang family? Aside from purchasing the potion, Li Xiao also considered another route, finding some demon creatures to consume their souls and elevate his spiritual root. However, transitioning from a 3rd grade to a 4th grade spiritual root would likely require devouring a formidable demon. Li Xiao could not ensure that such an endeavor would be without consequences. Moreover, the White King of the Xingyun Sea had issued a bounty on him, making it unwise for him to venture into the waters. Thus, obtaining piyundan from Tianxiang Pavilion was nearly his sole option. I even saved Luo Yunli. Surely she wouldn't expose me. He mused as he steeled himself to turn around. Luo Yunli emerged gracefully from the back hall, adorned in her green attire, radiating beauty that took one's breath away. Greetings, Miss Luo. Li Xiao hastily clasped his hands in respect. Luo Yunli approached him, smiling warmly. Dear brotherly, there is no need for such formality. You saved my life. I have yet to repay you. Miss, you jest. Li Xiao felt his cheeks twitch uncontrollably. Lu Changming and the others exchanged knowing glances, intrigued by the unfolding story. Hope blossomed within them. If Li Xiao had saved the owner of Tianxiang Pavilion, securing piyundan might be assured. Luo Yunli's smile remained as she said, brotherly. Shall we retire to the back hall for a private discussion? Li Xiao's face contorted with embarrassment. Go ahead, we'll wait for you here. Lu Changming teased with a mischievous grin. Li Xiao shot him a fierce glare before turning back to Luo Yunli. Very well. With a graceful gesture, Luo Yunli invited him forward. After you, Miss Luo, Li Xiao replied with a faint smile, though it was evident he bore a heavy heart. The two retreated to the back hall, while Lu Changming and the others were ushered into a private room to rest. Hee hee. Suddenly, Lu Changming chuckled. Niu Jian raised an eyebrow, questioning, What is amusing you, brother Lu? Lu Changming sighed, a smile tugging at his lips. Our quest for Piyun Dan has certainly taken a convoluted turn. It seems someone may have to sacrifice their virtue. Lin Qingyao's face flushed crimson at this. Though a deep worry lingered in her expression, Niu Jian scratched his head in confusion. Brother Lu, could you clarify? Lu Changming grinned. Master Shun from Wanyao Pavilion has set his sights on Lin, while Master Luo from Tianxiang Pavilion likely has her eyes on Brother Li. Surely, one of them will have to make a significant sacrifice to obtain Piyun Dan. Niu Jian's face lit up with realization, chuckling. Master Luo is quite beautiful. Brother Li is certainly not at a loss. Meanwhile, Li Xiao and Luo Yunli had taken their seats in the back hall. Luo Yunli summoned a maid to serve tea, after which the maid quietly withdrew, leaving only Li Xiao and Luo Yunli in the room. Luo Yunli, with a playful smile, remarked, Brother Li, you are not actually Li Huailin, are you? Since their last parting, she had sent inquiries to ascertain the identity of Li Huailin, as a demon king should be quite renowned. However, her inquiries revealed only a human elder by that name. Luo Yunli suddenly realized that Li Huailin might be an alias. Li Xiao, with an embarrassed expression, awkwardly smiled and said, Indeed, Li Huailin is my pseudonym. I am called Li Xiao. Li Xiao? Luo Yunli's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she softly repeated the name, her smile blooming like a flower. She inquired, But is Brother Li a human or a demon? Li Xiao let out a wry laugh and replied, I am human. It was merely a certain secret technique that allowed me to descend to the depths of the sea. The notion of a secret technique was nothing more than a fabrication of Li Xiao's imagination. In the realm of cultivation, there exist various extraordinary powers, and the ability to delve into the ocean's depths is certainly not unusual. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that Li Xiao was human, Luo Yunli seemed quite pleased. Li Xiao exhaled a deep breath and respectfully gestured to Luo Yunli, saying, Miss Luo, we wish to purchase 4 Piyun Dan. May I ask if that is possible? Acquiring Piyun Dan is not out of the question, Luo Yunli replied with a twinkling gaze and a bright smile. Alas, there are conditions, Li Xiao thought to himself, feeling a wave of exasperation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and addressed Luo Yunli. If there is anything you wish to convey, please do so. Whatever I can assist with, I shall certainly oblige. You will certainly be able to assist. Luo Yunli chuckled lightly. Li Xiao's lips twitched in irritation, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Luo Yunli gazed at him with a playful smile, her eyes glinting with mischief, and said, The Piyun Dan is a precious elixir, and you must assist me in order for me to concoct it. Is this not a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for me? Li Xiao internally grumbled, yet maintained an outwardly cheerful demeanor as he replied, Please, miss, do tell. Luo Yunli smiled and said, I simply need an apprentice to assist in the alchemical process. And you, Brother Li, must be my apprentice for 3 years. What? To make me an apprentice? For 3 whole years? Li Xiao thought, feeling a mix of indignation and resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded and said, Very well, what are the remaining 3 conditions? Luo Yunli chuckled lightly. I have yet to decide on those. I will inform you once I have. Li Xiao felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Luo Yunli continued to smile, reassuring him, Rest assured, Brother Li, I will not put you in a difficult position. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao bowed respectfully and said, As long as it does not violate my principles or involve any wrongdoing, I shall comply. Luo Yunli smiled. You may relax. After a moment's hesitation, she added, However, to concoct the Piyun Dan, I am in need of an additional herb. In a few days, when I have more information, you must accompany me to gather it. Li Xiao hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before exiting the back room and making their way forward. Upon reaching the front, Lu Changming and the others hurried to greet them. Li Xiao gestured for the 3 to remain silent. Miss Luo, we shall take our leave. He bowed to Luo Yunli. Luo Yunli smiled warmly. Li Xiao nodded slightly before turning to depart, with Lu Changming and the others following closely behind. Niu Jian could not contain himself and asked, Brother Li, why not just yield to Miss Luo? After all, she is quite beautiful. You wouldn't be at a loss. Niu Jian, rather simple-minded, had been torn in thought after hearing Lu Changming's words and seemed to have finally made up his mind. Li Xiao turned to Niu Jian with a bemused expression and said, What do you mean by yielding to Miss Luo? Niu Jian replied, What Brother Lu said earlier. To obtain the Piyun Dan, it will either be that Lin Meizi yields to that old Lechure from Wanyao Pavilion, or brotherly. You yield to Miss Luo. Well, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now, Lu Changming exclaimed and hurried away. Li Xiao was left speechless. Lin Qingyao hesitated before asking, brotherly, what did Miss Luo say? Li Xiao let out a bitter smile and recounted the events, omitting the part where Luo Yunli questioned him about being a demon. Lin Qingyao's delicate face changed slightly as she remarked, it seems we owe brotherly another favor. Thank you. Lu Changming returned, bowing to Li Xiao. Thank you, brotherly. Niu Jian also bowed in gratitude. Li Xiao chuckled lightly, helping them up and saying, there is no need for such formalities. Soon after, the four parted ways to return to their respective abodes. Hopefully, you will not come, Li Xiao murmured, his gaze deep and contemplative. Previously, at Wanyao Pavilion, Li Xiao had noticed a flicker of jealousy in Su Qian's eyes. He worried that Su Qian might harbor ill intentions towards him. However, he was not particularly afraid of Su Qian, who only possessed a cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 3. Should he dare to confront him, Li Xiao would not hesitate to send him on his way. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully, and Su Qian did not make an appearance. In the following days, aside from cultivating, Li Xiao occasionally ventured out to fish, not for the sake of earning spiritual stones, but to divert attention and avoid unnecessary trouble. One day, while fishing at sea, he suddenly heard shouting. Raising his head, he saw two youths battling against an octopus monster. Unfortunately, these two youths were of low cultivation, only at Qi refinement stage 1. At this moment, they were ensnared by the monster's tentacles, their situation precarious. In those youths, Li Xiao saw a reflection of his former self. Wasn't he once beset by similar hardships when he first entered the realm of cultivation? After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiao soared forward, extending his hand as a surge of mana erupted. The sea roared to life, forming a pale blue hand that seized the octopus monster. The creature emitted a piercing screech, and in pain, it released the two youths. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. The two youths stammered, bowing hurriedly to Li Xiao. Li Xiao chuckled lightly. It was but a small matter. With that, he enveloped the octopus monster, transforming it into a streak of light as he retreated to his abode. Upon returning to his cave, Li Xiao pressed his hand onto the octopus monster, activating the swallowing heaven technique to devour its soul. His cave was fortified by the array set by Lin Qingyao, so he was not concerned about being discovered. Initially, the octopus monster struggled violently, but as time passed, it fell silent. After an indeterminate duration, Li Xiao opened his eyes, two beams of light flickering within. Suddenly, he widened his mouth, expelling a thick, inky substance that instantly darkened his entire cave. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction and murmured, this ink can obscure one's six senses. It is quite useful. Shortly thereafter, he slightly trembled his arms, and 8 additional limbs sprouted from his back. With his own 2 arms, he now possessed a total of 10. This divine power is quite remarkable. Li Xiao grinned before retracting the limbs back into his body. Li Xianpei, are you present in the dojo? A voice called from outside. Li Xiao furrowed his brow and rose to exit. He found the 2 youths, the very ones he had saved that day. What brings you here? Li Xiao asked them with a calm demeanor. One of the youths quickly bowed and said, Senior, we owe you a great debt for saving us some time ago. We have been gathering some fruits to express our gratitude. Saying this, the youth extended the fruits towards Li Xiao, while the other also offered some. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Very well, I accept. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the fruits. There was no need to refuse the goodwill of the 2 young men. Then we shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. One of the youths bowed respectfully. As the 2 were about to leave, Li Xiao called out to them, asking, what are your names? In response, Senior, I am Zhou Tong, and he is Zhao Duo. The youthful lad, filled with joy, quickly clasped his hands together and exclaimed, very well, I shall take my leave. Should I encounter any uncertainties in the future, I shall seek your guidance at your dojo. Li Xiao replied calmly, indeed, go forth. In these 2 young men, Li Xiao perceived a reflection of his own past self. They, as novices who had just entered the realm of cultivation, faced formidable challenges. Li Xiao contemplated extending a helping hand, not out of a maternal instinct, but rather a return to one's original benevolence. One must retain their inherent kindness. Thank you, esteemed senior. The 2 expressed exuberantly, bowing to Li Xiao. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Esteemed senior, we shall take our leave now. They once again bowed to Li Xiao before turning and departing upon the waves. Li Xiao chuckled softly and returned to his cave abode. In the days that followed, the 2 would occasionally visit, seeking answers to their queries, and Li Xiao was always forthcoming with his knowledge. Chapter 23. They have arrived. Have they not come? Li Xiao murmured, his gaze deep and contemplative within the cave. He had anticipated that Su Qian would seek him out to cause trouble, yet after all this time, Su Qian had not appeared. Li Xiao bore no grudge against Su Qian and had no desire to take a life. With Su Qian's absence, Li Xiao felt a sense of relief. Another quiet night passed. As dawn broke, Li Xiao emerged from his cave, stretching languidly and savoring the warmth of the morning sun, which lifted his spirits considerably. I wonder if Miss Luo has news of the spiritual herbs, he pondered. Since his return from the market that day, he had been awaiting Luo Yunli's message, but thus far, there had been no word. During this time, Li Xiao diligently cultivated his powers, making consistent progress. At present, he had attained the pinnacle of the third level of qi refinement. With only the Peiyun Dan remaining, he would be able to break through to the fourth level. Suddenly, two figures stumbled towards him from a distance. They landed unsteadily and bowed, addressing him, Senior Li. The newcomers were none other than Zhou Tong and Zhao Duo. Li Xiao smiled warmly, helping them to their feet. What brings you here? Esteemed senior, well. Zhou Tong's cheeks flushed slightly as he fumbled for words, while Zhao Duo remained silent, his head bowed. Observing their demeanor and considering the imminent rent collection from the Huang family, Li Xiao understood their plight and chuckled lightly. Are you in need of spiritual stones? Zhou Tong's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he looked at Li Xiao, awkwardly laughing. Esteemed senior, the rent is due soon, and we find ourselves in a difficult position, which is why we dared to approach you for assistance with spiritual stones. How many do you require? Li Xiao inquired with a gentle gaze. The two young men were filled with joy upon hearing this. Zhou Tong quickly bowed. I am in need of 3 spiritual stones. I too require 3 spiritual stones. Zhao Duo added hastily. Li Xiao, with an amiable expression, retrieved 6 spiritual stones from the Qiankuan bag at his waist, offering them to the two. The pair accepted the stones with uncontainable delight, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, esteemed senior. Li Xiao inclined his head slightly, saying, Go now? Esteemed senior, we shall return the stones next month, Zhou Tong declared, bowing once more before he and Zhao Duo stumbled back into the wind. Li Xiao was always willing to assist his juniors. Watching their retreating figures, a smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, I hope you can maintain your current. With that, Li Xiao returned to his cultivation. Though the practice was monotonous, he found great joy in it. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, yet the moon did not rise. Perhaps it was shrouded by dark clouds. And thick fog enveloped the sea, rendering visibility nearly impossible. A figure swiftly approached Zizhu Island. Within the cave, Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold light emanating from them. With a sigh, he murmured, Ah, they have indeed come. With that, he swiftly pressed himself against the wall, waiting silently for the arrival of the intruder. Having absorbed numerous demon souls, Li Xiao's spiritual awareness was extraordinarily powerful, comparable to that of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Thus, he sensed the presence of any intruder the moment they set foot on the island. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot towards the cave, embedding itself violently into the wall with a resounding clang. It was a golden sword, an artifact. Li Xiao's pupils constricted in shock as he coldly snorted, vanishing from the cave. Simultaneously, he drew the Pahan Zue from his Qiankuan bag, unleashing it with a flick of his wrist. The Pahan Zue whistled through the air, hurtling towards the intruder with astonishing speed. The individual, caught off guard, sidestepped, but the Pahan Zue grazed his shoulder, a spray of blood erupting forth. With a piercing scream, the man stumbled backward, propelled by the immense force of the Pahan Zue, as dust was kicked up from the ground. The Pahan Zue, under Li Xiao's command, swiftly returned, aiming for the man's forehead. The man, now alarmed, hastily summoned the golden sword back and, in a split second, made a desperate slash. The 2 artifacts collided with a thunderous crash, sparks flying as the sound of metal clashing echoed through the air, rippling waves of divine light radiating outward. The Pahan Zue was sent flying back into Li Xiao's grasp. The man rose, fury etched across his features as he glared at Li Xiao. This man was none other than Su Qian. Initially, Li Xiao had thought that after so many days, Su Qian would not return, yet here he was. Li Xiao frowned slightly, exhaling a sigh. Ah, you should not have come. Su Qian, clutching his bleeding wound, wore a twisted expression, glaring at Li Xiao with malevolence. Why not? We 4 toiled at sea, my brother perished, our companion too, yet you remain unscathed. Not only that, but you have also advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement and achieved great fortune by obtaining spiritual stones to purchase Peiyun Dan. How unjust the heavens are. As he spoke, Su Qian's voice escalated into a frenzied roar, his demeanor becoming increasingly deranged. Jealousy had driven him to madness. Li Xiao's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes icy as he stared at Su Qian, stating coldly, Humph, each person has their own opportunities, they cannot be forced. It is indeed tragic that your brother and companion have passed, yet you must not use this sorrow as justification for your malevolent actions. It was evident that Su Qian was completely consumed by jealousy, his mind clouded, making it impossible for him to heed Li Xiao's words. Enough of this. Today, I shall seize your fortune. Su Qian, hair disheveled and face contorted with rage, bore bloodshot eyes, resembling a vengeful spirit. With a furious shout, he swung the golden sword towards Li Xiao. Humph. Since the adversary sought to take his life, Li Xiao would certainly not hold back. He spat out a mouthful of ink, which rapidly expanded, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, deepening the night. Su Qian's sword struck empty air, panic flooding his senses as he glanced around, finding himself in utter darkness where nothing was visible. Even his spiritual awareness could not locate Li Xiao's presence. Suddenly, a flash of azure light surged forth at lightning speed. Su Qian, caught unawares, felt a piercing pain as his right arm was pierced through, blood gushing forth accompanied by a shrill scream that echoed hauntingly in the still night. His golden sword clattered to the ground. Show yourself. Su Qian bellowed in a frenzied rage. Another azure light shot forth, piercing through Su Qian's left arm. His agonized cries resounded once more through the night sky. Chapter 24, Ungratefulness. The sound of piercing air continuously resonated, passing through Su Qian's body. A chilling scream occasionally pierced the stillness of the night sky, rendering it particularly jarring. Ultimately, Su Qian found himself kneeling on the ground, quietly awaiting death. He had never anticipated that Li Xiao would possess such formidable strength. Years ago, when he had invited Li Xiao, the latter was merely a second-level qi refinement cultivator. Su Qian had thought that even if Li Xiao had now broken through to the third level of qi refinement, his foundation would be unstable. Moreover, he believed that with his magical treasures and ample combat experience, combined with the element of surprise, he was fully capable of defeating Li Xiao. Thus, he had come. Yet, reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. He was utterly no match for Li Xiao. Within just a few exchanges, he had been defeated, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. As the battle reached its conclusion, victory and defeat were apparent. Li Xiao, exhaling in relief, waved his sleeve as if to swallow the thick ink-like essence into his belly. In stark contrast, Su Qian was a bloodied figure, disheveled and kneeling, his gaze vacant and lost. Suddenly, beams of light shot forth. As the luminescence gathered, several figures emerged. Among them were Lu Changming, Lin Qingyao, Niu Jian, Zhou Tong, and Zhao Duo, alongside some nearby cultivators drawn by the sounds of conflict emanating from Zizhu Island, as well as Su Qian's anguished cries. Within moments, dozens had arrived at Zizhu Island. They beheld Li Xiao standing defiantly against the wind and the bloodied Su Qian. The onlookers were taken aback. Lu Changming and his companions approached. Lu Changming glanced at Su Qian, then turned to Li Xiao and inquired, "Brotherly, what has transpired?" Li Xiao cast his gaze upon Su Qian and replied in a low voice, "Humph. This scoundrel harbored ill intentions the day he saw us buying Piyundan. Today, he has come to commit murder and seize my spirit stones." "Humph." Lu Changming scoffed, turning to Su Qian with a grave expression, "You truly are despicable." Lin Qingyao and Niu Jian also glared at Su Qian. "Li Daoyu, Su Daoyu has already been incapacitated by you. Please let him go." "Indeed, Li Daoyu. One should show mercy where it is due. Su Daoyu is in such a state. Spare him." "Yes, Li Daoyu, you should forgive him." A voice from the crowd spoke up, followed by a chorus of pleas for Su Qian's pardon. Even Zhao Duo was seen advocating for Su Qian. This was clearly an attempt to appear benevolent, not wishing to be criticized by others. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong frowned deeply and incredulously turned to Zhao Duo, stating, "Zhao Daoyu, one cannot speak this way. When one commits wrongdoing, they must face the consequences. If Su Qian had succeeded today, it would have been Li Xianpei who perished." Seeing Li Zhao's gaze upon him, Zhao Duo lowered his head, awkwardly chuckling. "I merely felt pity for Xianpei." Lu Changming, noticing this, let out a cold snort and glared at the crowd, speaking sternly, "Humph, all you do is gossip here. This young friend Zhou Tong is correct. Had Su Qian succeeded, it would have been brotherly who died. Do not impose your moral judgments upon others." Faced with the crowd's mockery, Li Xiao merely sneered and strode towards Su Qian, extending his hand as arcs of electricity crackled in his palm, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He paid no heed to the opinions of others. Since Su Qian sought to kill him, he must be eradicated. This was a matter of principle. Whether one deemed Li Xiao selfish or devoid of compassion mattered not to him. Just then, the situation took a turn. Su Qian, who had been hanging his head, suddenly raised it, his eyes filled with malice. He opened his mouth and expelled a beam of silver light towards Li Xiao. The occurrence was so abrupt that the crowd was caught off guard. In a critical moment, as the silver beam was about to strike Li Xiao's head, a loud hum resonated, revealing a massive copper bell's phantom appearing inverted above him. The silver beam struck the bell, producing a crisp metallic clang before falling to the ground. It turned out that although Li Xiao had emerged victorious, he had not let his guard down. He had been clutching a Vajra talisman all along. Indeed, an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. Had he not cultivated a cautious demeanor, he might have fallen victim to Su Qian today. Seeking death, enraged, Li Xiao unleashed a powerful strike upon Su Qian's head. With a resounding thud, Su Qian's skull burst open like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Brain matter splattering in a gruesome display. The scene was horrifically bloody. After dispatching Su Qian, Li Xiao finally turned his attention to the silver beam. On the ground lay a slender silver needle, glimmering with a green hue, evidently laced with deadly poison. Had it struck, it would have surely resulted in immediate death. The abruptness of the event left the crowd dumbfounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated Su Qian's viciousness, attempting to drag Li Xiao down with him in his final moments. Had Li Xiao not been prepared, he might have met his demise on the spot. At that moment, Li Xiao's expression darkened, and he coldly surveyed the crowd. Under his piercing gaze, they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Previously, they had stood there, unperturbed, speaking carelessly and attempting to play the role of the Good Samaritan by urging Li Xiao to spare Su Qian, only to be blindsided by Su Qian's hidden malice, nearly resulting in Li Xiao's death. Now, they were overcome with shame. Humph, do you see clearly now? There is no compassion for such vile individuals. Spare your idle chatter. Rather than waste time here, you should return to your cultivation. Lu Changming, regaining his composure, felt indignant and glared at the crowd. Humph, begone. Niu Jian's eyes widened, and he bellowed in anger. Though Lin Qingyao remained silent, she too regarded the crowd with disdain. Zhou Tong wore a cold smile. Embarrassed, the crowd turned and departed. Xiao Duo, hold on. Just then, Li Xiao's voice rang out. As Xiao Duo was about to leave, he froze at the sound of Li Xiao's voice, his body trembling, his face twitching. Collecting himself, he turned to Li Xiao with a forced smile, cupping his hands in greeting, Li Xianpei. Li Xiao coldly scrutinized Xiao Duo and stated firmly, Humph, return my spirit stones. Indeed, Li Xiao wished to assist his junior, but he would not do so blindly, distinguishing right from wrong. In that moment, Zhou Tong had spoken up for Li Xiao, while Xiao Duo had been too fearful of offending others, joining in the crowd's clamor, attempting to deceive. For someone so ungrateful, Li Xiao saw no reason to show leniency. Hearing Li Xiao demand his spirit stones, Xiao Duo's eyes twitched violently. Tomorrow was the due date for rent collection. If he returned the spirit stones now, he would be unable to pay the rent. The consequences of failing to pay would be dire. He would either die from the poison or become a slave to the Huang family, laboring to repay his debts for the rest of his life, with little hope of ever rising again. Realizing this, Xiao Duo panicked, his face a mask of distress. As he hurriedly pleaded, Li Xianpei, I was wrong. I should not have gone with the flow. Please grant me 2 more days. I will gather the spirit stones and return them to you. Li Xiao's eyes turned icy, glaring at Xiao Duo as he commanded, hand them over. Li Xianpei, I implore you, if you take back the spirit stones today, I will be unable to pay my rent tomorrow, and it will be catastrophic. Please, have mercy on me and do not reclaim the spirit stones. Xiao Duo, now frantic, fell to his knees before Li Xiao, repeatedly banging his head against the ground as he begged for mercy. Simultaneously, he tugged at the side of Zhou Tong, urgently imploring, Zhou Daoyu, please intercede with Li Qianbei on my behalf. I beseech you swiftly. Zhou Tong, however, let out a cold snort, forcefully shaking off Xiao Duo's hand and distancing himself, solemnly declaring, Humph, Xiao Duo, I was mistaken in my judgment of you. Given how Li Qianbei has treated us, your ingratitude is appalling. Today, I sever our ties. You are no longer my companion. With that, Zhou Tong tore a piece from the front of his garment, casting it down beside Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo's face contorted in distress as he looked up at Zhou Tong, his expression filled with astonishment and fury. Zhou Daoyu, I never expected you would also turn against me. Humph, you were the first to act ungratefully. Do not blame me for being heartless. Zhou Tong replied icily, his demeanor unyielding. Xiao Duo's countenance darkened, twisted with rage, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Yet, knowing he needed Li Xiao's favor, he concealed that anger and turned to Li Xiao, pleading, Li Qianbei, I implore you, do not reclaim the spirit stones. I beg you, grant me a path to survival. Li Xiao stood resolutely against the wind, his garments billowing, and his long hair danced with the breeze. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he gazed down at Xiao Duo, commanding in a low voice, return my spirit stones. Humph. Lu Changming let out a cold snort, glaring at Xiao Duo. Lin Qingyao's delicate face bore a frost-like demeanor as she fixed her cold gaze upon him. Niu Jian clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating, his wide eyes glaring at Xiao Duo with an intensity that suggested he would strike him down at Li Xiao's command. Realizing the situation was untenable, Xiao Duo's eyes darkened with malice. Gritting his teeth, He retrieved 3 spirit stones from his belongings, placing them on the ground before turning to leave. At this juncture, he had no choice but to relinquish the stones, for otherwise, leaving Zizhu Island today would be an impossibility. Li Xiao addressed Zhou Tong, saying, Zhou Tong, these 3 spirit stones are yours now, and you need not return the ones you previously borrowed from me. Thank you, Qianbei, Zhou Tong exclaimed joyfully, hastily collecting the spirit stones and bowing deeply in gratitude. Xiao Duo, who was about to depart, felt a shudder course through him, his face twitching in despair as a profound sense of regret welled up within him. He lamented his earlier conformity, his fear of idle gossip, and his subsequent isolation, which led to his current predicament. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse. Xiao Duo could only hasten away. That night, he had to gather 3 more spirit stones, otherwise, he would face dire consequences when it came time to pay his rent. After leaving Zizhu Island, Xiao Duo arrived at the outskirts of another island. Cupping his hands and inquiring, is Sun Daoyu present? Ah, it is Xiao Daoyu. What brings you to me at this late hour? A tall, young man emerged from the island, his expression wary as he scrutinized Xiao Duo. As he spoke, the young man kept his hands concealed within his voluminous sleeves, clearly on guard against Xiao Duo, ready to act at the slightest hint of aggression. Xiao Duo noticed the young man's wariness, causing his lips to twitch in irritation. He hastily replied, Sun Daoyu, the rent is due tomorrow, and I am short 3 spirit stones. I wish to borrow them from you. Rest assured, I will repay you next month once I earn the stones. How does that sound? The young man maintained his vigilant demeanor, offering a forced smile. Xiao Daoyu, it's not that I am stingy, but I too find myself short on spirit stones and cannot lend you any. I hope for your understanding. Xiao Duo's face twitched with frustration as he pressed on. Sun Daoyu, I sincerely ask for your assistance. I shall be eternally grateful. Yet the young man remained resolute. I have already stated, Xiao Daoyu, I possess no spirit stones. Please depart. Xiao Duo's eyes burned with resentment. A dark impulse to seize the spirit stones arose within him. Yet he recognized the young man's preparedness for conflict. Engaging in a confrontation would yield no benefit for him. Reluctantly, Xiao Duo huffed and withdrew. Subsequently, Xiao Duo visited several celestial islands in search of others to borrow spirit stones. However, his earlier behavior on Zizhu Island had not gone unnoticed. The community had observed how Li Xiao had aided Xiao Duo in the past, lending him spirit stones and offering guidance in his cultivation. Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, Xiao Duo displayed no gratitude, but rather chose to follow the crowd and ridicule Li Xiao. Who among them would dare lend him spirit stones? Naturally, none would. Not only did they fear lending him spirit stones, but they also remained wary of potential violence from him. Ultimately, Xiao Duo scoured nearly everyone he knew, yet not a single person was willing to lend him spirit stones. Firstly, they had seen Xiao Duo's true character and were unwilling to assist him. Secondly, lending spirit stones to Xiao Duo would indirectly offend Li Xiao. To offend a cultivator of the 3rd layer of qi refinement over a mere 1st layer cultivator was hardly worthwhile. They understood these implications well. Consequently, poor Xiao Duo spent the night seeking help, but none would lend him a thing. Meanwhile, Li Xiao was in his cave dwelling, sorting through Su Qian's belongings. Aside from a low-grade magical artifact, a golden sword, there were also over 20 spirit stones. Additionally, Li Xiao discovered a jade slip within Su Qian's Chinquan bag. Could it be some secret technique? Intrigued, Li Xiao quickly immersed his consciousness into the slip to investigate. After a moment, he withdrew, his face alight with ecstatic joy. Although the slip did not contain any secret techniques, it held something even more precious. Chapter 26, Fire Turtle. The jade slip detailed a secret realm known as Shuiyun Palace. In truth, this Shuiyun Palace was the burial site of a golden core ancestor. Within this tomb lay the ancestors' myriad treasures. Should they manage to obtain even a fraction of the benefits from Shuiyun Palace, it would be their immense fortune. Su Qian and his companions ostensibly set out to fish. But in reality, they sought to invade this golden core ancestor's tomb. The question remained, was it so easy to breach a golden core ancestor's burial site? Hence, Su Qian's brothers and the other 2 cultivators had not returned. It was already a miracle that Su Qian returned alive. As for the treasures of the golden core ancestor, it was best to wait until they were stronger before attempting to explore. Suppressing his impulse, Li Xiao stored the jade slip away and retired to rest. The following day, he was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Rising from his cave, Li Xiao peered outside to see members of the Huang family collecting rent. A chorus of wailing filled the air. Many newcomers to the cultivation world were unable to pay their rent and were ultimately reduced to becoming slaves of the Huang family, taken away in chains. At that moment, Xiao Duo was pleading with the Huang family. However, they were already accustomed to such scenes and paid him no mind. Regardless of how Xiao Duo begged, the Huang family ignored him and took him away. As he departed, Xiao Duo cast a venomous glare toward the direction of Zizhu Island, his eyes resembling those of a fierce wolf, sending shivers down one's spine. Humph! Li Xiao let out a cold snort, his expression darkening. It was evident that Xiao Duo harbored resentment toward him. Should Xiao Duo attempt any treachery against Li Xiao, he would not hesitate to send him on his way. Nonetheless, Li Xiao remained unconcerned. Xiao Duo had now fallen to the status of a slave of the Huang family, and the prospect of rising again was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Not to mention confronting Li Xiao. Shortly thereafter, a cultivator from the Huang family approached Li Xiao to inquire about the rent. Just as Li Xiao was about to respond, a beautiful woman descended from the sky, riding the wind. This woman was none other than Lan Xiaoyu, the maidservant of Luo Yunli. Greetings, young master. Lan Xiaoyu offered a slight bow to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, not daring to be presumptuous, clasped his hands and greeted. I have the honor of meeting Miss Lan. Lan Xiaoyu's bright eyes met Li Xiao's, and with a gentle laugh, she replied, Young Master Li, my mistress requests your presence. Very well. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Immediately, the two took to the winds, soaring towards Huangya Island. Upon arriving at Tianxiang Pavilion, Li Xiao encountered Luo Yunli. The two settled in the back hall. Li Xiao inquired, Miss Luo, have you found the medicinal materials for the breakthrough cloud pill? Luo Yunli nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Li Xiao was filled with joy. Luo Yunli said, let us proceed. All right. Li Xiao agreed. They exited Tianxiang Pavilion, riding the winds until they reached a certain sea area, where they halted. Luo Yunli pointed at the turbulent sea below and chuckled. Brotherly, the Huiyunji is nestled within the volcanic depths beneath, but there dwells a fire turtle. Li Xiao gazed at Luo Yunli, awaiting further elaboration. With her enchanting eyes sparkling, Luo Yunli continued with a playful smile. That fire turtle has a penchant for fire crystals. Once we descend into the sea, you can lure it away with a fire crystal while I gather the Huiyunji. What do you think? Li Xiao rolled his eyes but nodded nonetheless. Hee, let us go. Luo Yunli chuckled softly, retrieving a water-warding talisman from her Qianquan pouch and affixing it to herself. In an instant, a pale blue shield enveloped her. Without hesitation, Luo Yunli plunged into the water. Li Xiao, on the other hand, was much simpler, diving straight into the ocean. Since Luo Yunli was already aware of his ability to breathe underwater and navigate freely, there was no need for him to conceal it. They were now at an underwater volcano, spewing forth torrents of magma, which boiled the surrounding water. Li Xiao summoned his magical energy to withstand the intense heat. Luo Yunli furrowed her brow, retrieved another talisman, and activated a shield to protect herself from the scorching temperature. She then produced another talisman and handed it to Li Xiao. He took it without hesitation and affixed it to himself, feeling a wave of relief as a crimson shield enveloped him. The two descended further, ultimately hiding behind a coral reef. Luo Yunli pointed ahead. There, at the volcanic mouth, stood a large red spirit mushroom, about a foot long, resiliently thriving amidst the magma. Exuding a delicate aura, Li Xiao nodded slightly. Subsequently, Luo Yunli tapped her Qianquan pouch, producing a small bag and whispering, Brotherly, this is the fire crystal. Li Xiao accepted the bag, nodded, and cautiously swam towards the volcano. Once at the volcano's mouth, he took a fire crystal from the bag and placed it at the edge. He then spaced out the crystals at intervals. Moments later, a fire turtle, the size of a millstone, slowly emerged from the volcano, its eyes lighting up upon spotting the fire crystal, which it promptly devoured. Li Xiao's pupils constricted in excitement as he thought. This fire turtle likely possesses around 200 years of cultivation, comparable to the previous Xian turtle. If I can consume it, I will acquire a fire spiritual root and be able to learn alchemy. With this thought, Li Xiao was elated. The fire turtle continued to consume the fire crystals, slowly being lured away from the volcano and drifting further away. Once distanced, after devouring the last fire crystal, the turtle was about to turn back when suddenly, a golden light struck down upon its head. The golden sword pierced into the turtle's skull, causing it to howl in pain, sending shockwaves through the surrounding waters. The fire turtle attempted to retract its neck, but found itself ensnared by the golden sword. Li Xiao appeared, darting forward at incredible speed. The fire turtle, enraged and in pain, opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames. Remarkably, these flames could not be extinguished by the surrounding seawater, indicating their extraordinary nature. Li Xiao was taken aback and hastily affixed a Vajra talisman to himself. A massive golden bell inverted over him. The mid-grade talisman, the Vajra talisman, could be used thrice, having used it once in a previous confrontation with Su Qian. This was now the second application. The flames scorched the golden bell, emitting sizzling sounds as the pressure surged. Li Xiao swiftly evaded, taking advantage of the fire turtle's massive size and lack of agility. The turtle roared in fury, thrashing about in an attempt to shake off the golden sword. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao darted to the side, extending his hand to strike the turtle's neck. Swallowing Heaven technique, activate. He fiercely tore at the fire turtle's soul. Chapter 27. Unexpected turn. Time passed, and the once struggling fire turtle ceased its resistance. Success. Li Xiao's eyes glimmered with 2 fiery orbs as he exhaled a breath of stale air. With a flourish of his hands, 2 fiery orbs materialized in his palms. Having devoured the fire turtle's soul, Li Xiao finally awakened his fire spiritual root. This fire was not ordinary, but rather unique to the fire turtle clan. Known as Gui Ling Hua, this peculiar true fire not only boasted an exceptionally high temperature, but also remained unfazed by mundane water. To Li Xiao's delight, after devouring the fire turtle's soul, the strength of his own soul had significantly increased, rivaling that of a foundational stage cultivator. The direct benefit of a powerful soul was that Li Xiao could freely consume the souls of demonic creatures below the transformation stage. Moreover, his spiritual awareness also expanded greatly. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the fire turtle's body and swam back towards the volcano. The fire turtle was a treasure trove, and he could not afford to overlook it. Even if sold, it would fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones. As he approached, his heightened spiritual awareness detected a disturbance. For individuals surrounded Luo Yunli, one of whom was none other than the alchemist Xin Tingzhong from Huanya Island. Clearly, Xin Tingzhong had also set his sights on the Huayunji. However, this man was particularly devious, opting not to devise a strategy to divert the fire turtle, but rather to let Li Xiao and the others act first, seizing the Huayunji afterward. Hehe, Taoist Luo. I advise you to hand over the Huayunji obediently, or do not blame us for being uncivil. Xin Tingzhong leered at Luo Yunli with a sinister grin. Luo Yunli narrowed her eyes, coldly regarding Xin Tingzhong and his companions, and retorted, Humph, Xin Tingzhong, if you desire the Huayunji, go retrieve it yourself. How dare you attempt to rob someone else's prize? Have you no shame? Xin Tingzhong sneered, his gaze lecherously appraising Luo Yunli. Taoist Luo, I have a splendid idea. Would you care to hear it? Luo Yunli scoffed in disdain, remaining silent. Xin Tingzhong brazenly continued to fixate on her, grinning wickedly. Taoist Luo, both of us are alchemists. Should we become partners, we could monopolize the alchemical business in the entire Xingyun Sea, perhaps even establishing a grand cultivation family. Luo Yunli let out a cold laugh, her expression dripping with disdain as she replied, Humph, with your character, do you even deserve to be my partner? To speak plainly, I am not someone you can provoke. It would be wise for you to leave now, or you will find it impossible to escape later. Xin Tingzhong's face darkened at her words, and he retorted, Humph, I shall see just what kind of existence you think you are. With that, he gestured, and the 3 cultivators advanced slowly towards Luo Yunli. Her complexion shifted slightly as she exclaimed, Do not come any closer. I am the eldest daughter of the Luo family from Luoxiao Mountain. If you dare to harm me, you will regret it. Luo family from Luoxiao Mountain. One of the cultivators gasped, hesitating to approach. The other 2 also paused, wary of advancing recklessly. The Luojiao family of Luoxiao Mountain possesses the esteemed presence of the venerable fake Dan ancestor, a lineage far more profound than that of the Huang family, making them an entity not to be trifled with. In the shadows, Li Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering, could it be that Luo Yunli possesses such an identity? If so, what brings her to the Xingyun Sea region? Over the years, Li Xiao had indeed heard whispers about the Luojiao family. Traveling eastward from the Xingyun Sea would lead one to a continent where the Luojiao family resides, nestled within the nearby Luoxiao mountain range. Upon hearing this, Xin Tingzhong's expression shifted. However, he quickly adopted a mocking demeanor, sneering, Everyone, do not be deceived by her. If she truly were the young lady of the Luojiao family, how could she be found in the Xingyun Sea? Assist me in capturing this woman, and I shall ensure you receive the Qing Luo Dan you require to break through. The 3 cultivators, all at the 6th level of Qi refinement, needed the Qing Luo Dan to ascend to the 7th level and become advanced practitioners. Their willingness to be manipulated by Xin Tingzhong stemmed from their reliance on him. The trio, tempted by the prospect, deliberated. While it was probable that Luo Yunli was indeed the true daughter of the Luojiao family, they reasoned that it mattered little. Securing the Qing Luo Dan would enable them to reach the 7th level of Qi refinement, allowing them to soar high and escape both Luoxiao Mountain and the Xingyun Sea. The world of cultivation is vast, and the Luojiao family could not possibly hunt them down. Seeing the 3 cultivators swayed, Luo Yunli's countenance changed dramatically as she implored, Fellow Taoists, do not heed his words. If you assist me in subduing this old scoundrel, I shall not only provide you with the Qing Luo Dan, but also cover your foundational building needs with the necessary pills. Her protector, Elder Chu, had been dispatched by her to fulfill an important mission, leaving her to contend with these 3 alone. The trio, once again tempted, turned their gazes toward Xin Tingzhong. Now it was Xin Tingzhong's turn to feel apprehensive. With a sudden chill, he urged, "Do not listen to this girl's nonsense. Do you truly believe she has such audacity? If you help me capture her, I can provide you with the Qingluo Dan right now." As he spoke, Shen Tingzhong brandished a jade vial from his spatial pouch. The breath of the three cultivators quickened, their attention shifting back to Luo Yunli, clearly weighing what she could offer. Luo Yunli, her cheeks flushed, quickly replied, "Fellow Taoists, I do not currently possess the Qingluo Dan, but I can retrieve it for you upon my return. What say you?" Shen Tingzhong, relieved, chuckled derisively. "Do you truly think your flimsy tricks can fool these three?" Luo Yunli's expression faltered. Indeed, the three men glared at her with malevolence. The cultivation world is one dominated by the law of the jungle, prioritizing benefits and interests. Clearly, they preferred the tangible offerings of Shen Tingzhong over Luo Yunli's verbal assurances, especially since he had the Qingluo Dan in hand. "Stay back. Do not come any closer." As the three men formed a triangular formation to encircle her, Luo Yunli's face paled, and she cried out in alarm. Shen Tingzhong leered as he appraised Luo Yunli's graceful figure, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he lewdly licked his own. At that moment, a cold snort echoed, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Everyone turned in shock to see a figure emerging from the darkness. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed in green and wearing a ghostly mask, gliding forth from the shadowy waters. To their horror, he bore no protective talismans against water. A transformation stage demon king. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shen Tingzhong and the three cultivators' expressions shifted drastically. In the next instant, they fled in unison, realizing the futility of facing such a formidable foe. The demon king was equivalent to a foundational-level human cultivator, capable of dispatching them in the blink of an eye. Thus, they fled without a second thought. With the four individuals having retreated, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, removing his mask and swiftly approaching Luo Yunli. "Luo Shi, we must leave at once," he urged. Luo Yunli nodded, equally relieved. They hastened towards the surface of the sea, where they finally caught their breath. Just then, Li Xiao's complexion turned pale, and he stumbled. Luo Yunli quickly steadied him, asking, "Li Dego, what is wrong?" Li Xiao forced a smile, replying, "It's merely the after effects of a secret technique I employed." "After effects?" Luo Yunli's expression shifted slightly. Seeing her concern, Li Xiao couldn't help but smirk subtly. He had fabricated the existence of these after effects to convince her of his humanity rather than a demon. The use of such techniques shortens one's lifespan. The longer one remains submerged, the greater the toll it takes. Luo Yunli's expression shifted again, and she hastily retrieved a jade vial from her pouch, offering it to him. "This is a bottle of Yanyuan Dan. Please take it." Li Xiao felt a pang of embarrassment at her worry for him. Yet he accepted the Yanyuan Dan, a valuable healing elixir worth far more than the typical recovery pills. "Thank you, Luo Shi," he said with a nod. Luo Yunli pouted slightly, saying, "Li Dego, please do not call me Luo Shi. It feels rather distant. Just call me Lier." "Lier?" Li Xiao's cheeks twitched at the newfound intimacy. Luo Yunli giggled softly as she soared forward, compelling Li Xiao to follow suit. He was no fool. It was clear she harbored feelings for him. Yet, they had only met a handful of times, and he was reluctant to presume too much. Moreover, her affiliation with the Luojia family raised questions about the potential consequences of their relationship. Li Xiao's primary focus remained on achieving immortality through cultivation, leaving little room for further contemplation. In the ensuing days, he traveled between Zizhu Island and Huangya Island. Aside from his training, he served as a medicinal assistant for Luo Yunli. In secret, he also studied her alchemical techniques. Luo Yunli was aware of this endeavor, but did not mind. Without a fire spirit root, Li Xiao could never become an alchemist. What she did not know was that he had recently devoured a fire turtle. Acquiring a fire spirit root, though it was merely of the second grade, it was sufficient. A month swiftly passed. One day, an unusual fragrance wafted from the alchemy chamber, invigorating the senses. "It worked," Luo Yunli exclaimed, her gaze fixed eagerly on the furnace. Beside her, Li Xiao shared in her joy. They had finally succeeded in refining the Poyan Dan. Luo Yunli retrieved 7 perfectly formed pills from the furnace, each glimmering beautifully with a radiant halo. She handed them to Li Xiao with a light laugh. "Li Dego, these are for you." Li Xiao frowned. "If I take all of these, what will you do?" With a gentle smile, Luo Yunli replied, "I do not need the Poyan Dan." Li Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled ruefully as he accepted the pills. Given that she was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, her claim of not needing the Poyan Dan could only imply that she possessed a superior grade of spiritual root. Such disparities fueled a sense of ambition within Li Xiao. He should promptly enhance a spiritual root, which would alleviate his worries about breaking through to a higher realm. As night descended, Li Xiao departed from Huangyi Island, making his way directly to the immortal island where Lu Changming resided. After bestowing 3 Piyun Dan to Lu Changming and instructing him to deliver the others to 2 individuals, Li Xiao returned to Zizhu Island. The following day, Li Xiao visited the Huang family, paid a year's rent, and received an antidote pill before retreating for seclusion. He took these precautions primarily to avoid disturbances from the Huang family during his meditation. Naturally, he also requested a leave of absence from Luo Yunli, who understood his situation. 2 months later, on a morning brightened by the sun, Li Xiao emerged from his cave dwelling. At that moment, he had successfully transcended to the 4th level of qi refinement. Just then, a figure approached on the wind. It was none other than Lu Changming. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Lu Changming exclaimed with joy, "Brotherly, have you broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement?" Li Xiao nodded slightly, yet furrowed his brow as he observed Lu Changming and remarked, "Friend Lu Yu." Lu Changming sighed with a wry smile. "I failed to break through." "What?" Li Xiao thought incredulously, noting that Lu Changming's spiritual root was inferior to his own, and yet he had failed at such an essential juncture. Hesitating for a moment, Li Xiao retrieved a Piyun Dan from his Qinkuan bag and handed it to Lu Changming, saying, "Friend Lu, I have another Piyun Dan here. But, brotherly, I have no spirit stones left," Lu Changming stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. Li Xiao chuckled lightly. "No worries. Repay me when you have saved enough." Lu Changming accepted the Piyun Dan, his face alight with excitement, choking out, "Brotherly." Li Xiao playfully chided him. "Enough, off you go. Stop being so timid, like a maiden." Overcome with emotion, Lu Changming clasped his hands in gratitude and took to the wind. After Lu Changming departed, Li Xiao turned his gaze toward Huang Yi Island, his eyes glinting with cold intensity as he murmured, "The debts of that day must be settled." With that, he executed the Fu Yao technique and soared toward Huang Yi Island, though he did not enter, but instead waited silently at its periphery. As dusk approached, a silhouette emerged from Huang Yi Island. It was none other than Li Huailin, who adjusted the Qinkuan bag in his hand and chuckled, "Not bad, not bad. I've made another profit today." As he took flight, a voice called out, "Li Huailin, we meet again." Chapter 29, The Final Kill. Hearing this voice, Li Huailin's body trembled, and his pupils constricted in fear. Struggling to turn his neck, he beheld the source of his dread, Li Xiao. "Li Xiao." He stammered, swallowing hard. Li Xiao's gaze was icy as he regarded Li Huailin, his voice grave, "Li Huailin, did you ever consider today when you harmed me back then?" Li Huailin's throat tightened, his body shaking uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Li Xiao, you cannot kill me. I have protection from Wang Ji. If you kill me, he will never let you go." In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle often resulted in vendettas, giving rise to protectors like Wang Ji. As long as someone was willing to pay a substantial fee, Wang Ji would guarantee their safety. Of course, such protection was time-limited. And at this moment, Li Huailin's time was not yet up. Li Xiao's gaze remained cold as he scoffed. "Do you think I would fear that scoundrel Wang Ji, having sought you out? You must listen. Wang Ji has broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. If you kill me, he will come for you." Li Huailin's voice grew more frantic as he spoke, the terror of death palpable in his words. 5th level of qi refinement. That is somewhat troublesome, Li Xiao muttered, appearing unperturbed. Although he had reached the 4th level, both his water and thunder spiritual roots had also attained this level, while his fire root languished at the 1st level. Coupled with various hidden cards and the enhancement from the blood-burning demon technique, he had no real fear of Wang Ji. Whether he could kill or not remained uncertain, but the likelihood of Wang Ji successfully taking his life was slim. Thus, Li Xiao felt utterly unafraid. "You." Li Huailin trembled, his voice quaking with fright. Li Xiao seemed to have lost his patience, coldly declaring, "After all this chatter, it is time for you to depart." With that, he revealed Su Qian's golden sword and summoned it forth. Whoosh! "You cannot kill." Before Li Huailin could finish his protest, his head was severed, and his lifeless body erupted in a fountain of blood that stained the sea crimson. Plop! Moments later, Li Huailin's head sank beneath the waves, only to be swallowed by a passing fish. Observing Li Xiao's lethal act, nearby cultivators hastily retreated, as if from a ferocious tiger. Li Xiao reclaimed the golden sword and soared into the sky. Upon returning to Zizhu Island, he seated himself cross-legged upon a large stone, awaiting what was to come. There must be a connection between protectors and those they protect. With Li Huailin's demise, it would not be long before Wang Ji sought him out. Wang Ji was driven by the desire for spirit stones, and he could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Therefore, it was certain that Wang Ji would come seeking vengeance against Li Xiao, who needed to be in optimal condition before that day arrived. Whoosh! Shortly thereafter, a streak of light shot toward him. As it drew near, it revealed a figure. It was not Wang Ji, but the expression on his face was one of fury as he glared at Li Xiao, his eyes reddened with rage, bellowing, "Li Xiao, have you lost your mind to kill my protected individual?" Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth as he coldly regarded Wang Ji, responding, "Umph. I killed him, what of it? What? You've broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement? No wonder you dared to act against Li Huailin." Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback, but then a derisive smile spread across his face as he regarded Li Xiao with disdain. "Nevertheless, my cultivation has also reached the 5th level. You will undoubtedly meet your end today." With that, a terrifying pressure emanated from Wang Ji's body. However, Li Xiao remained unfazed, chuckling coldly as he rose to his feet, dismissively stating, "What does the 5th level matter? You seek your own demise." Wang Ji's fury erupted, his eyes wide as he slapped his Qinkuan bag, summoning forth a grand banner. He unfurled the banner, which billowed in the wind, emitting a crackling sound as flames surged forth, engulfing Li Xiao. Li Xiao swiftly revealed a golden talisman, slapping it against himself. A massive golden bell appeared, encasing him completely. Whoosh! The fierce flames roared toward him, sizzling against the golden bell, yet failing to breach its defenses. Simultaneously, Li Xiao's figure flickered as he evaded the flames, opening his mouth wide to unleash a torrent of dark ink. The thick black ink surged forth, rapidly enveloping the surrounding sea. Wang Ji, assuming the ink was highly toxic, retreated in fright. He then drew a fan from his Qinkuan bag and fanned it at the black ink, causing it to reverse and vanish in an instant. Whoosh! In that moment, a streak of light shot toward Wang Ji. His pupils constricted in alarm. In a desperate bid, he slapped his Qinkuan bag again, summoning a resplendent golden cauldron above his head, which poured down a continuous stream of golden light, enveloping him completely. Clang! The Pahan Zue was forcefully driven into the Jingguang Zhao, producing a resonant metallic clang. "Puh!" Wang Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Li Xiao, too, felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that Wang Ji possessed such wealth, having 3 magical artifacts. Although they were all low-grade treasures, they were still worth several hundred spirit stones, far exceeding the possessions of an average mid-stage qi refining cultivator. In the dark ink, Li Xiao concealed his figure and roared again, summoning the golden sword. With a fierce thrust, the sword impaled the large cauldron, emitting a deafening metallic clash that reverberated painfully in the ears. The cauldron shook violently from the impact, causing the descending Jingguang Zhao to ripple dangerously, nearly breached by the Pahan Zue. "You possess yet another artifact." Wang Ji gasped in shock. Despite his own considerable wealth, Li Xiao's fortune was equally impressive, boasting not only a mid-grade Jinggang talisman, but also 2 magical items, rivaling Wang Ji's own arsenal. Moreover, what astonished Wang Ji further was Li Xiao's formidable magical power. Although he was at the 5th level of qi refining, he felt a sense of strain when facing Li Xiao. In his astonishment, Wang Ji hastily formed a hand seal to activate his grand banner for a counterattack. The banner billowed, unleashing a torrent of flames once more toward Li Xiao. The fierce fire crackled against the inverted golden bell formed by the Jinggang talisman, emitting a series of sizzling sounds. Undoubtedly, the Jinggang talisman was renowned for its defensive capabilities. However, it was unfortunate that overextending its use might lead to its destruction after this battle, a thought Li Xiao could hardly afford to entertain. The raging flames dispersed the surrounding ink, gradually revealing Li Xiao's figure. The 5th level of qi refining was indeed formidable, and with Wang Ji's various artifacts, he proved to be a challenging opponent. It would not be easy for Li Xiao to slay him. Just as Li Xiao prepared to unleash the blood-burning demon technique to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Ji, a streak of light suddenly shot in from the distance. Within the light, a burly man wielding a massive hammer charged toward Wang Ji with tremendous force. A thunderous crash echoed as the hammer struck, causing Wang Ji's golden cauldron to be sent flying, and Wang Ji himself was propelled sideways, akin to a stone tossed into the sea, bouncing across the surface. Li Xiao watched in awe. "Li Degu, I have come to assist you." The newcomer was none other than Niu Jian. He had been cultivating in the dojo when he heard the sounds of battle and rushed over to investigate. Upon discovering Li Xiao engaged in combat, he swiftly retrieved his artifact and charged at Wang Ji, caught off guard amidst a tense duel with Li Xiao. Wang Ji was blindsided by Niu Jian's sudden assault and was sent flying by the hammer. With a grin toward Li Xiao, Niu Jian charged at Wang Ji once more, embodying the ferocity of a rampaging beast, radiating explosive strength. "I am unharmed." Li Xiao laughed heartily, fearing that Niu Jian might fall prey to Wang Ji's tactics, and quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, having regained his footing, coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Witnessing Niu Jian and Li Xiao charging toward him filled him with rage, causing him to tremble as he bellowed, "You insolent fools, you have thoroughly enraged me. Today, I shall see you dead." With that, Wang Ji summoned the Crimson Banner, preparing to cast a spell. Just then, 2 enormous seaweeds suddenly emerged from the water, ensnaring Wang Ji's limbs, interrupting his spellcasting. Niu Jian arrived, hammer raised, ready to strike again. Wang Ji, terrified, summoned all his magical power. Roaring as he broke free from the seaweed's grasp, he hastily gathered his energy to form a protective shield. The hammer crashed down fiercely upon Wang Ji, shattering his protective barrier, causing him to tumble backward over an unknown distance. At that crucial moment, Lin Qingyao also appeared on the scene. As a wood element spiritual root, she interrupted Wang Ji's spell, enabling Niu Jian to deliver another devastating blow. Li Xiao watched, astonished. Wang Ji's internal organs quaked violently from the impact, causing him to involuntarily spit out more old blood, his breath growing weak. In that moment, fear filled Wang Ji's eyes. One Li Xiao was already formidable. Now 2 more allies had joined the fray, especially the brawny man wielding a hammer, clearly a practitioner of physical cultivation, who had struck him so hard that he still felt dazed. Wang Ji's mind began to waver, and he disregarded his discarded artifacts, turning to flee. Suddenly, 2 beams of sword light shot toward him, formed from 2 columns of water. Although these flying swords lacked lethal force, they blocked Wang Ji's escape route. Wang Ji roared in fury, shattering the 2 water swords, only to look up and see a youth standing resolutely against the wind, striding across the waves. It was none other than Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, a sword's spiritual root, although lacking artifacts, could condense water into swords. Despite being at the first level of qi refining, he courageously intervened upon witnessing Li Xiao and the others engaged in battle with Wang Ji. You dare to block me? You puny creature at the first level of qi refining? Wang Ji bellowed in exasperation. Zhou Tong, however, remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Although weak, his obstruction allowed Li Xiao and his companions to encircle Wang Ji. Well done, kid. Ha! Niu Jian praised Zhou Tong's audacity to confront Wang Ji, laughing heartily. Li Xiao also offered a light chuckle, saying, all right, step aside. We'll handle this from here. Zhou Tong understood that this was not the time for bravado and obediently stepped aside. The arrival of Niu Jian and the others made Li Xiao acutely aware of the importance of companions in the path of cultivation. At critical moments, having friends willing to risk their lives against formidable foes was invaluable. At that moment, Lu Changming was presumably in seclusion. Had it not been for that, he would certainly have come to Li Xiao's aid. Initially, even if Li Xiao activated the blood-burning demon technique, it would likely only serve to frighten Wang Ji away. For Wang Ji was a genuine 5th-level qi refining cultivator, and if he was determined to flee, it would be difficult for Li Xiao to stop him. However, with the assistance of Niu Jian, Lin Qingyao, and even Zhou Tong, Li Xiao felt confident in his ability to detain Wang Ji. Wang Ji glared fiercely at Li Xiao and the others, his eyes reddening as he roared. Li Xiao, must we truly fight to the death? Li Xiao sneered disdainfully at Wang Ji, retorting, back when you obstructed my attempt to kill Li Huailin, we had already crossed the line into enmity. Wang Ji's eyelids twitched violently upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Li Xiao, spare me, and I will offer you 100, no, 200 spirit stones. If you kill me, all my spirit stones will be yours. Li Xiao replied coldly, I shall not spare those who have threatened my own. Especially since you once protected the treacherous Li Huailin, your name has long been on my list of targets. Moreover, the cultivation world is one governed by the law of the jungle. If Li Xiao and his companions let Wang Ji go today, he might one day break through and seize the opportunity to exact revenge. Whether one calls Li Xiao vengeful or cruel, he remains indifferent to such judgments. The path of cultivation is long, and without decisiveness, one might not even know how they met their end. Wang Ji felt a throbbing in his forehead. Both alarmed and enraged, as he exclaimed, Li Xiao, my elder brother Wang Hui is a son-in-law of the Huang family. Should you take my life, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance for me. Son-in-law? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao exchanged worried glances, turning to Li Xiao. Although he was indeed a son-in-law, his connection to the Huang family made him formidable. Should Wang Ji be slain, Wang Hui would surely retaliate against Li Xiao and his companions, leading to considerable trouble. Seeing that Li Xiao and the others remained silent, Wang Ji mistakenly believed they were intimidated. He felt a sense of relief and said, Li Xiao, spare me. Let our grievances be settled, and I shall not seek revenge against you. What do you say? Chapter 31, Annihilation. Li, my brother. Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao turned to Li Xiao, seeking his decision. They understood that their fates were intertwined. They would either triumph together or suffer together. Die. Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with unrestrained vigor as he suddenly bellowed. His arms extended. Energetic arcs of electricity danced within his palms, forming 2 long whips of thunder that he swung fiercely. The whips howled as they struck, ensnaring Wang Ji's arms. Simultaneously, a tumultuous sound of water erupted as 2 towering columns of water surged upwards, wrapping around Wang Ji's ankles. As Li Xiao moved, Lin Qingyao and Niu Jian sprang into action as well. Rise, Lin Qingyao commanded, her hands fluttering like colorful butterflies, her fingertips glimmering with green light. Enormous tendrils of seaweed erupted from the ocean, wrapping around Wang Ji's waist and binding him tightly. Meet your demise, Niu Jian roared, wielding a massive hammer as he swung it once more towards Wang Ji. In a life-or-death moment, Wang Ji activated all his potential, unleashing a fierce roar as he conjured a protective shield around himself. Boom! Niu Jian's hammer struck the shield, producing a dazzling explosion of divine light. The tremendous force knocked Niu Jian back several paces, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hammer, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he gazed at Wang Ji. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. Merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, you are powerless against me. Wang Ji's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled. Despite the arcs of electricity swirling around him, he laughed maniacally. Li Xiao, if I escape this time, I will not spare you. Wang Ji yelled, blood oozing from his mouth, yet filled with unrelenting rage. Humph, you will not escape. Li Xiao retorted coldly, his expression as unyielding as stone. Suddenly, 2 arms emerged from his armpits, and he formed a hand seal. Whoosh! A streak of light shot forth, an enchanted golden sword whistled through the air, embedding itself into Wang Ji's protective barrier with a resounding clang. Whoosh! Another sound of air splitting followed as the soul-piercing spike flew out, striking the barrier once more with tremendous force. Boom! The already fragmented protective barrier could no longer withstand the relentless assault, and in the next moment, it shattered. The soul-piercing spike and the golden sword pierced through Wang Ji's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fearing that Wang Ji might not be completely vanquished, Li Xiao directed the golden sword and the soul-piercing spike to dart back and forth across Wang Ji's form. In mere moments, Wang Ji was reduced to a bloody mess, ultimately lowering his head in defeat. The group ceased their magical exertions. Li Xiao reached out and retrieved Wang Ji's qinquan bag, allowing Wang Ji's lifeless body to plunge into the sea, carried away by the currents and fish. Though Wang Ji was slain, there was no joy on anyone's face. A colossal cloud of foreboding loomed overhead, and the expressions of the group were grave. After all, Wang Hui was a son-in-law of the Huang family. The dangers they would soon face were likely to be even more daunting. Let us depart. Li Xiao directed Lin Qingyao and Niu Jian. The two nodded slowly and followed him towards Zizhu Island. After taking a few steps, Li Xiao halted and turned to Zhou Tong, saying, Zhou Tong, you too, come here. All right. Zhou Tong nodded, hastily catching up with them. The 4 returned to their cave dwelling. Along the way, Li Xiao collected Wang Ji's 3 magical artifacts to take back with them. Once inside the cave, Li Xiao shook Wang Ji's qinquan bag. Numerous miscellaneous items tumbled out, spiritual stones, jade vials, and jade slips among them. Li Xiao immersed his consciousness into the jade slips for inspection. After a short while, he withdrew his consciousness, a gleam of joy illuminating his face as he proclaimed, inside is a technique called Ziji Gangqi, the same one Wang Ji utilized for his protective barrier. The others were filled with delight. Li Xiao extracted 4 jade slips, duplicating the Ziji Gangqi technique into 4 copies, which he distributed among the 3, retaining 2 for himself. One was intended for Lu Changming. Although Lu Changming had not assisted him due to his closed-door retreat, Li Xiao believed that had circumstances been different, Lu Changming would have come to his aid. Hence, he prepared a copy for him, showing no reluctance towards his companions. Subsequently, Li Xiao turned to the 3 and said, here are 240 spiritual stones. You 3 share them equally. Li, brother, this. Niu Jian furrowed his brow. Li Xiao chuckled lightly. Take it. I have enough spiritual stones for now. Finally, Niu Jian and the others accepted the stones. Zhou Tong hesitated, saying, Senior Li, I contributed little and shouldn't take so much. Li Xiao gently ruffled Zhou Tong's hair, saying, take it. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Tong nodded earnestly, accepting the stones. Dividing 240 spiritual stones among 3 men, he would receive 80. A considerable sum for someone newly entering the realm of cultivation. Next, Li Xiao produced Wang Ji's 3 magical artifacts, hesitating briefly before reaching into his qinquan bag to retrieve the golden sword, which he handed to Zhou Tong, saying, Zhou Tong, as a sword spirit root, you cannot be without a sword. This golden sword is for you. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up, but he still extended his hand to decline. Senior Li, I have received 80 spiritual stones, which is already ample. I cannot accept this magical artifact. Take it. You can return it to me once you find your own magical artifact. Li Xiao smiled lightly, pressing the golden sword into Zhou Tong's hands. Zhou Tong's eyes brimmed with gratitude. His face grew solemn as he stood and clasped his hands towards Li Xiao, saying, Thank you, Senior Li. The debt of gratitude is beyond words. If you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to face any peril. It is not so grave. Li Xiao chuckled. He then handed the other two artifacts, a large cauldron and a fan, to Niu Jian and Lin Qingyao, respectively, while keeping the red flag for himself. The four then divided Wang Ji's vials of elixirs. Li Xiao looked at the three and said, "In the days to come, it is best that we remain together. Let us head to Lu Daoyou's Changming Island." All right. The three nodded in agreement. Thus, the four set out for Changming Island. With Wang Ji's death, word would likely reach Wang Hui swiftly. They needed to prepare in advance. Upon reaching Changming Island, the four focused on consuming their elixirs and meditated, awaiting the impending storm. Of course, Li Xiao and the others had contemplated fleeing. If Li Xiao were alone, it would be straightforward to dive into the sea and escape. However, with Niu Jian, Lin Qingyao, Zhou Tong, and Lu Changming in tow, a retreat would require a long journey. The nearest continent was exceedingly far, without flying artifacts or aerial beasts aiding them. They would be unable to reach the mainland and would risk drowning in the sea due to depleted magical energy. However, what puzzled Li Xiao and his companions was that after waiting several days, no sign of Wang Hui's retaliation had emerged. Chapter 32, The Frontline. Their first thought was that Wang Ji had deceived them. Wang Ji did not actually have a brother-in-law in the Huang family. It was merely a fabrication by Wang Ji in a moment of desperation to deceive Li Xiao and the others. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant and cautious. One day, Lu Changming's cave abode opened, and he emerged. Upon seeing Li Xiao and the other three within his dojo, he was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Li Degu, what brings you here?" Li Xiao exchanged glances with the others and slowly recounted the events that had transpired. Lu Changming's expression grew grave as he listened, his brows furrowing deeply. Just after he had achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refining, he was confronted with such troubling news. Li Xiao looked at Lu Changming and said, "Lu Daoyu, you have extensive connections. Why not investigate further?" Lu Changming, being quite sociable and adept at interpersonal relationships, had many friends in the Xingyunxi region. He nodded slightly and replied, "All right." Without further delay, he summoned the winds and hurried away. Meanwhile, Li Xiao and the other three continued to wait on Changming Island. As dusk approached, Lu Changming returned. The group rushed to greet him. Niu Jian impatiently asked, "Lu Daoyu, what did you find out?" Lu Changming looked at the four with a peculiar expression and said, "Li Degu, esteemed friends. Wang Ji indeed has a brother-in-law in the Huang family." Niu Jian's face changed slightly, and the others also reacted with alarm. Lu Changming continued, "However, fortunately, we should be safe for now." Niu Jian, being rather impulsive, grew anxious at Lu Changming's teasing and urged, "Come on, Lu Daoyu. Can you just tell us everything at once? You're going to drive someone mad." Lu Changming smirked and said, "Recently, due to a conflict over a mine between the Huang family and the Wang family from the Chaos Star Sea, many experts from the Huang family in the mid-qi refining stage and above have gone to the front lines to confront the Wang family, including Wang Ji's brother, Wang Hui." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Wang Hui was a son-in-law of the Huang family, and a slight utilization of the Huang family's resources could be quite detrimental to them. Now that Wang Hui was dispatched to the front lines, it was somewhat of a blessing in disguise and could be seen as good news. "I truly hope that Wang Hui meets his demise on the battlefield," Niu Jian remarked fiercely. The others nodded in agreement. Yet, while the speaker did not mean it, the listener took it to heart. Li Xiao's eyes brightened as he proposed, "Rather than passively waiting for Wang Hui to return for revenge, why not take the initiative?" Lu Changming raised an eyebrow and asked, "Li Degu, what do you propose?" With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Li Xiao replied solemnly, "We will go to the front lines." At this, the others' breaths quickened. They had to admit that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Although there might be dangers on the front lines, it was far preferable to wait for Wang Hui to return and seek vengeance against them. After much discussion, they ultimately decided to head to the front lines together at an opportune moment to eliminate Wang Hui. The Huang family had also begun recruiting loose cultivators to ensure their forces remained intact due to the conflict with the Wang family from the Chaos Star Sea, promising that anyone who fought alongside the Huang family would be exempt from 5 years of rent. This was a significant sum of spirit stones, amounting to 500 or 600 even for the most peripheral islands. Thus, many loose cultivators eagerly signed up to go to the front lines. The next day, Li Xiao arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion on Huangya Island. "Li Degu, what have you been up to lately?" Luo Yunli asked playfully upon seeing him. The Xingyunxi region was vast, dotted with thousands of islands, and the distance between each was considerable. Particularly, the peripheral islands where Li Xiao and his companions resided were hundreds of miles away from Huangya Island, making it difficult for news from the outer islands to reach the inner ones. Li Xiao chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Nothing much." Noticing Li Xiao's hesitance, Luo Yunli leaned in with a smile and asked, "Li Degu, is there something you wish to discuss?" With an awkward grin, Li Xiao said, "Well, I'd like to borrow a flying vessel." Being the young lady of the Luoxia Mountain Luo family, Luo Yunli naturally possessed such treasures. Otherwise, how could she travel from Luoxia Mountain to the Xingyan Sea? A flying vessel could easily cost over 1,000 spirit stones, and some of the better ones could run into the thousands. Although Li Xiao had some spirit stones, he did not have enough, so he had no choice but to seek Luo Yunli's assistance. Borrow a flying vessel? Luo Yunli exclaimed, her delicate brows furrowing. Li Degu intends to leave the Xingyan Sea? Li Xiao hesitated before answering. Not exactly. I have some important matters to attend to. Luo Yunli nodded slightly. Retrieving a silver flying vessel resembling a slide approximately 10 feet long from her chinquan bag. However, she did not hand it over to Li Xiao immediately. Instead, she smiled and said, I'll lend you the flying vessel, but you must agree to one condition. Exasperated by the typical attitude of a young lady who often imposed conditions, Li Xiao could only smile wryly and ask, what condition? Luo Yunli chuckled. I want to accompany you. Li Xiao's brows furrowed deeply at this. Our destination is the front lines of the conflict between the Huang and Wang families. It could be dangerous. All the more reason for me to go, Luo Yunli declared, lifting her chin defiantly. With a sigh of resignation, Li Xiao acquiesced. Very well. Luo Yunli stowed away the flying vessel and smiled. When shall we depart? The sooner, the better, Li Xiao responded. Luo Yunli giggled. All right then, let us leave right now. With that, she took Li Xiao's hand and led him outside. Upon their arrival at Changming Island, Lu Changming and the others were taken aback. Soon after, the 5 of them boarded the flying vessel and soared towards the front lines. The speed of the vessel was remarkable, far surpassing their usual wind-based travel, and it consumed relatively little magical energy, making it exceedingly convenient. Unfortunately, this convenience came at the hefty price of spirit stones. As they traveled, a week swiftly passed. One day, Luo Yunli, feeling curious, asked, Li Degu, what is your purpose at the front lines? To kill, Li Xiao replied matter-of-factly. Kill? Who? Luo Yunli asked, her expression one of skepticism. Just then, Li Xiao noticed something approaching and quickly alerted the others. They all stiffened, glancing cautiously ahead. They were now close to the front lines, and there was a possibility of encountering Wang family members attempting a sneak attack, so caution was paramount. As they drew nearer, they spotted another flying vessel approaching them, manned by 2 figures, a gaunt elder and a young man in his 30s, both appearing pale and evidently injured. Ah, are you friends from the Xingyan Sea? The young man asked, his demeanor shifting to one of wariness upon seeing Li Xiao and the others. Li Xiao cupped his hands in greeting. Indeed. We are here to support the front lines. Oh, I see. So you are allies. The young man visibly relaxed, and so did the elder. May I ask your names? Li Xiao inquired. The young man bowed slightly and smiled. I am Wang Hui, and this is Huang Yun, the steward of the Huang family. Upon hearing the name Wang Hui, Li Xiao and the others felt their pupils constrict sharply. They had truly stumbled upon their target without even having to reach the front lines. An unexpected stroke of fortune. They had been contemplating how to find Wang Hui and exact their revenge, fearing potential hazards in doing so. Yet here they were, encountering Wang Hui before even arriving at the front lines. Suppressing the urge to strike, Li Xiao turned to Lu Changming and the others, exchanging significant glances. The 4 understood and refrained from acting rashly. Li Xiao gazed at Wang Hui and chuckled lightly, inquiring, Ah, it is indeed Dao Yuang. I wonder what brings you and the esteemed Huang Zhisher here. Wang Hui grimaced, replying, Ah, what ill fortune. During our struggle against the Wang family, we unfortunately sustained injuries, and the family head ordered us to return to Huanglong Island for recuperation. Perhaps due to their prior confrontations with the Wang family at the front lines. Both Wang Hui and the Huang Zhisher exhibited little wariness towards Li Xiao and his companions upon encountering the reinforcements from the Xingyan Sea. Alternatively, it could be that, as members of the Huang family, they held Li Xiao and his group in contempt, believing them incapable of posing any threat. Thus, Wang Hui was quite loquacious. Oh, I see. Li Xiao nodded slowly. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped closer and asked, Dao Yu, could you kindly point us towards the front line? Oh, just over there. You need to follow. Wang Hui turned to indicate the direction to Li Xiao and his companions. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and, upon looking down, was horrified to discover a gaping wound the size of a fist. Blood gushed forth from the wound, quickly staining his clothing crimson. Wang Hui struggled to turn his neck, staring in shock at Li Xiao and his companions, exclaiming, You all? Humph. Blame it on your fortunate brother. Li Xiao scoffed, extending his hand and delivering a powerful strike to Wang Hui's head. With a resounding thud, Wang Hui's skull burst apart like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer, gore splattering everywhere, a truly gruesome sight. The headless corpse collapsed with a thud into the sea. After marrying into the Huang family, Wang Hui had colluded with his brother Wang Ji, exploiting countless wandering cultivators over the years. Li Xiao felt no guilt in slaying him. Moreover, had Li Xiao refrained from killing him, Wang Hui would undoubtedly have sought revenge upon returning. Preferring to strike first, Li Xiao seized the initiative. You all. The Huang Zhi, witnessing the sudden turn of events, turned pale with fright, leaping up and staring in horror at Li Xiao and his group. However, Li Xiao and his companions had already surrounded the Huang Zhi. Regaining his composure, the Huang Zhi, trembling in terror, addressed Li Xiao's group, saying, I presume you all have grievances with that scoundrel Wang Hui? How about this? If you spare me, I shall consider this matter as if it never happened. What do you say? Although this Huang Zhi possessed the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refining, he had been gravely injured during the battle against the Wang family at the front lines. Now surrounded by Li Xiao and his companions, escape seemed nearly impossible. Hence, he abandoned his earlier arrogance and began to plead for mercy. Brotherly, we cannot let this old fool go, Niu Jian vehemently asserted. The Huang Zhi, hearing this, felt his heart race and cried out in a panic, I am a steward of the Huang family. If you dare to harm me, the Huang family will never let you off. Li Xiao coldly regarded the Huang Zhi, replying, Humph, if you die? How will the Huang family know it was us who killed you? Don't come any closer. You reckless wandering cultivators truly do not know the meaning of danger. The Huang Zhi shouted desperately, his voice trembling. Attack! Li Xiao bellowed, striking toward the Huang Zhi's face. His palm crackled with arcs of electricity, shimmering with a silvery light, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Huang Zhi realized that they had slain Wang Hui, and if he were allowed to return, he would surely inform the Huang family, putting them in peril. They would likely be pursued by the Huang family. As for letting him go, Li Xiao dared not gamble on the Huang Zhi's discretion. Human nature is the most unpredictable of all. Whether the Huang Zhi was innocent or not was of little concern to Li Xiao. Besides, as a member of the Huang family, he had enjoyed the fruits of the family's exploitation of countless wandering cultivators. What innocence could there be in that? Having partaken of resources that should not have been theirs, he must face the consequences. As Li Xiao made his move, Lu Changming, Niu Jian, Lin Xinyao, and Luo Yunli all sprang into action. Some unleashing their magical artifacts while others invoked their abilities, all converging on the Huang Zhi. The Huang Zhi erected a defensive barrier, but he was severely injured and unable to recover, caught off guard and unable to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, the Huang Zhi was obliterated by their combined might, his flesh and blood scattering into the sea, staining the waters crimson. With the Huang Zhi dispatched, Li Xiao and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiao reached out, retrieving the Qianquan bags of both the Huang Zhi and Wang Hui, securing them in his own bag, and hastily urged, we must leave this place at once. The group, faces alight with excitement, boarded their flying vessel and swiftly departed. They raced back without daring to pause. Upon returning to Zizhu Island and entering their cave dwelling, they finally relaxed. They exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Initially, they had anticipated fierce battles against the Wang family at the front lines, expecting to encounter numerous obstacles before slaying Wang Hui. Yet, unexpectedly, events had unfolded with remarkable ease. They had encountered the injured Wang Hui on their way and dispatched him without delay. Such a turn of events was indeed a delightful surprise, especially for Luo Yunli. This young lady seemed to be experiencing such thrilling moments for the first time, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her neck and ears equally rosy, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Now, let us take stock of our spoils and divide the loot. Li Xiao chuckled, shaking the Qianquan bags belonging to the Huang Zhi and Wang Hui, causing a plethora of items to cascade forth. There were pills, jade slips, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and more, an extensive array. Particularly, the Huang Zhi possessed a remarkable fortune. Aside from other treasures, he had over 600 spirit stones alone. Although the Huang Zhi was aged and held a lowly position within the Huang family, the wealth he amassed illustrated the extent to which the Huang family had exploited wandering cultivators over the years. Gazing at the abundant spirit stones and magical artifacts, everyone's eyes widened with delight. Chapter 34, The Proposal. Inside Li Xiao's cave dwelling, the group engaged in a lively distribution of their newfound riches. Ultimately, Li Xiao claimed the flying artifact known as the Chuan Yun Suo, a Huangyu umbrella artifact, and 200 spirit stones. However, both the Chuan Yun Suo and Huangyu umbrella were artifacts of the Huang Zhi, rendering them temporarily unusable. Additionally, he acquired a spell called the Bai Bo Zhang. This spell, too, belonged to the Huang Zhi and could only be practiced in secret until absolutely necessary. Once the spoils were divided, the group returned to their respective dwellings. Meanwhile, Li Xiao continued to shuttle between Tianxianggu and Zizhu Island. Lu Changming discreetly investigated the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the Huang Zhi and Wang Hui. Fortunately, it seemed the Huang family was preoccupied with warring against the Wang family of the Chaos Star Sea, too busy to concern themselves with such trivial matters. As a result, the news of the Huang Lechure and Wang Hui's demise did not escalate further. One day, under clear skies and gentle breezes, with waves glistening and purple clouds rising in the east, Li Xiao was diligently cultivating in his cave when suddenly a voice rang out. "Dao Li Xiao, are you within the immortal island?" Upon hearing this voice, Li Xiao felt a jolt of apprehension, recognizing it belonged to none other than Huang Qilong. "The Huang family seeks me out. Could it be that news of the Huang Lechure and Wang Hui has erupted?" Li Xiao's heart raced, and he speculated anxiously. Yet, upon further reflection, if the Huang family had indeed uncovered their involvement in the deaths of the Huang Lechure and Wang Hui, they would have come to arrest him directly rather than merely calling out. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao resolved to step outside. Exiting the cave, he flew towards the beach and spotted a group of individuals. Leading them were none other than Huang Qilong and Huang Qihua, the two brothers. The two brothers, Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu, due to their limited aptitude and low-grade spiritual roots, have remained at the third level of qi refinement after all these years. Despite their modest cultivation, they often exhibit a haughty demeanor towards Li Xiao, taking advantage of their Huang family status. However, today, to Li Xiao's surprise, the two brothers approached him with broad smiles plastered on their faces. Li Xiao, filled with suspicion, hesitated but ultimately clasped his hands and asked, "Ah, it is two fellow Taoists. May I inquire what brings you to me? I have already paid the rent." "Ah, Li Xiao Taoist, we are not here concerning the rent." Huang Qihu grinned, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. Li Xiao suppressed his disgust and inquired, "Then what is the matter?" At the same time, he discreetly placed his hand on his chincoin bag, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble from the brothers. Although it was highly unlikely they had come regarding the death of Huang Yun, one could not be too cautious. Huang Qilong bowed his hands and said, "Li Xiao Taoist, we bring you joyous news, indeed a great joy." "Joyous news? What is the situation?" Li Xiao was increasingly bewildered. Huang Qilong continued, "It is as follows. A direct descendant of the Huang family has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to marry into our family. Surely, this is a momentous occasion. Marry into your family? What kind of good fortune is that?" Li Xiao retorted, realizing that marrying into the Huang family would likely condemn him to become a mere vessel for their offspring. His eyes twitched involuntarily as he clasped his hands and firmly stated, "I appreciate your goodwill, but I have no intention of seeking a partner at this time. I kindly ask you to leave." The smiles on Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu's faces froze. Huang Qihu chuckled awkwardly, gazing at Li Xiao, and said, "Oh, Li Xiao Taoist, do not be so hasty in your refusal. This young lady is the third daughter of our current family head, named Huang Yun. Not only is she exceptionally beautiful, but she also possesses a fourth-grade fire spiritual root. You would not be at a loss, I assure you." Li Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Dear Taoists, I must sincerely decline your offer. I truly have no intentions of marrying." The smiles of Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu once again faltered, transforming into a grimace. "How could you refuse the third young lady of the Huang family? This is sheer arrogance." Huang Qihu narrowed his eyes and coldly regarded Li Xiao, saying in a sarcastic tone, "You should reconsider your decision." "There is no need for reconsideration. I genuinely have no plans to marry," Li Xiao replied coolly. "Humph." Both brothers snorted disdainfully and turned away. As they departed, Li Xiao's brow furrowed in concern, his expression darkening. He had rejected the proposal from the Huang family decisively, primarily because he wished to avoid any entanglement with them, and secondarily due to his own cultivation matters. Li Xiao practiced the swallowing heaven technique, an ancient and unique method that allowed him to absorb external entities for his own use, even enabling the generation of spiritual roots. According to the records of the technique, the more spiritual roots Li Xiao acquired, the minimum number required was 9, after which he could establish his foundation, resulting in a divine power known as the primordial force. Typically, due to limited lifespans, most individuals choose to cultivate only 1 or 2 types of spiritual roots. However, Li Xiao was not bound by such constraints. Having absorbed the essence of a xiangui, he possessed a lifespan of nearly 400 years, fully capable of cultivating 9 types of spiritual roots simultaneously. If his lifespan fell short, he could simply absorb another xiangui. The records of the swallowing heaven technique describe the primordial force as possessing extraordinary effects, which Li Xiao eagerly anticipated. The 9 types of spiritual roots encompassed the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the forces of wind and thunder, and the transformations of yin and yang, with the yang spiritual root being the pure yang root. This pure yang root had a peculiar nickname, known as the single root. If one were to leak their original yang before establishing their foundation, the pure yang root would become useless. Thus, Li Xiao resolved not to seek a partner before establishing his foundation and attaining the fabled primordial force. Although cultivating a single root was indeed frustrating, the path to immortality was long and arduous. For the sake of his future happiness, Li Xiao would have to endure for the time being. Marrying into the Huang family would clearly contradict his initial aspirations, which is why he rejected the proposal without a moment's thought. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiao rose and set off towards Tianming Island. He intended to seek out Lu Changming to inquire about the unusual situation, specifically why the Huang family had suddenly approached him with such a proposal. This occurrence was indeed perplexing. Among the myriad of loose cultivators in the Xingyunxi region, there were perhaps 8,000, if not more. Why had the Huang family singled him out? Was it simply because the third young lady, Huang Yun, had glanced at him from afar? It seemed far too coincidental. Before long, he arrived at Changming Island and called out, "Lu Daoist, are you present on the island?" Moments later, Lu Changming emerged from his cave dwelling. Upon seeing Li Xiao, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Brotherly, what brings you here?" Li Xiao's expression turned serious as he recounted the events to Lu Changming. Listening intently, Lu Changming's expression also grew grave. Li Xiao looked at him and clasped his hands. "I would like to ask you to investigate this matter further." Lu Changming nodded slightly, assuring, "Brotherly, do not worry, I will take care of this." With that, he summoned the wind and departed. Li Xiao returned to Zizhu Island, quietly awaiting news. However, instead of Lu Changming, he was soon approached by another visitor. "Li Xiao, come out." One day, while Li Xiao was deep in meditation, a crisp voice echoed through the air. Recognizing the voice as somewhat unfamiliar, he hesitated but decided to emerge from his cave dwelling. There, he encountered a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and her figure was equally remarkable. Though not breathtakingly stunning, she certainly belonged to the ranks of the most attractive. Upon seeing her, Li Xiao was taken aback, for he realized he did not know this woman at all. Why was she seeking him? His suspicions deepened, and after a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands and asked, "Miss, may I inquire as to what you seek from me?" The young woman's brows furrowed, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Li Xiao, exclaiming, "Li Xiao, what makes you think you are unworthy of me? You dare to refuse this marriage proposal? Refuse a marriage proposal? Is she the third young lady of the Huang family?" Huang Yun. Li Xiao deduced her identity, his lips twitching slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands and replied, "Third young lady. It is not that you are unworthy, but I truly have no intention of seeking a partner. I cannot bear to insult a lady of such stature." "Humph." Huang Yun glared at Li Xiao, her eyes filled with rage. "You will regret this." With that, she turned and vanished like a streak of light. Well, now he had offended yet another young lady from the Huang family. Li Xiao sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Just as he intended to return to his cave to continue his cultivation, another figure appeared, riding the wind towards him. "Brotherly." Li Xiao turned to see Lu Changming approaching. He hurried to greet him, asking, "Lu Daoist, have you uncovered any news?" Lu Changming nodded, saying, "Brotherly, this is not the place for discussion. Let us speak in your cave." "Very well." Li Xiao agreed, and the two made their way to the cave. Once inside, Lu Changming, wearing a puzzled expression, asked, "Brotherly, who was that young lady from the Huang family?" Li Xiao let out a bitter laugh. "Huang Yun, the third young lady of the Huang family." Lu Changming gasped, "The third young lady of the Huang family?" Li Xiao nodded with a wry smile. Lu Changming smirked and muttered, "Li Dage, you have truly transformed your fortune into misfortune." Li Xiao, his expression darkening, replied, "Let us speak of serious matters." Lu Changming nodded, his demeanor turning grave. "Li Dage, do you recall Xiao Duo?" "Xiao Duo?" Li Xiao blinked in surprise, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Is this matter related to Xiao Duo?" Lu Changming nodded. That day, after Xiao Duo was taken away by the Huang family for failing to pay rent, fortune smiled upon him. Due to his good looks, he caught the eye of the second daughter of the Huang family and became her new favorite. He told her that you, Li Dage, possess a rare Leiling Gen. If he were to marry into the Huang family, it would surely lead to offspring with Leiling Gen, which is why the Huang family sought you out. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Xiao Duo would rise from obscurity and outmaneuver him. Lu Changming sighed, "Alas, Li Dage, Xiao Duo should have been eliminated that day, and we would not be facing this predicament now." Li Xiao's eyes glinted with cold fury as he gritted his teeth. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Xiao Duo had merely failed to speak on his behalf. He could not justify killing him for that. Yet, he never imagined that a mere Xiao Duo would bring such calamity upon him. However, after this incident, Xiao Duo had made it onto Li Xiao's blacklist. If Li Xiao ever had the chance, he would not hesitate to eliminate that scoundrel. That snake was venomous, and such a person could not be left alive. As long as he lived, Li Xiao would be restless. Lu Changming wore a troubled expression, saying, Li Dage, having rejected the Huang family's marriage proposal, you may find yourself in peril. Li Xiao nodded slightly, acknowledging this truth. The Huang family, accustomed to tyranny in the Xingyun Sea region, would not easily let go of the humiliation of a rejected marriage proposal. If possible, Li Xiao wished to avoid provoking the Huang family. Yet, when it came to his path of cultivation, he had no choice. Lu Changming hesitated before suggesting, Li Dage, shall we flee? Li Xiao chuckled bitterly, responding, the Huang family has likely set their sights upon us. Where could we possibly run to? Lu Changming's expression turned grim. After a long pause, Li Xiao exhaled a breath of frustration, his eyes flashing with determination. Let it be. We shall face whatever comes our way. Lu Changming nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Xiao's demeanor shifted, and he looked at Lu Changming with urgency. Friend Lu, go quickly and inform Niu Daoyu and Lin Daoyu to never use the Bai Bo palm. Understood, I shall go at once. Lu Changming affirmed before taking his leave, hastily departing. Once Lu Changming left, Li Xiao exited his cave dwelling and plunged into the ocean, diving deep into the abyss. Upon reaching the seabed, he retrieved the Huangyu umbrella and the Chuanyun shuttle from his waist pouch, burying them beneath the ocean floor. With a sigh of relief, he then returned to Zizhu Island, casually catching 2 Huang Longyu to keep in his cave. Days later, a commotion erupted outside. Li Xiao, come out. A resonant voice echoed, piercing through the tranquility of Zizhu Cave. Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes, inhaling deeply as he murmured, as expected, the storm has arrived. With that, he rose and made his way outside. Upon emerging, he was met by a group of over 10 individuals, led by an elderly man with graying hair and beard. This elder exuded an aura of profound strength, clearly at the peak of qi refinement. Following him were Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu, accompanied by several Huang family servants. You are Li Xiao? The elder glared at him, his voice cold and commanding. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, maintaining composure as he clasped his hands in greeting. Indeed, I am Li Xiao. May I ask who you are? Huang Qihu sneered, glaring at Li Xiao. How audacious. This is Huang Fu, a senior elder of our Huang family. Do not hesitate to pay your respects. Huang Qilong also cast an intimidating glare at Li Xiao. Patience, you too, Li Xiao thought, suppressing his anger and inhaling deeply. He addressed the elder, greetings, Elder Huang. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Huang Qihu's cold gaze fixed on Li Xiao. We suspect you of having murdered Elder Huang Yun and Wang Hui. You shall come with us. So Xiao Duo has struck again. Li Xiao's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, what murder of Huang Yun and Wang Hui? I know nothing of this. Do not unjustly accuse me of such fabricated deeds. Huang Qilong's glare deepened. It is common knowledge that you killed Wang Hui's brother, Wang Ji. Surely you feared retaliation from Wang Hui and ambushed him and Elder Huang Yun on their way back. Li Xiao let out a cold laugh, retorting, I did indeed kill Wang Ji, but I did not kill Wang Hui, let alone Elder Huang Yun. Huang Qihu sneered, your words hold no weight. Do you dare allow us to search your cave and your pouch? Suddenly, figures began to rush in from the distance, and soon, Zizhu Island was surrounded by a throng of people. Lu Changming, Niu Jian, and Lin Qingyao blended into the crowd. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, glaring at the Huang family. I have committed no crime. Why should you search my pouch and cave? The Huang family is being unreasonable. Huang Qihu scoffed, looking disdainfully at Li Xiao. If you were not guilty, why would you fear our search? Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Would you allow others to search your pouches? Impudence. Huang Qihu seethed, glaring at Li Xiao. Elder Huang Fu let out a cold snort, declaring, this is the territory of the Huang family in the Xingyun Sea. Are you attempting insurrection? His voice boomed like thunder, overwhelming the crowd. Li Xiao's expression shifted as he staggered back a few steps, feeling the oppressive force of the elder's qi. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the Huang family, inhaling deeply. You may search my pouch and cave, but if you find nothing, what then? Huang Qihu's contempt was palpable. If we find nothing, what will you do? Li Xiao retorted, if you find nothing, you must apologize to me. Impudence. Huang Qihu roared in fury. Li Xiao turned to the crowd, clasping his hands. Friends, do you not agree with my reasoning? Today, the Huang family can wield their power to search my pouch and cave, but tomorrow, they may do the same to you. Indeed, even if you are of the Huang family, you must adhere to reason. The Huang family is being excessively unreasonable. It is utterly absurd. The onlookers, long displeased with the Huang family, erupted in a chorus of discontent. Lu Changming was the first to voice his frustrations, prompting others to join him in a cacophony of outrage. Though the Huang family was powerful, they did not wish to provoke the ire of the crowd. Elder Huang's brow furrowed as he exchanged glances with Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu. Huang Qihu grimaced, fine, if we find nothing, I shall apologize to you. Li Xiao took a deep breath. Very well, proceed with your search. Elder Huang gestured, and Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu led their people to search Li Xiao's pouch and cave in full view of the crowd. As the spectators watched, Li Xiao emptied the contents of his pouch. Approximately 300 spirit stones, several jade slips, a magical artifact known as the Pahan Zue, and various bottles containing elixirs were all that remained. May I put these items away? Li Xiao coldly inquired, gazing at the lifeless Huang Qilong. You may. Huang Qilong gritted his teeth in response. Simultaneously, a servant hurried towards Li Xiao's cave residence. Li Xiao frowned deeply at this. Moments later, Huang Qihu emerged from the cave, accompanied by a group of attendants. Li Xiao fixed a frigid stare upon Huang Qihu and asked in a deep voice, "Did you find anything?" Huang Qihu shook his head slightly and replied, "Indeed, we found no information regarding Deacon Huang Yun or Wang Hui. However, we did discover this." He produced a small crossbow from behind him. Last night, our Huang family lost a mid-grade magical artifact, the Sadness crossbow, and we never apprehended the thief. To think that the culprit would be you," Huang Qilong shouted, pointing at Li Xiao. It was evident that the Huang family was slandering Li Xiao, an open and brazen accusation. When one scheme fails, they resort to another vile tactic, seeking to capture Li Xiao. Li Xiao's pupils contracted slightly as he regarded the Huang family members with chilling intensity. Should they dare to seize him, he would exert every effort to escape into the deep sea and depart from the Xingyun region. Once he had matured, he would return to settle the score. "Seize him," Huang Qilong bellowed. The attendants moved to apprehend Li Xiao. He narrowed his eyes, preparing to retaliate. At that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait." Everyone turned to see Lu Changming stepping forward from the crowd. Huang Qihu glared at Lu Changming and said in a stern voice, "Lu Changming, this matter does not concern you. What are you doing here?" The implied threat was clear. He wanted Lu Changming to stay out of the situation. However, Lu Changming feigned ignorance, looking at Huang Qilong with a grin. "Oh, Huang Qilong, you just mentioned that the Sadness crossbow was lost last night, correct?" Huang Qilong's eyes narrowed frostily as he coldly responded, "Indeed, Lu Changming. What do you mean? Be careful with your words, otherwise." The threat was palpable. Yet, Lu Changming maintained his nonchalant demeanor, exclaiming, "How strange. Just yesterday, I was discussing Dao with Li Xiao, and he did not return all night. How could he possibly have stolen your Huang family's Sadness crossbow?" "Yes, I was present as well." Niu Jian stepped forward from the crowd. "And I," Lin Qingyao added. Zhou Tong also emerged, stating, "I was there too." Li Xiao was initially taken aback, and then his eyes glistened with unshed tears. This situation was unlike any before. He had offended the Huang family, the overlords of the Xingyun region. Yet, Lu Changming and the others had unhesitatingly come to his aid. The consequences of such an action were severe, as they would surely attract the ire of the Huang family, completely alienating them. To offend a family possessing 3 foundation establishment cultivators for the sake of a mere qi refining level 4 practitioner like Li Xiao was hardly a wise decision. Although Li Xiao had previously maintained a decent rapport with Lu Changming and the others, they were far from being considered true companions. In that moment, Li Xiao fully recognized the 4 of them as allies. He had identified the second element of the 4 essentials of cultivation, companions. Chapter 37, Joining the Tianming. Companions rank second among the 4 essentials of cultivation. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges, and having 1 or 2 genuine friends willing to support one another is of paramount importance. Now, with Lu Changming, Niu Jian, Lin Qingyao, and Zhou Tong as his true companions, Li Xiao felt immense joy. Those present could only sigh in admiration of the camaraderie displayed by Li Xiao and his friends. However, no one else dared to step forward, as they deemed it unwise to offend the entire Huang family for the sake of Li Xiao. Some even regarded Lu Changming and the others as foolish. Naturally, they would never grasp the true significance of companionship and cultivation. The sudden appearance of Lu Changming and his companions caught the Huang family off guard. For a moment, they were uncertain how to proceed. Huang Fu, Huang Qilong, and Huang Qihu, along with other members of the Huang family, glared menacingly at Lu Changming and his associates, their teeth clenched in frustration. The 2 brothers, Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu, turned to Huang Fu, who shook his head slightly, filled with discontent. The 2 brothers cast a fierce glance at Li Xiao and his companions before they turned to leave in disgrace. Although the Huang family had long been accustomed to their tyrannical ways, they were not of the demonic path. Even if they wished to deal with Li Xiao, they needed to fabricate some accusation against him. With Lu Changming and the others as witnesses, they were caught off guard and could not seize anyone without inciting public outrage. At this moment, the Huang family was embroiled in conflict with the Wang family of the Chaos Star Sea and needed the support of Lu's cultivators. They could not afford to offend them. Thus, they retreated in defeat. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed. Li Xiao turned to Lu Changming and the others, his eyes glistening with tears as he choked out, "Lu Daoyu, Does your Tianming still need members? Previously, Lu Changming had invited Li Xiao to join the Tianming on several occasions, but Li Xiao had always declined. This time, moved by the sincerity of his friends, he took the initiative to express his desire to join the Tianming. This signified that Li Xiao had completely set aside his last remnant of hesitation and fully embraced them. Absolutely. The doors of the Tianming are always open for you, Brother Li, Lu Changming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Niu Jian and the others joined in the laughter. Lu Changming produced a golden seashell from his spatial pouch and handed it to Li Xiao, saying, Brother Li, this is the Tianyin Luo, our symbol of communication within the Tianming. Li Xiao accepted the Tianyin Luo. Lu Changming then approached Zhou Tong, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. You are quite impressive, young man. What do you say? Are you interested in joining our Tianming? As he spoke, he produced another Tianyin Luo and offered it to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the golden seashell, exclaiming, I would be delighted. Laughter erupted among the group. After their mirth subsided, Li Xiao regarded the four of them and stated, My friends, we have now thoroughly offended the Huang family, and they are unlikely to let this go easily. We should discuss our strategies. Agreed. The group nodded gravely. They then proceeded to Li Zhao's Zizhu cave to deliberate. Their first thought was to leave the Xingyunxi region. However, the matter of how to depart became a pressing concern. Having offended the Huang family, they feared that the family might already have people watching them in secret, making it difficult to conceal their every move. If they attempted to leave the Xingyunxi region, what would they do if the Huang family ambushed them along the way? It was worth noting that the Huang family had 3 foundation establishment ancestors. Even one of them would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Although there was only a single tier separating the Qi refining and foundation establishment realms, the disparity between them was as vast as the sky and earth, incomparable. Even if the Huang family refrained from deploying a foundation establishment ancestor, sending 2 late-stage Qi refining elders would be insurmountable for them. Thus, they quickly dismissed the notion of escaping from the Xingyunxi region. Staying in the Xingyunxi would render the Huang family hesitant to act against Li Xiao and his companions. At the very least, they would have to find a suitable justification to confront them. After much deliberation, they ultimately resolved to confront any challenges head-on. Of course, they had not abandoned their preparations to flee the Xingyunxi. It was simply that Li Xiao had no intention of leaving unless absolutely necessary. After Lu Changming and the others departed, Li Xiao hesitated for a moment before taking to the wind and heading towards Huangyao Island. Upon arriving at Huangyao Island, Li Xiao made his way directly to Tianxiang Pavilion. In the back courtyard, he found Luo Yunli refining pills. Luo Yunli, who claimed to be the eldest daughter of the Luo family from Luoxia Mountain, should be able to help Li Xiao resolve this matter. If it weren't for dire circumstances, Li Xiao would rather not seek the assistance of a woman, especially one as willful as she. What was more concerning was that this young lady seemed to be quite taken with him. Miss Luo, Li Xiao greeted her with a cupped fist. Call me Li Er instead, not Miss Luo, she replied, somewhat displeased. Li Xiao felt awkward but could not bring himself to comply. Noticing his discomfort, Luo Yunli chose not to press further, chuckling lightly. All right, call me whatever you wish. Li Xiao smiled sheepishly, seeing that he seemed to have something on his mind. Luo Yunli inquired, Li Er, is there something troubling you? Li Xiao took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, I would like to ask Miss Luo for a favor. What favor? Please, go ahead. She replied with a light laugh. Li Xiao, feeling quite embarrassed, recounted the events to her. Luo Yunli's expression hardened, and she coldly responded, Humph, the Huang family is being overly domineering. To play tricks just because someone does not want to marry into their family is truly despicable. She then looked at Li Xiao and assured him, Do not worry. This matter is in my hands. Li Xiao took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Thank you, Miss Luo. I owe you a favor. And if you ever need anything in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Luo Yunli's eyes sparkled with interest as she regarded Li Xiao. Li Er, I actually have something for you to do right now. Chapter 38, Submitting. What a predicament. Just when he had escaped one danger, he found himself in another. Why was it that everyone seemed to covet him? Li Xiao felt utterly speechless. At that moment, Luo Yunli's cheeks flushed as she playfully glared at him, feigning anger. Li Er, what are you thinking? I'm simply refining pills here and need your help to draw my eyebrows. Drawing eyebrows. So it wasn't about anything more intimate, Li Xiao thought to himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, he couldn't help but blush and coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment, stammering, I'm not skilled at drawing eyebrows. It's quite simple. Luo Yunli pouted, gazing at him. Li Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he replied, I'll do my best. Giggling, Luo Yunli produced an eyebrow pencil from her storage bag and handed it to him, her smile radiant. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao accepted the eyebrow pencil and approached Luo Yunli, delicately beginning to draw. It was his first time drawing eyebrows for a girl. and he did so with utmost care, each stroke executed with caution. At that moment, they could distinctly hear each other's heartbeats. Li Xiao dared not look at Luo Yunli, while she gazed at him intently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. It took an entire hour to finish drawing her eyebrows. Luo Yunli retrieved a bronze mirror, beaming. "Lier, your drawing is truly lovely." Li Xiao, feeling quite embarrassed, quickly cupped his fists. Miss Luo, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and hurriedly exited Tianxiang Pavilion, making his way to Zizhu Island. Upon reaching Zizhu Island, his heart raced uncontrollably. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Xiao was deep in meditation when a voice echoed outside. "Is Daoist Li present at the dojo?" It was Huang Qihu. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort as he rose to step outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered the Huang brothers, Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu. However, unlike their previous arrogant demeanor, they now wore broad smiles. Huang Qihu approached Li Xiao, saying, "Daoist Li, we have discovered the truth. Someone else stole the Heartbreak crossbow, and it has nothing to do with you." Li Xiao nodded slightly, yet his expression remained icy. The two brothers exchanged glances. Huang Qihu produced the Heartbreak crossbow from his robe and handed it to Li Xiao, saying, "Daoist Li, it was all a misunderstanding. Consider this Heartbreak crossbow a token of our apology from the Huang family. What do you think?" The Heartbreak crossbow was a middle-grade magical artifact, and it was unlikely that the Huang family had many of them. To give it to Li Xiao was quite generous. It seemed that Luo Yunli had indeed approached the Huang family, and she might genuinely be the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Initially, Li Xiao had doubted Luo Yunli's identity, but it now appeared to be irrefutable. With an expressionless face, Li Xiao accepted the Heartbreak crossbow and coldly asked, "Do you have any further matters?" No, that is all. Daoist Li, you are busy, so we shall not disturb you." Huang Qihu replied awkwardly, then pulled Huang Qilong away. Watching the two retreat, Li Xiao's gaze darkened as he examined the Heartbreak crossbow, feeling a mix of emotions. Just then, several figures flew towards Zizhu Island. They were none other than Lu Changming, Niu Jian, Lin Xingyao, and Zhou Tong. Lu Changming looked at Li Xiao and asked, "Li what were Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu here for?" Li Xiao chuckled coldly. "They came to apologize. This is their offering." The others gasped in astonishment. In the Xingyan Sea, the Huang family was akin to a local emperor, known for their ruthlessness. The fact that they had come to apologize to Li Xiao was unbelievable. Lu Changming, eyeing the Heartbreak crossbow in Li Xiao's hands, asked, "Li how did you manage to compel the Huang family to apologize?" Li Xiao smiled awkwardly and replied, "This matter involves someone else, and I cannot disclose details for the time being. Please forgive me." Lu Changming and the others nodded slightly. Though Li Xiao did not elaborate, they could infer certain things. The Huang family's capitulation indicated that Li Xiao had a more formidable backing. However, they remained unaware of the true nature of that support. Thanks to Luo Yunli's discreet intervention, the matter was temporarily settled. Subsequently, the Huang family ceased to trouble Li Xiao and instead treated him with great courtesy. Such is the brutal reality of the cultivation world, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It is hard to imagine how the Huang family would have dealt with Li Xiao and his companions had it not been for Luo Yunli's influence. In the following days, Li Xiao returned to his usual tranquility, moving between Tianxiang Pavilion and Zizhu Island. A year passed swiftly, during which Li Xiao had secretly acquired significant skills in alchemy from Luo Yunli. He discovered that he possessed a fair amount of talent in this area, which greatly delighted him. One day, while he was soaring towards Huangya Island to visit Tianxiang Pavilion, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Initially indifferent, he prepared to leave when he noticed the crowd surrounding none other than Lin Xingyao. The individuals surrounding her were none other than Shun Tingzhong and his companions. Miss Lin, my admiration for you remains unwavering. Marry me, and I guarantee an endless supply of the pills you need for your cultivation." Shun Tingzhong leered at Lin Xingyao with a lascivious grin. Li Xiao's expression hardened as he swiftly approached, speaking in a low, stern voice. "Shun Tingzhong, do you possess no shame? At your age, do you still harbor desires for someone so young?" "Li Ji," Lin Xingyao exclaimed, hastily retreating behind Li Xiao. As Shun Tingzhong caught sight of Li Xiao, his smile faltered, and a chilling glare ignited in his eyes. "You dare to thwart my intentions? The fact that she has caught my eye is a blessing she could scarcely dream of." "Bah, that is a blessing we cannot bear," Li Xiao retorted coldly. He attempted to lead Lin Xingyao away, but the three cultivators at Shun Tingzhong's side, each at the 6th level of qi refinement, blocked their path. Otherwise, Li Xiao would have already given Shun Tingzhong a punch. It was clear that Shun Tingzhong had long found himself on Li Xiao's blacklist, and when Li Xiao's cultivation reached greater heights, he would ensure that Shun Tingzhong faced repercussions, at the very least not allowing him to live out his days in peace. "Hold on," Shun Tingzhong snorted, his voice grave. The three cultivators stepped forward to obstruct Li Xiao and Lin Xingyao's escape. Li Xiao squinted, coldly regarding Shen Tingzhong. What do you intend to do? Shen Tingzhong's wrinkled visage contorted with rage as he pointed at Li Xiao, declaring, No woman I desire has ever escaped my grasp. Do you think you can leave without my consent? Li Xiao's gaze remained icy as he regarded Shen Tingzhong, unabashedly harboring a murderous intent. Although his adversary was guarded by three formidable cultivators, Li Xiao could unleash his blood-burning sorcery. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape into the sea. Humph, Shen Tingzhong, what do you mean? You dare to touch my people? At this moment, a clear, cold voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Luo Yunli, clad in flowing white, resembling a cold plum blossom, gracefully approaching with a few companions. Apart from her identity as the young lady of the Luo family, Luo Yunli was also a genuine alchemist, surrounded by numerous independent cultivators seeking her favor. Luo Yunli. Shen Tingzhong's pupils constricted upon seeing her. With a cold smirk, Luo Yunli fixed her gaze on Shen Tingzhong and firmly stated, They are my friends, and you cannot harm them. You. Shen Tingzhong glared fiercely at Luo Yunli. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he huffed, flicked his sleeve, and retreated with his companions, his demeanor begrudging. Well, I owe this young lady another favor. And there are 3 conditions to repay. This will not be easy, Li Xiao mused inwardly, bowing respectfully to Luo Yunli. Thank you, Miss Luo. Thank you, Master Luo. Lin Xingyao echoed her gratitude. Luo Yunli lightly laughed, waving her hand dismissively. It is merely a small matter. Let us proceed. Indeed. Li Xiao nodded slightly. The group made their way towards Huangya Island. However, as they walked, Li Xiao cast a lingering glance at the departing Shen Tingzhong. Chapter 39, The Sale. After serving as an apothecary boy at Tianxiang Pavilion for a day, Li Xiao returned to Zizizu to bring down Shen Tingzhong. It appeared he would need to focus on elixirs. Li Xiao reflected on this. Shen Tingzhong's personal strength was rather weak, merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet he was an alchemist surrounded by a throng of powerful allies, including a 9th level cultivator. To defeat Shen Tingzhong, it was essential to undermine his support by targeting the elixirs that attracted those cultivators. Alternatively, he could have Luo Yunli intervene. But it was peculiar that she had no apparent protectors nearby. Perhaps they had been dispatched on errands, or were concealed from view. Li Xiao resolved to take matters into his own hands. Additionally, he had devised a preliminary plan for vengeance. Now that he had also become an alchemist, he could procure materials more easily without using water-repelling talismans, thereby reducing costs. This meant he could sell the same elixirs at lower prices. Over time, this would draw the cultivators surrounding Shen Tingzhong to him. When those higher-level cultivators were lured in, it would be the perfect moment for Li Xiao to exact his revenge. Now a member of the Tianming, he recognized that Lu Changming, Lin Xingyao, and the others would risk their lives for him, and thus, he could not remain indifferent. Since Shen Tingzhong dared to threaten Lin Xingyao, he would ensure that Shen Tingzhong paid for his actions. Suddenly, Li Xiao noticed something amiss. Glancing at the pond nearby, he realized that one of the huanglong fish was missing, leading him to ponder suspiciously. Odd, there were clearly 16 before. How had it dwindled to 15? Li Xiao continued his training while discreetly extending his consciousness to monitor the pond. Approximately an hour later, the huanglong fish seemed to be snatched by something, thrashing in the air. Indeed, something is there, Li Xiao thought, startled. Without hesitation, he summoned the soul piercer. The soul piercer struck the void, causing a spray of blood to erupt. Soon after, the creature revealed itself. A chameleon. Li Xiao's pupils constricted as he recognized it and shouted as he lunged towards the chameleon, clutching it tightly. The creature emitted a piercing scream, akin to a wailing infant. Absorb it, Li Xiao commanded, activating his devouring technique to consume the chameleon's soul. The chameleon shrieked, writhing in agony. Yet, Li Xiao's soul strength now rivaled that of a foundational cultivator, making it impossible for the chameleon to escape. After about an hour, the chameleon ceased its struggles. Li Xiao exhaled, opening his eyes in delight. It worked. As he spoke, his form began to fade. Specifically, the colors of his body blended seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering him invisible. More remarkably, even his formidable consciousness, equivalent to that of a foundational cultivator, could not detect his presence. Given that only the Huang family possessed 3 foundational cultivators in the entire Xingyunsi region, Li Xiao realized he could navigate freely. After about 15 minutes, Li Xiao's form became visible again. What is happening? He wondered, perplexed. About an hour later, he discovered he could once again enter an invisible state. Could this invisibility technique have a cooldown? Li Xiao speculated. With a grasp of how this invisibility worked, he rose from his dwelling and plunged into the sea to gather the herbs needed for crafting qi-gathering pills. Before long, he had collected the required herbs. Additionally, he retrieved the Huangyu umbrella and the Chuanyan shuttle. As night fell, Li Xiao visited the black market and returned with an alchemy furnace. With all preparations complete, he began crafting elixirs on Zizuzu. In short order, he successfully produced a batch of elixirs. Inspecting the 5-round pills, he frowned, noting a 50% success rate. Though this was 1% lower than Luo Yunli's, Li Xiao was unconcerned. After all, he could find the necessary herbs anywhere, aside from time. He had virtually no cost to consider. Thus, Li Xiao spent several months on the island refining medicinal pills. With 50 bottles of Juki-Dan ready, it was time to sell them. Counting the bottles filled with Juki-Dan, Li Xiao felt a surge of joy and awaited the arrival of nightfall. As darkness enveloped the land, he donned a black robe and a conical hat, making his way to Huanya Island. The journey was uneventful, and after exchanging a piece of spirit stone, Li Xiao entered the black market. He found a stall and displayed the 50 bottles of Juki-Dan. He then took out a brush and wrote a line. Juki-Dan, 5 spirit stones per bottle. Juki-Dan is a commonly used elixir during the qi refining stage, typically priced at 10 spirit stones per bottle, which means 1 spirit stone per pill. However, Li Xiao priced his at 5 spirit stones per bottle, half the market price. Such an attractive price quickly drew a large crowd. Friend, your Juki-Dan is half the market price. Is there something wrong? One person inquired. Li Xiao replied in a hoarse voice, feel free to inspect. The individual nodded and picked up a bottle to examine it. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, friend, it appears fine on the surface. May we taste it? Li Xiao hesitated but said, certainly, but if my Juki-Dan is genuine, you must purchase that bottle. The man nodded, took out a pill, placed it under his hat, and began to chew. All eyes were on him. Friend, how does it taste? Someone finally couldn't hold back and asked. The man nodded and declared, indeed, this Juki-Dan is authentic. He then produced 5 spirit stones and handed them to Li Xiao. Li Xiao accepted the stones and gave the man a bottle of Juki-Dan. The man, elated, departed. I'll take 1 bottle. I want 3 bottles. I'll have 10 bottles. Chapter 40. Friend, please wait. Soon, all 50 bottles of Juki-Dan were snatched up. Li Xiao earned 250 spirit stones. Those who successfully acquired the Juki-Dan rejoiced, while those who hesitated and missed out were filled with regret. As Li Xiao packed up his stall, one person hurriedly asked, friend, when will you return to sell Juki-Dan again? Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, in a month. The crowd brightened at this news. He stepped forward. But instead of leaving the black market, he wandered around and eventually entered a shop named Fuzhuangge. The proprietor of Fuzhuangge was a young woman, though veiled. Her alluring figure was hard to conceal, and a subtle fragrance wafted from her. Upon seeing Li Xiao, the shopkeeper asked softly, friend, what would you like? Feel free to browse. Li Xiao replied, I would like 3 Jin Gang talismans. 3 Jin Gang talismans? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. 1 Jin Gang talisman costs 70 spirit stones. For 3, that amounts to 210 spirit stones. Are you certain about this? Without hesitation, Li Xiao produced 210 spirit stones from his Qianxiaaudiobooks bag and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and she quickly changed her demeanor, exclaiming, excellent. I shall retrieve them at once. She soon returned with 3 Jin Gang talismans and handed them to Li Xiao. He placed the talismans into his Qianxiaaudiobooks bag and departed without looking back. Navigating through the crowd to avoid being followed, Li Xiao soon exited the black market. Once outside, he activated an invisibility spell and swiftly blended into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Where did he go? What happened? How did he suddenly disappear? Just after Li Xiao left, a few individuals approached, puzzled. Meanwhile, Li Xiao chuckled softly to himself and headed towards Zizhu Island. Upon returning to Zizhu Island, he resumed his search for medicinal materials beneath the sea and continued his alchemical practices. Juki-Dan was a well-established elixir. Materials could be found both on land and at sea. One day, after completing a batch of pills, Li Xiao sensed a stirring in his Qianxiaaudiobooks bag. He took out the Tianming Luo and gently tapped it twice. The voice of Lu Changming emerged from the shell. Dear friends, I heard that in the black market, someone is selling Juki-Dan for 5 spirit stones per bottle, which is half the market price. In a few days, let us go and procure a few bottles. Shall we? Is that true? Juki-Dan for 5 spirit stones? There must be something wrong with it. Niu Jian's voice chimed in. I've inquired, and it's authentic. Someone verified it on the spot. The last batch of 50 bottles was snatched up in no time. Lu Changming's voice replied. All right, then let us go and get some. Lin Qingyao expressed her interest. Li Xiao smiled faintly and said, I won't be going. I need to enter seclusion for a while. You all can go. Brotherly, are you really not going? It's half the price of the market. Lu Changming's voice persisted. Li Xiao chuckled. I am aiming to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement, so I will not join you. All right, we will procure a few more bottles for Brotherly. Lu Changming responded. Li Xiao smiled, stored the Tianming Luo, and continued refining pills. At Huanya Island, within the Tianxiang Pavilion, Luo Yunli was busy refining pills when Lan Xiaoyu walked in and said, Mississippi. Luo Yunli nodded and asked, Xiaoyu, have you discovered the cause of our Tianxiang pavilion's sudden decline in business? Is it the doing of Shin Tingzhong? Lan Xiaoyu shook her head slightly. This matter should not involve Shin Tingzhong. It seems that a new alchemist has emerged in the black market, selling Juki Dan for just 5 spirit stones. Everyone is waiting for this alchemist to restock, preparing to rush to purchase. Luo Yunli furrowed her brows in surprise. How can that be? 5 spirit stones. That is even less than the cost of a water avoidance talisman, which costs 10 spirit stones. This price barely covers the cost. Has that alchemist lost their mind? Lan Xiaoyu sighed, but it is true. Luo Yunli's brows knitted tighter, her eyes glinting with determination. When that alchemist appears again, I shall pay him a visit. Indeed. Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Meanwhile, within Wanyao Pavilion, Shin Tingzhong faced a similar predicament. As people waited for the mysterious alchemist to appear, eager to purchase Juki Dan. Business at Wanyao Pavilion had also plummeted. Master Shun, it has become clear that a new alchemist has emerged in the black market, selling Juki Dan for 5 spirit stones. This is why our business is suffering, a cultivator reported to Shin Tingzhong. 5 spirit stones. Shin Tingzhong's face twitched with anger, his eyes flashing with fury. Is Luo Yunli out of her mind? 5 spirit stones, that doesn't even cover the cost. The cultivator hesitated and said, Master Shun, it seems that it is not Luo Yunli of Tianxiang Pavilion causing this. I've heard that the mysterious alchemist is a man. A man? Shin Tingzhong's brows knitted tightly. After a long moment, he coldly huffed. Humph. When he reappears, I shall personally meet him and see what kind of person he is. Meanwhile, Li Xiao continued refining pills in his cave dwelling. As time passed, his alchemical skills matured further, and his speed increased significantly. What once took 3 days to refine now only required half a day. Approximately a month later, Li Xiao successfully refined another 60 bottles of Juki Dan. As night fell, he left Zizhu Island and set off toward the black market, riding the winds. After exchanging a piece of spiritual stone, Li Xiao entered the black market and found a stall. He slowly laid out 50 bottles of vitality pills, reserving the remaining 10 for his personal use. Amidst the crowd, a voice suddenly called out, and people surged towards Li Xiao's stall. Master, I want 10 bottles of vitality pills. How dare you? If you take 10, what about the others? I want 20. The crowd went wild, frantically vying for the vitality pills. Within mere moments, the pills at Li Xiao's stall were snatched away. The speed astonishing. Li Xiao then received 250 spiritual stones. After collecting the stones and packing up his stall, he was about to leave when a melodious voice called out, Friend, please wait. Turning around, Li Xiao saw a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a black robe approaching him. Although her face was obscured, he recognized her at once, Luo Yunli. It was evident that the emergence of this mysterious alchemist had captured her attention. Amused, Li Xiao suppressed a smile and turned to Luo Yunli, asking with a hoarse voice, Is there something you need? Luo Yunli looked at him and inquired, Friend, selling vitality pills at such a price, are you not afraid of losing your capital? What is your intention? I am willing. Li Xiao replied curtly and turned to leave. Humph. Luo Yunli's face darkened, her eyes blazing with fury as she stamped her foot in frustration. Not long after, another person blocked Li Xiao's path. Friend, please wait. This individual did not even conceal his identity in the black market. He was Shin Tingzhong, another alchemist from the Xingyunxi domain. Shin Tingzhong, confident in his status as an alchemist, openly entered the black market, clearly intending to confront Li Xiao, the newly emerged alchemist. Li Xiao regarded Shin Tingzhong coldly and asked in a deep voice, What do you want? Shin Tingzhong scrutinized Li Xiao, attempting to discern his identity. But Li Xiao's concealment technique left him at a loss. He then turned his gaze to a man in black beside him, evidently inquiring whether this individual could unveil Li Xiao's identity. The man in black shook his head slightly, indicating his inability to do so. Frustrated, Shin Tingzhong glared at Li Xiao and stated coldly, Friend, there are rules among alchemists. Selling vitality pills at half the price undermines my reputation. Li Xiao retorted icily. That's none of your business. With that, he attempted to leave. Shin Tingzhong stepped forward to block his path, saying coldly, Friend, why not befriend me? Li Xiao replied frostily. Get lost. Taken aback, Shin Tingzhong frowned deeply and said, Humph, friend, are you refusing a toast only to drink a penalty? Just then, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat and black robe stepped forward, glaring at Shin Tingzhong. Humph, Shun, do not overstep your bounds. It is not for you to dictate how others sell their pills. As the crowd rallied behind this individual, many began to glare at Shin Tingzhong. After all, he had infringed upon their interests. With Li Xiao selling the pills at half price, they could purchase them more affordably. Shin Tingzhong's interference was tantamount to opposing them. In the outside world, people might hesitate to confront Shin Tingzhong due to his status as an alchemist. However, in the black market, everyone wore hats and masks, allowing them to express their anger without fear of identification. Though Shen Tingjong had a few skilled protectors, he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. They could not withstand a united front. What do you want? This is the black market, the territory of the Huang family. What are you up to? A commanding voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a group of Huang family guards approaching, led by a stern figure. Shen Tingjong, left speechless by the crowd's outrage, glared at Li Xiao one last time and declared, "Friend, our paths may diverge, but the rivers will flow on." With that, Shen Tingjong turned to flee, humiliated. "Get lost. Old dog. Shen the old dog, hurry up and leave," came the shouts from the crowd. Laughter erupting as they released their pent-up frustrations from years of being treated poorly by Shen Tingjong. "You all wait." Shen Tingjong trembled in rage. But he had no recourse and retreated in disgrace. The crowd erupted in laughter. "Rest assured, Master, if Shen Tingjong dares to cause trouble again, we will not let him off lightly. Yes, Master, feel free to sell your pills here. Anyone who dares to disrupt you will be opposing us. Do not worry, Master. We will ensure your safety." The crowd, eager for affordable pills, vowed to protect Li Xiao. "Thank you, friends." Li Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude and then walked toward the Fuzhuan pavilion. Upon entering, the female shopkeeper greeted him with a smile. "Master, what would you like to purchase today?" "I seek attack-type talismans, preferably mid-grade," Li Xiao replied casually. "We have Lava Talisman, Rainsword Talisman, and Red Wand Talisman. Which three would you prefer?" The shopkeeper eagerly introduced. Li Xiao chuckled softly. "I will take one of each." "Excellent." The shopkeeper, thrilled to serve such a valued customer, quickly retrieved 3 talismans and presented them to Li Xiao. He handed over 210 spiritual stones. The shopkeeper smiled as she accepted the 200 stones and returned the remaining 10 to him, saying, "Consider it 200 stones, Master." "Thank you." Li Xiao replied with a smile, collecting the 10 stones and the 3 talismans before turning to exit the Fuzhuan pavilion. Outside, the crowd spontaneously gathered to see him off. "Farewell, Master." They bowed respectfully. Li Xiao waved goodbye and then vanished into the shadows, activating his stealth technique as he made his way to Zizhu Island. Upon arriving at the island, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the 3 mid-grade attack talismans in his hand, a beaming smile spread across his face, nearly reaching his ears. "Finally, I possess a means of protection. Yet, it is still insufficient. I need to amass 1,000 or 800 talismans to be truly secure," he murmured. Just then, a stirring from his Qinquan bag caught his attention. He stored away the 6 mid-grade talismans and retrieved the Tianming shell, gently tapping it twice. The voice of Lu Changming resonated from within. "Friends, I managed to acquire the vitality pills from that mysterious master." Lin Qingyao inquired with a hint of concern. "Is it true? I just consumed one, and I can confirm it." Lu Changming's voice resonated once more. "What is the situation with this master? Is he engaging in charity?" "The price is astonishingly half of what is available on the market for the Qi gathering pill," Zhou Tong remarked with a sigh. Lu Changming chuckled lightly, saying, "Dear friends, come to my Taoist temple. I have procured 15 bottles of Qi gathering pills." During his time in the black market, Li Xiao recognized Lu Changming's identity and, in consideration for him, specifically sold him 15 bottles of Qi gathering pills. "Excellent." Niu Jian and the others rejoiced. Li Xiao, hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. Rising to leave the cave, riding the wind towards Changming Island. He initially hesitated to go, but upon reflection, he thought that not attending might seem overly peculiar. It was not a matter of distrust towards Lu Changming and the others. He simply wished to keep his identity concealed for the time being. Before long, they arrived at Changming Island, each taking their seats. Lu Changming surveyed the group, retrieving 15 bottles from his Qinquan bag and arranging them in a neat line. Beaming with pride as he said, "Here are 15 bottles of Qi gathering pills. With 5 of us, that's 3 bottles each." "Wonderful." Niu Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Qingyao and Zhou Tong also expressed their delight, while Li Xiao nodded in agreement with a smile. Ultimately, each of them presented Lu Changming with 15 spirit stones in exchange for 3 bottles of Qi gathering pills before departing. Although they were friends and members of the Heavenly Alliance, they understood the importance of clear transactions, as such relationships foster longevity. Lu Changming could have kept the pills for himself after acquiring them, but he chose to share with others. Naturally, they could not let him incur a loss. However, as Li Xiao held his 3 bottles of pills, he felt somewhat resigned. He had not anticipated that, after all the twists and turns, the pills he had crafted would return to him. After stowing the pills away, Li Xiao flew towards Huangyao Island, having not visited Tianxiang Pavilion for quite some time. His presence would undoubtedly bring some business to the establishment, so he intended to comfort Luo Yunli. Damn it, that despicable fellow. If I find out who he is, I shall chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Li Xiao overheard Luo Yunli's furious tirade. Well, since our young lady is upset, I must keep my identity hidden, Li Xiao thought to himself wryly as he entered, looking at Luo Yunli and asking with a bitter smile. Who has angered our young lady? Big brotherly, when did you arrive? Oh dear, listen to me, I'm not usually like this. I'm quite gentle on most days. Curse that vile scoundrel, Luo Yunli exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she suddenly noticed Li Xiao and hurriedly began her explanations. Li Xiao merely chuckled in silence. Luo Yunli pouted, looking at Li Xiao with a bashful expression. Big brotherly, I wish for you to fulfill my second wish and draw my eyebrows. All right, Li Xiao replied with a smile. Retrieving an eyebrow pencil and meticulously enhancing Luo Yunli's brows, he spent more than an hour entertaining the young lady before finally leaving Tianxiang Pavilion. Upon returning to his cave, Li Xiao commenced his cultivation. Lately, he felt that his magical power had reached a sufficient level, allowing him to challenge the 5th layer of qi refinement. After roughly a month, Li Xiao opened his eyes, exclaiming in delight, I've finally broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. This time, Li Xiao had successfully advanced his thunder spirit root to the 5th layer, while his water spirit root remained at the 4th layer. As his realm increased, so did the time and resources required. Thus, Li Xiao resolved to elevate his thunder spirit root first, allowing other spirit roots to wait. This way, he would at least possess the means for self-defense. Subsequently, Li Xiao resumed his alchemical endeavors. Time flew by, and another month and a half passed swiftly. During this period, Li Xiao successfully concocted 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills. That evening, he departed from Zizhu Island, riding the wind towards Huanya Island. Yet, upon nearing Huanya Island, he observed numerous figures cloaked in black robes and broad-brimmed hats, all gazing on expectantly. Why hasn't he the master arrived yet? One inquired. Indeed, it has been over 3 months since his last visit. What could the reason be? Did that old fellow Shen Tingzhong offend the master, prompting him to leave the Xingyunxi region? Despite their disguises, they shared a common concern, leading to animated discussions amongst themselves. Li Xiao chuckled softly and gradually approached on the wind. Are you the master? One of the cultivators asked, eyeing him with anticipation. Li Xiao remained silent, only turning to face them after paying a spirit stone to enter the black market. Come in, he announced. It truly is the master. He has not abandoned us. The crowd erupted in joy, flocking towards the black market. Under the throng's enthusiastic support, Li Xiao reached his stall, presenting 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills. Today, I am selling 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills, the usual price of 5 spirit stones per bottle. First come, first served. I'll take 10 bottles. Master, I'd like 20 bottles. Hey, you there, buy fewer. I haven't gotten any yet. The crowd surged forward, hastily producing spirit stones to offer to Li Xiao, causing the scene to devolve into chaos. In less than a moment, all 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills were snatched up, netting Li Xiao a substantial 500 spirit stones. Those who secured spirit stones rejoiced, while those who missed out lamented in despair. Master, could you perhaps sell some other pills, like the revitalizing pill, or perhaps the breaking cloud pill and clear dew pill? Master, when will you return next? Master, I've missed out several times. Please, next time sell me a few bottles of qi-gathering pills. The crowd clamored for Li Xiao's attention, voicing their requests. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao replied, Very well, next time I will concoct some revitalizing pills. They will be 3 spirit stones each, or 2 for 5 spirit stones. The revitalizing pill is a common healing elixir, and at 5 spirit stones per pill, this price was half of the market rate. Long live the master. The master is magnificent. Master, I adore you. The crowd erupted in cheers. Li Xiao surveyed them and calmly stated, Due to the chaos during the sale of pills, let us do this. Next time, please line up in advance. Otherwise, I will not sell. After leaving, Li Xiao visited the Fuzhou Pavilion to purchase a few talismans before hastily departing. The days that followed were rather mundane. Apart from cultivation, Li Xiao focused on alchemy and selling pills. With prices slashed to half of the market rate, his pills became exceedingly popular. Moreover, as Li Xiao's alchemical skills matured, the quantity of pills he produced increased as well. Many awaited eagerly in the black market to snatch up Li Xiao's wares. Later, he also sold some breaking cloud pills, which further enhanced his reputation. Not only did the business of Wanyao Pavilion and Tianxiang Pavilion suffer due to Li Xiao, but even some disciples from the Huang family sought to purchase pills from the black market. On Huanglong Island, within the Huang family's main hall, the family head, Huang Yuanwu, sat prominently, addressing an elderly man with a goatee. Gusher, can you truly manage to sell the qi-gathering pill at half the price? 5 spirit stones per bottle? Gusher, an external alchemist for the Huang family, frowned deeply, shaking his head. I cannot achieve that price, even at that rate. It does not cover the cost. Huang Yuanwu's brow furrowed in concern as he muttered, Then what is the story behind this mysterious alchemist? The elixirs were continuously sold at half price. On this particular day, Li Xiao brought 120 bottles of Juqidan, along with 1 bottle of Huichundan and 1 bottle of Poyandan for sale. A long queue had formed early in the morning in front of Li Xiao's stall. "Master, I would like to purchase 2 bottles of Juqidan, 2 Huichundan, and 1 Poyandan." One of the cultivators respectfully addressed Li Xiao, presenting his spirit stones. Li Xiao accepted the stones and handed over the elixirs. "Thank you, master," the man exclaimed joyfully, offering a deep bow of gratitude. For these loose cultivators, accumulating spirit stones was an arduous task, and Li Xiao's decision to have the price was undoubtedly a boon for them. Thus, they held Li Xiao in high esteem. However, one might argue that where one is not welcomed, one can find another place to stay. Yet, the reality was that in the entire cultivation realm, any location with spiritual veins was occupied by sects or cultivation families. Loose cultivators could only practice by renting space from these sects or families. Otherwise, cultivating in areas devoid of spiritual energy would yield little progress. Li Xiao nodded slightly as the man left in high spirits. At that moment, another individual approached the stall, exclaiming, "Master, I want 3 bottles of Juqidan and 2 Huichundan." As he extended his spirit stones towards Li Xiao, just then, 2 figures approached, dressed in blue garments adorned with a flamboyant golden character on their chests, unmistakably members of the Huang family. "Wait, I want all these elixirs," one of the taller Huang family members declared arrogantly. The surrounding loose cultivators were filled with indignation, yet they dared not voice their anger. After all, they were members of the Huang family, and this was their territory. They had no choice but to bow their heads. Li Xiao, however, lifted his gaze and coldly regarded the two, stating firmly, "If you wish to buy elixirs, please wait in line." The Huang family members were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces flushed with anger. The taller Huang family member glared at Li Xiao, his voice dripping with contempt. "So you think you can disregard me? I am from the Huang family, and this is our territory. Here are the spirit stones. Hurry up and sell me the elixirs. I have no time for your nonsense." As he spoke, he produced a bag of spirit stones and thrust it toward Li Xiao. The crowd seethed with anger, furious that the Huang family members intended to monopolize all the elixirs, leaving nothing for them. "Even if you are from the Huang family, you cannot be so overbearing." The crowd expressed their outrage, glaring at the 2 Huang family members and voicing their discontent. In the past, they would never have dared to speak so disrespectfully to members of the Huang family, but now, with their faces concealed, they felt emboldened. "You do not know us," they thought, and besides, the law does not punish the masses. With so many voices raised in protest, could they truly silence them all? The 2 Huang family members, drenched in humiliation from the crowd's scorn, were seething with rage. The other Huang family member glared at the crowd, his voice booming, "How dare you speak here? This is the Huang family territory." The crowd, fearing retribution, fell silent, apprehensive of becoming examples to deter others. Seeing the crowd subdued, the taller Huang family member turned his cold gaze toward Li Xiao, insisting, "Hand over the elixirs." Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, responding icily, "Join the line. You are seeking death." The taller Huang family member yelled, preparing to strike. Li Xiao snorted in response, ready to retaliate. After all, he had means to escape. And if it came to it, he would not hesitate to eliminate his opponent and flee, never to sell elixirs again. "Stop!" A thunderous voice cut through the tension like a clap of thunder. The crowd turned to see a group approaching, led by a robust man with a striking countenance, none other than Huang Yuanwu, the current head of the Huang family. Accompanying him was the Huang family's alchemist, Lechure. "Master." The taller Huang family member and his companion quickly bowed. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically upon seeing the family head, and they fell silent, fearing they would provoke retaliation from the Huang family, especially after having insulted 2 of their members. Li Xiao's eyes narrowed as he recognized Huang Yuanwu's sudden appearance in the black market. It was evident that he was directly approaching him. Huang Yuanwu reached Li Xiao and bowed respectfully, introducing himself, "Master, I am Huang Yuanwu, the head of the Huang family." Li Xiao merely waved his sleeve to gather the unsold elixirs, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Given Huang family's interference, it seemed unlikely that he would sell any elixirs that day, so he decided to cease his sales entirely. Noticing Li Xiao's cold demeanor, Huang Yuanwu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Though he quickly concealed it, regaining his composure, he continued, "Master, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Huang family. If you agree, we will treat you with great respect." The loose cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, their anger boiling over. They could only widen their eyes in disbelief, expressing their dissatisfaction silently. Li Xiao's decision to sell elixirs at half price had been a blessing for all loose cultivators, but if he joined the Huang family, such benefits would likely vanish. Their frustration grew, yet faced with Huang Yuanwu and his formidable allies, they could only simmer in silence. I am not interested. Li Xiao's dispassionate voice echoed amidst the rising tension. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then elated. Had it not been for Huang Yuanwu and the Huang family members' presence, they would have applauded Li Xiao's audacity. Huang Yuanwu and the others were equally taken aback by Li Xiao's decisive and unhesitating refusal. Typically, when the Huang family extended an olive branch, especially one from the esteemed family head himself, others would be overjoyed. Yet, Li Xiao's straightforward rejection was utterly unexpected. How audacious! Who do you think you are? The head of the Huang family personally extends an invitation, and you dare to refuse. The taller Huang family member, eager to curry favor with Huang Yuanwu, turned to scold Li Xiao. Li Xiao remained unfazed, retorting coldly, "Humph, I have no interest in your Huang family's invitation." Before the taller Huang family member could respond, Huang Yuanwu raised his hand to interrupt him. He then turned his intense gaze toward Li Xiao, stating, "Master, the Huang family sincerely wishes to recruit you. I implore you to grant me this favor. I have already expressed my disinterest." Li Xiao replied frostily, turning to leave. The crowd gasped in admiration, each one silently praising Li Xiao's integrity for not yielding an inch to Huang Yuanwu. Huang Yuanwu, feeling his pride wounded, let out a cold snort and gestured for his disciples to surround Li Xiao. What is the meaning of this? If you cannot persuade him gently, will you resort to force? Li Xiao turned to face Huang Yuanwu, his voice low and firm. Huang Yuanwu narrowed his eyes, coolly regarding Li Xiao, and replied, "Master, I have already shown you considerable courtesy, yet you refuse to reciprocate. Humph, and what if I do not?" Li Xiao shot back coldly. Huang Yuanwu's arms trembled, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, rolling forth like a tidal wave, pressing down upon Li Xiao. The onlookers were startled, instinctively staggering back a few steps. Their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at Huang Yuanwu. Is he at the 9th level of qi refinement? Yet, Li Xiao remained unfazed, his formidable spirit suddenly bursting forth. Like an angry wave crashing against the shore, it surged towards the Huang clan members. Huang Yuanwu's expression changed dramatically. Stumbling back a few steps, he looked at Li Xiao in horror and exclaimed, "Foundation establishment stage." Although the Huang clan had 3 ancestors at the Foundation establishment stage, they were currently embroiled in a conflict with the Wang clan of the Chaos Star Sea. They could not afford to offend a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. The crowd's expressions shifted, quickly replaced by elation. Initially, they believed Li Xiao would be recruited by the Huang clan, perhaps even imprisoned by them. To their surprise, Li Xiao turned out to be a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. Huang Yuanwu gulped nervously, his complexion shifting multiple times, ultimately bowing respectfully to Li Xiao, saying, "Senior, I was disrespectful just now. Please, with your great magnanimity, do not hold it against me." Li Xiao coldly regarded Huang Yuanwu, then turned to the long-faced disciple of the Huang clan, stating in a deep voice, "Humph, weren't you quite arrogant just now?" With a thud, the long-faced disciple, pale with fright, hurriedly knelt on the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic, tremblingly pleading, "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life, spare my life." Huang Yuanwu clenched his teeth, sweeping his robe with a flourish. A surge of violent magical power erupted, directly sending the long-faced disciple flying, as he sternly scolded, "You wretched fool, who permitted you to be disrespectful to a senior?" Boom. The long-faced disciple crashed into a shop, knocking down a large section of the counter. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming weak. Ignoring his injuries, he crawled out from the debris, hastily kneeling on the ground, banging his head and crying out for the clan leader to spare him, pleading for the senior's forgiveness. Huang Yuanwu looked at Li Xiao with a forced smile, saying, "Senior, you see." "Humph." Li Xiao snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Senior, if you wish to sell pills, you are always welcome. My Huang clan will not charge you any fees," Huang Yuanwu hurriedly called out in an attempt to appease him. Yet, Li Xiao walked away without looking back. Once Li Xiao departed, Huang Yuanwu exhaled a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Humph, wretched fool. Why did you not investigate properly? How could that person be a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage?" The Huang clan disciples lowered their heads, silent as mice. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage was not someone they could provoke. At least, the current Huang clan did not wish to offend such a cultivator. Huang Yuanwu's heart raced, unaware that Li Xiao was equally anxious. While his spiritual strength had reached that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, his actual cultivation level was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. He could only intimidate others. If it came to a real confrontation, he was still a mere novice. Fortunately, Huang Yuanwu and the Huang clan disciples were sufficiently intimidated, allowing him to leave the black market unscathed. Upon returning to Zizhu Island, a tremor resonated from his Qinquan bag. Calming his mind, Li Xiao patted the Qinquan bag at his waist and retrieved the Tianming shell, channeling a spell into it. Oh, a significant revelation. The mysterious master selling pills in the black market is actually a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. In the next moment, the excited voice of Lu Changming echoed from the Tianming shell. I was present at the time. That master is indeed a senior at the Foundation establishment stage. Even the head of the Huang clan was intimidated and repeatedly apologized to that senior. Neo Jian also exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, on Huangyi Island, within the Wanyao Pavilion, Shen Tingzhong was discussing strategies to deal with the master when a cultivator rushed in, exclaiming, Shen Master, something terrible has happened. Shen Tingzhong looked at the cultivator, his voice stern. What's wrong? I am perfectly fine. The cultivator grimaced, recounting the events that transpired in the black market. What? A cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage? You mean the alchemist in the black market is a senior at the Foundation establishment stage? Shen Tingzhong was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. The cultivator nodded slightly, bitterly adding, yes, without a doubt. The head of the Huang clan was repeatedly acknowledging his mistakes to that senior. Shen Tingzhong's face twitched violently, his heart sinking. He had initially promised substantial rewards while discussing plans to deal with that mysterious master, only to find out that the person was actually a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment stage, how could this be? Although there is only one major realm separating Qi refinement from Foundation establishment, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. No amount of Qi refinement cultivators could hope to contend with a Foundation establishment cultivator. That Shen Master, I suddenly recalled some matters and must take my leave. One person suddenly bowed to Shen Tingzhong and hurriedly departed. Shen Master, my partner is giving birth, so I must also take my leave, another said. Shen Master, I have important matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell, echoed several others. The individuals present quickly rose, bowing to Shen Tingzhong before hastily exiting the Wanyao Pavilion. If the opponent were merely a Qi refinement cultivator, it could be managed. But the critical point was that the opponent was a senior at the Foundation establishment stage. Given their numbers, they were utterly no match. Confronting him would only lead to their demise, which was why they fled in such haste. In a mere moment, Shen Tingzhong was left alone in the Wanyao Pavilion. Damn it, Shen Tingzhong seethed, his body trembling with rage, his expression gradually turning ferocious. Yet soon after, he deflated like a punctured balloon, sighing heavily as he slumped to the ground in resignation. Chapter 45, Sea Serpent. Following the commotion caused by the Huang clan, the revelation that the mysterious master was indeed a senior at the Foundation establishment stage spread like wildfire. This saved Li Xiao a great deal of trouble. With everyone now aware that Li Xiao was a senior at the Foundation establishment stage, no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards him. In the days that followed, Li Xiao immersed himself in cultivation, refining, and selling pills. No one dared to provoke him any longer. After selling the pills, Li Xiao exchanged all the spirit stones he received for talismans. Thus, 3 years swiftly passed. His alchemical skills grew increasingly refined, and his cultivation of the thunder-type spirit root reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement. He was now on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of refining tools. One day, as dawn broke and sunlight danced upon the water's surface like scattered gold, Li Xiao emerged from his cave dwelling, exhaling a breath of stale air, excitedly declaring, I've finally broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. With the immense support of pills, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Meanwhile, Lu Changming and the others remained stuck at the 5th level of Qi refinement for quite some time. Having expelled a breath of stale air, Li Xiao made his way to the seaside. Expanding his spiritual sense, he noticed that no one was paying attention to him, and thus he plunged into the ocean, seeking medicinal materials. The sea was a natural treasure trove, brimming with inexhaustible heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Before long, Li Xiao located the necessary medicinal materials. Hiss! At that moment, a peculiar sound resonated. Li Xiao instinctively pulled back his neck and turned to see a massive serpent, as thick as an adult's arm and resembling segmented bamboo in various colors, opening its gaping maw wide, lunging towards him. Damn! Li Xiao was startled. Before the serpent could close in, his magical power erupted. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of electricity surged, accompanied by a torrent of water, spiraling towards the serpent. Hiss! The serpent's advance was hindered by the rushing water, its speed visibly impeded, while terrifying arcs of electricity crackled and wrapped around its body. The great serpent emitted a piercing shriek, reminiscent of an infant's wail in the night, sending shivers down one's spine. Success! Li Xiao was overjoyed, poised to devour the serpent's soul. At that moment, the serpent opened its gaping maw and unleashed a stream of green smoke. The green mist merged with the water, transforming into a virulent poison that swiftly enveloped Li Xiao. Instantly, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, a green hue spreading across his face, rendering him as limp as a noodle, utterly devoid of strength. Cursed be my carelessness. This serpent possesses venom, Li Xiao thought, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Simultaneously, a profound sense of dread took hold, as he sensed the breath of death looming perilously close. The serpent's poison was exceedingly potent. Even with his cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he could hardly endure it for more than a few moments. In the blink of an eye, he was rendered weak and powerless. Should he delay even a moment longer, he would surely meet his demise. His consciousness began to blur, as if everything was already set in stone. I cannot die like this. I cannot. At this moment, the singular thought consumed Li Xiao. Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue, a sharp pain jolting him back to awareness for a fleeting instant. Come forth, Li Xiao bellowed. And 8 additional arms sprouted from his back. 10 arms, 10 hands, crackling with arcs of lightning, formed 10 terrifying thunder whips. The whips lashed out simultaneously, ensnaring the great serpent. The serpent shrieked in agony once more. Perhaps it was a matter of life and death, but Li Xiao unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. Roaring again, his blood radiating with brilliance as he activated his blood-burning magic. He sacrificed a full 20 years of his lifespan, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refinement. With a fierce tug, Li Xiao brought the serpent before him. The serpent, with its gaping maw, lunged at Li Xiao, but he held it fast with his 10 arms. Bring it on, he roared, activating the Devouring Heaven technique, and began voraciously consuming the serpent's soul. The serpent, sensing the imminent threat of death, began to thrash violently. Yet, as time passed, its struggles gradually ceased. Its soul had been completely consumed by Li Xiao. He clung tightly to the serpent's body. After a brief moment, Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, revealing serpentine pupils glowing with a green luminescence, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Phew, that was close, far too close, Li Xiao exhaled, relief flooding over him. The ocean is indeed a natural treasury, but it also harbors boundless dangers. The shape-shifting great demons are the most formidable threats. Even now, the clam spirit by Xuanzu is likely still searching for him. Moreover, the ocean conceals countless other perils. Some sea demons, unable to transform, possess strength surpassing that of shape-shifting demon kings. Take, for instance, the ancient Xian turtle whose essence Li Xiao previously devoured, or its forebears. Though they cannot take on forms due to their inherent nature, their power grows with the passage of time. Furthermore, this serpent today possessed an extraordinarily fearsome toxin. Even he nearly fell victim to it. Had he not employed the Devouring Heaven technique at the last moment to consume the serpent's soul and dispel the poison, he would have surely perished here. This experience deepened Li Xiao's reverence for the ocean. Without time to ponder further, he hastily swam towards the surface. Upon returning to Zizhu Island, Li Xiao entered his cave dwelling, his mind stirring as he placed a finger into the fish pond. A wisp of green gas erupted forth, and in a mere breath, all 12 yellow dragon fish in the pond flipped over, their bellies exposed, eyes rolled back. Such potent toxicity, Li Xiao marveled inwardly. Simultaneously, a surge of joy welled within him. Indeed, by consuming that sea serpent, he had inherited its terrifying venom. He had acquired yet another means of offense. Moreover, it was an utterly unpredictable weapon. Subsequently, Li Xiao roasted the 10 yellow dragon fish, feasted upon them, and buried the pond's water in deep soil. Finally, allowing himself a sigh of relief, he then began refining elixirs. Thus, another month passed, during which Li Xiao concocted 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills, 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills, 2 bottles of cloud-breaking pills, and 1 bottle of clear dew pills. Following this, Li Xiao patiently awaited the fall of night. At the hour of the rat, he leisurely departed Zizhu Island, riding the wind towards Huangyao Island. After 3 years of selling elixirs, Li Xiao had become a notable figure on Huangyao Island, while Shintingzhong's Huanyao Pavilion was on the brink of closure. Naturally, Luo Yunli's Tianxiang Pavilion was also deserted, its business dismal. Consequently, Luo Yunli had not ceased to berate Li Xiao. Due to Li Xiao's foundation-building cultivation, the Huang family, eager to curry favor, not only refrained from charging him spirit stones to enter the black market, but even allocated a shop for him, named Yiping Pavilion. Upon Li Xiao's arrival, a long queue had already formed outside Yiping Pavilion. It was said that some had been waiting for over a month. This clearly demonstrated the immense popularity of Li Xiao's elixirs, which were half the price of those on the market. Even the Huang family disciples lined up at his establishment, though they dared not act with impunity, silently awaiting their turn. Li Xiao's arrival caused quite a stir. As he entered Yiping Pavilion and set out the elixirs, they were snatched up in an instant. Just as he was about to leave, a figure obstructed his path. Li Xiao looked up, casting a cold glance at the individual. The person hurriedly clasped their hands in respect and said, "Senior, I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if you are capable of refining Foundation Establishment pills. Foundation Establishment pills. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, responding in a deep voice. Naturally, I can refine them, but you must procure the necessary herbs yourself. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. The individual, overjoyed by Li Xiao's affirmative response, hurried away. Li Xiao, too, felt elated, for he had achieved his objective. He had previously scanned the individual with his spiritual sense. And the one inquiring about the Foundation Establishment pills was none other than a Qi refinement expert at the 9th layer, a close aide to Shen Tingzhong. Now, most of the experts around Shen Tingzhong had already departed. Li Xiao's aim had been accomplished. It was time to seek vengeance against Shen Tingzhong. The journey back to Zizhu Island was uneventful, and Li Xiao resumed his cultivation. After approximately half a month had elapsed, one day, just after refining a batch of elixirs, a tremor emanated from the Qianquan bag at his waist. Li Xiao chuckled softly, tapping the bag to retrieve the Tianming conch and casting a spell. Immediately, Lin Qingyao's melodious voice, akin to that of a yellow oriole, resonated from the conch. Fellow Taoists, come quickly to Qingyao Island. Li Xiao felt a wave of suspicion. Lin Qingyao's demeanor was typically aloof. She seldom spoke unless something significant occurred. Her calling indicated that an important matter had transpired. Understood, Li Xiao replied. Stowing the Tianming conch in alchemical furnace, then departed Zizhu Island, riding the wind towards Qingyao Island. Upon arrival at Qingyao Island, Lu Changming, Niu Jian, and Zhou Tong arrived in succession. The five entered the cave dwelling and took their seats, each casting curious glances at Lin Qingyao. Lin Daoist, is there something amiss? Lu Changming voiced the group's collective curiosity. Lin Qingyao hesitated for a moment before producing a milky white token of unknown material from her storage bag. One side of the token bore the inscription Tianxian, while the other displayed an ancient, intricate pattern, appearing exceedingly mysterious. What is this? Niu Jian inquired, puzzled. Lin Qingyao recounted her tale, stating that not long ago, while she was fishing, she rescued the great-granddaughter of an esteemed elder from Tianxian Zone. As she was departing, the young lady bestowed upon her a token, indicating that it would grant her admission to Tianxian Zone. The crowd collectively gasped, their breaths quickening. The five of them were all loose cultivators, well aware of the hardships faced by those without a sect. The opportunity for Lin Qingyao to join a sect was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for them all. Lu Changming's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, Friend Lin, what do you mean by this? Li Xiao chuckled lightly. This is splendid news. Joining a sect is a momentous occasion. Congratulations, Friend Lin. Niu Jian saluted respectfully. Lin Qingyao took a deep breath and looked at everyone, saying, Dear friends, I do wish to join Tianxian Zone. Yet I find it difficult to part from you all. The atmosphere turned somber as they realized they would soon be separated. They were all part of the Tianming, and the thought of parting was bittersweet. Li Xiao exhaled deeply and smiled. We should rejoice in Friend Lin's opportunity to join Tianxian Zone. The path of immortality is long. We shall meet again. Lin Qingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded emphatically. Rest assured, even after joining Tianxian Zone, I shall forever remain one of you, and I will never forget my friends. Indeed, the Tianming will endure. Lu Changming remarked, attempting to lighten the mood. Li Xiao, with a gentle laugh, withdrew 10 vials of qi-gathering pills, 2 vials of revitalizing pills, 1 vial of clear dew pills, and 100 spirit stones from his Qinquan bag, presenting them to Lin Qingyao. Friend Lin, as you embark on this journey to the sect, competition will be fierce. Accept these as my congratulatory gift for your admission to Tianxian Zone. Brotherly, this is too much, I cannot. Lin Qingyao began to refuse. Take it. Li Xiao insisted. Then I thank you, brotherly. Lin Qingyao's eyes sparkled as she accepted the gifts. Lu Changming also produced a bag of snacks and several vials of pills, offering them to Lin Qingyao. Friend Lin, I am not as affluent as brotherly, but please accept these. Following suit, Niu Jian and Zhou Tong presented her with more pills and snacks. Lin Qingyao accepted their kindness and stood, bowing deeply. Thank you. Dear friends, I reiterate, even after joining Tianxian Zone, I shall always be one of you in the Tianming. The others nodded with smiles. Suddenly, Lu Changming proposed. As we may not see Friend Lin for some time, let us agree to gather every 10 years. Excellent. Li Xiao agreed with a grin. Indeed, the others concurred. They then celebrated together in the cave, indulging in joyous revelry. At the moment of parting, Li Xiao turned to Lin Qingyao and said, Before you depart, allow me to present you with one final grand gift. A grand gift? Lin Qingyao asked, filled with curiosity. Li Xiao grinned mysteriously and vanished into the wind. Rather than returning to Zizhu Island, he made his way to Huangyao Island, concealing himself in shadows to await his moment. As time passed, approximately 2 hours later, an elder and a robust cultivator emerged from Huangyao Island. These two were none other than Shen Tingzhong, and one of his bodyguards. Indeed, the grand gift Li Xiao intended for Lin Qingyao was none other than Shun Tingyong's head. This man had long coveted Lin Qingyao's beauty, having harassed her on multiple occasions. And he had clashed with Li Xiao and his companions time and again. He had firmly secured his place on Li Xiao's blacklist. Li Xiao's act of selling pills at half price in the black market was largely aimed at isolating Shun Tingyong, encouraging the cultivators around him to abandon him, thus creating an opportunity for action. Now, only a Qi refining 6th-layer cultivator stood by Shun Tingyong's side, presenting a perfect opportunity. Suddenly, as they walked, the bodyguard let out a horrific scream, looking down to find a bloody hole in his chest. The guard, terrified, succumbed to his fate, his lifeless body plunging into the sea, swept away by the surging waves. Who is there? Come out. Shun Tingyong stammered, initially stunned by the sudden turn of events, then gripped by terror. Chapter 47. Who is wealthier? With a splatter, Shun Tingyong retrieved several talismans, preparing to affix them to himself when 2 arms grasped his own. In an instant, Li Xiao's figure materialized before him. It's you. Shun Tingyong exclaimed in horror. What do you want? Li Xiao's face twisted into a sinister grin as a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. What do I want? I want your life. Shun Tingyong's wrinkled face contorted with fear as he trembled. Friend, spare me. I will concoct 30 vials of qi gathering pills for you. Li Xiao scoffed. Is that all? Your life is worth merely 30 vials of pills. Shun Tingyong gritted his teeth. 100 vials. I beg you, spare me. Li Xiao smirked with disdain. If I kill you, everything you possess will belong to me. You can't kill me. I am an alchemist. Keeping me alive will yield you greater benefits than killing me. Shun Tingyong cried out in desperation. I have no need for that. Li Xiao replied coldly. At that moment, Shun Tingyong suddenly flicked his hair back, unleashing a silver gleam that shot straight towards Li Xiao's face. Li Xiao instinctively recoiled. The 3 silver needles flew past, narrowly missing his scalp as Shun Tingyong turned to flee. Oh no, you think you can escape? Li Xiao sneered, extending his hand, a blue glow pulsating in his palm. With a mighty rush, a column of water surged skyward, crashing into the fleeing Shun Tingyong, sending him spiraling through the air multiple times before he regained his footing. Had he not affixed numerous protective talismans beforehand, he would have likely perished in that collision. As he steadied himself, the soul-piercing needle shot towards him like a streak of light. With a thunderous crash, it struck the protective barrier surrounding Shun Tingyong, causing it to vibrate and emit a series of ominous hums as the green light flickered wildly. Shun Tingyong gasped in terror, his face paling as he hastily affixed more talismans to himself. The protective barrier expanded, pushing the soul-piercing needle back just as it was about to break through. Realizing that Li Xiao would not relent today, Shun Tingyong abandoned any thoughts of reconciliation. He grinned maniacally, madness gleaming in his eyes as he taunted. Do you think I am a soft touch? Even without protection, you cannot kill me. Is that so? Li Xiao regarded him with a bemused expression, clearly unimpressed. As Shun Tingyong perceived the hint of amusement on Li Xiao's face, an unsettling premonition gripped him. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped his features, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his head spinning as he struggled to remain upright. You poison me? Shun Tingyong gasped in horror. In a frantic bid for survival, he fumbled in his chinquan bag for pills, swallowing them hastily. It was then that Li Xiao had injected poison into Shun Tingyong's body during their earlier confrontation. However, being an alchemist who had spent years immersed in herbs, Shun Tingyong was remarkably resilient to poisons. Otherwise, the mere poison Li Xiao had administered would have claimed his life. Seeing that the poison had not finished Shun Tingyong, Li Xiao furrowed his brows in concern, glared at Li Xiao with a mix of astonishment and fury, bellowing. You wretched brat, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. If you wish to kill me, you shall find no passage. I shall not play your game any longer. I take my leave. Alchemists devote a considerable amount of their energy to concocting elixirs and researching pharmacology. Thus they are not adept in combat. Shun Tingyong understood that prolonging this encounter would yield him no benefits. Consequently, he was eager to depart. Being an alchemist, he knew that if he encountered someone and offered substantial rewards, he might secure assistance. However, as he sought to escape, Li Xiao was not inclined to grant him that favor. Where do you think you are going? Li Xiao roared, and from behind him, 10 arms unfurled, with talismans pulsating in their palms, transforming into 10 whips of lightning that lashed fiercely towards Shun Tingyong. The crackling of thunder echoed as the bolts of energy ensnared Shun Tingyong, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Shun Tingyong, his face etched with terror, gazed at the monstrous Li Xiao and exclaimed, "Monster!" In a frantic response, he produced several talismans, frantically affixing them to his body. This old fool was truly terrified of death, having procured an abundance of protective talismans. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, pulling out a stack of talismans from his own robe, regarding Shen Tingzhong with a smirk. Humph, who has more wealth? I am far richer than you. Meanwhile, a pained expression crossed his face. Initially, Li Xiao had not intended to employ those talismans, believing that eliminating a combat-inept alchemist would not pose much difficulty. However, Shen Tingzhong's considerable resources had led him to amass an impressive collection of protective talismans. Reluctantly, Li Xiao resolved to utilize his own talismans. Shen Tingzhong had long held dominion over Huanya Island, accumulating significant wealth, perhaps even surpassing Li Xiao's own fortune, though he squandered much of it on women. He also believed himself surrounded by formidable allies, convinced that no one could threaten his safety. Yet, he had now encountered Li Xiao, a being who seemingly required no resources. So many mid-grade talismans. You are that mysterious alchemist. Shen Tingzhong recognized Li Xiao's identity, his voice trembling with fear as he cried out, "Fellow Taoist, spare me. I will never reveal your identity. From this day forth, I shall be your loyal dog. I implore you to let this old dog go." In the Xingyun region, few possessed such wealth or could produce so many mid-grade talismans in one go. Perhaps only a few of the Huang family ancestors could match this. Moreover, there was that mysterious alchemist who had recently appeared in the black market, who upon selling elixirs had exchanged all his spirit stones for talismans, effectively acquiring every high-grade talisman available. Too late, Li Xiao sneered, his eyes glinting with coldness as he flicked his wrist, sending a stack of rain sword talismans soaring into the air. Upon activation, droplets of water swiftly coalesced in the sky, forming countless pea-sized raindrops that fell in a dense swarm. With a sudden surge, these droplets transformed under a mysterious force into water swords, hurtling towards Shen Tingzhong with ferocity. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, innumerable water swords pierced through Shen Tingzhong's body, rendering him a bloodied figure, lifeless beyond recovery. Thus, a renowned alchemist who had dominated Huanya Island for years met his demise. His body plummeted towards the sea. Li Xiao swiftly darted forward, seizing Shen Tingzhong's Qianquan pouch and stashing it away. With his other hand, he sliced through Shen Tingzhong's neck, sending the severed head soaring into the air. The headless corpse fell into the ocean, swept away by the waves. As he patted his waist pouch, Li Xiao found a piece of black cloth in his hand. The head of Shen Tingzhong landed squarely on the cloth, which he wrapped around it. Then, like a fleeting ray of light, Li Xiao sped away, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 48. Farewell. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Changming, Niu Jian, and Zhou Tong arrived early at Qingyao Island to bid farewell to Lin Qingyao. Why hasn't Brotherly arrived yet? Lu Changming inquired suspiciously. He has arrived. Niu Jian pointed into the distance. A streak of light was racing towards Qingyao Island at remarkable speed. As it drew closer, it was revealed to be Li Xiao. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone, Li Xiao said with a light-hearted smile. The group's attention shifted to the bloody bundle in Li Xiao's hand. Lu Changming asked with suspicion, "Brotherly, what is this?" "Ah, this is another gift for Taoist Lin as she embarks on her journey," Li Xiao replied with a chuckle, tossing the bundle to the ground. As it landed and opened, Shen Tingzhong's head rolled out. The faces of everyone turned pale. Upon recognizing Shen Tingzhong's features, Lu Changming looked at Li Xiao in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brotherly, you killed that old scoundrel Shen Tingzhong?" The others also stared at Li Xiao with incredulity. Li Xiao nodded slightly, saying, "This old scoundrel has repeatedly humiliated Taoist Lin, and now that she is departing, I have brought his head as a farewell gift." The group was taken aback. Although they all harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shen Tingzhong, wishing for his demise, they understood the challenges involved. Shen Tingzhong was surrounded by powerful guards, and as a sixth-layer qi refining cultivator and an alchemist of considerable value, he surely possessed many protective talismans. Thus, killing him would be no simple feat. They had merely entertained the thought, never imagining that Li Xiao would take action and actually bring Shen Tingzhong's head. Li Xiao's eyes sparkled as he turned to Lin Qingyao, smiling broadly. "Taoist Lin, do you fancy this grand gift?" Lin Qingyao looked up at Li Xiao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she nodded vigorously. "I like it." Li Xiao burst into hearty laughter. With a wave of his sleeve, a water column erupted from the sea, whisking Shen Tingzhong's head into the depths of the ocean. After all, Shen Tingzhong was a notable figure in the Xingyun region. If it were discovered that they were responsible for his death, it would inevitably lead to trouble. It was prudent to erase any traces. Lu Changming and the others exchanged glances, regarding Li Xiao with expressions that suggested they had something to say. Li Xiao noticed their peculiar demeanor and inquired, "What is it? Speak freely." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Changming looked at Li Xiao and said, "Brotherly, we have discussed it and are preparing to venture out into the world. We wonder if you would like to join us." He gazed at Li Xiao with hopeful eyes. The others shared similar expressions of anticipation. As members of the Tianming, They naturally wished for Li Xiao to accompany them. Li Xiao chuckled softly and replied, I still have some matters to attend to in the Xingyan Sea, so I shall decline for now. I wish you all a safe journey. Unlike others, Li Xiao found the ocean to be his natural treasure trove, capable of diving into its depths. Once he left the sea, he would lose this advantage. For instance, the materials for concocting qi, gathering pills, and rejuvenation pills were inexhaustible from the ocean. However, on land, such resources were scarce. The land equivalent of qi gathering pills was known as nourishing qi pills, and although they served similar purposes, the required ingredients were entirely different. Thus, Li Xiao decided against joining Lu Changming and the others. Brotherly, you, Lu Changming said urgently. Li Xiao chuckled lightly and said with nonchalance, Dear friends, there are no everlasting banquets under the heavens. We part ways here, but it does not mean we will not meet again. Do not forget our 10-year agreement. Moreover, we have the Tianming Luo to keep in touch at any time. This Tianming Luo was a treasure discovered by Lu Changming in a certain relic, and there were only 5 in total. It allowed mutual communication and even private contact without distance limitations. They had conducted experiments to ensure that, at least within the Nebula Sea region, communication posed no issues. Seeing Li Xiao's resolute attitude, Lu Changming and the others ceased their attempts to persuade him. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Lin Qingyao, Lu Changming, Niu Jian, hurry up to the bird's back, it is time to depart. At that moment, a gigantic bird descended. Upon its back were numerous pavilions and towers, and a figure stood on the bird's head, shouting loudly at Lin Qingyao and the others. This enormous bird was a mythical beast raised by the Huang family, specifically for transporting cultivators between the continent and the Nebula Sea. Lu Changming took a deep breath and clasped his hands toward Li Xiao, saying, Then, brotherly, until we meet again. Brotherly, until we meet again. The others echoed. Bowing to Li Xiao returned the gesture, saying, Until we meet again. The group took to the winds and soared onto the bird's back. The 4 of them stood there, bowing to Li Xiao, who reciprocated. Soon, the giant bird whisked Lin Qingyao and her companions away, watching their departing figures. Li Xiao's face remained impassive, yet his heart could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Li Xiao summoned the winds and headed towards Zizhu Island. Upon returning to his cave abode, he flipped his hand and produced a jade slip, studying it intently. This jade slip was called the Shun clan's alchemy record, obtained from the Qinkuan bag of Shun Tingzhong, whom Li Xiao had slain. The record detailed Shun Tingzhong's alchemical techniques, as well as several formulas, primarily for simple pills such as gathering qi pills, rejuvenation pills, cloud-breaking pills, and clear dew pills. Li Xiao was already capable of crafting these pills, rendering them somewhat useless to him. However, it also contained the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill, which was an immense treasure to Li Xiao. The Foundation Establishment pill could fetch 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones in the market. If he could acquire the necessary materials for crafting it, Li Xiao would essentially achieve financial freedom. Yet, the materials required for the Foundation Establishment pill left Li Xiao somewhat taken aback. While other materials were challenging to find, they were still attainable. But the heart's essence of a shape-shifting demon king was particularly troublesome. Li Xiao found himself at a loss, feeling a bit overwhelmed. A shape-shifting demon king was equivalent to a Foundation Establishment cultivator among humans, and obtaining their heart's essence would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Li Xiao had only encountered one such creature, the clam spirit by Xuanzu, residing at the seabed of the Nebula Sea. Extracting her essence would not be an easy feat. Furthermore, Bai Xuanzu was likely searching for him at that very moment, and he certainly would not willingly walk into danger. Of course, the Foundation Establishment pill formula from Shun Tingzhong pertained to the sea, while the land-based formula required only rare herbs. However, the crux of the matter was that these herbs were likely tightly controlled by various major factions, making acquisition far from simple. Shaking his head, Li Xiao forcibly suppressed the impulse to craft the Foundation Establishment pill and began studying Shun Tingzhong's alchemical techniques. Shun Tingzhong's methods placed a strong emphasis on spiritual consciousness, requiring practitioners to hone their awareness in the flames to increase the chances of successful pill formation. Is fellow Taoist Li present in the Taoist hall? After an indeterminate amount of time, as Li Xiao became engrossed in his studies, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside. Oh, Lan Xiaoyu? Li Xiao thought, filled with suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, he rose to head outside. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Lan Xiaoyu, the maidservant of Luo Yunli. Upon seeing Li Xiao, Lan Xiaoyu hurriedly retrieved a jade slip and a vial of pills from her Qinkuan bag, presenting them to Li Xiao. Taoistly, my lady instructed me to deliver this message to you. Li Xiao accepted the jade slip, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he inquired, why send me a message? Typically, when there was something to discuss, Luo Yunli would either come directly to find Li Xiao or send Lan Xiaoyu to summon him to Tianxiang Pavilion. It was rare for her to send Lan Xiaoyu with a message unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Lan Xiaoyu hesitated, saying, "Young Masterly, my lady has encountered some issues and cannot make an appearance. I must take my leave." With that, Lan Xiaoyu turned and departed. Li Xiao, filled with questions, returned to his cave abode and immersed his consciousness in the jade slip to investigate its contents. After a brief moment, he withdrew his awareness, his expression growing serious. In the slip, Luo Yunli stated that due to certain matters within her family, she had to leave early. She included a vial of clear dew pills for Li Xiao to use when breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Such urgency. Could there be something amiss? Li Xiao pondered suspiciously. However, he quickly quelled the turmoil within his heart. If Luo Yunli mentioned family matters, it must mean that something significant had occurred within the Luo family, which was why she could not take the time to bid farewell to Li Xiao. Although he was also concerned for her safety, Li Xiao reasoned that the Luo family possessed the presence of a false Dan ancestor, and in addition to that, nearly 10 Foundation establishment cultivators resided within the clan. What could he possibly do by going there? Thus, Li Xiao put away the jade slip and settled down to cultivate peacefully. With most of his companions having departed the nebulous sea, he found himself unencumbered by mundane affairs, allowing him to focus entirely on his training. He had already broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining, and with continuous effort to refine his spiritual energy, he could soon challenge the 7th layer. However, the winds of change were relentless. One day, while he was deep in meditation, a cacophony of drums and gongs suddenly erupted, creating a ruckus. Could it be that someone is celebrating a wedding nearby? Li Xiao wondered, his curiosity piqued. Yet he continued to endure the noise and focus on his practice. Yet, the clamor only grew louder and more persistent, showing no signs of abating. What is happening? Why the incessant drumming near Zizhu Island? With increasing suspicion, Li Xiao emerged from his cave to investigate. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a procession of wedding celebrants, adorned in vibrant colors, merrily making noise just outside his Taoist hall. In the midst of the gathering was an enormous flying beast, upon whose back rested a grand red bridal sedan chair, presumably carrying the bride. The groom was a tall and handsome young man, whom Li Xiao did not recognize, causing him to furrow his brow. The groom, noticing Li Xiao's presence, approached on the winds, disdainfully sizing Li Xiao up from head to toe, and scoffed, "Humph. I thought it was someone important. Turns out to be just a worthless cultivator with inferior spiritual roots." To be insulted as a worthless cultivator without provocation left even Li Xiao, with his typically good temperament, feeling a flicker of displeasure. He could not help but snort coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Humph, do we know each other?" The groom let out a derisive laugh, turned back to the beast's back, and said, "I came specifically to thank you." "Thanking me? This feels more like a provocation than gratitude." Li Xiao thought with an internal sneer, casting a cold gaze at the groom. The groom, with a sinister expression, looked at Li Xiao and chuckled darkly. "If it weren't for your refusal of marriage back then, how could I have taken such a beautiful partner? Don't you think I should thank you? Refusal of marriage? Could it be that the bride in the sedan chair is Huang family's third miss, Huang Yun?" Li Xiao's face twitched violently as he finally grasped why they had come. It turned out that the esteemed third miss of the Huang family had found herself a new suitor and had come to flaunt it in front of him. Li Xiao could only bitterly smile in resignation. Li Xiao appeared suddenly enlightened and indifferent, while Huang Yun, who was covertly observing from the back of the demon beast, felt a surge of anger rising within her. Without hesitation, she yanked off her red veil, stepped out of the palanquin, glared at Li Xiao, and said in a deep voice, "Li Xiao, I am marrying the second son of the Su family from Qixinghai, Su Tao." Li Xiao rolled his eyes, looking at Huang Yun with an expression of utter disbelief, and clasped his hands in a gesture of feigned congratulations, saying, "I extend my congratulations to the third young lady." Huang Yun, furious at his reaction, stamped her foot and turned back into the palanquin. Witnessing his bride being disrespected, the groom, Su Tao, was incensed. With his head held high and nostrils flared, he looked at Li Xiao and coldly remarked, "Humph, it was you who rejected the marriage and insulted my fiancée, wasn't it?" Li Xiao furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Su Tao took a menacing step forward, legs apart, looking down at Li Xiao with a provocative demeanor. "Listen here. I am giving you a chance. Crawl beneath my legs, and perhaps I might show mercy and spare your life. How about that?" At this, Li Xiao's gaze darkened, his eyes glinting dangerously as he fixed his stare on Su Tao. Feeling the weight of Li Xiao's piercing gaze, Su Tao inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively taking a few steps back. In that moment, he felt as if a cold, venomous serpent was fixated on him, sending shivers through his body. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was the second son of the Su family from Qixinghai. In front of his newlywed partner, he could not afford to lose face. Steeling himself, Su Tao glared at Li Xiao, his voice trembling with faux bravado. You dare to harm me? I am the second son of the Su family from Qixinghai. Look, I am extending my neck for you to strike. Do you dare?" As he spoke, Su Tao genuinely stretched his neck and pulled out a gleaming large knife from his waistband, presenting it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao's expression turned as dark as thunder, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. A burst of mocking laughter erupted from the wedding procession, echoing, "Ha! Do you dare? You coward!" Seeing that Li Xiao did not move, Su Tao felt a wave of confidence wash over him, believing Li Xiao feared the Su family. He couldn't help but provoke him further, glancing back at the palanquin on the demon beast, clearly trying to boast to his bride about his strength. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiao suddenly snatched the knife from his hand and swung it fiercely towards Su Tao's neck. With a splatter of blood, the headless corpse sprayed crimson, staining Li Xiao from head to toe, while the severed head tumbled to the ground. At that moment, Li Xiao's face still bore a cruel smile, having finally paid the price for his arrogance, unaware of how swiftly death had claimed him. "Huh! Now I have moved against you, fool," Li Xiao snarled, his face twisted with malice as he spat at Su Tao's severed head. He then dashed toward the coast, plunging into the sea. This scene unfolded with such suddenness that the onlookers were rendered speechless. It took several seconds for them to snap back to reality, jolted by a piercing scream. "Ah, Li Xiao, you killed my fiancé. I will kill you." Huang Yun leaped from the demon beast's back, activating a water avoidance talisman and diving into the water. "Ah, the second son has been killed. Li Xiao has killed the second son." Gasps and cries filled the air as chaos erupted at the scene. The Su family's guardians, caught off guard by the shocking turn of events, were furious and leaped into the sea to pursue Li Xiao. The Huang family members were equally enraged, diving into the water to chase after him. Some, however, rushed to Huang Long Island to report the tragedy. Behind him, many were in hot pursuit. Yet, in the water, Li Xiao reigned supreme. His speed was unmatched, akin to a fish gliding effortlessly toward the ocean's depths. Now, with his allies having departed from the Xingyun Sea, he felt unencumbered and free. That foolish Su Tao had dared to extend his neck for Li Xiao to strike, and naturally, Li Xiao would not show him mercy, severing him in one stroke. The world was vast, and it was not solely the Huang family that possessed spiritual veins. If necessary, he could seek refuge with their adversaries. The Wang family of the Luantian Sea. Could they possibly follow him there? At that moment, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He was finally free from the Huang family's oppressive presence. Yet, as he continued his descent, the cultivators behind him remained relentless in their pursuit. Particularly the guardian from the Su family, who was frenziedly chasing Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, stop! Li Xiao, you scoundrel! How dare you kill the second son of the Su family? I will tear you apart. How audacious, Li Xiao! You have killed the second son of the Su family. You are courting death." The angry shouts echoed behind him, but Li Xiao paid them no heed, continuing his descent into the sea. After all, he had slain the second son of the Su family and the husband of the Huang family. He would not be spared their wrath. As he dove deeper, he managed to shake off most of his pursuers, even Huang Yun, who, having exhausted her water avoidance talismans, was forced to swim back to the surface. However, two individuals remained steadfastly on his tail. One was the Su family's guardian, while the other was a Huang family elder, none other than Elder Huang Fu, whom Li Xiao recognized. Both were at the late stage of qi refinement, and with their profound cultivation and resources, they continued to apply water avoidance talismans one after another, relentlessly pursuing Li Xiao. They could not afford to relent. With the second son of the Su family slain, the guardian knew he would face severe repercussions upon returning to the Su family. Elder Huang Fu, too, was determined to uphold the Huang family's honor. For Li Xiao had brazenly murdered their groom in public. Furthermore, with Su Tao dead, the Huang family needed to provide an explanation to the Su family. Failing to do so would provoke the Su family, a perilous endeavor, especially since the Huang family was currently at war with the Wang family of the Luantian Sea. Thus, Elder Huang Fu was intent on capturing Li Xiao to appease the Su family. They were confident they could apprehend him. However, as time went on, their confidence began to wane, replaced by a growing sense of dread. They were astonished to see that Li Xiao could dive deeper into the sea without the need for water avoidance talismans. Had it not been for Li Xiao's swift escape after killing Su Tao, they would have believed him to be a transformed demon king. It seemed that this young man possessed some secret technique allowing him to plunge into the depths of the sea indefinitely. If they could acquire such a technique, it would be akin to gaining access to the ocean's natural treasure trove. With this thought, their eyes brightened, and they fervently applied more water avoidance talismans, chasing after Li Xiao with renewed vigor. "Damn, these two old fools are truly persistent," Li Xiao cursed under his breath, swimming desperately downwards. During his descent, Elder Huang Fu and the Su family's guardian seemed to reach a tacit agreement. Elder Huang Fu shouted at Li Xiao, "Li Xiao, stop. If you surrender the technique that allows you to dive into the sea, we can let you go. Bah, do you think I would believe such nonsense? Li Xiao cursed inwardly, ignoring them and continuing his frantic descent into the ocean. If he could just hold on a little longer, he would be free from their grasp. But just then, a sudden disturbance in the water caught their attention as numerous demon beasts surged toward them. Leading the charge was none other than the tiger shark demon under by Xuanzu. Alas, how unfortunate one can be. Even drinking mere water can lead to misfortune, thought Li Xiao bitterly. Surrounded by foes, with pursuers at his back, what could he possibly do? Just as anxiety overwhelmed him, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He raised his voice and bellowed, "General Xiao, the two behind us are from the Huang family. They have come to assault our sea tribe. Oh, those detestable humans. We do not provoke you, yet you dare to wreak havoc in our waters, truly seeking your demise." Upon hearing this, the tiger shark demon was instantly enraged, charging forth with spear in hand towards Elder Huang and the protector from the Su family. Soon, the two found themselves embroiled in combat with the horde of sea demons led by the tiger shark demon. "General Xia, it's a misunderstanding," Elder Huang exclaimed in alarm, desperately fending off the tiger shark demon's attacks. "These two just proclaimed they would skin you alive and use your flesh to forge talismans. Furthermore, they mentioned that they would soon assault the depths of the sea to capture King Bai and seize his pearl." Observing this, Li Xiao eagerly fanned the flames of discord. Oh dear, the tiger shark demon, still partially in his beast form and simple-minded, was incited by Li Xiao's words, going into a frenzy as he attacked the two. The duo silently lamented their dire situation. Trapped in the sea, their powers were severely suppressed. Moreover, the tiger shark demon was a formidable opponent, comparable to a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even with their talismans for assistance, they found it nearly impossible to endure. Surrounded by an incessant tide of sea demons, escape seemed a distant hope. If only they could seize those two's Qinkuan bags, how fortuitous that would be. Suppressing his greedy thoughts, Li Xiao quietly activated his invisibility technique, concealing himself as he swiftly swam away. In the midst of this chaos, it was highly likely that the demon king by Xuanzu, along with the foundational cultivators from the Huang family, would arrive. It was better to leave while he still could. The fate of these two was all but sealed, destined for demise. Indeed, not long after Li Xiao had swum a considerable distance, he heard a wretched scream. He could not help but glance back, only to witness the protector from the Su family being viciously bitten in half by the tiger shark demon, blood gushing profusely. In the next instant, the protector was devoured by countless sea demons. Elder Huang had not managed to escape far either, as he too was engulfed by a swarm of sea demons. "Where's that Li Huailing?" After slaying the two, the tiger shark demon finally remembered Li Xiao and began scanning the surroundings. Li Xiao instinctively shrank his neck, hastily suppressing his presence as he discreetly swam further away. After covering several hundred miles, reassured by the absence of pursuing sea demons, Li Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He began to swim upwards towards the ocean surface. The sea was fraught with peril, teeming with demonic beasts, and traveling through it was quite dangerous. Before long, Li Xiao approached the vicinity of the surface. Just as he was about to breach the water, he abruptly halted. Chapter 51, Counterattack. For he saw many figures hovering above the ocean's surface. More specifically, they appeared to be members of the Huang family. This was understandable, having slain the Huang family's son-in-law. They surely sought to capture Li Xiao to preserve their reputation and to placate the Su family. "Search thoroughly, apprehend that scoundrel. The head of the family will reward handsomely." A Huang elder thundered, his voice booming like thunder across the waves. "Yes, elder." The disciples bowed in unison. "Rest assured, miss. I do not believe that brat can hide beneath the waves forever. The moment he surfaces, we shall capture him." The elder reassured a lady in red beside him. "If I catch that scoundrel, I shall skin him alive." The venomous voice of Huang Yun echoed over the surface. Beneath the waves, Li Xiao grinned to himself, initially planning to slip away quietly. He suddenly realized he was on the verge of departing the Xingyun Sea region and felt compelled to extract some interest from the Huang family. After all, he had paid them several hundred spirit stones over the years and had endured much from their kin. With this thought in mind, Li Xiao settled beneath the surface, observing the situation above with keen interest. As time passed, the Huang family disciples dispersed, scouring the vast ocean for Li Xiao's whereabouts. Concealed beneath the waves, Li Xiao had gathered sufficient information. On the surface, there was an elder from the Huang family, likely a late-stage Qi refinement expert, while most of the others were mid-stage disciples. Among them was also the third miss, Huang Yun. Even Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu, the two brothers, were part of the search party for Li Xiao. After much contemplation, Li Xiao resolved to take vengeance. At that moment, a Huang disciple activated a water avoidance talisman and plunged into the depths. Li Xiao, observing closely, stealthily swam behind him. Suddenly, Li Xiao lunged forward, clamping his hand over the disciple's mouth, unleashing a surge of lightning energy. To his astonishment, 2 additional arms erupted from under his armpits, seizing the Huang disciple's head. And with a swift twist, the disciple's head was wrenched completely around. At that moment, there was no trace of fear in the disciple's eyes, evidently. He was utterly unaware of his impending demise. With one swift blow, Li Xiao burst forth from the water's surface. Coincidentally, Huang Qilong and Huang Qihu were nearby. Li Xiao! The brothers exclaimed in shock, instinctively reaching for their qianquan bags. Whoosh! Yet, Li Xiao's figure was as elusive as a specter, darting swiftly past them, delivering a gentle tap to their bodies. Both brothers froze in place, a pallor overtaking their faces as they twitched before collapsing. Li Xiao deftly snatched their qianquan bags from their waists. Over here, over here. A Huang disciple spotted Li Xiao and cried out. However, by then, Li Xiao had vanished beneath the waves, disappearing without a trace. In the sea, the cries of the Huang disciples echoed above the surface. Soon after, they began activating water avoidance talismans and plunged into the depths. Thief, where do you think you're going? Huang Yun, having discovered Li Xiao's presence, activated a water avoidance talisman and dove into the sea, pursuing him without hesitation. Thief, die? The elder from the Huang family also spotted Li Xiao, activating a water avoidance talisman before plunging into the depths. Meanwhile, Li Xiao swam through the water like a fish, darting away with remarkable speed. The Huang family members could only gnash their teeth in frustration, unable to catch up with Li Xiao. As time passed, a fierce chase unfolded beneath the ocean's surface. At that moment, only the elder from the Huang family and Huang Yun relentlessly pursued Li Xiao. Thief, if you have the ability, do not run. Face me in battle for 300 rounds. Huang Yun chided with a flushed face. You are not worthy of my attention, came Li Xiao's voice from ahead. Huh. Huang Yun momentarily stunned, soon realizing she had been teased again by Li Xiao, causing her to fume with rage and chase him down furiously. Miss, do not chase a desperate enemy. This brat is cunning, the Huang elder warned, sensing the danger. However, Huang Yun was too consumed by her rage to heed his words. She frantically applied water avoidance talismans, relentlessly pursuing Li Xiao. Under normal circumstances, given Li Xiao's speed in the sea, he could easily have shaken them off. Yet, he deliberately kept them in tow. As time wore on, they had chased several hundred miles out into the ocean. The elder and Huang Yun had exhausted their water avoidance talismans and were forced to swim to the surface. This was precisely the moment Li Xiao had been waiting for. He paused momentarily, stealthily retracing his steps, lifting his gaze to the 2 figures upon the sea. At that moment, the elder of the Huang family was still earnestly persuading Huang Yun, yet she resolutely refused to let go of Li Xiao. This was entirely understandable. First, she had been spurned by him, and then, due to him, her joyous nuptials turned into a mournful occasion. In their presence, Li Xiao had slain 3 disciples of the Huang family. Such animosity, how could she easily relinquish it? It was likely that Li Xiao had become a shadow that would haunt her for a lifetime. As the 2 conversed, suddenly, Li Xiao erupted from his concealment, manipulating the currents to ensnare Huang Yun's ankle, dragging her into the depths of the ocean. Without a backward glance, he dove beneath the waves. You dare, thief? The elder of the Huang family roared in fury, hastily plunging into the sea in pursuit of Li Xiao. However, the water was Li Xiao's domain. Both of them had exhausted their water-repelling talismans and could not linger in the depths for long. Bubbles incessantly escaped Huang Yun's lips, indicating she was on the verge of drowning. Meanwhile, Li Xiao continued his descent. Time passed, and Huang Yun succumbed to unconsciousness. The elder of the Huang family, reaching his limit, had no choice but to swim back to the surface. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped, otherwise. Li Xiao's voice was cold. Had the elder dared to continue his pursuit, he was confident he could have dealt with him, yet the elder was exceedingly cautious and did not follow. Li Xiao turned his attention to Huang Yun, exhaling a bubble that enveloped her. He then lifted her and swam away into the distance. Thus, Li Xiao swam for approximately 2 hours before finally halting. He discovered a reef and, after depositing Huang Yun upon it, consumed a gathering energy pill, settling down to restore his magical energy. After an indeterminate period, Huang Yun suddenly began to cough violently, expelling water from her mouth. You are awake. Upon hearing this voice, Huang Yun's eyes shot open. She then beheld Li Xiao calmly seated nearby. Li Xiao, you. Huang Yun struggled to rise, instinctively reaching for her waist. Li Xiao held up a qianquan bag, his tone icy. Is this what you seek? It turned out that, when Huang Yun had fainted earlier, Li Xiao had already taken her qianquan bag. You. Huang Yun's already pale face turned even paler, panic evident in her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings, only to find the vast expanse of the ocean. You are looking for that elder of the Huang family, are you not? He has departed. Li Xiao's words shattered the last vestige of resolve within Huang Yun. She struggled to her feet, swallowed hard, and gazed at Li Xiao, saying, Li Xiao, please spare me. I will comply with your wishes. Were there onlookers present, witnessing the once proud third miss of the Huang family reduced to such a state? Resembling a wretched creature begging for mercy, they would surely be left agape. Li Xiao slowly rose and approached Huang Yun, lifting her delicate chin with a finger, sneering, Umph. I dare not keep a venomous woman by my side. You. Huang Yun, her fair face stricken with rage, glared at Li Xiao and demanded, What do you intend to do? Li Xiao's eyes were frigid as he regarded her, speaking solemnly, I hold no grudge against you, even if we cannot unite as partners. You should not have sought to humiliate me. The plight you face today is of your own making. As he spoke, Li Xiao tapped his waist pouch, producing a yellow umbrella. Huang Yuan umbrella, you are the one who killed Elder Huang Yun and Wang Hui. Upon seeing the yellow umbrella in Li Xiao's grasp, Huang Yun shrieked in terror. Alas, you have realized this too late. Li Xiao scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he twirled the Huang Yuan umbrella, unleashing a beam of yellow light. A head rolled to the ground, its decapitated body gushing blood from the neck before collapsing lifelessly. It turned out that the Huang Yuan umbrella was a treasure of both offense and defense. Li Xiao had refrained from using it all these years due to its questionable origins, but today, he sought to test its efficacy. The results were impressive. Having eliminated the Huang family's third miss, Li Xiao stowed the umbrella and leaped into the sea, swimming away. He showed no mercy towards the beautiful Huang family third miss. They were now embroiled in an irreconcilable conflict. Li Xiao would not indulge in sentiments of compassion. To release a tiger back into the mountain would only lead to future calamities. Any existence that posed a threat to him would be ruthlessly extinguished at its inception. After Li Xiao's departure, several days passed. Members of the Huang family discovered this reef, and upon witnessing the gruesome state of Huang Yun's corpse, despair filled their hearts, replaced swiftly by a surge of hatred. Huang Long Island. Huang Yuanwu emerged, his face paling as he beheld the dismembered body of Huang Yun, followed by veins of blood surging into his eyes as he bellowed, Li Xiao, scoundrel, I will kill you. Among the crowd, Xiao Duo's pupils constricted, a mix of trepidation and secret delight washing over him. The trepidation stemmed from the news that many of the Huang family's experts sent to pursue Li Xiao had perished, including Elder Huang Fu, who had not returned. Furthermore, the Huang family's third miss had been slain by Li Xiao. He was somewhat astonished by Li Xiao's formidable prowess. The secret delight arose from the realization that with the murder of the Huang family's third miss and Elder Huang Fu, Li Xiao had sealed their fate as irreconcilable enemies. In Xiao Duo's view, while Li Xiao was indeed powerful, he was not yet capable of contending with the entirety of the Huang family, especially given that they had 3 foundational period cultivators among their ranks. As for the Huang family's wrath, Li Xiao was unconcerned. He had thoroughly offended the Huang family, leaving no room for retreat. However, he did not mind. Li Xiao was no longer the naive novice who had just entered the world of cultivation, lost and uncertain. Now, he possessed a considerable understanding of the vast realm of cultivation. The cultivation world was immense, boundless in its expanses. His purpose for this journey was clear, the chaotic star sea of the Huang family. Since the Huang family harbored such deep-seated animosity towards him, he would venture into the territory of their sworn enemies, the Huang family. Would they dare pursue him into Huang family territory? Of course, the ocean was vast, and beyond these cultivation families lay numerous islands. However, the crux of the matter was that none of those islands possessed spiritual veins. Without spiritual veins, there could be no spiritual energy. Although Li Xiao primarily relied on pills for his cultivation, a complete absence of external spiritual energy would prove detrimental. Almost all spiritual veins in the cultivation world had been claimed by various factions, sects, or cultivation families. While venturing into the Huang family's chaotic star sea might lead to further exploitation, it was a necessary risk. Moreover, the chaotic star sea of the Huang family also boasted established markets and black markets where Li Xiao could procure the necessary talismans and more. Approximately a month later, Li Xiao finally arrived at the chaotic star sea. Yet, as soon as he set foot on an island, he triggered a restriction. Li Xiao remained unperturbed. This was a restriction set by the Huang family to secure their islands. Should any cultivator step upon the island, the restriction would activate, alerting the Huang family immediately. True to form, moments later, 2 figures soared toward him. One of them regarded Li Xiao coldly and inquired, "Are you seeking to rent our Huang family's immortal island?" Li Xiao inclined his head slightly, affirming, "Indeed." The Huang family disciple replied nonchalantly, 5 spiritual stones per month, 60 spiritual stones per year. Will you pay monthly or annually? Li Xiao tapped his Qiankuan bag and produced 60 spiritual stones, using his magical energy to present them to the two Wang family disciples. The disciple of the Wang family received the spirit stones, marveling at Li Xiao. Li Xiao could sense numerous divine consciousnesses scanning his direction. Clearly, his display of 60 spirit stones had attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Humph! With a cold snort, Li Xiao shook his arms, releasing an imposing aura. 6 layers of qi refinement. The expressions of the two Wang family disciples shifted slightly, exclaiming in surprise. The other divine consciousnesses hastily withdrew, fearing they might provoke Li Xiao. The earlier Wang family disciple immediately changed his demeanor, respectfully presenting a token to Li Xiao with a gentle smile, saying, "Esteemed senior, this Xian island is now yours." Li Xiao accepted the token, but noticed that the two Wang family disciples had yet to leave. He furrowed his brow and asked indifferently, "Is there anything else?" The Huang family disciple quickly replied, "Esteemed senior, while Xian Island is splendid, the outer islands have less abundant spiritual energy. It would be better for you to choose a place in the inner islands where the energy is richer. No need." With that single phrase, Li Xiao turned and walked towards Xian Island. His cultivation primarily relied on medicinal pills, and as long as there was some external spiritual energy, he would suffice. Although the inner islands possessed greater spiritual force, they would undoubtedly come at a higher price. There was no need to be exploited by the Wang family. Thus, Li Xiao resolutely declined. "Then we shall take our leave." The two Wang family disciples sighed and transformed into beams of light, hastily departing. Li Xiao wandered around Xian Island. Just as he was about to return to his cave dwelling, he suddenly furrowed his brow, turning to gaze at the sea area by the beach, his eyes growing cold. Chapter 53, The Chaotic Star Sea. Come out." With a cold snort, Li Xiao extended his hand, gripping the surface of the distant sea with force. Boom! Splash! The water erupted, and a figure was forcibly pulled from the depths, crashing onto the sand with a thud. Ouch! The man, disoriented and dazed, his eyes filled with stars, appeared quite muddled. Dressed in a gray robe, he had a waxen complexion, yet his eyes were shifty. The impact of Li Xiao's power left him blank-minded. Compounded by his disorientation from the fall, he was in quite a state. Seeking death, Li Xiao's expression darkened, his hand outstretched, arcs of electricity crackling around him, creating a thunderous sound. He resembled a deity of thunder, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. At this moment, Li Xiao was no longer the novice he once was upon entering the world of cultivation. Initially, when he first arrived in the Xingyunxi region, he encountered numerous troubles, all due to his inexperience. Now, having just arrived in the chaotic Star Sea, he needed to establish his authority, otherwise he would face relentless troubles. What surprised Li Xiao was that even after revealing the aura of 6 layers of qi refinement, someone still dared to cause trouble on his territory. This was the root of his anger. Since the other party was seeking death, he could not be blamed for taking drastic measures as a warning. "Esteemed senior, spare me. I did not come to pry or trouble you, but rather to serve as your guide." A qi refinement cultivator of the 6th layer was not someone he could provoke. The yellow-faced man was thoroughly frightened, his soul nearly departing him. He quickly scrambled to his feet, bowing fervently to Li Xiao, trembling as he explained, fearing that Li Xiao might misunderstand and strike him down. "A guide?" Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, slowly lowering his hand. The yellow-faced man breathed a sigh of relief and hastily clasped his hands, saying, "Esteemed senior, as you have just arrived in the chaotic Star Sea, you must not be familiar with the area. I took the initiative to come and guide you. Please grant me this opportunity." "Very well. Show me around the chaotic Star Sea," Li Xiao replied indifferently. The yellow-faced man felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders, eagerly rising and gesturing. Yes, esteemed senior, please follow me." The two of them soared into the air, under the guidance of the yellow-faced man. Li Xiao completed a tour of the entire chaotic Star Sea. He gained a preliminary understanding of the area. Like the Xingyunxi, the chaotic Star Sea was also a third-grade spiritual vein, with its main island known as Cultivation Island, currently occupied by the Wang family. In addition, extending from Cultivation Island were countless islands, all private properties of the Wang family, typically leased to wandering cultivators. Eventually, they arrived at a larger island bustling with activity. Undoubtedly a marketplace. Wherever there are cultivators, there exists a marketplace. Everyone needs to exchange items, sell their useless possessions, and acquire useful goods to enhance their cultivation. Over time, such gathering places will inevitably develop into marketplaces. Esteemed senior, this place is called Tianming Island. Tianming Island is divided into 3 parts. The eastern section is the marketplace, open 24 hours a day. The west side is the black market, open only at midnight. And through the central entrance, there is an auction held once a month. The yellow-faced man, Xiao eagerly explained to Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded slightly, saying, "I understand." The Wang family's marketplace operated better than the Huang family's and was considerably livelier, even hosting an auction. Esteemed senior, this is the general situation of the chaotic Star Sea. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qiu Qi said cautiously, clasping his hands. Wait, Li Xiao replied coolly. Esteemed senior, is there anything else? Qiu Qi inquired hurriedly. Li Xiao looked at Qiu Qi and asked, how many spirit stones do you earn for guiding others? Initially, Qiu Qi had thought himself unfortunate, feeling dispirited after a day of fruitless effort. Hearing Li Xiao's question, however, his spirits lifted, and he replied eagerly. I typically earn 1 spirit stone for a day of guiding, but I would never dare to accept your spirit stones, esteemed senior. Li Xiao reached into his Qian Kuan pouch, retrieving a spirit stone and tossing it to Qiu Qi. Qiu Qi caught the spirit stone, his face lighting up with joy. But fearing Li Xiao's wrath, he quickly offered it back, saying, esteemed senior, I truly cannot accept this. Take it. You have earned it. Li Xiao replied calmly. This exemplified the humility of lower-tier cultivators, who must tread carefully before higher-tier ones, fearing that angering them could cost them their lives. Li Xiao, having once been a low-tier cultivator himself, understood the struggles faced by individuals like Qiu Qi, especially wandering cultivators. Therefore, as long as the other party bore no ill intentions, he generally would not make things difficult for them. Moreover, Qiu Qi had accompanied him throughout the day. Earning a single spirit stone for his efforts was only fair. At this point, Li Xiao was not particularly concerned about that 1 spirit stone. Then I shall respectfully accept this spirit stone, Qiu Qi exclaimed, overjoyed as he tucked it away. His round, bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Esteemed senior, I am well versed in all matters of the chaotic Star Sea. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. I reside not far from you, on Xinghui Island. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Then I shall take my leave. Qiu Qi once again clasped his hands to Li Xiao before soaring away. Li Xiao then headed toward the marketplace. Upon arriving at the marketplace, Li Xiao noticed several gazes directed his way. However, as he revealed his aura of 6 layers of qi refinement, those divine consciousnesses quickly retreated. The chaotic Star Sea was similar to the Xingyun Sea. Cultivators at the mid-qi refinement stage were already considered formidable, and generally, no one would dare to provoke them. As Li Xiao wandered through the marketplace, he discovered that the Wang family's marketplace also had 2 shops selling medicinal pills. In addition to a talisman shop and a forging shop, Li Xiao deliberately visited the forge to inquire about the creation of a low-grade magical artifact, which requires several hundred spirit stones, and the materials must be provided by oneself. He could not help but click his tongue in surprise. After leaving the forge and purchasing some talismans, he exited the market and flew towards Ziziyun Island. Just as he returned to his dojo and was preparing to cultivate, a voice suddenly resonated from outside. Is this Li Xiao Daoyu of Ziqi Island? The voice was powerful, reverberating like thunder, echoing throughout the island. Chapter 54, The Descent. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before stepping out of his cave dwelling, where he encountered 3 individuals. Among them, 2 were the Wang family's disciples he had previously met, and the last was a gaunt elder. Upon seeing Li Xiao, the elder's face broke into a wide smile, and he clasped his hands together, inquiring, May I ask if you are Li Xiao Daoyu? Li Xiao hesitated for a moment but nodded slightly, asking coolly, Indeed, I am Li Xiao. May I inquire as to your identity? As he spoke, his hand instinctively rested on the Qiankuan bag at his waist. Should the other party make any sudden moves, he would act immediately. The fact that they had specifically sought him out meant they had confirmed his identity, and hiding would only show fear. The elder, observing Li Xiao, chuckled lightly. Li Daoyu, I am Wang Hong, an elder of the Wang family. The disciples below were thoughtless and collected your spirit stones. I have come specifically to return them. As he spoke, the elder levitated a bag of spirit stones with his magical power and extended it towards Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao did not reach out to take it, allowing the bag to fall to the ground instead. He feared there might be some trickery involved. Could the Wang family truly be so benevolent as to not demand rent from him? He had no faith in that. Great families often exploited the cultivators beneath them to sustain themselves. It made no sense for them not to accept his spirit stones. Seeing that Li Xiao refused to accept the spirit stones, Elder Wang Hong was not angered but instead smiled and continued. Li Daoyu has displayed remarkable prowess in the Xingyun Sea, defeating numerous disciples of the Huang family, even vanquishing an elder. And even the 3rd young lady of the Huang family has met her end at your hands. My Wang family greatly admires your heroic spirit. Naturally, we would not accept your spirit stones. On Ziyun Island, you may stay as long as you wish. At that moment, Li Xiao understood the Wang family's true intention for seeking him out. They were attempting to curry favor with him. After all, his achievements were too dazzling. Having not only slain many Huang family disciples, but also an elder at the late stage of qi refining. Furthermore, The third young lady of the Huang family had also perished at his hands. Moreover, he had managed to escape from the xianxiaaudiobooks with such skill. It was only natural for the Wang family to extend an olive branch. However, Li Xiao was astonished that the Wang family had come to him so soon after his arrival in the chaotic star sea. The Wang family was indeed well informed. Nevertheless, Li Xiao soon came to a realization. The Wang family must have placed spies among the Huang family, and that spy likely possessed a communication artifact similar to the Tianming Luo, hence their prompt acquisition of information. Seeing that Li Xiao remained unmoved, Wang Hong chuckled lightly and said, "Li Daoyu, would you be interested in becoming a guest elder in my Wang family? We would certainly not treat you poorly." Oh, the fox has finally revealed its true face. Li Xiao sneered inwardly but maintained a facade of indifference, responding with a polite bow. "Thank you for your kindness. But I am accustomed to a free and unrestrained life and cannot abide by constraints. I regretfully decline your offer, esteemed friend." Elder Wang Hong was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward rejection from Li Xiao. Yet, considering that this was a person capable of slaying even those at the late stage of qi refining, he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Regaining his composure, Wang Hong forced a chuckle and said, "In that case, I shall not press the matter. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me at the Wang family." "Thank you, esteemed friend." Li Xiao slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, I shall not keep you further. Farewell." Wang Hong turned and departed with the two Wang family disciples. Li Xiao gazed down at the spirit stones on the ground, hesitating for a moment before opening his mouth and expelling a stream of true fire, scorching the bag of spirit stones for a while. Then, he extended his right hand, letting arcs of electricity dance over the spirit stones for a time. After completing his disinfection ritual, he finally collected the spirit stones and returned to his cave dwelling. In the world of cultivation, pitfalls abound. Without caution, one could easily fall into irreversible danger. Upon returning to his cave, Li Xiao's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. He had initially intended to remain low-key and develop quietly, yet he had unexpectedly become famous, primarily due to the considerable commotion he had caused. It was difficult not to attract attention. Alas, he sighed, no longer dwelling on it. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Having a fearsome reputation was not without its advantages. At the very least, it would spare him from many unnecessary troubles. Just then, a tremor emanated from the Qinkuan bag at his waist. Li Xiao retrieved the Tianming Luo and cast a spell upon it. Hearing the anxious voice of Lu Changming from within, "Niu Jian Daoyu, Zhou Tong Daoyu, are you all right?" Li Xiao's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Lu Changming, Niu Jian, and Zhou Tong had gone out together, and now Lu Changming was inquiring about the whereabouts of the other two, indicating that they had encountered some trouble. "Lu Daoyu, I am fine. Just sustained some minor injuries. What about you?" After a short while, Niu Jian's weak voice came through the Tianming Luo. "As long as Niu Daoyu is fine, I too am well. What about Zhou Tong Daoyu?" Lu Changming clearly sighed in relief and again asked about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. However, after a prolonged silence, there was still no response from Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Tong had entered the cultivation world a bit later than Li Xiao and the others, he was a sword spirit root of the 7th rank, belonging to the upper 3 ranks of spirit roots, and his cultivation speed was astonishing. He had already reached a level comparable to Lu Changming and Niu Jian. Furthermore, he had also joined the Tianming, making it inappropriate for Li Xiao to refer to him in a junior's tone. "What happened? Where's Zhou Daoyu?" "Soon." Lin Xingyao's anxious voice echoed through the Tianming Luo. "Ah, Lin Daoyu, since parting with you that day, we have been wandering near the Luoxia mountain range, but unexpectedly encountered a pack of gale wolves last night. In the chaos, we became separated, and Zhou Tong Daoyu has since gone silent." Lu Changming explained. "What? A pack of gale wolves?" Lin Xingyao exclaimed in shock. Although gale wolves were not particularly fearsome beasts, they were pack animals, making them quite difficult to deal with. Even cultivators at the late stage of qi refining would only have the option to flee upon encountering them. Li Xiao was equally startled and urgently called out through the Tianming Luo, "Zhou Tong Daoyu, if you can hear me, please respond." Those in the Tianming are true friends. Li Xiao shared a deep bond with them and sincerely hoped nothing ill had befallen his friends. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was still no response from Zhou Tong through the Tianming Luo. The hearts of the group sank to their lowest point. Li Xiao's mood also grew heavy. The outside world was no safer than the Xingyun Sea or the chaotic Star Sea. In fact, it was even more perilous. "Do not worry, my friends. I will inquire further about Zhou Daoyu's whereabouts." After a moment, Lu Changming's voice rang out once more. "Lu Daoyu, please be sure to inform us at the very first opportunity you have any news about Zhou Daoyu." Lin Xingyao's voice came through the Tianming Luo, clearly indicating that they all cherished the pure friendship they shared in a world filled with deceit and schemes. "Rest assured, I will notify everyone immediately should any news arise. Lu Changming's voice responded again. After a moment, Lu Changming inquired, Lin Daoyu, how are things at the Tianxian sect? Ah, at the Tianxian sect. I am currently just a miscellaneous disciple. I must wait for some time to pass, until after the outer sect disciple selection competition, before I can enter the outer sect for cultivation. Lin Xiao replied. Although Lin Xiao is not unattractive, she is certainly not a paragon of beauty, possessing merely a 5th-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, she would not be relegated to the status of a servant disciple. Oh, I believe that Taoist Lin will surely pass the outer sect examination smoothly, came the voice of Lu Changming. Yes, thank you for your kind words, Taoist Lu. By the way, how have you been, brotherly? Lin Xiao suddenly inquired. Li Xiao sighed wryly and replied, Dear friends, it is best not to return to Xingyunhai for the time being. Why is that? Lu Changming asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. With a resigned smile, Li Xiao recounted the recent events. Although he spoke lightly, the others could easily imagine the peril he had faced. The Huang family boasted 3 foundation establishment cultivators. And even without their direct involvement, there were numerous late-stage qi refinement practitioners. For Li Xiao to break free from such a situation was indeed remarkable. The others listened with a mix of sympathy and concern. As members of the Tianming, they understood that Li Xiao's offense against the Huang family might provoke retaliation against others within the sect, hence his warning. After some further discussion, Li Xiao put away the Tianyin Luo, his eyes filled with deep worry. They had conversed for quite some time, yet Zhou Tong remained silent. It seemed that Zhou Tong was truly in dire straits. Though reluctant to accept it, this was likely the reality. Li Xiao longed to seek out Zhou Tong. But in the vast realm of cultivation, where could he possibly begin his search? Resigned, Li Xiao exhaled a heavy sigh and began his cultivation practice. However, due to his concerns over Zhou Tong, he found it difficult to focus. After a moment, he opened his eyes and sighed, rising from his seat to exit the cave dwelling. Approaching the shoreline, he leaped into the ocean. The confrontation with the Huang family had depleted his supplies of medicinal pills and talismans, so he planned to gather some herbs from the sea to replenish his stocks, selling any excess in the black market for spirit stones to purchase more talismans. As the Ruishing Sea was unfamiliar to him, Li Xiao descended cautiously. Fortunately, the Ruishing Sea teemed with a wealth of medicinal materials. Before long, he had collected a substantial amount. Just as he prepared to return, a sudden buzzing filled his mind, rendering him momentarily blank. His spirit felt as though it were being pulled away by an unseen force. It was fortunate that Li Xiao had devoured many beast souls, endowing his innate spirit with formidable strength, akin to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, which allowed him to stabilize his consciousness. As he regained his focus, he gazed ahead and beheld a peculiar fish, approximately a foot long, covered in black scales, with a bulbous, lantern-like growth on its head. It opened its gaping maw and swiftly swam towards him. The lantern emitted an eerie blue light that sent shivers down his spine. Lantern fish monster? Li Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, hastily steadying his spirit and reaching out to manipulate the water currents, ensnaring the creature. The lantern fish monster's speed diminished as it sensed Li Xiao's extraordinary presence and attempted to flee. Yet Li Xiao would not allow it to escape. Stay, he commanded sternly, his expression darkening as arcs of electricity crackled around him, unleashing a torrent of energy upon the lantern fish monster. The air crackled with sound as the electrical arcs enveloped the creature. It convulsed violently, emitting a shrill, baby-like wail that was utterly grating. After a brief moment, the lantern fish monster ceased its struggles. Li Xiao approached, placing his hand upon the creature and activating his devouring technique to consume its soul. Soon, the soul of the lantern fish monster was absorbed, and the lantern atop its head extinguished. That was close. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Li Xiao gathered the creature's body and soared to the ocean's surface. While the sea was a natural treasure trove, it was fraught with danger, instilling a sense of trepidation. Had it not been for the strength of his innate spirit, he might have fallen victim to the lantern fish monster's allure. He certainly felt somewhat careless and resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. After a moment of reflection, Li Xiao settled his mind and began refining pills. Approximately a month later, one evening, Li Xiao departed from Ziyun Island, heading directly to the black market on Tianming Island. As a newcomer, he knew that selling pills in the market would attract unnecessary trouble. However, in the black market, where his identity remained unknown, he could avoid many complications. After exchanging a spirit stone, Li Xiao entered the black market. He began searching for a stall of his own. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black robes approached him, eyes crinkling with a smile as they asked, Taoist, are you here to sell goods or purchase them? Li Xiao glanced at the individual but chose to ignore them, continuing forward. Undeterred, the figure persisted in following him. Li Xiao furrowed his brow and, with a cold snort, released an aura of qi refinement at the 6th level. 6th level of Qi refinement? The person exclaimed, halting in their tracks, just as Li Xiao expected them to retreat. The figure continued to pursue him, cheerfully declaring, Taoist, do not misunderstand. I mean no harm. I merely wish to make a friend. What an insistent nuisance. Li Xiao thought inwardly. If not for the patrols of the Wang family maintaining order in the black market, he might have already dealt a blow to this pest. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Li Xiao ignored the individual and located his stall, placing his medicinal pills on display. Upon seeing the quantity of pills Li Xiao had laid out, the figure couldn't help but express astonishment, exclaiming, Taoist, where did you acquire such a vast collection of pills? Li Xiao looked up with a frosty glare. The figure chuckled awkwardly. Taoist, it's a misunderstanding. I meant no offense. I was simply curious. Li Xiao chose not to engage further, sitting cross-legged in meditation, awaiting potential buyers. Hesitant as a newcomer, he refrained from setting prices as high as he had at the Huang family's black market, opting for standard rates instead, 10 spirit stones per bottle of gathering qi pills and 5 spirit stones each for revitalizing pills. The figure observed Li Xiao and, with a smile, suggested, Taoist, as a skilled businessman, why not allow me to sell these pills for you? I can guarantee a clean transaction, taking only a small commission. Li Xiao remained unmoved, continuing his meditation. The figure, realizing he was being ignored, eventually walked away. After a brief interval, a customer approached to purchase pills. After examining the quality, the customer bought 2 bottles of gathering qi pills. With the first sale made, customers began to arrive in droves. Gathering qi pills were common and in high demand among qi refinement practitioners, making them easy to sell. Approximately 2 hours later, over 100 bottles of gathering qi pills had been sold. Li Xiao stood up, visited a talisman shop to procure several talismans, and then exited the black market. Naturally, he was followed by numerous unsavory characters. However, Li Xiao chose not to engage, employing his invisibility technique to vanish into the shadows. Thus, he earned his first fortune in the Ruishing Sea. The days that followed were relatively stable for Li Xiao. One day, he ventured into the ocean again, gathering a plethora of medicinal materials. Just as he was about to return to the island, he noticed a faint, flickering blood light on the seabed beneath Xiun Island. Following the trail of blood light, Li Xiao arrived at the seabed of his immortal island, where he discovered an intricate array of densely etched patterns. Li Xiao, lacking knowledge of these formations, was oblivious to their significance. Suddenly, a sea turtle emerged from among them, evidently having broken through the surrounding rocks to unveil the array. The Wang family seemed intent on concealing these patterns from outsiders. Could these formations be unique to my cultivation ground, or do they exist elsewhere? Li Xiao pondered, filled with suspicion. After a moment's hesitation, he retreated into the distance. He visited several islands in succession, only to find similar patterns beneath their seabeds as well. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Li Xiao's expression turned dark as he muttered, "It appears that the Wang family is not as benevolent as they seem." Although he remained uncertain of their purpose regarding these formations, Li Xiao could not shake an overwhelming sense of unease. This instinct was a remnant of his encounter with the mysterious xiangxiaaudiobooks, serving as a natural warning against unknown dangers, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense. Such instincts are generally quite accurate. Perhaps it would be prudent to distance myself from the chaotic Shanghai Sea. Yes, that is the course of action I shall take, Li Xiao whispered to himself. However, before departing, he needed to sell some elixirs and exchange them for talismans to ensure his peace of mind. Over a month later, Li Xiao had crafted numerous elixirs and was preparing to sell them in the black market. En route, he suddenly spotted a figure hastily retreating. Qiu Qi, recognizing the person, Li Xiao called out sternly. Qiu Qi halted, turning to face Li Xiao, and after a moment's hesitation, approached with cupped hands, greeting him. Senior. Li Xiao regarded Qiu Qi with a dubious expression and inquired, Qiu Qi, where are you headed? Qiu Qi's gaze flickered, avoiding Li Xiao's stare, and he stammered, well, senior, I have some matters to attend to, and I must take a trip. Li Xiao hesitated, then retrieved a jade slip from his bag, extending it towards Qiu Qi. Do you understand the patterns within this slip? The jade slip contained a portion of the formations Li Xiao had imprinted from the seabed of the immortal island. Though well-versed in alchemy, Li Xiao was utterly ignorant of formation techniques. Despite Qiu Qi's lower cultivation level, his frequent dealings in the market and black market might have endowed him with some knowledge of these patterns. Upon receiving the jade slip, Qiu Qi immersed his consciousness within it, and his face instantly transformed in shock as he exclaimed, Senior, where did you acquire these formations? Li Xiao's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he asked, do you recognize these patterns? Well, I do not recognize them. Not at all, Qiu Qi hurriedly replied. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitating before pulling out 10 spirit stones from his bag and offering them to Qiu Qi. Qiu Qi's eyes lit up as he accepted the stones, glancing around cautiously before addressing Li Xiao with great care. Senior, these are the patterns of an ancient evil formation. The blood spirit array. The blood spirit array? Li Xiao's brow knitted as he scrutinized Qiu Qi, demanding, elaborate. Qiu Qi hesitated, then, in a hushed tone, continued, this is a blood sacrifice array. The mention of a blood sacrifice array made Li Xiao's heart race. No wonder those patterns instilled such a profound sense of dread within him. Initially, he had intended to sell his elixirs before departing. But now he abandoned that thought and resolved to leave immediately. A blood sacrifice array. Is the Wang family planning to conduct a blood sacrifice of all the scattered cultivators in the chaotic Xinghai Sea? Have they lost their minds? What could they possibly be scheming? Li Xiao felt an urge to curse. He had come to the chaotic Xinghai Sea to cultivate, at the very least to elevate his thunder-type spiritual root to the 9th level of qi refinement for self-defense. Yet, before he could even begin his training, he stumbled upon such a disheartening revelation. It became clear that he could not remain any longer. Senior, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Qiu Qi hastily bowed to Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Qiu Qi turned and soared away on the wind. Li Xiao's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he stealthily followed Qiu Qi. The two sped through the vast ocean for about 2 hours. Eventually, Qiu Qi, drained of energy, paused to consume a pill for replenishment, casting a wary glance towards the direction of the chaotic Xinghai Sea. At that moment, a flying boat approached. On board stood 3 individuals, unmistakably clad in the attire of the Wang family. Upon seeing them, Qiu Qi's face turned pale with panic. After a moment's indecision, he bowed to the trio, Greetings, fellow Taoists. One of the Wang family members, a tall man, glared at Qiu Qi and asked in a deep voice, Are you leaving the chaotic Xinghai Sea? Qiu Qi's face twitched in anxiety as he quickly replied, Yes, I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave for a while. Rest assured, I have settled all rental fees. The 3 Wang family members exchanged glances, smirking disdainfully. One burly middle-aged Wang family member sneered at Qiu Qi. Recently, many spies from the Huang family have infiltrated our chaotic Xinghai Sea, and the area is under lockdown. Fellow Taoist, you should return. Qiu Qi's expression shifted dramatically, and he implored, Fellow Taoists, I truly have urgent business and must leave. I kindly ask for your leniency. With that, Qiu Qi produced a bag of spirit stones from his waist and offered it to the Wang family members. The burly man accepted the stones, stowing them in his own bag, and chuckled sinisterly. I told you, the chaotic Xinghai Sea is under lockdown. You cannot leave, and that is final. Qiu Qi's expression turned to one of shock and fury. But you just accepted my spirit stones. The middle-aged man laughed coldly, dismissing. So what if I accepted your spirit stones? Qiu Qi's face was filled with indignation. Suddenly, he darted away at an angle with incredible speed. Humph. He must undoubtedly be a spy sent by the Huang family. The burly man sneered, pulling out a fishing net-like magical artifact from his bag to ensnare Qiu Qi. Although Qiu Qi was swift, the net was swifter. In an instant, it caught up with him and enveloped him completely. The next moment, a horrifying scream echoed as Qiu Qi was gruesomely torn apart by the fishing net, exploding into chunks of flesh that fell into the vast ocean. Hidden in the shadows, Li Xiao's pupils constricted in horror as he hurriedly activated the Gui Yuan Ju, desperately suppressing his breath to avoid detection by the Wang family members. With Qiu Qi eliminated, the burly Wang family member could not help but laugh heartily. The other 2 joined in uproarious laughter. Suddenly, a flash of sword light, like a viper striking, shot towards the trio at a sharp angle. This unexpected assault caught the Wang family member off guard, leaving him only time to raise his arm in defense. Whoosh! The sword light sliced through, blood splattering as a piercing scream erupted. The man's arm was severed at the elbow. The other 2 Wang family cultivators finally regained their senses, astonished and enraged. One of them shouted, Who dares to ambush members of the Wang family? Just then, a figure clad in a black robe, with flowing silver hair, slowly emerged from the shadows, wielding a sword. This woman exuded an alluring yet sinister aura, her black mist swirling around her. Had it not been for her striking silver hair, she would have melded entirely with the darkness. An evil cultivator. The 3 Wang family members gasped in alarm. Li Xiao, concealed in the shadows, felt his heart race not only because of her identity as an evil cultivator, but also due to the sword she held, the Qiushui sword. The Qiushui sword, known to Li Xiao, is a magical artifact belonging to Lan Xiaoyu, the maid of Luo Yunli. Why then has it appeared in the hands of this evil cultivator? Could it be that Lan Xiaoyu has fallen victim to this wicked woman, and the sword has been seized? Although Luo Yunli and Lan Xiaoyu share a master-servant relationship, they are akin to sisters, rarely apart from one another. If Lan Xiaoyu has indeed been slain by this malevolent figure, what fate has befallen Luo Yunli? In that moment, Li Xiao's heart was a tempest of confusion. The sinister nature of the evil cultivator rendered him hesitant to act recklessly, compelling him to conceal himself in the shadows and observe quietly. At that moment, the evil cultivator had already engaged in battle with 3 members of the Wang family. The burly man from the Wang family, suppressing his pain, retrieved a fishing net artifact from his bag and hurled it at the evil cultivator. Yet, without uttering a word, the evil woman unleashed a sword strike. The blade of light sliced through the fishing net, severing it in two as it fell into the sea. Suddenly, the evil cultivator was upon the burly man, extending a pale hand to press against his body. In the next instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. The burly man's spiritual power was being inexorably drained by the evil woman. The other 2 members of the Wang family, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, cried out and fled in panic. For ordinary cultivators, this evil cultivator was particularly enigmatic and exceedingly difficult to confront. It was no wonder that the 2 Wang family cultivators abandoned their companion and ran for their lives. Li Xiao, concealed in the shadows, felt his pupils constrict in shock, thinking, is this the version of the star-absorbing technique in the cultivation world? At that moment, he silently rejoiced for not having rushed out. The peculiar and formidable nature of the evil cultivator suggested that had he charged forth, he too might have been drained of his entire cultivation. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going? The evil woman cackled maniacally, her voice echoing eerily in the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. Following this, she seized the Wang man's bag and turned to pursue the remaining 2 members of the Wang family. How peculiar. It was only after the evil woman had departed for quite some time that Li Xiao dared to reveal himself. This was not cowardice, but rather prudence. The cultivation world is rife with the bizarre and the perilous. A lack of caution could lead to a swift demise without understanding how it happened. The earlier bravado of that Wang man had been met with a gruesome end, serving as a bloody lesson. What should I do? Should I investigate further? Li Xiao found himself torn, hesitating. He was aware that the Wang family had established a blood spirit formation throughout the chaotic Star Sea, preparing to blood sacrifice tens of thousands of scattered cultivators. His first instinct was to flee from this place of misfortune. Yet the question remained, why was the Qiushui sword in the possession of that evil cultivator? What had happened to Luo Yunli and Lan Xiaoyu? Though they were not affiliated with the Heavenly Alliance, Li Xiao had spent considerable time with them and regarded them as friends. He approached friendship with utmost seriousness, which only added to his indecision. On one hand lay his own life, constantly at risk of blood sacrifice, while on the other lay the fate of Luo Yunli and her companions. This was truly a dilemma. Just then, an unexpected sound escaped Li Xiao's lips. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the Wang family's burly man had concealed another bag within his embrace. 2 bags? Li Xiao pondered, hesitating before drawing the bag from his grasp. It was not uncommon for individuals from noble families to possess 2 bags. One would be for show, to deceive outsiders, while the other served as their private property. Alternatively, the second bag might be reserved for personal gain. Li Xiao immersed his spiritual sense into the bag to examine its contents. This individual was rather impoverished. He possessed only a single fishing net artifact and slightly over 100 spirit stones. Furthermore, there were merely some elixirs and jade slips among the items. In truth, it was not that the man was destitute. For a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, owning a low-grade artifact and over 100 spirit stones was quite affluent. However, given Li Xiao's unique circumstances, the ocean was a natural treasury for him, coupled with his alchemical skills, rendering him exceedingly wealthy. He currently possessed over 700 spirit stones, not to mention several elixirs and 3 artifacts. Li Xiao delved into the jade slips, seeking useful information. After a while, he retracted his spiritual sense. This burly man was a direct descendant of the Wang family, and the jade slips contained details regarding the blood spirit formation. It was indicated that the formation would be completed in approximately 3 years. Following that, a blood moon or similar phenomenon would occur, triggering the blood spirit formation to sacrifice the scattered cultivators across the chaotic Star Sea. This was a matter of utmost significance for the Wang family's fate. The primary task of this burly man was to prevent any from escaping. Fortunately, there were still 3 years remaining. Li Xiao exhaled a breath of relief. Since there was no immediate danger, he decided to return and investigate why the Qiushui sword was in the hands of that evil cultivator. How did that Xiao come to know about the blood spirit formation? Li Xiao mumbled to himself, hesitating before turning back towards Ziyun Island. After a night filled with turmoil, he had uncovered numerous matters that weighed heavily on his mind. As dawn broke and the purple mist ascended, Li Xiao took out the Tianming shell and cast a spell, inquiring, "Is Lu Daoyu available? Brotherly, is there something you need?" Came the voice of Lu Changming from the shell after a brief moment. Li Xiao asked, "Lu Daoyu, do you have any news regarding Zhoutong Daoyu?" "I still cannot reach Zhoutong Daoyu." Lu Changming sighed. Hearing this, Li Xiao's heart grew even heavier. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Lu Daoyu, please inquire about the Luo family. The Luo family? Has something happened to Taoist Luo Yunli? Lu Changming asked. Li Xiao hesitated before replying. I discovered the Qiushui sword belonging to Taoist Lan Xiaoyu in the possession of an evil cultivator. What? An evil cultivator? The Qiushui sword? Lu Changming exclaimed in shock. Yes. Li Xiao affirmed with a nod. Rest assured, Brother Li, I will handle this matter. Lu Changming responded. Li Xiao put away the Tianming shell and began to contemplate. It seemed he needed to seek out that evil cultivator, but given her exceedingly strange techniques, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Moreover, where could he find that evil cultivator? In the following days, Li Xiao wandered aimlessly throughout the chaotic Star Sea. In reality, he was searching for the whereabouts of the evil cultivator. However, since that day when the female evil cultivator appeared, she had seemingly vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the mortal realm. After several days of fruitless searching, Li Xiao wondered if the evil cultivator had merely passed through the chaotic Star Sea and had since departed. If that were the case, he would immediately leave this treacherous place to avoid unnecessary troubles. He resolved to wait another month. If he could not locate the evil cultivator by then, he would depart the chaotic Star Sea. Determined, Li Xiao continued to exercise patience in his search for the whereabouts of the female evil cultivator. One day, while on his journey, he overheard several cultivators discussing a significant event. With his keen spiritual sense, he was able to discern the details of their conversation. The gist of it was that the Huang family of the Xingyun Sea had engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the aquatic demon clan. Moreover, the Huang family had dispatched 2 foundational stage ancestors to aid in the conflict. The 2 ancestors of the Huang family clashed fiercely with the underwater demon king Bai Xuansu. But due to Bai Xuansu's advantageous position, his power surged exponentially in the water, coupled with countless aquatic demons at his command. He matched the Huang family's ancestors blow for blow. Ultimately, the Huang family could not secure any advantage and were forced to retreat in dismay. This battle resulted in heavy losses for the Huang family, prompting numerous scattered cultivators from the Xingyun Sea to flee, some heading towards the Qixing Sea and others escaping to the mainland. Li Xiao listened in astonishment, realizing that Bai Xuansu had once again been ensnared by his schemes. Surely, that demon king harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. But what of the demon king? After all, he had already departed from the Xingyun Sea. Li Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly, secretly relieved that he had departed. The transformation stage of a demon king was comparable to a human cultivator at the foundation building stage. Despite Li Xiao's numerous divine abilities, he would find himself helpless against a demon king in the transformation stage. The powers wielded by a foundation-building cultivator were far superior to those of a chi-refining stage practitioner. Having failed to locate the female evil cultivator, Li Xiao reluctantly returned to Ziyun Island. Upon his arrival at his cave dwelling, a sudden tremor emanated from the Qiankuan bag at his waist. He retrieved the Tianming shell from within and cast a spell, prompting the voice of Lu Changming to resonate from it. Brother Li, I have gathered some news regarding the Luo family. Li Xiao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired. Oh, do tell. Lu Changming recounted, Brother Li. The head of the Luo family sought to break through to the Golden Core realm, but stumbled upon his concubine's illicit affair with his younger brother. In a fit of rage, he succumbed to madness and suffered severe injuries. His younger brother, not content with merely that, conspired with the concubine and ultimately overthrew the head of the Luo family. Li Xiao was taken aback, mentally exclaiming at the scandalous revelation. He promptly asked, and what of Luo Yunli and Lan Xiaoyu? Lu Changming continued, as for the specifics, I am unaware. Li Xiao's lips twitched in frustration as he replied, thank you. Taoist friend Lu. Lu Changming's voice responded, no need for thanks, Brother Li. Taoist friends Luo and Lan are also my acquaintances. It is only right to assist. Li Xiao acknowledged with a slight nod, quietly storing away the Tianming shell. At that moment, his expression darkened. He never anticipated that Miss Luo would encounter such a dramatic turn of events. He wondered whether Luo Yunli and Lan Xiaoyu had been captured or had managed to escape. What about the Qiushui sword in the hands of that female evil cultivator? Li Xiao's mind was in turmoil. In the following days, Li Xiao continued to wander, searching for any sign of the female evil cultivator. At night, he returned to the black market to sell pills. During this time, a persistent figure known as the Old Xiao approached Li Xiao's stall, grinning widely. Taoist friend, he greeted. This fellow had long been entrenched in the black market, acquiring a certain notoriety for his silver tongue, helping others sell their goods in exchange for spirit stones. Li Xiao glanced at Old Xiao without uttering a word. After a brief hesitation, Old Xiao proposed, Li Taoist, what do you think? Allow me to sell your pills for a small commission. You can save time for cultivation. And we both benefit. What's not to like? Preoccupied with finding the female evil cultivator, Li Xiao found it challenging to remain in the black market. Furthermore, He had become somewhat familiar with old Xiao, who had proven to be a trustworthy individual with a good reputation, devoid of the nefarious tendencies of other merchants. After some contemplation, Li Xiao nodded slightly, saying, "Very well." Old Xiao's eyes lit up as he replied, "How about this? For each bottle of pills sold, you only need to give me 1 spirit stone as commission. How does that sound?" Li Xiao hesitated momentarily before agreeing. "All right." Old Xiao's breath quickened, his eyes narrowing with delight. Typically, whenever Li Xiao visited, he would start with around 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills, meaning he could earn over 100 spirit stones in commission with each sale. This was undoubtedly a significant business opportunity for him. Old Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm, assured, "Rest assured, Taoist friend, I have a good reputation and will sell all your pills." Li Xiao nodded slightly. They then discussed the specifics of their transactions, including delivery locations and times, with the understanding that sales would commence from the next occasion. Li Xiao was not overly concerned about old Xiao absconding with his goods. The total of over 100 bottles of qi-gathering pills amounted to merely 1,000 or so spirit stones, a sum that would be considered substantial for many, but not for Li Xiao. It only required a bit of time to gather materials for pill concoction. Moreover, Li Xiao was not entirely unprepared. He had discreetly poisoned old Xiao during their interactions. If old Xiao harbored no ill intentions, Li Xiao would quietly neutralize the poison. However, should old Xiao entertain any treachery, he would have no one to blame but himself. He could await the effects of the poison or find himself compelled to return to Li Xiao. Old Xiao, being a perceptive individual, would likely understand that cheating Li Xiao once would be a one-time gain, whereas collaborating long-term would be a more lucrative venture. Within less than a year, he could earn as much as the spirit stones from a one-time transaction. Thus, he would not jeopardize such a promising opportunity. Li Xiao hesitated, looking at old Xiao, and lowered his voice. "Old Xiao, do you know of a certain evil cultivator, a silver-haired female evil cultivator who can drain a person's magical power?" Old Xiao's expression stiffened, and he instinctively recoiled, glancing around nervously, fear evident in his eyes as he replied softly, "Taoist friend, have you encountered that white-haired witch?" "White-haired witch?" Li Xiao thought this was a fitting descriptor, nodding slightly while feigning curiosity. "Not long ago, I witnessed her from the shadows as she ruthlessly killed several people." Old Xiao grimaced. "Ah, Taoist friend, that white-haired witch is indeed sinister. She lurks within our chaotic star sea, though her exact whereabouts remain unknown. It is said she emerges intermittently to commit murder and theft. If you encounter her, it would be wise to keep your distance." As Li Xiao was now a significant customer of old Xiao, he naturally wished for Li Xiao's safety. If the female evil cultivator truly resided in the chaotic star sea, it seemed he would have to remain there for the time being, dismissing any thoughts of leaving. Li Xiao nodded slightly. "Come by pills. Absolutely authentic. Guaranteed satisfaction for all ages." Old Xiao suddenly began shouting, promoting Li Xiao's pills. His boisterous call interrupted Li Xiao's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Li Xiao was at a loss for words. Old Xiao certainly knew how to handle affairs. They had agreed to start selling pills from the next time. Yet here was old Xiao already beginning to assist him. One must admit, old Xiao had a knack for business. Thanks to his enthusiastic promotion, the 100 or more bottles of pills sold out in no time. When leaving, Li Xiao handed old Xiao 100 spirit stones. Old Xiao expressed his gratitude profusely. After finishing the sale, Li Xiao followed his usual routine of purchasing a few talismans from the talisman shop before hastily departing. In the days that followed, Li Xiao continued to meander through the chaotic star sea, but still failed to encounter the white-haired witch. During this time, he and old Xiao exchanged goods several times. While old Xiao earned some spirit stones from Li Xiao, he also helped Li Xiao save a considerable sum. Thus, their relationship could be deemed mutually beneficial. One day, while strolling outside, Li Xiao noticed a throng of people heading towards the central gate of Tianming Island. "Oh, today is the day of the auction. How curious. I've yet to attend an auction," he mused. With nothing better to do and lacking a specific target, Li Xiao decided to witness the workings of a cultivation auction. Upon reaching the entrance, he was stopped by 2 members of the Wang family. "Taoist friend, please pay an entrance fee of 3 spirit stones." One of the Wang family disciples stated monotonously. 3 spirit stones? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing this was 3 times the price compared to the black market and the bazaar. However, upon reflection, the auction occurred only once a month, so a slightly higher entrance fee seemed reasonable. He fished out 3 spirit stones from his Qinquan bag and handed them to the Wang family disciple. After accepting the spirit stones, the disciple added, "Taoist friend, please also present 500 spirit stones." 500 spirit stones? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow once more. The impatient disciple of the Wang family remarked, "Without 500 spiritual stones, entry to the auction is not permitted." With a subtle grin, Li Xiao retrieved 500 spiritual stones from the Qinquan pouch at his waist. Only then did the Wang disciple step aside, allowing him passage. As Li Xiao stowed the stones away, he entered the auction venue. Upon arrival, he was guided by the staff into a small private room. The auction hall was remarkably grand, resembling a colossal circular stadium, with an expansive, empty area at its center. A high platform stood prominently in the middle, surrounded by a series of small private rooms, which offered complimentary refreshments, a generous provision considering the 3 spiritual stones he had spent. Gradually, more attendees filtered in, taking their places in the private rooms. Moments later, a graceful figure clad in a strikingly fitted red dress ascended the high platform, declaring, "The auction is officially underway." The atmosphere was electric, as if the lights themselves were poised to enhance the excitement. The woman in red continued, "Our first auction item is a pair of twin sisters." With that, she dramatically unveiled a red cloth, revealing 2 alluring twin sisters within an iron cage, their figures enticingly scantily clad as they danced fervently, twisting their delicate waists. The spectators erupted in cheers, and even Li Xiao could not suppress his astonishment, letting out a few appreciative whistles. Was the auction in the realm of cultivation truly this exhilarating? The 3 spiritual stones he spent seemed well worth it. Initially, he had entered with a mere curiosity, but the explosive opening had ignited his enthusiasm. The woman in red began to elaborate. "Dear friends, these twin sisters possess the method of Huan, allowing you to cultivate together for a year in bliss, enhancing your cultivation amidst pleasure. The starting bid is 100 spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones. 200. 250. Before long, the bidding commenced in earnest. Li Xiao resisted the urge to participate, sipping iced tea to quell the inner heat. Ultimately, the twins were acquired by a rather unsavory-looking rotund man for a staggering 750 spiritual stones. Li Xiao could only shake his head in disbelief. Next, a variety of treasures were auctioned off, including techniques, artifacts, and an array of peculiar items. Among them, a Leiling Gen caught Li Xiao's attention. This orb was the inner core of a thunder dragon fish, which had been ambushed during its transformation. Li Xiao was particularly interested in the Leiling Gen, as consuming it with his Tunshin technique would likely elevate his thunder affinity spiritual root to mid-grade, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Since reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had felt his progress slow despite abundant medicinal resources. He had yet to attain the pinnacle of the 6th level due to the low-grade nature of his thunder spiritual root and the growing resistance to the elixirs he had consumed excessively. He had even ventured into the sea to seek out thunder-type beasts, hoping to devour their souls to enhance his affinity, but such creatures were rare and elusive, not to mention formidable. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of the Leiling Gen. With determination, Li Xiao joined the bidding. Starting at 500 spiritual stones, though he was quickly outbid, he was reluctant to continue raising his bid, as he possessed only a little over 700 stones, the remainder having been exchanged for talismans. Ultimately, the Leiling Gen was sold to a cloaked figure for an exorbitant 1,300 spiritual stones. What wealth! Li Xiao marveled inwardly, realizing the cultivation world was indeed teeming with hidden talents. He discreetly observed the cloaked cultivator, patiently waiting for the auction to conclude. After the auction ended, Li Xiao focused his formidable spiritual sense on the individual who had purchased the Leiling Gen. He refrained from immediate action, noting that several other cultivators were also fixated on the same target, clearly with intentions similar to his own, to seize the Leiling Gen. Employing the Gui Yuan Ju, Li Xiao concealed his presence and stealthily followed the cloaked figure. Along the way, a skirmish erupted among numerous cultivators. To his shock, he witnessed the rotund man who had previously purchased the twin sisters being slain, his body floating upon the waves, bobbing with the tide. What a turn of events! Was this a trap? Li Xiao's brow furrowed in realization of the depths of treachery within the cultivation realm. Determined to remain discreet and avoid entanglements with such dangerous affairs, Li Xiao resolved to steer clear of any female distractions for the time being. As he trailed the cloaked cultivator, a few others could no longer contain their greed and attempted to seize the Leiling Gen. However, the cloaked figure, evidently wealthy, demonstrated remarkable skill and composure amidst the chaos. Something felt amiss. It appeared more like a fishing expedition. Li Xiao's heart raced as he observed from the shadows. Suddenly, 3 cultivators emerged, forming a pincer movement against the others. Their spells combined into a formidable assault, swiftly dispatching several would-be thieves and leaving others injured and desperate. Cursing his luck, Li Xiao was grateful he had not acted hastily. The quartet's coordinated assault was formidable, and he had no desire to confront them. He possessed a long lifespan and ample time to seek treasures. There was no need to gamble everything on a single encounter. Avoiding risks was a principle Li Xiao upheld, and he steered clear of even the slightest danger. Just as he prepared to withdraw, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A flash of silver erupted, and blood splattered. One of the quartet was pierced through the chest by a sword, falling lifelessly. A white-haired enchantress emerged from the shadows, her bony hand pressing against the fallen cultivator, voraciously consuming his essence until the very end. The white-haired witch. Someone cried out in alarm. Flee. Panic spread like wildfire as the crowd dispersed, each person eager to evade the notorious figure. The white-haired witch pursued another victim, draining their power with a swift, ghastly touch. Xiao, who had initially intended to retreat, halted in his tracks, breaths quickening as he observed the chaos. Yet, he soon regained his composure, employing the Gui Yuan Ju to conceal himself, patiently awaiting an opportune moment. The white-haired witch was indeed formidable, her technique exceedingly sinister. Within moments, several souls had perished at her hands, their life essence fully drained. At that moment, individuals from the Wang family arrived on the scene. The white-haired sorceress did not linger and turned to leave, her figure akin to a wraith, vanishing into the night sky with mere flickers. Xiao concealed himself beneath the water, stealthily pursuing the sorceress until they reached a certain expanse of ocean where she came to a halt. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy enveloped her, and her aura became chaotic, causing her cultivation level, initially at the late stage of chi refinement, to plummet swiftly to the early stage. A pained expression crossed her face as she retrieved a vial of elixir from her waist and swallowed it. What could be occurring? Was it due to absorbing too much of another's magical power, resulting in backlash? Xiao pondered with suspicion. Initially, he too had worried that his devouring heaven technique might have consumed an excessive amount of demonic souls, leading to a similar backlash. However, the devouring heaven technique was an ancient marvel, endowed with solutions for such predicaments. The opening of this technique contained a supreme formula named Hun Yuan Zhenyi, designed specifically to harmonize various souls and elemental forces. Therefore, Xiao was spared from the adverse effects that plagued the white-haired sorceress. This also elucidated why he could cultivate multiple spiritual roots, even those that were mutually antagonistic, such as water and fire. At this moment, the white-haired sorceress was suffering from the backlash of her magical power. The weaker she became, the more advantageous it was for Xiao. Yet, he refrained from acting hastily. The sorceress's technique was exceedingly strange, capable of siphoning one's magical energy. He could not risk exposing himself, lest he be ensnared by her. Patience was essential. He reminded himself to remain composed, for caution is the mother of safety. Just then, another streak of light shot forth. As it dissipated, a graceful figure emerged. Another woman with silver hair, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, and dark brows that reached toward her hairline, her face obscured by a black veil. Though her features were concealed, her facial structure suggested she was an extraordinary beauty. Another white-haired sorceress. Xiao's heart raced, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he charged out recklessly moments ago, he might have faced an assault from these two sorceresses. Steeling himself, Xiao activated the Gui Yuan Ju to observe discreetly. He noticed that the white-haired sorceress wielding the autumn water sword became alert upon seeing the other arrive, her previously waning energy rapidly surging once more. In mere moments, her cultivation level ascended back to the late stage of chi refinement. Xiao watched in awe, intrigued by this bizarre form of sorcery. For a fleeting instant, he mistakenly believed these two sorceresses to be Luo Yunli and Lan Xiaoyu, who had turned to some sinister practice due to betrayal by kin. However, it seemed unlikely, as their bond was akin to that of sisters, and they would not be wary of each other. "Where's my sister? Master has long awaited our return," the later white-haired sorceress remarked, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. The revelation that these two sorceresses had a master was astonishing to Xiao, who silently praised his prudence in not acting rashly. The sorceress with the autumn water sword snorted coldly and, without a word, soared forward on the wind, followed closely by her sister. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao stealthily trailed behind. The two sorceresses clearly maintained their distance from him, cautioning each other as they sped onward. Eventually, they arrived at an island located at the northernmost edge of the Xingyun Sea, shrouded in perpetual fog that lent an unsettling chill to the atmosphere. The cultivation levels of these two white-haired sorceresses were already formidable and eerie. One could only imagine the terror of their master. Moreover, this island lay within the chaotic Star Sea, under the domain of the Wang family. Why did the Wang family not intervene against this malevolent practitioner? It was plausible that even the Wang family could not contend with such a dark force. Their master was likely a sinister practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Thus, Xiao refrained from acting impulsively. He merely extended his spiritual awareness briefly to discover that the island's boundary marker read Jiuyin Island. Fearing detection by the master, he withdrew his consciousness and concealed himself, waiting patiently. Before long, terrifying roars and screams resonated from within the island. the chilling cries combining with the eerie surroundings to instill a profound sense of dread. Li Xiao fought against the urge to flee and continued to lie in wait. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two white-haired sorceresses emerged from the island, their auras significantly weakened, still wary of one another. Li Xiao discreetly followed the one wielding the autumn water sword as she glided toward a remote reef. Upon entering the reef, she settled into a meditative posture. Li Xiao chose not to disturb her, uncertain whether she might suddenly regain her strength, given the peculiar nature of her cultivation. Days stretched into weeks as Li Xiao remained hidden, observing the white-haired sorceress. He discerned that she would venture out to hunt for prey every few days, absorbing their power before returning to Jiuyin Island, only to return exhausted to her reef. Over the course of several months, he gradually unraveled the patterns of her activities. Of course, during this time, he had made a few exchanges with Lao Jiao. Finally, one day, Li Xiao resolved to confront the white-haired sorceress. As she returned to the reef, preparing to meditate and recover, a torrent of water surged toward her at incredible speed. The sorceress, ever vigilant, suddenly opened her eyes. Her previously diminished energy surged to its zenith as the autumn water sword appeared in her grasp, slashing downward. The sword light howled through the air, slicing through the water column. Li Xiao, masked and cloaked in black, emerged from the shadows, charging toward the white-haired sorceress. At the same time, he summoned the Huang Yuan umbrella. With a swift motion, he spun the umbrella, unleashing a beam of yellow light toward the sorceress. The white-haired sorceress, agile as a specter, evaded the attack of the Huang Yuan umbrella. The yellow light exploded upon striking the reef, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. The sorceress left behind a series of afterimages in the air, lunging toward Li Xiao with her sword. He hastily raised the Huang Yuan umbrella to defend himself. The clash of metal rang out as the autumn water sword struck the umbrella, sending vibrations rippling through the air. Li Xiao deftly produced a rain sword talisman, tossing it into the air. As it ignited, numerous droplets formed above, morphing into a barrage of rain swords that hurled themselves toward the white-haired sorceress. Startled, she swiftly twirled her autumn water sword, creating a flurry of sword blossoms. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as the rain swords were deflected by her sword's radiant energy. Seeking death, the white-haired sorceress exclaimed, vanishing from sight. Countless rain swords pierced into the surrounding darkness, scattering the dense fog. Suddenly, Li Xiao sensed a fierce wind approaching from behind and swiftly struck out with a palm. The two collided forcefully, yet their hands remained inexplicably stuck together. A violent pulling force erupted, drawing the magical energy from within Li Xiao, as if siphoning it from his very core. Startled, Li Xiao hurriedly activated the Tun Tian Gong. You absorb. I shall absorb too. The Tun Tian Gong is capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, and naturally, it can also consume magical energy. However, the energy absorbed in this manner is not cultivated through the Tun Tian Gong, thus it cannot ultimately coalesce into the primordial strength. Therefore, Li Xiao refrained from absorbing another's magical energy. Yet, that did not imply he was incapable of doing so. The white-haired sorceress, realizing she could not draw upon Li Xiao's energy and that he had consumed a considerable portion of her own, was taken aback. In a moment of desperation, she swiftly manipulated the Qiushui sword, thrusting it towards Li Xiao's face. Li Xiao retreated, and the Huang Yuan umbrella vanished, replaced by arcs of thunder in his hands. Soon, two lightning whips formed in his grasp. With a fierce flick, the whips sliced through the air, their silver brilliance stark against the night sky. Thunder magic, embodying utmost yang and strength, is the nemesis of all malevolence. The white-haired sorceress gasped in shock, unwilling to engage directly, and quickly sidestepped. At the same time, she raised her sword to strike. However, in that instant, her aura suddenly became chaotic, a wave of decline washing over her. Her cultivation plummeted from the late stage of qi refinement to the early stage. This was the opportunity Li Xiao had been waiting for. After observing the white-haired sorceress for several months, he had discerned that she was at her weakest each time she returned from Jiuyin Island, which is why he chose to act now. Seeing her aura falter, Li Xiao seized the moment and tapped his waist pouch. The Pahan Zue shot forth with a whistle, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the sorceress. Li Dage, the white-haired sorceress, unable to evade, stumbled backward and suddenly cried out. The Pahan Zue halted mere inches from her face. The white-haired sorceress visibly exhaled in relief. Li Xiao removed his hat, revealing his face, and looked at her with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, asking, "Do you know me?" Li Dage, it's me. The white-haired sorceress unveiled her veil. Chapter 62, Shuemingzi. It's you. Li Xiao exclaimed upon recognizing the face beneath the veil. It was none other than Lan Xiaoyu, the maid of Luo Yunli. Yet, in this moment, Lan Xiaoyu appeared pale and emaciated, a stark contrast to her former self. Indeed, Li Xiao had pondered the possibility that the white-haired sorceress was Lan Xiaoyu, but her voice had not matched. He retracted the Pahun Zue, stepped forward, and helped Lan Xiaoyu to her feet, inquiring about his lingering doubts. Xiaoyu, what has happened to you? Li Dage, Wu. Lan Xiaoyu, resembling a student who had suffered great injustice, could no longer hold back her tears upon seeing her family figure and began to weep uncontrollably. After crying for more than 10 minutes, she finally calmed down. For a moment, Li Xiao was at a loss for how to comfort her and could only wait quietly. Once Lan Xiaoyu released him and regained her composure, Li Xiao finally asked, Xiaoyu, what exactly transpired? How did you end up like this? Lan Xiaoyu, with a face full of grievance, looked at Li Xiao, her voice trembling as she recounted, Li Dage, the Luo family encountered a calamity. The second master usurped the position, killing the family head. Under the desperate protection of Elder Chu and others, I escaped the Luo family with the young mistress, but during our flight, we unfortunately got separated. Afterward, I searched for the young mistress and was discovered by an evil cultivator. This wicked man possessed the young mistress's earring and used her whereabouts as leverage, forcing me to cultivate a sinister technique called Tao Tai Gong. Lan Xiaoyu spoke slowly. Tao Tai Gong. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly, explaining, this Tao Tai Gong is extremely malevolent and bizarre. He made me and another person cultivate it, then convert the absorbed magical energy for him, allowing him to avoid backlash. The reason my voice and appearance have changed so drastically is due to the backlash from Tao Tai Gong. Li Xiao's gaze flickered as his brow furrowed. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Luo Yunli had gone missing. Only the evil cultivator practicing Tao Tai Gong knew her whereabouts. This was indeed troublesome. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Li Xiao inquired, what is the name of this evil cultivator, and what is his cultivation level? Lan Xiaoyu frowned, stating, I heard someone call him Xuemingzi. His situation is rather complex. He should be at the foundation establishment stage, but he has not truly established a foundation. Xuemingzi can temporarily exert power at the foundation establishment level. Li Xiao felt a headache coming on. The situation was more complicated than he had envisioned. The opponent was capable of briefly displaying foundation establishment strength. How could he handle this? Due to the nature of his technique, he could not establish a foundation in a short time. To subdue the enemy and extract Luo Yunli's whereabouts would be exceedingly difficult. Lan Xiaoyu seemed to sense Li Xiao's thoughts and added, the Tao Tai Gong is peculiar, but it has a significant drawback. On the night of the full moon, its power greatly diminishes, and during that time, he will be unable to exert his foundation establishment strength. Even without foundation establishment, he possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, Li Xiao thought, his expression darkening. Lan Xiaoyu hesitated before saying, moreover, he has instructed us to absorb cultivation from others for him. Within 3 years, he will truly establish a foundation. What? He will establish a foundation in 3 years? How could that be? Did this mean he had to eliminate the opponent within 3 years? For a moment, Li Xiao felt overwhelmed. However, opportunities were not altogether absent. He was currently at the 6th level of qi refinement. If he exerted himself to break through to the 7th level, or even the 8th level, combined with the enhancement of the burning blood magic, he just might possess the strength to battle Xuemingzi. 3 years. The blood spirit great array would also activate in 3 years. Could there be a connection? Suddenly, a thought struck Li Xiao, leading to an unsettling suspicion. His intuition told him that the Wang family's blood spirit great array was intricately linked to Xuemingzi. Perhaps the blood spirit great array was a gift from Xuemingzi to the Wang family. Otherwise, how could Xuemingzi appear in the Wang family's territory while they remained indifferent? Furthermore, Lan Xiaoyu had once overheard Xuemingzi in a secret conversation. The individual he was conversing with could very well be the Wang family's foundation establishment ancestor. Li Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, shaking off the clutter in his mind. He looked at Lan Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, rest assured, I will help you rescue your young mistress. Luo Yunli is also a companion of Li Xiao. Moreover, Luo Yunli treated him exceptionally well, and Li Xiao could sense her feelings for him. To be honest, Luo Yunli was a rare beauty, and she had been exceptionally kind to him. Li Xiao was not a wooden person. He could not remain indifferent. Now that Luo Yunli was in trouble, he could not stand idly by. Lan Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiao took out 2 bottles of revival pills and 10 bottles of qi-gathering pills, handing them to Lan Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, take these pills. The matter of rescuing your young mistress cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. You need to maintain the status quo and stabilize that old demon. Understood. Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Xiaoyu, I reside on Ziyun Island. If you have any matters, feel free to seek me. Li Xiao said calmly. All right. Lan Xiaoyu nodded again. Li Xiao gazed at this frail girl who was willing to risk everything for her master, feeling a surge of emotion as he softly said, Then I shall take my leave. Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Suddenly, she called out, Li Dage, wait. Li Xiao looked on with suspicion. Li Dage, follow me. Lan Xiaoyu struggled to rise, riding the wind as she made her way outside. Li Xiao followed at a distance, cautious of the other white-haired sorceress who could potentially discover them, which would lead to unnecessary complications. As she walked, Lan Xiaoyu consumed a gathering energy pill to restore her mana, moving swiftly. The two ultimately arrived at a sea expanse where Lan Xiaoyu plunged into the water. Moments later, she emerged, holding a blue orb in her hand. Inside the orb was a silver lightning dragon, spiraling endlessly. Indeed, it was the Leiling Gen from the auction. Lan Xiaoyu handed the Leiling Gen to Li Xiao, saying, Li De Gu, you are a lightning cultivator. This Leiling Gen will be of great use to you. Li Xiao understood that this was not the time to refuse. He needed to seize every opportunity and moment to seek breakthroughs and enhance his strength. Thus, he accepted the Leiling Gen without hesitation and stored it away. Subsequently, Li Xiao returned Lan Xiaoyu to the reef. After confirming that the other white-haired sorceress would not come looking for trouble, he finally took his leave. He dared not look back, feeling a pang of reluctance for this frail yet resilient girl. Once back at Ziyun Island, Li Xiao found himself unable to quell the turmoil within. He realized he must rapidly enhance his strength. Exhaling a breath of foul air, he retrieved the Leiling Gen and began to cultivate, channeling the immense lightning energy contained within. Chapter 63, Encounter. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Xiao opened his eyes to witness torrents of thunder erupting within them. Simultaneously, faint blue arcs of lightning danced around him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Li Xiao had successfully absorbed the Leiling Gen, elevating his lightning root to the 4th grade, thus entering the middle tier. After expelling another breath of foul air and centering his energy, Li Xiao commenced his cultivation once more. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes again, marveling. Indeed, this middle-grade spiritual root surpasses the low-grade ones. My cultivation speed has accelerated at least tenfold. This was merely the 4th-grade spiritual root. It was difficult to imagine the terrifying speed of cultivation for 5th, 6th, or even upper-grade roots. This disparity elucidates why some individuals spend their entire lives unable to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, while others face no bottlenecks, even in the foundation establishment stage. Cultivation is reliant on innate talent. Those favored by the heavens advance at speeds dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times faster than ordinary individuals. Reflecting deeply, Li Xiao murmured, with my lightning root having surpassed the middle grade at this rate of cultivation, supplemented by pills, breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement should be imminent. 3 years' time to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. Ideally reaching the 9th layer would grant him the ability to confront Xuemyanzi. Previously, Li Xiao had felt some apprehension, but now he felt a newfound sense of assurance. While elated, he calculated the time and muttered, it is time to meet with Lao Jiao. With that, Li Xiao rose from his dwelling and soared through the wind towards the designated meeting place with Lao Jiao. It was a small reef, roughly 10 feet long. Due to its diminutive size, the Wang family had not exerted control over it. Upon his arrival, Li Xiao found that Lao Jiao had yet to appear. How peculiar, he thought. He should have arrived by now. Li Xiao did not reveal himself, but instead concealed himself in the shadows to observe, primarily to prevent Lao Jiao from bringing others to ambush him. Could it be that Lao Jiao had fled with the spirit stones? Li Xiao was filled with suspicion. After some hesitation, he continued to wait in the shadows. After a considerable time had passed, just as Li Xiao's patience wore thin and his expression darkened with the belief that Lao Jiao had indeed absconded with the spirit stones, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. To his relief, it was Lao Jiao. The latter appeared exceedingly cautious, frequently glancing over his shoulder, seemingly wary of being followed. Upon seeing Lao Jiao, Li Xiao's expression softened somewhat. After scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense and confirming that no one was lurking, he stepped out from the shadows. At that moment, Lao Jiao, noticing Li Xiao's delayed arrival, showed signs of impatience. Observing Lao Jiao's eagerness, Li Xiao chuckled lightly, saying, Dao Yu, have you been waiting long? My apologies. I was delayed by my cultivation. Lao Jiao's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Xiao, and he grinned broadly. I thought you wouldn't show up. As he spoke, Lao Jiao pulled out a chinquan bag from his robe and handed it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao accepted the spirit stones, immersing his consciousness within to make a quick count before storing them away. He then retrieved another chinquan bag filled with pills and presented it to Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao took the bag and stowed it. Looking at Li Xiao with a hint of complaint, Dao Yu, you have no idea how much trouble I went through to sell these pills for you. I've been targeted by the other alchemists, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi, who keep ambushing me in the black market. If not for my cunning, I might not have made it here. Zhou Shi and Sun Shi were 2 other alchemists from the chaotic Shanghai region. before Li Xiao's arrival. They monopolized the pill business in the area. After Li Xiao's entry, although he did not sell at half price as he did in Xingyunhai, he nonetheless captured a share of their market. It was only natural that they would seek trouble. However, Li Xiao did not find anything inappropriate in this. Pills were a staple necessity for cultivators, always in high demand. Regardless of location, they sold well. Yet, due to time constraints, Li Xiao preferred not to spend time setting up a stall to sell pills, thus reaching an agreement with Lao Jiao to handle the sales in exchange for a commission. For every bottle sold, Lao Jiao would receive 10% of the spirit stones, which amounted to a considerable sum. They agreed to settle accounts monthly, with Li Xiao providing over 100 bottles each time. Thus, Lao Jiao could earn more than 100 spirit stones monthly, which was quite lucrative. Furthermore, the pills sold out in a day or two, requiring minimal effort, while Lao Jiao enjoyed the benefits of Li Xiao's arrangement. He also had to bear the risk of being cornered by the two alchemists. This was something Li Xiao had anticipated, which is why he offered such a generous deal. However, he underestimated human greed. Clearly, Lao Jiao's complaints were a subtle attempt to negotiate a higher commission. Li Xiao chose to ignore this and turned to leave. Lao Jiao's words trailed off as Li Xiao vanished into the darkness, leaving him to sigh and murmur, "Ah, the plight of the unfortunate." With that, Lao Jiao shook his head and departed. After Lao Jiao left, Li Xiao emerged from the shadows once more, though his expression was now somewhat grim. Watching Lao Jiao's retreating figure, Li Xiao's eyes glimmered with fluctuating light as he coldly muttered, "I hope you do not entertain any ulterior motives." This business arrangement was indifferent to Li Xiao. He could easily transfer his collaboration elsewhere if Lao Jiao expressed dissatisfaction or requested an increase in commission. Li Xiao then extracted the Qiankuan bag Lao Jiao had given him and poured out a substantial amount of spirit stones. With both hands extended, he unleashed the Gui Ling Hua from his left hand and crackling arcs of electricity from his right, scorching and striking the pile of spirit stones. After a thorough purification, he contentedly stored away the spirit stones and prepared to leave. He intended to return to Ziyun Island for further cultivation. As he journeyed, an instinctive urge compelled him to shrink his neck as an intense sense of danger surged within him. Li Xiao felt a sense of dread as he realized he was being targeted. Cursing under his breath, he swiftly retrieved the Huang Yuan umbrella from his waist pouch and unfurled it. A soft yellow halo expanded, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Though the Huang Yuan umbrella was merely a low-grade magical artifact, it was remarkably effective in both offense and defense. As soon as the umbrella was opened, a violet whip emerged from the shadows, striking down upon the umbrella like a serpent's tail. The sound echoed loudly, reminiscent of thunder, causing a sharp pain in his ears. The yellow shield quivered violently, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. "Who are you? Show yourself," Li Xiao commanded in a deep voice. Moments later, a graceful silhouette stepped out from the darkness. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Xiao shuddered. It was none other than another white-haired sorceress. From the lips of Lan Xiaoyu, he had learned that this woman was named Su Manqing, a disciple of the old demon Shuem Yinzi, known for her ruthless nature. Clearly, she had set her sights on him. Moreover, it was evident that she possessed means to conceal her presence, as even Li Xiao, with his spiritual awareness comparable to that of a foundational stage cultivator, had failed to detect her. Fortunately, his instinctive reaction had allowed him to evade her initial attack. Otherwise, he would have surely been caught off guard. Su Manqing narrowed her slender eyes, a playful glint dancing within them as she scrutinized Li Xiao. "You are quite astute. Most would instinctively flee upon encountering me, given my notorious reputation as a white-haired sorceress," she remarked, clearly intrigued by his audacity to confront her rather than retreat. In truth, Li Xiao had no desire to engage in a prolonged confrontation with Su Manqing. Having practiced the Taotai technique for a longer duration than Lan Xiaoyu, she was exceedingly formidable and unpredictable. Engaging her would serve little purpose. He understood that her speed, enhanced by the Taotai technique, made fleeing a perilous option that could lead him directly into her trap. However, he also recognized that, with his own skills, escaping from her clutches would not be an insurmountable challenge. His true intention was to glean insights into the Taotai technique to better prepare himself against the old demon Shuem Yinzi. "Escape? Why should I?" Li Xiao replied, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze filled with playful mischief. Su Manqing appeared momentarily taken aback, perhaps unable to discern who was truly the predator and who was the prey at that moment. "You seek death," she exclaimed, fury radiating from her. With a swift motion, she brandished the violet whip, launching it towards Li Xiao with great force. The whip sliced through the air, producing a sharp crack as it targeted him. Now, Li Xiao summoned the Huang Yuan umbrella once again. The umbrella emitted a circle of yellow light, successfully blocking the assault of the violet whip. The sound of the impact resonated crisply in the stillness of the night. Having failed to land a hit, Su Manqing withdrew momentarily. her form flickering like a specter as she began to circle around Li Xiao, relentlessly swinging her violet whip. Yet, each time, Li Xiao managed to accurately predict her position at the crucial moment, raising the Huang Yuan umbrella to defend himself. Under the night sky, the sounds of the whip striking the umbrella echoed continuously, causing the surrounding waters to churn restlessly. Growing impatient, Su Manqing suddenly unleashed a flurry of black ribbons from behind her, which spiraled towards Li Xiao from all directions. Li Xiao grinned subtly, tapping his waist pouch to retrieve 3 golden Vajra talismans, which he promptly affixed to himself. A low humming filled the air as 3 inverted golden bells materialized, enveloping Li Xiao in a protective cocoon. While the black ribbons were agile as serpents, they stood no chance against the impenetrable defense of the mid-grade Vajra talismans. Typically, one such talisman would cost a significant sum of spirit stones, and the limited usage of talismans meant that few would dare to expend 3 at once. As Li Xiao had 3 Vajra talismans, Su Manqing's eyes widened in astonishment. However, she had already achieved her objective. The previous attack with the black ribbons had merely been a ruse. Her true aim was to close the distance. Once within reach, she could activate the Taotai technique to siphon off Li Xiao's magical energy. Seizing the opportunity, Su Manqing darted forward, her skeletal hand outstretched towards him. Humph! Li Xiao retorted with a cold snort, aligning his right hand's index and middle fingers as he pointed them at her palm. Crack! Electric arcs surged from his fingers, coursing into Su Manqing's body. She convulsed violently, her figure trembling as she exerted her full magical power to break free from the onslaught. Retreating to distance herself from Li Xiao. Lightning Cultivator! She gasped in alarm. The Lightning Cultivator, known for its unyielding nature, was a bane to all malevolent entities. Even with her mastery of the Taotai technique, Su Manqing found it exceedingly difficult to gain an upper hand against the Lightning Cultivator. At that moment, she felt an inclination to withdraw. Just then, another figure emerged from the shadows. Both Li Xiao and Su Manqing turned their attention to the newcomer, their expressions tightening. Upon recognizing who it was, Li Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while Su Manqing's demeanor shifted to one of caution. The newcomer was none other than Lan Xiaoyu. Lan Xiaoyu smiled warmly at Su Manqing. What a coincidence, senior sister. Su Manqing's expression shifted as she regarded Lan Xiaoyu, forcing a smile. Junior sister, your timing is impeccable. This man is a lightning cultivator, brimming with magical power. If we can absorb his energy and present it to master, he will surely be pleased. Lan Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, regarding Su Manqing with a disdainful glance. Senior sister, he is my quarry. Humph. Su Manqing's brows furrowed slightly, and with a cold snort, she turned and vanished into the darkness. The electric shock from Li Xiao's earlier strike had left her blood in turmoil, compelling her to retreat. Lan Xiaoyu cast a knowing glance at Li Xiao before addressing the darkness with a smile. Senior sister, if you do not wish to leave, feel free to stay. As she spoke, Lan Xiaoyu retrieved the Qiushui sword from her waist pouch. Li Xiao's heart raced in surprise. These sorceresses were indeed formidable adversaries, and it was evident that Su Manqing had truly departed this time. Finally, Li Xiao and Lan Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. Lan Xiaoyu regarded Li Xiao with concern, asking, Brotherly, are you all right? Li Xiao smiled reassuringly. I am fine, Xiaoyu. Why does your senior sister willingly submit to Xuemianzi, instead of choosing to depart? I am uncertain, Lan Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head slightly. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she gazed at Li Xiao in disbelief, exclaiming, Brotherly, you do not intend to recruit senior sister to confront Xuemianzi, do you? A smile tugged at the corners of Li Xiao's mouth as he replied, Why not? Lan Xiaoyu's brows knitted together in concern. In her eyes, Su Manqing possessed a venomous nature and had repeatedly opposed her. Had it not been for her cunning strategies to navigate their interactions, she would have surely fallen prey to Su's treachery by now. Such a person, how could they possibly collaborate? Li Xiao was well aware of Lan Xiaoyu's sentiments. However, she believed that the enemy of one's enemy is indeed a friend. Their most formidable adversary at present was the blood maggot, and if they could enlist Su Manqing's aid against this common foe, it would be a most fortuitous alliance. Li Xiao could not fathom that Su Manqing would not desire to free herself from the clutches of that old demon. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao turned to Lan Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, take some time to inquire about Su Manqing's past. All right. Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly in agreement. Li Xiao then produced some elixirs and tossed them to Lan Xiaoyu, stating, Xiaoyu, I shall take my leave now. Take care, big brotherly. Lan Xiaoyu understood that it was prudent to maintain a distance at this juncture. Should Su Manqing or the blood maggot discover their clandestine plotting, it would be most unfortunate. Thus, it was wise to minimize their interactions. Upon returning to Ziyun Island, Li Xiao spent his time in the cave dwelling, practicing his cultivation. Aside from a brief excursion to gather some medicinal herbs from the sea, when the time came, he met with the old flood dragon. During their several encounters, the old flood dragon had always appeared as if he wished to speak, filled with grievances, lamenting that the two alchemists were increasingly obstructive, making his tasks ever more arduous. Li Xiao paid little heed to these complaints, simply handing over spirit stones and elixirs before turning to depart. He had entrusted the sale of the elixirs to others precisely to avoid such vexatious matters. Li Xiao understood the old flood dragon's intentions. He sought a raise in commission, wishing for a larger share of the spirit stones. However, Li Xiao had no inclination to entertain such requests. It seemed he would need to be more cautious of the old flood dragon in the future, as this fellow's appetite was evidently growing. Returning to his cave, Li Xiao wore a somber expression, lost in contemplation. After calming his mind, he resumed his cultivation. After an indeterminate period, Li Xiao's aura suddenly transformed, with arcs of electricity crackling around him, rolling forth like a tidal wave, instilling a sense of dread. The cave flickered with light and shadow, constantly shifting. After a moment, Li Xiao's aura began to subside. He opened his eyes, filled with joy, exclaiming, "I have reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. I have finally broken through." With the aid of a plethora of Qingluo Dan and Juqi Dan, Li Xiao had made significant progress in a short span, successfully advancing to the 7th layer of qi refinement and entering the later stages of this realm. Although he was currently at the 7th layer, with the power of the burning blood demon technique, he could forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 8th layer. Coupled with his formidable lightning attacks and other unique techniques, he could stand his ground even against cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Now, as long as he did not encounter any Foundation establishment cultivators, he could retreat unscathed. Facing an ordinary cultivator at the 9th layer should pose little difficulty, but to confront the blood maggot would likely require further enhancement of his cultivation. Ideally to the 9th layer of qi refinement, Li Xiao pondered. Calculating the time, Li Xiao took out the alchemical furnace and began concocting more elixirs. After producing over 100 bottles of Juqi Dan, along with some Huichun Dan and Poyan Dan, Li Xiao departed Ziyun Island and headed toward the reef. Upon arriving at the reef, he found the old flood dragon already waiting. After confirming that there were no ambushes, Li Xiao slowly revealed himself. Upon seeing Li Xiao, the old flood dragon approached, complaining, "Oh, my friend, I have been waiting for you for several hours. Why have you only just arrived?" The old flood dragon's greed was evidently growing. After numerous failed attempts to persuade Li Xiao for a raise in commission, his dissatisfaction was palpable. To the point of beginning to blame Li Xiao furrowed his brow, remaining silent, merely casting a cold gaze at the old flood dragon, observing what trickery he might attempt next. The old flood dragon, clearly impatient, produced a Qianquan bag from his bosom and handed it to Li Xiao, saying, "This is the spirit stones from this transaction, my friend, please count them." Li Xiao accepted the spirit stones, his consciousness probing within to tally them before stowing them away. Subsequently, Li Xiao retrieved another Qianquan bag from his own robe and offered it to the old flood dragon. The old flood dragon reached out to accept the bag, stating, "My friend, see, I am working so hard, not only selling elixirs but also evading those two alchemists' blockades. Would it be possible to raise my commission? Just a little. To 20% would suffice." Li Xiao's hand faltered as he froze for a moment, then withdrew the Qianquan bag, looking coldly at the old flood dragon and firmly stating, "No, no." The old flood dragon's expression darkened, seemingly angered. He replied, "My friend, I have helped you earn so many spirit stones, and you cannot even acquiesce to this minor request? What do you take me for? Very well, since you are unwilling, let our partnership come to an end." Li Xiao replied indifferently. With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, my friend, don't go, please don't go." The old flood dragon had not anticipated Li Xiao's swift refusal. He was taken aback for a moment before hastily pursuing Li Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Xiao had vanished without a trace. Gazing into the vast darkness and the tumultuous sea, the old flood dragon regretted his actions bitterly. His face twitching in dismay, he lamented, "Why is this person so heartless? To end things so abruptly, leaving no room for compassion." With that, the old flood dragon resignedly turned and left. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Xiao personally ventured into the black market to sell elixirs. Before long, he had sold half of his inventory, finding it not as difficult as the old flood dragon had claimed. At that moment, the old flood dragon approached slowly. Li Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to remain silent. The old flood dragon, however, shamelessly approached Li Xiao, ingratiatingly stating, "My friend, are you still upset? Oh, it was merely a trivial matter. No need to hold on to it." "A trivial matter? You insatiable glutton. Yesterday, I agreed to give you a 20% commission, and I fear that in a short while, you would demand 30%. Li Xiao, maintaining a respectful distance from such avaricious individuals, chose to keep his distance. Noticing Li Xiao's silence, The old flood dragon's eyes twitched violently, a flash of anger crossing his gaze. Yet, he quickly suppressed his rage, forcing a smile as he said, "My friend, how about this? Let's revert to the previous agreement, and I shall take a 10% commission. How does that sound? Assisting Li Xiao in selling elixirs." The old flood dragon could earn over 1,000 spirit stones in a year, a considerable sum. Thus, after returning home, he regretted his earlier actions and had come to the black market specifically to mend ties with Li Xiao. "Not necessary," Li Xiao replied curtly, offering only those 2 words. Even a good horse does not turn back. The old flood dragon was insatiable. Collaborating with him again could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, Li Xiao resolutely refused to engage in any further partnership. Witnessing Li Xiao's steadfast rejection, the old flood dragon's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. However, he quickly concealed his anger, forcing a smile and saying, "My friend, please do not be so heartless." Li Xiao shot a glance at the old flood dragon without replying. The old flood dragon's eyes twitched again. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he added, "No worries. I will assist you in selling your elixirs here regardless." With that, the old flood dragon began to shout, "Elixirs! Elixirs! Juki Dan and Huichun Dan, excellent quality at reasonable prices." Just as he was enthusiastically hawking his wares, Li Xiao's cold voice interjected, "Do not waste your efforts. Even if you help me sell the elixirs, I will not collaborate with you again, so abandon that hope." The smile on the old flood dragon's face faltered, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Yet, he swiftly masked it once more, forcing a smile as he replied, "Rest assured, my friend, I am doing this of my own volition. Even if you mistreat me 1,000 times, I will still treat you as before." With that, the old flood dragon resumed his loud cries to sell Li Xiao's elixirs. "Danyao, Danyao, exquisite yet affordable, suitable for all ages, devoid of any side effects." Li Xiao could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation, feeling a deep admiration for Lao Jiao's remarkable patience. Indeed, individuals who have long navigated the murky waters of the black market possess a unique temperament. Although he had long intended to discuss a raise in commission with Li Xiao, he sought to subtly coax Li Xiao into initiating the conversation, ultimately waiting several times before finally broaching the subject. After about another hour, Li Xiao sold all the Danyao. He stored the spirit stones and prepared to leave. "Fellow cultivator, take care, Lao Jiao said, his eyes twitching as he waved goodbye. What a truly cunning fox, Li Xiao thought with a cold smirk, secretly wary of Lao Jiao as he made his way to the talisman shop. Upon seeing Li Xiao, the shopkeeper, a plump man, greeted him warmly, his smile so broad that it nearly squinted his eyes shut. Given his rotund figure, he had no inclination to don a conical hat or black robe like Li Xiao and others. Li Xiao had become a regular customer since he first purchased talismans after selling Danyao, and the shopkeeper had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Li Xiao bought several talismans and turned to leave when the plump shopkeeper called out, "Fellow cultivator, wait." Li Xiao turned back, his gaze questioning. The shopkeeper leaned in closer, whispering, "You have offended Lao Jiao. It would be wise to be cautious. He harbors a dark heart. Here, take this invisibility talisman as a gift. Once you leave the black market, make haste." As Li Xiao was a significant patron, the shopkeeper wished to ensure his safety, thus offering the talisman to protect him. "Thank you." Li Xiao accepted the invisibility talisman, stowing it in his bag, and proceeded to exit. Although he possessed an invisibility technique, its cooldown period made the talisman a valuable safeguard. Lao Jiao cast a glance at the shopkeeper, who met his gaze with a cheerful smile. The shopkeeper, bold enough to openly operate in the black market, clearly held a formidable status, unafraid of Lao Jiao's threats. Aware of the shopkeeper's strength, Lao Jiao scoffed and departed. Once outside the black market, Li Xiao chose not to use the invisibility technique, but instead activated the wind acceleration technique, swiftly dashing forward. He could distinctly sense several figures trailing him. With a cold huff, Li Xiao paid them no mind, continuing to soar ahead. Now a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, he felt emboldened by his skills and had no fear of his pursuers. Furthermore, the wind acceleration technique allowed for remarkable speed, and combined with his substantial mana, it was challenging for anyone to keep pace. Many had already been left behind. Yet, 2 individuals remained on his tail. Li Xiao abruptly halted, blending into the shadows while employing the turtle yuan technique to conceal his presence. The 2 pursuers rushed past, bewildered by the sudden loss of his trail. "Are you searching for me?" Li Xiao's voice rang out unexpectedly. In an instant, a streak of light shot towards one of the cultivators. "Ah!" The cultivator barely had time to emit a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly. The other cultivator, panicked, gazed at Li Xiao in shock, exclaiming, "You, how is this possible?" Li Xiao retracted the soul piercer and regarded the cultivator coldly, intoning, "Prepare to meet your end." With that, he summoned the soul piercer once more. Whizzing through the air, the soul piercer flew with incredible speed. The cultivator, startled, hastily drew a small silver shield from his bag. As the silver shield emerged, it expanded rapidly to shield the cultivator. Clang! The soul piercer struck the shield, producing a sharp sound accompanied by sparks. The silver and azure lights clashed. Locked in a fierce struggle, Li Xiao's expression darkened as he extended his hands, arcs of lightning crackling within his palms. 2 arcs of silver lightning arced through the air, striking down towards his opponent. You are a lightning cultivator. The cultivator, convulsing from the electric shock, saw the light of the silver shield begin to fade. Seizing the opportunity, the soul piercer whizzed past, piercing through the cultivator's throat and spraying blood into the air. The body crumpled to the ground. Li Xiao's mana surged forth, drawing in the silver shield and the cultivator's bag. He extended his mana to retrieve the bag of the previously slain cultivator as well. After securing the soul piercer, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Ziyun Island. These 2 individuals had clearly pursued him with malicious intent, and Li Xiao would not show mercy to those who posed a threat. Upon returning to Ziyun Island, Li Xiao began to assess his spoils. The first cultivator he had dispatched possessed a low-grade flying sword named Qing Feng, along with several bottles of Dan Yao and over 70 spirit stones. The second cultivator had only the silver shield and some Dan Yao and spirit stones. How impoverished! Li Xiao muttered, then commenced his cultivation. Is Brotherly around? A hoarse voice echoed one evening. It was none other than Lan Xiaoyu. Although her voice had once been melodious, cultivating the nefarious Taotai technique had drastically altered both her appearance and voice. Li Xiao rose to greet her, softly saying, Xiaoyu, come in. Lan Xiaoyu materialized, and their eyes met before they hastily entered the cave dwelling. Once inside, they settled down. Li Xiao regarded Lan Xiaoyu, inquiring, Xiaoyu, do you have something to discuss? Typically, Lan Xiaoyu would avoid seeking him out to prevent any suspicion unless it was of utmost importance. Chapter 67, Negotiation Breakdown. Lan Xiaoyu looked at Li Xiao, her expression grave, saying, Brotherly, I have gathered information regarding Su Manqing. Oh, Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. Lan Xiaoyu continued, it turns out, Sister Su is a pitiful soul. She was once a girl from a small fishing village, with parents, a sister, and a brother. However, when the blood scourge came to her village and discovered her spiritual root, they slaughtered her entire village. Li Xiao gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. He had believed that, after embarking on the path of cultivation, individuals would resort to cunning and deceit for the sake of longevity, yet still retain a semblance of humanity. Even the wicked and demonic cultivators typically targeted fellow cultivators, but he had not anticipated the blood scourge's utter ruthlessness. To annihilate an entire village merely to abduct a young girl like Su Manqing was beyond comprehension. Was this truly the act of a human being? It was nothing short of monstrous. Initially, Li Xiao had merely contemplated subduing the blood scourge to extract information about Luo Yunli's whereabouts, never intending to kill. In fact, had the blood scourge disclosed Luo Yunli's location, Li Xiao would have promptly taken Lan Xiaoyu and departed from the chaotic Star Sea. However, it now seemed imperative to eliminate the blood scourge, a scourge upon the world, not out of mercy, but because it was simply the humane course of action. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Li Xiao looked at Lan Xiaoyu and asked, how did you come by this information? Lan Xiaoyu replied, recently. We were dispatched by the blood scourge to siphon the mana of others to sustain him. During this endeavor, Sister Su encountered a formidable opponent and nearly lost her life. Fortunately, I happened to pass by and, moved by compassion, saved her. In gratitude, she recounted her past to me. Li Xiao's gaze flickered as he slightly nodded and said, so, it seems that all these years she has lingered by Xuemizi's side merely to await the opportunity for revenge. Lan Xiaoyu nodded gently and replied, indeed. She understands that Xuemizi is most vulnerable during the Foundation establishment phase, and she has been biding her time. Li Xiao agreed, his eyes shining brightly as a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, we have finally found an ally. However, knowing Xuemizi's temperament, he must be aware of everything. The fact that he dares to keep your senior sister by his side indicates he has a backup plan. Lan Xiaoyu's expression turned grave as she nodded slightly. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao looked at Lan Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, have you ever mentioned your existence to your senior sister? Lan Xiaoyu shook her head slightly. Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The two conversed for a while longer before Lan Xiaoyu rose to leave. While Li Xiao fell into contemplation within the cave, although Su Manqing could serve as an ally, he was not yet familiar with her. The reliability of this ally remained uncertain. Perhaps Su Manqing had been sent by Xuemizi to deliberately probe Lan Xiaoyu's background. Everything was shrouded in ambiguity. This was also why Li Xiao inquired whether Lan Xiaoyu had mentioned him to Su Manqing, as Su Manqing was unaware of his existence. He could observe her conduct from the shadows, thus gaining the upper hand and avoiding being overly passive. During the subsequent days, aside from searching for medicinal herbs in the sea and refining elixirs, Li Xiao devoted every moment to cultivation. One day, after refining over 100 vials of elixirs, Li Xiao left Ziyun Island and soared toward Tianming Island. After exchanging a spirit stone, he entered the black market, located his stall, and began selling elixirs. Before long, Lao Jiao approached once more. Looking at Li Xiao, Lao Jiao forced a smile and said, "Friend, back to sell elixirs again, are we?" Li Xiao, uninterested in idle chatter, closed his eyes to rest. Lao Jiao chuckled awkwardly, leaning closer to Li Xiao in a bid to ingratiate himself. "Friend, grant me a chance. I understand my mistake. How about I take only half the commission?" Li Xiao did not even lift his eyelids. "Friend." Lao Jiao's smile faltered as he called out to Li Xiao. Li Xiao remained unmoved. The chill in Lao Jiao's eyes gradually intensified as he coldly remarked, "Do you truly harbor no sentiment for the past? Not even a sliver of opportunity?" At last, Li Xiao opened his eyes, two icy beams shooting forth as he expressionlessly uttered a single word, "Scram." Lao Jiao's expression shifted, filled with shock and fury as he glared at Li Xiao, flinging his sleeve and coldly stating, "Humph, friend, since you are so heartless, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, Lao Jiao swept away. Li Xiao, disinterested in Lao Jiao, focused on selling his elixirs. Elixirs were essential commodities, always in high demand. With only 2 alchemists in the chaotic Star Sea, many cultivators had to queue to purchase elixirs. Thus, Li Xiao had no worries about selling his stock. Before long, he had sold a good portion of his elixirs. Just then, a group of individuals approached with an imposing demeanor. At the forefront were a red-faced man and an elder sporting a goatee. These two were none other than the alchemists Zhou Shi and Sun Shi from the chaotic Star Sea, accompanied by their followers. The influence of alchemists was profound, drawing many followers to their side. Not far off, Lao Jiao stood with arms crossed, a provocative look on his face, clearly enjoying the spectacle. It was evident that he had alerted Zhou Shi and Sun Shi to create trouble for Li Xiao, thereby showcasing his own value. If Li Xiao could not withstand the pressure from the two, he would inevitably seek out Lao Jiao for assistance, thus giving Lao Jiao leverage to negotiate with Li Xiao. Lao Jiao wanted Li Xiao to feel that without him, navigating the chaotic Star Sea would be impossible. In a mere blink, Li Xiao discerned the entirety of the situation and shot a fierce glare at Lao Jiao, his eyes flashing with cold light. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi had reached Li Xiao's stall. Zhou Shi stood there, looking down at Li Xiao with an air of superiority, stating in a deep voice, "Friend, selling elixirs here warrants a greeting to us two old fellows, does it not? Your actions seem to disregard us entirely." Li Xiao rose, coldly gazing at Zhou Shi and Sun Shi, and replied, "Is this black market and the marketplace of Tianming Island owned by you two?" Zhou Shi and Sun Shi were momentarily taken aback. Sun Shi's goatee trembled violently as he glared at Li Xiao, replying, "Though this marketplace and black market are not operated by us." Li Xiao interrupted with a cold laugh, asserting, "Humph, since it is not owned by you, then what concern is it of yours that I sell elixirs here? You, brat, do not take kindness for granted." Sun Shi glared with his slanted eyes, shouting angrily. Chapter 68. Are you forcing me? In truth, from the moment Li Xiao decided to sell elixirs in the black market, he anticipated a conflict with the two alchemists of the chaotic Star Sea. However, he had resolved that if they approached him amicably, he would be willing to engage in a civil manner. But if they were aggressive, he would not be a pushover and would certainly retaliate. Clearly, the current situation belonged to the latter category, as they were indeed being aggressive. Consequently, Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and coldly regarded the two alchemists, stating, "Humph. Do you truly think your faces are so grand that I should fear them?" The two alchemists were left speechless, their faces flushed with anger, glaring fiercely at Li Xiao. Their followers stared at Li Xiao, eager to curry favor. Yet, Li Xiao remained undaunted. "What if you are numerous? We are in the Wang family's black market. Do you dare to act?" Since they did not dare to act, they could only glare. "Well then, I am not afraid of you. I shall glare back." With that, Li Xiao widened his eyes, glaring angrily at the crowd. "You brat, you seek death. You insolent wretch, I guarantee you will not see the sun rise tomorrow. You truly are a young bull who fears no tiger. You have no idea what death means." The crowd threatened Li Xiao with angry glares. In response, Li Xiao remained fearless, glaring back at them, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior confronting a multitude of foes. "What are you doing? This is the black market. What are you all up to?" At that moment, a voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a patrol team from the Wang family approaching, and the leader sternly admonished them. Upon seeing the patrol, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi had no choice but to lead their followers away. Li Xiao, however, remained dismissive, continuing to tend to his stall. Yet, after the intervention of the two alchemists, no one dared to approach and purchase Li Xiao's elixirs, leading to a rather dismal business. After all, potential buyers feared retribution from Zhou Shi and Sun Shi once they left the black market. Observing Li Zhao's dwindling sales, Lao Jiao approached with a smug smile, saying, "Friend, how is it? Business is tough, is it not? Why not allow me to sell an elixir for you? I have some connections with the Wang family, and I believe Zhou Shi and Sun Shi would grant me this favor." Noticing Lao Jiao's self-satisfied demeanor, Li Zhao's eyes suddenly turned icy, his expression darkening ominously as he coldly fixed his gaze on Lao Jiao and uttered two words, "Scram." The figure of the muddy bodhisattva still bore some anger. How could this despicable individual expect Li Xiao to collaborate with him again? Furthermore, Li Xiao had his own contingency plan. After being reprimanded by Li Xiao, the old Jiao felt a loss of composure, glaring menacingly at Li Xiao, the threat palpable in the air. "Humph, fellow Taoist, I must remind you, selling elixirs is a trivial matter, but losing one's life is a grave concern." Li Xiao's eyes turned icy as he coldly replied, "Indeed. Losing one's life is indeed a significant matter." Under Li Xiao's unwavering gaze, the old Jiao felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primal beast, discomfort washing over him. A moment of realization struck the old Jiao. He had been counter-threatened by Li Xiao, igniting a furious response within him. With a cold huff, he retorted, "Very well, we shall see." With that, the old Jiao swept his sleeve and departed in a huff. Watching the old Jiao's retreating figure, Li Xiao's gaze was chilling, akin to descending into an icy abyss. This old Jiao was truly a scoundrel. He had officially entered Li Xiao's blacklist for vengeance. Exhaling a breath of foul air to steady his mind, Li Xiao retrieved a pen and swiftly inscribed a line on the ranking board before his stall. "All elixirs at half price." This was Li Xiao's trump card. The market within the Chaos Star Sea was vast, teeming with thousands, even tens of thousands of wandering cultivators. The alchemists, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi, could hardly meet the demand. Initially, Li Xiao had no desire to stir up trouble and planned to sell his elixirs at their original price. However, given the other party's aggressive stance and open threats, he felt no need to show any leniency. After all, the materials he used for alchemy bore little cost. The more he sold, the more he profited. Unlike the other party, whose expenses were considerable, with over half of their costs stemming from alchemical materials, including the expenses for water-warding talismans and labor during herb gathering. Previously, he had disrupted the market in the Xingyun Sea by selling at half price, leaving Shun Tingzhong's business in disarray. Now, he was employing the same tactic to retaliate against the two alchemists, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi, from the Chaos Star Sea. Of course, his primary motivation was his dire need for spirit stones. Time was limited, and if he could not elevate his cultivation before the old demon, Shuai Mianzi, truly established his foundation, they would have no chance of uncovering Luo Yunli's whereabouts. Thus, Li Xiao had to amass a substantial amount of spirit stones to procure talismans and other cultivation aids. As soon as Li Xiao marked the price, passing cultivators halted in their tracks, eyes wide in astonishment. One cautious cultivator stepped forward to inquire, "Fellow Taoist, are your elixirs truly being sold at half price?" "Indeed." Li Xiao nodded slightly. The cultivator's eyes lit up with excitement. Adhering to the principle of seizing a bargain, he exclaimed, "Very well. I shall purchase 10 bottles of Gathering Chi Pill." With that, he produced 50 spirit stones and handed them to Li Xiao, who in turn presented him with 10 bottles of elixirs. Elated, the cultivator departed with his purchase. Having secured his first customer, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, prompting a surge of eager buyers. The once desolate stall was now bustling with activity as everyone clamored to purchase elixirs. "Fellow Taoist, I will buy 5 bottles of Gathering Chi Pill." "Fellow Taoist, I will buy 2 bottles of Revitalization Pill." "Fellow Taoist, I will buy 1 bottle of Cloud Breaking Pill." Not far away, the old Xiao, who had been watching Li Xiao's misfortune, suddenly found his smug expression frozen in disbelief and shock. He simply could not comprehend why Li Xiao would sell his elixirs at such a ridiculous discount. Had he gone mad? Such reckless behavior meant he would barely recoup his costs. In an instant, the old Xiao's expression soured to an extreme. Moments later, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi returned, their faces mirroring the shock of a ghost upon witnessing Li Xiao's half-price sale. "Fellow Taoist, you, selling elixirs at half price? You won't even recoup your costs. Have you lost your mind?" Zhou Shi could not restrain himself from asking. "I am willing," Li Xiao replied with a nonchalant simplicity. The expressions of Zhou Shi and Sun Shi morphed into a spectacle of incredulity. It is a rare thing to find someone willing to incur losses. What can you do about it? Furthermore, even at half price, Li Xiao was still assured profit. "You." Zhou Shi and Sun Shi were incensed, their faces turning a deep shade of anger. "Humph, if he is willing to sell at half price, what business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs and leave. Get lost. What does it matter to you two old fools? Just leave." In the crowd, someone began to confront Zhou Shi and Sun Shi. prompting a wave of indignation from the others. This was likely due to the duo's previous arrogance as alchemists, which had led them to offend many cultivators. However, due to their esteemed status, others had refrained from retaliating. Now, with cheaper elixirs available, none felt obliged to show them respect, even venting their previous grievances. You too. Zhou Shi and Sun Shi were left speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment and rage. They could only glare fiercely at Li Xiao before turning to leave in disgrace. Nearby, the old Xiao observed the scene with an expression of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Li Xiao would prefer to sell elixirs at half price rather than offer him a 10% commission for assistance. In a mere moment, Li Xiao's elixirs had sold out completely. After a long hesitation, the old Xiao approached Li Xiao again, saying, "Fellow Taoist, what is the purpose of this? You are merely harming yourself while trying to harm others. Why not we reconcile? I will continue to assist in selling your elixirs for the usual 10% commission. How does that sound? Get lost." Li Xiao replied curtly. "Humph." The old Xiao encountered another hard wall, his expression darkening. With a cold huff, he turned and left. He did not dare linger any longer, as he could sense Li Xiao harbored intentions of vengeance against him. "Master, do you have any elixirs left?" Just as Li Xiao was about to close his stall and depart, a buyer who had not secured any elixirs inquired. "Of course. I will continue selling elixirs every month at half price," Li Xiao replied casually. The crowd erupted in delight. Li Xiao then turned to leave. As per usual, after closing his stall, he entered the talisman shop. The plump shopkeeper could not resist advising, "Fellow Taoist, your actions have thoroughly offended Zhou Shi and Sun Shi. Not to mention that old Xiao. They are likely to retaliate against you." Li Xiao chuckled lightly, appearing unperturbed, and retorted, "No matter. Thank you for the reminder." The shopkeeper sighed in resignation. After purchasing a few talismans, Li Xiao took his leave. Before he departed, the plump shopkeeper generously gifted him a concealment talisman. His gaze following Li Xiao as if bidding him farewell, filled with a sense of regret. Once outside, Li Xiao navigated through the crowd with remarkable agility. Utilizing the Gui Yuan Ju to mask his presence, he blended seamlessly with the throng of individuals in the black market, many of whom donned hats and cloaks. In just a moment, he vanished into the sea of people. Zhou Shi and Sun Shi's group lost sight of him entirely. Nevertheless, Li Xiao remained vigilant. Before exiting the black market, he activated his concealment technique to obscure his form. Then, with confidence, he strode out of the black market, right under the noses of Zhou Shi, Sun Shi, and the others. Initially, Li Xiao had contemplated exacting revenge on the old Xiao. But upon seeing the old Xiao in the company of Zhou Shi and Sun Shi, he abandoned that plan. Upon departing from the black market, Li Xiao returned to Xian Island. However, after his return, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. It seemed as though someone was covertly observing the island. Could it be that he had drawn unwanted attention? Yet, that seemed improbable. His stealth technique was such that only a foundational ancestor from the Wang family could detect him. Otherwise, Qi refinement stage cultivators would remain oblivious. Li Xiao was plagued with doubt. Nonetheless, there were moments when he could distinctly sense a gaze fixed upon him. Were it not for his formidable spiritual consciousness, he would have remained unaware. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly extended his perception outward. Ultimately, he discovered that the ones covertly watching him were indeed members of the Wang family. Members of the Wang family? What could be the reason? Li Xiao pondered, concluding that perhaps they were simply conducting routine inspections due to concerns about someone departing from the chaotic star sea. Thus, he chose to dismiss the matter and continued his cultivation. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed in the darkness. Li Xiao was startled and immediately became alert, extending his spiritual consciousness, and his expression transformed in an instant. The Wang family disciples who had been spying on him had been slain. The assailant was none other than Lan Xiaoyu. A question arose in Li Xiao's mind. If, as he suspected, the blood spirit formation was indeed a gift from Xue Miaozi to the Wang family, then why would Xue Miaozi's disciples resort to slaying members of the Wang family? This was not the first time Li Xiao had witnessed Lan Xiaoyu and Su Manqing eliminate Wang family members. Could it be that the Wang family was so ruthless as to disregard their own kin? Li Xiao was filled with suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and ventured outside. Lan Xiaoyu had surely come to seek him, but with so many eyes on Ziyun Island, it would be wiser to meet elsewhere. Lan Xiaoyu's visit undoubtedly signified an important matter. Upon leaving Ziyun Island, Li Xiao employed his Fuyo technique to swiftly traverse the distance. Behind him, Lan Xiaoyu followed at a measured pace. When they arrived at a deserted reef, they halted. Li Xiao regarded the approaching Lan Xiaoyu and inquired, "Xiaoyu, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly, her expression grave. "Li Gu, a few days ago, a person arrived at Jiuyin Island and clashed with Xue Miaozi. I overheard their conversation mentioning something about Hunyuan Jin. I fear this Hunyuan Jin might be some hidden trump card of Xue Miaozi, so I came to inform you, Li Gu." "Hunyuan Jin?" At the mention of these words, Li Xiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. No one understood the significance of these words better than he did. The very reason he cultivated multiple spiritual roots was to manifest Hunyuan Jin. He had believed that Hunyuan Jin was exclusive to his Tunshin Gong, yet he never envisioned that Xue Miaozi and that enigmatic individual would reference it. This revelation was utterly unexpected and left him astounded. Li Ge, what troubles you? Noticing Li Xiao's fluctuating expressions, including a pained one, Lan Xiaoyu queried with concern. It's nothing, Li Xiao replied, shaking his head. Oh, Lan Xiaoyu nodded obediently before adding. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Be safe, Li Xiao murmured softly. All right. Lan Xiaoyu nodded lightly and vanished into the shadows. Li Xiao, on the other hand, returned to Ziyun Island in silence. Upon reaching his cave dwelling, Li Xiao's expression was a tempest of emotions as he fell into deep contemplation. Initially, he had thought to confront Xue Miaozi merely to ascertain Luo Yunli's whereabouts, yet it appeared he was now entangled in a far more complex situation. Hunyuan Jin? How did Xue Miaozi come to know of it? Moreover, not only did Xue Miaozi possess knowledge of Hunyuan Jin, but the mysterious individual conversing with him seemed equally aware. Did this imply a connection between Xue Miaozi's Taotai Gong and his Tunshin Gong? It was indeed plausible, considering both were devouring techniques. However, Taotai Gong appeared to lack the foundational Hunyuan Jin chapter and could only absorb other spiritual power. Did this suggest a correlation akin to that of Biming divine art and the star-absorbing technique? Could Taotai Gong be a simplified version of Tunshin Gong? A myriad of thoughts flickered through Li Xiao's mind, heightening his agitation. Enough of this. Everything would be clarified once Xue Miaozi was captured. Exhaling a breath of frustration, he dispelled the tumultuous thoughts and began to concentrate on his cultivation. The following days unfolded with tranquility. Aside from cultivation, Li Xiao spent his time gathering herbs from the sea and refining pills. Days passed in a blur. Every month, he would venture to the black market to sell his elixirs at half price, attracting a throng of eager cultivators. The atmosphere reminiscent of the warm welcome he received in the Star Sea returned, as everyone feared for Li Xiao's safety and formed a protective barrier. Anxious that he might encounter misfortune. Should anything befall him, they would no longer have access to such reasonably priced elixirs. Li Xiao's half-price sales adversely affected the businesses of Zhou Shi and Sun Shi, leading to a significant downer. Their shops stood desolate, and even their followers began discreetly purchasing Li Xiao's elixirs. Zhou Shi and Sun Shi had initially believed that Li Xiao's half-price strategy could not endure. However, months passed, and Li Xiao remained steadfast, causing them to grow increasingly anxious. One day, while Li Xiao was again selling elixirs at the black market, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi approached him. However, this time, their previous arrogance was replaced with a demeanor of utmost respect, bordering on flattery. Zhou Shi gazed at Li Xiao with a forced smile and said, "Fellow cultivator, might we have a word?" "Indeed, let us converse," Sun Shi chimed in, equally affable. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he coldly regarded them, retorting, "Humph, I have no interest." With that, he turned to leave. Having previously extended an olive branch, which they had rebuffed with hostility, there was no reason for him to entertain them now that they sought his favor. Zhou Shi and Sun Shi exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their chagrin. They had discreetly inquired about Li Xiao's identity. While they did not know the full extent of his background, they had gleaned enough information to realize that he was the esteemed master from the Star Sea, who had previously sold elixirs at half price, effectively dismantling Wanyao Pavilion and Tianxiang Pavilion. To their astonishment, this master had left the Star Sea and arrived in the chaotic Star Sea, and unfortunately for them, they had provoked him. Rumors even circulated that Li Xiao was a Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator. A Foundation Establishment Stage alchemist was not someone they could afford to offend. Their hearts were filled with regret, as they now understood why Li Xiao had once shown no fear towards them. Though they had a considerable following, they were merely Qi Refinement Stage cultivators, unable to pose any threat to him. Their visit today was driven by the fear of potential retribution from Li Xiao. Unbeknownst to Li Xiao, Zhou Shi and Sun Shi's thoughts were heavy with concern. After exiting the black market, he embarked on a quest to locate Lao Jiao. Yet, it was as if Lao Jiao had evaporated from the mortal realm, for Li Xiao searched the chaotic Star Sea in vain. Had he truly departed? Li Xiao was filled with apprehension. No matter, he resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation. He returned to his cave dwelling and entered a state of closed-door cultivation. Time flew by, and another month passed serenely. One day, Li Xiao once again found himself at the black market, ready to sell his elixirs. As usual, Li Xiao's elixirs were snatched away in an instant. After packing up his stall, he was about to leave when two individuals approached him. One of them was none other than Lao Jiao, while the other was a young man with a grim demeanor. Upon seeing Lao Jiao, Li Xiao's expression instantly turned cold. "Master," Lao Jiao said nervously, bowing slightly before Li Xiao. Li Xiao's face darkened, and he remained silent, merely casting a frosty glance at Lao Jiao. The latter felt a weight in his heart under Li Xiao's gaze and turned to his companion with a bitter expression. The young man looked at Li Xiao and said, "Master, I am Feng Qingxi, the son-in-law of the Wang family and a fellow townsman of Lao Jiao. I have heard about the discord between you and Lao Jiao, and I have come to apologize on his behalf. I hope you can show me some leniency and not hold it against him." As he spoke, the young man turned to Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao hastily retrieved a bag of spirit stones from his pocket, a pained look on his face, and handed it to Li Xiao, saying, "Master, I implore you to forget the past grievances and let this matter rest." Li Xiao coldly regarded both Lao Jiao and Feng Qingxi, his voice chillingly icy. "I do not lack spirit stones." As he spoke, his unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao felt a chill run down his spine under Li Xiao's stare and turned back to Feng Qingxi with a distressed expression. Feng Qingxi took a deep breath and addressed Lao Jiao, saying, "My friend, I am the son-in-law of the Wang family's eldest daughter. I hope you can give me some face." Li Xiao, however, ignored Feng Qingxi entirely, continuing to stare at Lao Jiao. The latter's face grew increasingly bitter, and Feng Qingxi's expression darkened as well. Realizing that Li Xiao remained unmoved, both Feng Qingxi and Lao Jiao understood that their grievances were irreconcilable. With no other choice, they reluctantly departed. Li Xiao, in turn, followed them closely. However, Feng Qingxi, along with the Wang family's patrol team, seemed to converse about something, leading the patrol to block Li Xiao's path under the pretext of conducting a search. Only then were Feng Qingxi and Lao Jiao able to leave safely. Upon exiting the black market, Li Xiao discovered that the two had vanished from sight, his expression darkening to an extreme. "Humph, do you think I have no way to deal with this?" Li Xiao muttered, turning around to re-enter the black market. Once inside, he took out his brush and swiftly pinned a message on the board in front of his stall. Chapter 71. Villain. Whoever takes Lao Jiao's head will be my agent and receive a 10% commission. After completing this sentence, Li Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to cultivate. Upon seeing the message at Li Xiao's stall, many individuals stopped to gawk and whisper among themselves. It was indeed unprecedented to openly buy someone else's head in the black market. Li Xiao lingered in the black market for a while before rising to leave. However, that sign remained exceptionally eye-catching, becoming a striking feature that drew many onlookers. A 10% commission meant that selling a single bottle of Gathering Chi pill could yield a reward of 1 spirit stone. This was no small sum. When Li Xiao previously appointed Lao Jiao as an agent, many had been envious, as selling elixirs just once a month could earn over 100 spirit stones, amounting to over 1,000 spirit stones in a year. For most people, this was a substantial fortune. Even foundational period cultivators struggled to amass such wealth in a year. Yet, Lao Jiao had Feng Qingxi as his backing and some means of his own, allowing him to leave safely each time, leaving others to merely envy from a distance. But now that Li Xiao and Lao Jiao had fallen out, the position of agent was vacant. Many had previously inquired discreetly whether Li Xiao needed an agent, but he had always declined. Now, with Li Xiao publicly seeking an agent, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd. This matter quickly spread throughout the chaotic Star Sea, igniting a frenzy. People desperately sought Lao Jiao's whereabouts, and even several members of the Wang family vowed to kill Lao Jiao to seize Li Xiao's agent position. In an instant, Lao Jiao became the most wanted man, a target of hatred, forced to hide everywhere. Previously, due to Lao Jiao's connections, he had been able to flaunt himself in the black market. Now, that made it exceedingly difficult for him to conceal himself. Yongxing Island was a spirit-rich celestial island and the location of the Wang family's medicinal fields. As a son-in-law of the Wang family, Feng Qingxi had secured a comfortable position overseeing the medicinal fields through connections. At this moment, he was cultivating in a cave dwelling. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside. "Senior brother Feng." Feng Qingxi halted his practice and emerged from the cave, encountering a young man. This young man was also a son-in-law of the Wang family, but his wife belonged to a side branch, relegating him to a lowly status. In contrast, Feng Qingxi's wife was the Wang family's eldest daughter, placing him at the pinnacle among the family's many sons-in-law. Feng Qingxi gazed at the man with indifference and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" The young man produced a jade slip from behind and handed it to Feng Qingxi, saying, "Senior brother Feng, someone outside the island asked me to deliver this to you." Feng Qingxi accepted the jade slip and immersed his consciousness within to inspect its contents. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he withdrew his consciousness, looking at the young man with a serious expression. "This matter must not be made public. Rest assured, Senior brother Feng, I will not speak a word." The young man quickly nodded, bowing deeply. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "You may go," Feng Qingxi replied indifferently. The young man turned to leave. At that moment, a sound akin to a knife piercing flesh echoed through the air. The young man looked down to see a sharp, long knife protruding from his chest. He struggled to turn his head towards Feng Qingxi, his eyes wide with shock as blood gushed from his mouth. Senior brother Feng Yu. A sinister expression surfaced on Feng Qingxi's face as he coldly replied, "Humph, only the dead can keep secrets." As he spoke, Feng Qingxi withdrew the knife. The young man fell to the ground, his body collapsing in defeat. Feng Qingxi retrieved a jade vial from his cosmos bag, opened it, and poured a drop of green liquid onto the young man's corpse. The moment the liquid touched the body, it emitted a hissing sound and produced a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, the corpse had transformed into a puddle of thick liquid. Feng Qingxi then took out a shovel from his cosmos bag and skillfully buried the viscous remains, indicating that this was not his first experience with such heinous deeds. Having dealt with the young disciple, Feng Qingxi crushed the jade slip and returned to his cave dwelling. He patiently awaited the night to fall, and at the witching hour, he finally stepped out of the cave and soared away on the wind. Soon, he arrived at a secluded reef. After glancing around the dark surroundings, Feng Qingxi called softly, "Lao Jiao, big brother Feng." Lao Jiao emerged from the shadows, hurriedly bowing to Feng Qingxi. It turned out that it was Lao Jiao who had sent the jade slip to Feng Qingxi, requesting a meeting. To avoid exposing Lao Jiao's whereabouts, Feng Qingxi had eliminated the young man, showcasing his ruthless nature. Upon seeing Lao Jiao, Feng Qingxi's eyes lit up as he approached eagerly. "Lao Jiao, why haven't you left yet?" Lao Jiao replied bitterly, "I intended to leave, but the chaotic Star Sea is under strict lockdown recently, preventing any departures. I had no choice but to return. I have come to ask Big Brother Feng for help in obtaining a token to leave." "A token to leave? That is somewhat difficult," Feng Qingxi mused, stroking his chin. Lao Jiao promptly produced a bag of spirit stones from his pocket and handed it to Feng Qingxi, pleading, "Big Brother Feng, for the sake of our hometown connection, please help me think of a solution." Feng Qingxi accepted the spirit stone and nodded, saying, "Ah, let it be. After all, we hail from the same place. If I do not assist you, who will?" The old Xiao was elated, hastily bowing and thanking him. However, before he could finish his words, a piercing pain surged through his abdomen. He looked down to see Feng Qingxi wielding a long knife, having plunged it into his belly. With a gurgling sound, blood bubbled from Feng Qingxi's mouth, and he stared at Feng Qingxi in disbelief, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you." The once kind visage of Feng Qingxi had transformed into a terrifying mask of malice. With a sinister glare directed at the old Xiao, he coldly remarked, "Old Xiao, you cannot blame me. If blame is to be assigned, it must lie with the master who offered too much. Rather than letting others benefit from you, why not allow your brother to do so?" You are heartless," the old Xiao gasped, his pupils beginning to dilate. After uttering those final words, he collapsed lifelessly. "Ha ha." Having slain the old Xiao, Feng Qingxi gleefully approached, raising the long knife to sever the old Xiao's head, chuckling, "Old Xiao, once I prosper, I shall visit your grave and offer incense." With that, Feng Qingxi grasped the old Xiao's head and swiftly departed on the wind. Chapter 72, A Stroke of Luck. Tianming Island, Black Market. As was customary, Li Xiao arrived slowly, finding a throng of people already gathered outside, with a long line formed in front of his usual stall, all awaiting the purchase of elixirs. Upon his arrival, Li Xiao entered the stall. No sooner had he set out the elixirs than they were snatched up in a frenzy. Just as Li Xiao was tidying up the stall and preparing to leave, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Unable to resist the urge to look, Li Xiao turned and saw a man approaching, holding a bloody human head. His appearance instantly heightened the crowd's alertness. The man walked directly to Li Xiao, respectfully placing the head on the stall, and declared, "Master, I have brought you the head of the old Xiao." A powerful surge of divine awareness swept over Li Xiao, and he immediately recognized the man as Feng Qingxi, the son-in-law of the Wang family who had come with the old Xiao to seek him. What was going on? Wasn't he a fellow townsman of the old Xiao? Why was he presenting the old Xiao's head? However, upon reflection, Li Xiao quickly pieced everything together. It was the malice of human nature at play. The amount of spirit stones he had offered was simply too generous, exceeding 1,000 over the course of a year. Enough to make even a foundation establishment cultivator envious. It was precisely because they were from the same hometown that the old Xiao had lowered his guard against Feng Qingxi, making it easier for Feng Qingxi to strike. The fact that Feng Qingxi now bore the old Xiao's head was the best testament to this. Li Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze indifferent as he nodded and spoke in a gravelly voice. "Very well, starting next month, you shall sell elixirs for me." "Thank you, master," Feng Qingxi exclaimed joyfully. The crowd looked at Feng Qingxi with envy and jealousy. Li Xiao maintained a stoic expression and said calmly, "Come, you will accompany me. We need to agree on some matters." "Of course." Feng Qingxi nodded eagerly. After tidying up the stall, Li Xiao rose and walked forward. He first entered a talisman shop to purchase some talismans before exiting the black market and departing on the wind with Feng Qingxi. The two raced along until they reached the island reef where Li Xiao had conducted transactions with the old Xiao. Li Xiao turned to Feng Qingxi and said softly, "From now on, we shall conduct our transactions here. I do not wish for anyone to know my identity. So it is best if you do not bring any tales with you." "Yes, yes, master, rest assured." Feng Qingxi hurriedly bowed, nodding profusely. Li Xiao continued, "Also, a bottle of gathering qi pills sells for 6 spirit stones. You take one, and do not negotiate for a higher commission. Otherwise, we shall speak no further." "Master, worry not. I shall not be as greedy as the old Xiao." Feng Qingxi quickly agreed. "Is that so? Then how did you come to slay your fellow townsman?" Li Xiao inquired, a cold smile escaping his lips as he directly exposed Feng Qingxi's identity. He did this to establish his authority and ensure Feng Qingxi would behave. For Li Xiao, it mattered not who he collaborated with. Human nature is frail under temptation. And even Feng Qingxi might not resist the lure of greed if he were to partner with another. All he needed was to exercise caution. Upon hearing Li Xiao name him, Feng Qingxi's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic and astonishment flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly concealed it well. Realizing his identity had been unveiled, Feng Qingxi dropped the pretense, removing his hat with a flourish to diffuse the awkwardness. "Master, you truly possess remarkable insight to recognize me at a glance." Li Xiao's expression remained cold as he replied, "Next month, we will meet here to exchange." "Understood." Feng Qingxi bowed again. Li Xiao had already departed on the wind. Watching Li Xiao's retreating figure, Feng Qingxi's eyes sparkled with uncertainty. Ultimately, he sighed and turned away. After all, Li Xiao was his benefactor. Should anything happen to him, it would bode ill for Feng Qingxi. Thus, he harbored no malicious thoughts towards Li Xiao for the time being. Meanwhile, upon returning to Ziyun Island, Li Xiao immersed himself in cultivation. He was fervently refining his spiritual energy, striving to reach the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement in preparation for the 8th layer. However, the latter stages of qi refinement demanded significantly more time and effort than the earlier phases. Time passed without notice, and when Li Xiao finally opened his eyes, he exhaled a breath of stale air, muttering, "Time is too tight. Calculating, I have only about 2 years left." It seems daunting to achieve a breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refinement. As one progresses to the later stages of qi refinement, each advancement can take several years, even decades. Some individuals find themselves stuck at the 7th layer for their entire lives. To advance 2 minor realms within 2 years was indeed an arduous task, unless one were to elevate their spiritual root to a higher tier. Li Xiao murmured. Yet, ascending to a higher tier of spiritual root also presents significant challenges. The higher one seeks to elevate their root, the more difficult it becomes. That Leiling Gen is likely comparable to a qi refinement 9th layer beast. Even after consuming it, I barely attained a 4th tier thunder spiritual root. To progress further, I must consume the soul of a beast on par with a qi refinement 9th layer. If I wish to ascend to a superior spiritual root, I may even need to consume the soul of a transformation stage demon king. Yet, given my current cultivation level and the strength of my soul, attempting to consume the soul of a transformation stage demon king may be perilous. A single misstep could lead to my own demise. Sighing, he resolved, let it be. I shall venture into the sea and seek my fortune. After much contemplation, Li Xiao rose and made his way outside, scanning the surroundings with his divine awareness. He confirmed that no one was watching Ziyun Island before plunging into the ocean, diving deep beneath the waves. Li Xiao first gathered medicinal herbs from the sea before preparing to seek his fortune and see if he could find a lightning-type sea demon. However, after a prolonged search, he found no such creature. The varieties of sea demons were numerous, yet those of the lightning type were rare, especially in the vastness of the ocean, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Should I continue to dive deeper into the ocean in hopes of a fortune? Li Xiao pondered as he gazed into the depths of the sea. Venturing deeper would indeed yield more treasures, even lightning-type beasts, yet it would also heighten the risks, possibly leading to an encounter with the demon king of this sea area, which would spell catastrophe. Surely, it could not be that fortunate? After much hesitation, Li Xiao ultimately decided to take a chance and continued his descent into the ocean's depths. Upon reaching the seabed, he began to search aimlessly. However, after a long while, he still found nothing. Just as he was preparing to leave, he spotted a series of underwater mountains. Shall we venture to the other side of Xian? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao set off towards Xian. However, as soon as he rounded its edge, he was confronted with a scene that left him utterly astounded. A solitary figure was leading a multitude of sea demons in patrol. It is impossible for an ordinary person to linger at such depths without employing magic. Yet, this individual remained amidst a throng of sea demons. The identity of this person was all too clear. Devouring, the demon king of the xianxiaaudiobooks region. Damn it, such misfortune, driven by greed. Xiao felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could slap himself. He had ceased searching, yet here he was, inadvertently stumbling upon a demon king. The perils of luck had ensnared him. Regret flooded Xiao as he lamented his foolishness. Chapter 73. The former demon? Xiao had heard whispers of the Young of the xianxiaaudiobooks region. This demon king was a deep-sea golden python, notorious for its viciousness. It was said that this demon had a taste for human flesh, with countless cultivators meeting their demise at its jaws, no fewer than 800 in a year. Had it not been for the intervention of the Devouring family's foundational cultivators, who had severely injured it, the demon would have devoured every cultivator in the region. To encounter such a ferocious demon king was beyond Xiao's imagination, and his mood was plummeting. He silently vowed that in the future, he would never harbor even a hint of reckless optimism. Today's events were a vivid example of the consequences of such folly. The crux of the matter was that he needed a future to worry about. In the current predicament, not only could he not contend with the golden python, but he also feared the countless lesser demons surrounding him. Alas, he could only muster the courage to put on a brave front. Clearing his throat, he addressed the golden python. Mighty king, I bear no ill will. Though his spine was chilled, he feigned calmness. The golden python regarded Xiao, its pupils shifting from slits to normalcy, and coldly proclaimed, "Humph, friend, you have crossed a line." Upon hearing this, Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the golden python mistook him for another demon king of the depths. Otherwise, with its notorious temperament, it would have devoured him on sight. With a forced smile, Xiao bowed and said, "Mighty king, I am a newly appointed demon king passing through, and upon hearing that you were wronged by human cultivators, I have come to assist you in seeking retribution." The golden python's eyes gleamed with interest, about to respond, when suddenly a melodious laughter echoed through the air. "He he he, LDWing, do you still remember me?" Hearing that voice, Xiao's heart sank. The speaker was none other than the Young of the xianxiaaudiobooks region, the Bisu. Alas, misfortune seldom comes alone, and calamity had indeed befallen him. How had this Xiang arrived in the xianxiaaudiobooks region? However, upon reflection, Xiao connected the dots. Recently, the Xiang had engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the Huang family, leveraging its geographical advantage to inflict losses on them. Rumor had it that the Huang family, enraged, dispatched 3 foundational cultivators to capture the Xiang. It was clear that the Xiang could not withstand the 3 foundational ancestors, and had no choice but to flee the xianxiaaudiobooks region, seeking refuge with another demon king. Ironically, Xiao had instigated the conflict between the Huang family and the Xiang. Today's situation was the consequence of his actions. As the Xiang emerged from a nearby pavilion, her radiant smile directed at Xiao was anything but reassuring. At that moment, Xiao felt tears welling up in his eyes, his instinct urging him to flee. However, this was the deep sea, and while he possessed notable speed, he could not guarantee that no faster sea demon awaited him. Furthermore, did he truly believe that these 2 demon kings were mere trifles? They were equivalent to foundational human cultivators. The disparity between foundational and chi refining stages was vast. Despite Xiao's 7th level of chi refining, he was as a child in the eyes of foundational cultivators. Escape was not an option. Of course, he could employ invisibility spells. Yet, such spells would only deceive chi refining cultivators. Evading the gaze of a transformation stage demon king would be exceedingly difficult. He found himself in a dire predicament. Cursing his own recklessness, Xiao scolded himself for his misplaced optimism, fearing he might not escape his fate today. Suppressing the urge to flee, he turned to face Bisu, his eyes pleading for mercy, hoping she would not expose him. If all else failed, he would abandon the pursuit of that elusive mixed element technique and offer himself to Bisu instead. The golden python turned to Bisu and inquired, "Do you know him?" "Know him? More than you can imagine." Bisu expression turned icy, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Xiao. "Should I address you as Xiao or Huiln?" The golden python's suspicion deepened. Xiao, feeling awkward, stammered, "Let us stick with Xiao for now." As he spoke, his eyes incessantly pleaded with Bisu for clemency. This was not cowardice. It was a matter of survival. However, the next words from Bisu obliterated any hope he clung to. She turned to the golden python, her smile deceptively sweet, and said, "Oh, mighty king, allow me to introduce him. This is Xiao, a cunning and despicable human cultivator. I was besieged by the foundational cultivators of the Huang family, left homeless because of this very man. Damn, It was over. The most venomous of hearts. Could she not spare him this time? Xiao trembled, frozen in place, wearing a forced smile as he gazed at Bidwing. Bidwing. This is all a misunderstanding. A human cultivator? The golden python's gaze sharpened as it turned back to Xiao, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, even extending its crimson tongue to lick its lips. Yet, it turned back to Bidwing and asked, "But this doesn't add up. He hasn't used a water avoidance talisman. If he were human, how could he remain submerged for so long?" Bidwing's brows furrowed. Her eyes filled with icy determination. "I do not know either. He must have employed some secret technique to remain underwater for an extended period. Once we capture this rogue, we shall uncover the truth." "Very well." The golden python nodded, its gaze sharpening as it turned back to Xiao, now filled with murderous intent. Staring at him as if he were prey. Countless sea demons also cast their eyes upon Xiao, eager for action. The animosity between humans and demons has existed since time immemorial. Demons harbor intense hatred for humans, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Now, in this dire situation, confronted by two transformation stage demon kings and a myriad of sea demons, how could Xiao possibly navigate this perilous landscape? He was at a loss. Should he struggle a bit more and attempt invisibility? Perhaps he might survive. Damn it. Once again that cursed luck played tricks on him. Cursing inwardly, Xiao resolved not to wait for death. Without hesitation, he turned and shot forward. "Foolish boy, this is the sea. Where do you think you can escape?" The mocking voice of the golden python echoed behind him. Chapter 74. To acknowledge a demon as father? Hearing the golden python's taunts, Xiao felt a chilling dread, his hair standing on end as he hastily activated his invisibility technique. Simultaneously, he grasped the qianxiaquan pouch at his waist and retrieved several invisibility talismans, applying them to himself without a moment's hesitation. In the next moment, Li Zhao's figure gradually faded and disappeared. The Xianxiadrama let out a soft sound. Li Xiao dared not move, slowly shifting, fearful that any movement would disturb the water flow and reveal his presence to the Xianxiadrama. Simultaneously, he discreetly employed the Gui Yuan Ju, concealing his aura. Just then, the Xianxiadrama suddenly opened its large mouth, revealing a crimson tongue upon which rested a single eyeball, appearing exceedingly bizarre. The eyeball emitted a golden radiance, shimmering brilliantly. Once illuminated by that eye, Li Zhao's invisibility technique instantly faltered, and his figure was laid bare. Damn, the transformation stage demon king is truly formidable. A chill swept through Li Zhao's heart, plunging him into despair. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, overwhelmed by misfortune. Concurrently, he relinquished any thought of resistance. A transformation stage demon king was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Moreover, there were two demon kings present. How to navigate this predicament? Ha ha ha, boy. Why aren't you fleeing? The Xianxiadrama regarded Li Xiao with mocking eyes, extending a massive hand to seize him. With a sigh of resignation, Li Xiao closed his eyes, bracing himself for the judgment of fate. Suddenly, a tumultuous surge of water erupted, wildly thrashing about. Li Xiao hurriedly opened his eyes and beheld an enormous xiangui charging toward them with incredible speed, crashing into both by Xianxiu and the Xianxiadrama, sending the two demon kings flying. It then manipulated the water, enveloping Li Xiao and whisking him away into the distance. Who on earth claimed that turtles were slow? This was a true reflection of Li Zhao's thoughts at that moment. However, simultaneously, a spark of hope reignited within him. "Xianxiao, you seek death. That prey is mine." The furious voice of the Xianxiadrama echoed behind them as it charged toward Li Xiao and the xiangui. Yet, at that instant, torrents of water surged back, transforming into towering water columns that rushed toward the Xianxiadrama and by Xianxiu. The two demon kings were caught off guard and halted by the force of the water columns. By the time they regained their composure, the colossal xiangui had already vanished with Li Xiao. The xiangui bore Li Xiao away, ultimately arriving at an immense underwater cave. Naturally, this cavern was also exceedingly vast, otherwise, it could not accommodate the immense form of the xiangui. "Son, are you all right?" Just as Li Xiao lamented having escaped one den of wolves only to fall into a den of tigers, the xiangui, with its eyes resembling brass bells, gazed at Li Xiao and spoke in human language. "Son," Li Xiao gasped. Could it be that this gigantic xiangui was the father of the one he had previously devoured? It must be so. Having consumed its offspring, he must now carry its essence, leading it to mistake him for its son. Thus, this xiangui would dare to offend two demon kings to save him. Understanding the situation, Li Xiao felt an inexplicable unease. Should he acknowledge this relationship? If he refused, he might very well be swallowed whole by this xiangui. He recalled that the xiangui had mentioned its father had cultivated for 500 years without transforming. Yet, even without transformation, Its earlier display of power indicated that this Xian Gui's strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a transformation stage demon king. After all, the Xian Gui clan was rather unique. Their true strength could not be measured solely by their ability to transform. Li Xiao had no confidence in escaping from a transformation stage demon king. To accept this, however, felt odd. He was human yet would acknowledge a Xian Gui as a father. It felt exceedingly awkward. Well, I am a man of honor, capable of bending and stretching. In the next moment, Li Xiao looked at the Xian Gui and exclaimed, "Father, if you had arrived just a moment later, I would have been finished." The Xian Gui regarded Li Xiao with astonishment, exclaiming, "Son, you have transformed?" Li Xiao, with a bitter smile, fabricated a tale. "Indeed, father. While on human territory, I discovered a peculiar herb, which, upon consumption, enabled my transformation. Ah, my son truly is blessed." The Xian Gui exclaimed in wonder. "I came to the Luxing Sea region specifically to find you, and now that we have finally met, it is indeed a cause for celebration." Li Xiao continued his fabrication, eager to appease the Xian Gui, fearful of inciting its wrath and revealing any inconsistencies that could spell his doom. "Ha ha ha, indeed. It is a joyous occasion. Come, son, let us go to the cave and drink heartily for 300 cups." The Xian Gui, with its enormous frame, turned to enter the cave. "Excellent." Li Xiao feigned great delight while internally feeling utterly despondent. He dared not flee and could only grit his teeth and follow the Xian Gui. The duo traversed the boundary into the Xian Gui's cavern. Though amphibious, the Xian Gui preferred to keep its dwelling free of water by employing barriers. Thus, the cave was completely dry. The Xian Gui's lair was also extraordinarily vast. The stone walls were adorned with numerous precious pearls, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the cavern as though it were midday. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiao's gaze fell upon a figure bound to a nearby stone pillar. A strikingly handsome man with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, bare-chested. Surrounding him were numerous human skulls and bones. Li Xiao's pupils constricted in shock. The man, upon seeing Li Xiao, appeared equally taken aback. Clearly, he could not fathom why this human seemed so familiar with the Xian Gui. Moreover, he had vaguely heard the Xian Gui refer to Li Xiao as son. What was happening? A Xian Gui demon king calling a human its son? Could it be that this man had acknowledged the Xian Gui as a surrogate father? Yet, that did not make sense. Even if he were willing, the Xian Gui would need to consent as well. Humans and demons were fundamentally different. They typically clashed upon meeting. This was highly improbable. The Xian Gui seemed to sense Li Xiao's confusion and, wearing a human-like smile, grinned, "Son, I do not possess your fortuitous fate to consume the legendary transformation herb. Therefore, I thought to capture some humans to dissect, examining their anatomical structure in hopes of discovering a means to achieve transformation." Damn, those skulls were dissected by the Xian Gui? Li Xiao thought in horror. Realizing that the man before him was likely the next target for dissection, he inwardly shivered while outwardly maintaining a facade of calm, replying, "Father is formidable. I believe you will certainly uncover the means to achieve transformation." Chapter 75, Escape. "Ha ha ha, you rascal, after your transformation, your words have become so sweet. Come, come, come. We have not seen each other in years. Today we must drink 300 cups. The Xian Gui laughed heartily. "That is certain," Li Xiao replied with a grin. Meanwhile, the man bound to the pillar was left dumbfounded. Initially, he had believed Li Xiao to be human, yet it now appeared he was a transformed demon king. However, was not the Xian Gui clan notoriously difficult to transform? How could this man have transformed before him? The man's mind was filled with confusion. The Xian Gui harnessed its demonic power, extracting numerous jars of fine wine from the cave, and chuckled, "Son, this is exquisite wine I pilfered from the human realm. It is quite delicious. Come, let us drink 300 cups. Realizing he was dealing with a gluttonous Xian Gui, Li Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Yet he dared not reveal any hint of displeasure, instead feigning great joy. "Very well. Today, let us drink 300 cups together." He then stepped forward, opening a jar of fine wine and tilting his head back to drink deeply. "Ha ha ha, splendid." The Xian Gui laughed, using its demonic power to lift a jar of wine, tilting its head back to drink as well. Thus, the two began their revelry. At the outset, Li Xiao believed that with his drinking capacity, he could intoxicate the Xian Gui and seize the opportunity to escape. However, it soon became evident that this was nothing more than a delusion. The Xian Gui before him was insatiable in its consumption. Having already consumed numerous jars, it appeared merely to be warming up. Li Xiao silently lamented his predicament, reluctantly steeling himself to continue drinking. Fortunately, he secretly activated the Tun Tian Gong, forcing the alcohol out through his fingertips, thus avoiding intoxication. Not far away, the bound man observed Li Xiao's actions with evident surprise. Li Xiao quickly gestured to him, ensuring that their secret remained intact. Time passed slowly. After consuming an astounding 800 jars of liquor, the xiangui finally showed signs of inebriation, sprawled on the ground with its eyes half closed in slumber. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Li Xiao drew his Qing Feng sword, hesitating for a moment, contemplating whether to behead the xiangui. Yet ultimately he desisted. This creature was equivalent to a transformation stage demon king, with thick, tough skin. If he were to strike and fail to kill it, the consequences would be dire. After another deep breath, Li Xiao turned and approached the bound man, severing the seaweed that bound him with a swift stroke. The two then fled towards the exit. Son, where are you going? Why did you rescue that human? Just as they reached the entrance of the cave, a voice boomed from behind them, sending chills down their spines. A cold shiver coursed through Li Xiao, making his scalp tingle uncontrollably. Run, urged the man. Li Xiao sprinted forward. Humph, you are indeed not my son. Where's my son? The xiangui's voice was filled with rage. Li Xiao's heart raced at the xiangui's words. He had initially thought the creature was lacking in intelligence, mistaking him for its offspring, but it turned out that it had always harbored suspicions. Its formidable strength merely allowed it to verify its doubts gradually. Now that Li Xiao sought to flee, their ruse had been exposed. Should the xiangui capture them, their fate would be tragically sealed. Humph, think you can escape? Can you? The xiangui's mocking tone echoed behind them. Two torrents of water surged forth, ensnaring both Li Xiao and the man, pulling them inexorably backward. Utterly hopeless, Li Xiao lamented silently. Suddenly, a hint of green flickered across the xiangui's face. The creature trembled violently, nearly losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiao and the man broke free from the water's grip and continued their flight. You poison me. You are certainly not my son, but a despicable monkey. The xiangui's furious roar reverberated behind them. Simultaneously, Li Xiao felt the water ensnare him once more, but fortunately, the xiangui was weakened by the poison, allowing Li Xiao to push forward. Of course, Li Xiao did not expect the poison to kill the xiangui. He merely hoped to buy some time for their escape. However, he was concerned that the man had already exited the cave before him. At that moment, the man seemed ready to collapse the cave's entrance. Crap. I hope he doesn't encounter a treacherous person. I saved him. He better not be so unlucky. As Li Xiao silently prayed, the man gestured for him to hurry and exit. Thankfully, he was a good person. Li Xiao exhaled in relief and surged forward. Finally, they emerged from the cave. Where do you think you're going? Return my son's life. The xiangui stumbled after them, roaring in fury. Both Li Xiao and the man shouted in unison, channeling their powers towards the cave's entrance. A thunderous crash ensued as the cave collapsed, a cacophony of rocks cascading down to entomb the xiangui. Run, Li Xiao bellowed. Together, they dashed towards the surface of the sea. However, Li Xiao's speed was noticeably superior to that of the man. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao turned back, seized the man, and transformed into a streak of light towards the surface. I will kill you. I will kill you. The enraged roars of the xiangui echoed behind them. Li Xiao scarcely had time to look back, dragging the man as he propelled himself towards the surface. Naturally, the man lacked the water-repelling talisman and could not remain submerged for long. Along the way, Li Xiao intermittently controlled the water to form a protective shield around him, preventing him from drowning. Fortunately, they faced no significant peril. Ultimately, Li Xiao and the man burst forth from the ocean's surface, collapsing onto the sandy beach of Ziyun Island, breathing in the fresh air. They exchanged glances and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Having endured life and death trials together, they had forged a true bond, and Li Xiao felt no apprehension that the man would expose his ability to traverse the sea. It was evident that the man was honest and trustworthy, otherwise, he would have collapsed the cave upon his escape. Yet he had chosen to wait for Li Xiao before doing so. The path of immortality is long and fraught with challenges, making true companions a rare find. Li Xiao cherished every genuine bond he encountered. After a brief moment, they stood up. Li Xiao looked at the man and smiled, inquiring, My friend, I am Li Xiao. What is your name? Qi Heng. The man replied with a wide grin. Qi Dao Yu. How did you end up captured by the xiangui? Li Xiao asked with a light chuckle. Qi Heng grimaced. Do not mention it. I am not originally a cultivator of the disorderly Star Sea. I came here with a group to seek fortune, hoping to capture some demon beasts or gather medicinal herbs from the seabed to exchange for spirit stones. I never imagined encountering that xiangui. As he spoke, a look of despondence clouded Qi Heng's eyes, and he continued bitterly. The companions who accompanied me were all ruthlessly slaughtered by that xiangui. Alas, Li Xiao offered a sympathetic smile, remaining silent. Qi Heng suddenly perked up, laughing. But I am fortunate to have met you, Li Xiao Dao Yu. By the way, I have a beautiful partner and a lovely daughter waiting for me back in Zhaogua, Yongzhou City. Thankfully, I did not perish. He. Li Xiao nodded slightly. You are indeed blessed, Qi Heng Dao Yu. Qi Heng chuckled, scratching his head awkwardly. Li Dao Yu, Might I borrow a piece of clothing and some spirit stones? My Qinkuan bag was taken by the Xiangui. Haha. Li Xiao burst into laughter, patting his Qinkuan bag. Retrieving 100 spirit stones along with a set of clothing and another Qinkuan bag, offering them to Qi Hong. Li Xiao was generous with true friends. Seeing Li Xiao present 100 spirit stones, Qi Hang was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Dao Yu, no, this is too much. I only need 10 spirit stones. For Li Xiao, 100 spirit stones were a mere trifle, but for an ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator, it was a significant sum. Li Xiao chuckled softly, pushing the spirit stones back towards him. Qi Dao Yu, take them. These spirit stones are alone. You must return them later. Qi Hong was a straightforward individual. He would not accept without persuasion. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, he nodded slightly, saying, Very well, thank you, Dao Yu. Li Xiao smiled. A small matter, my friend need not worry. Qi Hong hesitated for a moment and said, Dao friend, to be honest, we have come here for a secret realm. It is said that there are great treasures within. Why not accompany me to explore this secret realm together? If we obtain the treasures, we can share them equally. What do you think? A secret realm? This surely implies danger. Li Xiao resolutely declined, saying, That Qi Dao friend. I have important matters to attend to and cannot join you. Very well. Upon my return, I shall repay you with spirit stones. Qi Hong said with a light laugh as he rose. Take care, Dao friend. Li Xiao cupped his hands in respect. Likewise, Dao friend. Qi Hong grinned and returned the gesture before ascending into the wind and disappearing into the distance. Sighing, Li Xiao murmured, I hope Dao friend Qi remains safe. He then turned and returned to his cave dwelling to enter into secluded cultivation. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Xiao was determined not to take any more risks. Although he regarded Qi Hong as a true friend, he could not persuade him to abandon the adventure, for wandering cultivators faced tremendous hardships. Without taking risks or seizing opportunities, how could one acquire resources for cultivation? Moreover, Qi Hong had a partner and a daughter. For the sake of his family, he had to strive. The following days returned to tranquility, cultivating, honing his magical powers, refining elixirs, and exchanging with Feng Chengxi for talismans. Life was indeed calm. However, the time until the blood moon's appearance was drawing near, causing Li Xiao to feel anxious. During his previous venture into the sea, he failed to find the thunder-type demon beasts and instead encountered the 3 great demon kings beneath the waves, barely escaping with his life. This prevented him from raising the grade of his spiritual root in a short period. Without an increase in the grade of his spiritual root, his cultivation speed was exceedingly slow. Achieving the 9th layer of Qi refinement within the remaining year seemed nearly impossible, and even breaking through to the 8th layer would prove to be quite challenging. Sighing, Li Xiao decided that he needed to devise another plan. Is Dao friendly available? At that moment, a melodious yet sultry voice filled with allure rang out. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and then emerged from his cave dwelling, only to be greeted by a voluptuous woman clad in scanty attire. The woman exuded an enchanting charm, her almond eyes captivating, truly a rare beauty. She smiled at Li Xiao and said with a light laugh, Dao friend, I am a cultivator residing near Huan Island, and I came specifically to visit you. I wonder if you are available? As she spoke, the woman gracefully landed on the beach, swaying her serpentine waist as she approached Li Xiao. Li Xiao frowned deeply and asked, Dao friend, what brings you to me? The woman moved closer, her breath fragrant, and smiled sweetly. Hee, Dao friend, why so tense? If I am seeking you, it can only be for something you desire. Afterward, you simply need to reward me with a small amount of spirit stones. What? Li Xiao thought. It turned out she was a courtesan. Well, perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was a female cultivator practicing the art of love. Some female cultivators in the realm focus on this practice, seeking male companions for cultivation, allowing them to enhance their own powers while earning spirit stones. Since this method does not involve perilous adventures, many wayward female cultivators have embarked on this irretrievable path. The twin cultivators from the auction were one example, and this woman was another. It was evident that she had noticed the 100 spirit stones Li Xiao had previously given to Qi Hong, which led her to approach him. While Li Xiao appreciated beauty, he detested women who were promiscuous. Additionally, due to the peculiarities of his cultivation method, he could not release his essence before establishing a solid foundation, which made it impossible for him to engage in dual cultivation with this alluring woman. In his eyes, she was no different from a skeleton cloaked in flesh. Taking a deep breath, he took a few steps back to distance himself from the enchanting woman. His expression cold as he said, I have no need for dual cultivation, Dao friend. Please leave. Typically, few male cultivators could resist such temptation. After all, for a small expenditure of spirit stones, one could enjoy beauty while simultaneously enhancing their strength. The seductive woman was taken aback by Li Xiao's outright rejection. She paused for 3 full seconds, forcing a smile while twisting her slender waist, showcasing her alluring figure, saying, "Dao friend, please reconsider. I am quite affordable. Only 10 spirit stones for a session. What do you say?" Not needed." Li Xiao coldly snorted, decisively refusing the seductive woman. Seeing his lack of interest, her expression turned frosty as she cast a lingering glance at Li Xiao before turning to leave. "How dare you covet my body without earning it?" Li Xiao spat, turning back to his cave dwelling. The following days regained their tranquility. One day, while Li Xiao was cultivating, a sudden anxious voice broke the silence. "Li Dao friend. Qi Dao friend." Hearing the frail tone of Qi Heng's voice, Li Xiao's brow furrowed in concern. Had Qi Heng been injured? He hurriedly exited his cave dwelling. Upon emerging, he found Qi Heng lying on the beach, his face pale, blood at the corners of his mouth, and his clothing stained red. It was evident that Qi Heng had sustained severe injuries. "Qi Dao friend, what has happened to you?" Li Xiao's expression changed, rushing forward to support Qi Heng, placing a hand on him and probing with his divine sense. Upon inspection, Li Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that Qi Heng's meridians were completely severed, and his internal organs had been shattered. Even a mighty celestial being would find it impossible to save him. The fact that he had managed to reach Ziyun Island was nothing short of a miracle. Grasping Li Xiao's hand tightly, Qi Heng's eyes sparkled with a fleeting light. His face flushed, clearly a sign of fleeting vitality. "Li Dao friend, I am clinging to my last breath to see you. I have a favor to ask of you, and I implore you to grant it. Qi Dao friend, you will be fine. You will recover. I have many elixirs here." Li Xiao's eyes filled with panic as he began to retrieve bottles of elixirs from his Qinquan pouch to offer to Qi Heng. He could hardly believe that he had just found a true friend, and now that friend was on the brink of leaving this world. Having been in the cultivation realm for some years, aside from the 3 others in the Tianming and Luo Yunli and Lan Xiaoyu, most others were treacherous, making it rare to encounter a true friend. Thus, he cherished the bond they shared. However, the brutality of the cultivation world had dealt Li Xiao several invisible blows. First, Zhou Tong went missing, and after such a long time without contact, it was likely he had perished. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Luo Yunli remained uncertain, and her situation was equally grim. Now, Qi Heng was also about to depart from him. This impacted Li Xiao's resolve deeply. Qi Heng raised a hand to stop Li Xiao, urgently saying, "Li Dao friend, it is futile. I am beyond saving. My only concern now is for my wife and daughter in Yongzhou city of Xiao country. I wish for you to promise me to take care of them, for they will be left alone." Li Xiao's face twitched at these words, and he could only nod heavily in agreement. Seeing Li Xiao's consent, a look of relief washed over Qi Heng's face, his eyes gradually losing their luster as he spoke in a faltering manner. "Li Dao friend, during my last journey, I acquired an extraordinary treasure. Take it as my repayment." He was unable to finish his last word. His hand fell limp, and his eyes slowly closed. He had completely departed from this world. "Qi Dao friend," Li Xiao softly called out, but Qi Heng had fallen utterly silent. Closing his eyes, Li Xiao took a deep breath, striving to suppress the profound sorrow within his heart, as 2 streams of tears gently flowed down his cheeks. With a tender touch, he accepted Qi Heng's Qinquan bag and, after a moment, flicked his fingers to release a fireball that struck Qi Heng's body. In a breath, Qi Heng's corpse began to burn slowly. Moments later, it was reduced to ashes. Li Xiao collected the remains and silently turned back towards the cave dwelling. Once he returned, an unsettling calm lingered in his heart. After a long time, he exhaled a heavy breath and retrieved the Tianming shell from his waist, casting a spell upon it to inquire, "Daoist Lu, Daoist Nyo, do you have any news of Daoist Zhou?" "Alas, no. I have been inquiring about Daoist Zhou, yet he seems to have evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind," came Lu Changming's voice from the Tianming shell. A chill crept into Li Xiao's heart as he silently stowed the shell away. Struggling to regain his composure, he extracted another Qinquan bag and emptied its contents. A cascade of items spilled forth, including over 30 spirit stones, 2 bottles of gathering qi pills, 1 bottle of rejuvenation pills, and an ancient jade slip. Li Xiao picked up the jade slip, probing it with his consciousness. After a moment, a jubilant expression blossomed on his face. This must be the extraordinary treasure mentioned by Taoist Qi. The jade slip contained the teachings of a divine ability known as the 5 Thunder True Yang technique. To be precise, it was a form of thunder magic, structured in layers. Generally, divine abilities are not tiered, and the existence of tiers indicates an exceptionally powerful technique. This 5 Thunder True Yang technique is divided into 4 layers. The first layer, the 5 Thunder Crashing Palm, is for those in the Qi refinement stage, while the subsequent layers correspond to the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages. This is indeed a grand technique that reaches directly to the Nascent Soul stage. Moreover, the second, third, and fourth layers of thunder magic require corresponding magical tools for execution. I had been troubled by the lack of formidable protective methods. Yet Daoist Qi has providentially delivered this to me. How unfortunate for him. Li Xiao's thoughts drifted back to Qi Hong, and a wave of melancholy washed over him again. After taking a moment to adjust his emotions, Li Xiao regained his focus, exhaling a deep sigh as he murmured, "Rest assured, Daoist Qi. Once I resolve the turmoil in the Chaos Star Sea, I shall seek out your wife and daughter." After a brief hesitation, Li Xiao retrieved the Tianming shell once more, casting a spell to ask, "Daoist Lu, Daoist Lin, Daoist Niu, is anyone near Zhaoguo's Yongzhou City?" "Big brotherly, I am not far from Zhaoguo's Yongzhou City. Is there something amiss?" Lin Qingyao's voice came after a moment. Li Xiao replied eagerly, "Daoist Lin, a dear friend of mine has tragically passed away, leaving behind a pair of destitute mother and child in Zhaoguo's Yongzhou City. I kindly ask for your assistance in looking after them. Do not worry, big brotherly. Your friend is my friend, and I will take good care of this mother and daughter." Lin Qingyao's earnest voice reassured him. Li Xiao felt a sense of relief, saying, "Thank you, Daoist Lin. Big brotherly, you are too kind. Coincidentally, I have a task from the sect that will take me near Zhaoguo's Yongzhou City soon. I will check on them then." Lin Qingyao responded. Li Xiao put away the Tianming shell, a hint of joy gracing his features as he resolved one matter. Yet, another troublesome issue loomed ahead. He muttered to himself. Chapter 78. The transaction. Li Xiao, now at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, faced the daunting reality of his spiritual root limitation. Making a breakthrough to the 8th layer seemed an elusive goal. Therefore, to enhance his combat prowess, he must seek alternative paths. The first step was to cultivate the first layer of the 5 Thunder True Yang technique, the 5 Thunder Crashing Palm. However, according to the records of this technique, the cultivation of the first layer requires the aid of Lei Yuan fruit, a precious spirit fruit not found in the sea, but rather on land. Well then, perhaps a visit to the market or the black market would yield some fortune. With a sigh, Li Xiao stood and made his way outside. Exiting Ziyun Island, he soared through the winds towards Tianxing Island, releasing his Qi refinement late-stage aura to deter any petty threats, ensuring a smooth entry into the market. However, after searching the marketplace, he found no Lei Yuan fruit. With no other option, he headed towards the black market. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited him there as well, for the Lei Yuan fruit remained elusive. What to do? He needed to find the Lei Yuan fruit promptly, Li Xiao muttered to himself. As night fell, Li Xiao arrived at the reef where he had arranged to meet Feng Qingxi. After confirming there was no danger, he revealed himself. "Master, you have arrived." Feng Qingxi exclaimed upon seeing Li Xiao, almost as if he had laid eyes on a deity, hastening to present spirit stones to him. Li Xiao briefly scanned the amount with his consciousness, confirming it was satisfactory before accepting them. He then retrieved a qianquan bag from his robes and handed it to Feng Qingxi. "Thank you, master." Feng Qingxi gratefully received the qianquan bag, bowing profusely. Li Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Looking at Li Xiao, Feng Qingxi cheerfully remarked, "Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment." Li Xiao replied coolly. Feng Qingxi paused, puzzled, and asked, "Master, is there something else?" Li Xiao inquired calmly. "You have extensive connections. Do you know where I might find Lei Yuan fruit?" Lei Yuan fruit. Feng Qingxi's eyes sparkled with interest, yet his face reflected hesitation. Noticing Feng Qingxi's reaction, Li Xiao's heart stirred with hope as he restrained his excitement, saying, "If you can procure Lei Yuan fruit for me, I can offer you an increased commission on the elixirs." Li Xiao's proposed increase would raise the price of a bottle of gathering Qi pills to 7 spirit stones, where he would take 5 and Feng Qingxi would receive 2. Although this represented a modest increase, it remained cheaper than market rates, ensuring easy sales. In truth, Feng Qingxi had contemplated raising the prices of the elixirs for personal gain. However, fearing the repercussions from Li Xiao, he had held back. Now, with Li Xiao's offer, Feng Qingxi's interest was piqued. An extra stone meant a significant sum, translating to over 1,000 spirit stones annually, a fortune unattainable for many foundation establishment practitioners. Feng Qingxi's breath quickened, his gaze flickering as he hesitated. Ultimately, he steeled himself, stating, "Master, I know of a place where Lei Yuan fruit can be found." Li Xiao's eyes brightened, though he maintained a calm demeanor, asking, "Where?" Feng Qingxi lowered his voice. "The Wang family's herb field." "The Wang family's herb field?" Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. Things were turning out worse than he had anticipated. Although he had learned the whereabouts of the Lei Yuan fruit, obtaining it from the Wang family's herb field would be quite challenging. After all, the Wang family was filled with experts, including several late-stage Qi refinement and even 3 foundation establishment cultivators. How would he manage this? It seemed the best approach would be to leverage Feng Qingxi's position. Li Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Qingxi. Feng Qingxi, feeling the weight of Li Xiao's stare, hesitated, then said, Master, although I am the son-in-law of the Wang family's eldest daughter and reside in the herb field on Yongxing Island, I do not have authority over it. The alchemist who sure is in charge there, and given the rarity of the Lei Yuan fruit, acquiring it may prove difficult. Li Xiao continued to gaze intently at Feng Qingxi. Feng Qingxi felt a chill run down his spine under Li Xiao's unwavering gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he said, It is not out of the question, Master. Allow me to ponder a solution to procure the Lei Yuan Gua. Good. Li Xiao finally responded with a single word. Feng Qingxi forced a bitter smile and proposed, Master, whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, shall we reconvene here in 3 days? Good. Li Xiao replied indifferently. With that, he turned and swiftly vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Watching Li Xiao's disappearing figure, Feng Qingxi couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt as though he had fallen into a trap set by Li Xiao. If he failed to procure the Lei Yuan Gua, Li Xiao, in a fit of rage, might prevent him from acting as an agent for selling spirit stones. What then would he do? With a sigh of resignation, Feng Qingxi turned and left. Upon returning to Yongxing Island, after much deliberation, he resolved to seek out Master Hu. He had indeed considered stealthily stealing the Lei Yuan Gua, but the Wang family had placed wards in the medicinal fields. Though Master Hu was an alchemist, he was also a late-stage qi practitioner. If discovered by him, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Feng Qingxi decided to approach Master Hu to negotiate a price for purchasing a Lei Yuan Gua. He found Master Hu in a small room outside the medicinal fields. Master Hu was a gaunt old man with a sallow complexion, resembling one suffering from severe malnutrition. This, however, was a common affliction among alchemists. In the course of refining pills, they often needed to sample their concoctions, which over time led to the accumulation of toxins in their bodies, resulting in various health issues. Master Hu. Feng Qingxi greeted him with a bow. Master Hu, engrossed in alchemy, replied without looking up, Speak quickly if you have business. Do not interrupt my work. Cursing inwardly at his foul temper, Feng Qingxi maintained a cheerful facade and said, Master Hu, I wish to purchase a Lei Yuan Gua. Might you facilitate this? Master Hu finally paused his alchemical work, turned to Feng Qingxi, and, with a sudden gleam in his dim eyes, remarked, You are assisting that mysterious alchemist in procuring the Lei Yuan Gua, aren't you? Feng Qingxi's role as Li Xiao's agent for selling pills was no secret, and Master Hu was well aware of it. Feng Qingxi's expression shifted slightly as he bowed again, replying, Indeed, Master Hu, you see clearly. Please name your price. That esteemed master lacks for spirit stones. Master Hu let out a cold chuckle, smirking. Do I seem like a person who is in want of spirit stones? Alchemists were a rare breed, and naturally, they did not lack for spirit stones. As the royal family's designated alchemist, Master Hu received ample support from the Wang family each year. This old man is truly insufferable, Feng Qingxi thought, his face twitching in frustration. Just as he feared the deal might fall through, Master Hu spoke again. I can part with the Lei Yuan Gua, but... Chapter 79, Deception and Intrigue. Feng Qingxi's eyes brightened at this, his previously despondent spirit rekindling with a glimmer of hope. He eagerly asked, But what, Master Hu? Master Hu's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Feng Qingxi, stating, However, I require the alchemical techniques of your esteemed master. The mysterious alchemist in the black market had stirred quite a commotion by offering pills at half the market price, attracting many wandering cultivators from surrounding seas to the chaotic Star Ocean. Master Hu believed that Li Xiao must possess some unique alchemical techniques that allowed for an exceptionally high success rate in pill crafting, hence his audacity to sell at such a discount. Master Hu had long coveted Li Xiao's techniques, but an alchemist's methods were their livelihood. Why would one easily divulge them? Although Master Hu lusted after Li Xiao's alchemical skills, he had been at a loss for avenues to obtain them. Now, he found it serendipitous that the mysterious alchemist sought the Lei Yuan Gua and approached him. The mention of alchemical techniques left Feng Qingxi momentarily stunned, his smile faltering as he stood frozen in place. He understood well the significance of such techniques to an alchemist. Would Li Xiao truly surrender his methods for a mere Lei Yuan Gua? Certainly not. Thus, Master Hu's proposition was tantamount to saying something while saying nothing at all. Feng Qingxi's face darkened, but he dared not express his frustration. Reluctantly, he bowed and said, Master Hu, I must take my leave for now. I need to consult with that esteemed master to see what he thinks. Master Hu nodded indifferently and returned to his alchemical pursuits. Exiting Master Hu's workshop, Feng Qingxi's expression was one of utmost displeasure. 3 days passed swiftly, and on the appointed day to meet with Li Xiao, Feng Qingxi steeled himself and headed to the reef. After waiting for a while, Li Xiao finally appeared. Feng Qingxi rushed forward and bowed, saying, Master. Li Xiao regarded him with an impassive expression and asked coolly, Have you any news regarding the Lei Yuan Gua? Feng Qingxi's face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at Li Xiao. forcing a bitter smile as he replied, "Master, there is news." But that master who saw right through it and raised the price. "What is it he wants?" Li Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Feng Qingxi gritted his teeth and replied, "That old fellow wants your alchemical techniques." Just as Feng Qingxi anticipated, Li Xiao would categorically refuse. He was taken aback when Li Xiao's voice came forth. "All right. Master, what did you say?" "All right. Does that mean you agree?" Feng Qingxi exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Li Xiao nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, but..." "Not again, with the but. I detest that." Feng Qingxi lamented, feeling an impending headache. "What is your but?" Li Xiao's gaze bore into Feng Qingxi as he stated, "However, my alchemical techniques are invaluable. I require 10 Lei Yuangua, and they must be delivered directly to Master Hu." Delivered directly to Master Hu? Feng Qingxi's face twitched involuntarily, and he managed a bitter smile as he bowed to Li Xiao, saying, "Master, I must consult with Master Hu about this." "Very well, go ahead. We shall reconvene here in one day," Li Xiao replied coolly. Feng Qingxi nodded vigorously and said, "Understood." With that, Li Xiao turned and departed, returning to Ziyun Island to engage in meditation. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon a day had passed. Upon reaching the reef, Li Xiao found Feng Qingxi already waiting. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no dangers, Li Xiao finally revealed himself. "Master, you have finally arrived," Feng Qingxi exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Li Xiao, with a detached expression, cut to the chase, asking, "What did Master Hu say?" He agreed, but insisted on conducting the transaction on Yongxing Island. Feng Qingxi replied hastily. Li Xiao's brows knitted together in concern. He had initially hoped to use Feng Qingxi as an intermediary to deceive Master Hu, but the old man clearly was no fool. Noticing Li Xiao's silence, Feng Qingxi quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, Master. I am familiar with Yongxing Island, and I will ensure your safety." After much contemplation, Li Xiao ultimately acquiesced. "When shall we conduct the transaction?" Feng Qingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master, does this mean you have agreed?" Li Xiao nodded slightly. Overjoyed, Feng Qingxi said, "Master, we can trade now. Shall we head to Yongxing Island together?" Li Xiao took a deep breath and replied, "Very well." He thought to himself that since the Wang family's foundation establishment elder was not on Yongxing Island, once he arrived, if necessary, he could forcibly seize the Lei Yuangua. After securing the Lei Yuangua, he would simply vanish. The Wang family would be powerless to stop him. As for Feng Qingxi, he was of little concern to him. The reason Feng Qingxi was so submissive and deferential was that Li Xiao was now his patron. This fellow was no saint. For the sake of spirit stones, he would not hesitate to eliminate even his own kin. Such a person, Li Xiao would not concern himself with. Furthermore, once the blood moth is eliminated, he will naturally depart from the chaotic Xinghai region, thus rendering Feng Qingxi's sale of spirit stones unnecessary. "Master, please." Feng Qingxi was overjoyed and quickly made a gesture of invitation. Immediately, the two flew towards Yongxing Island. Upon their arrival, Feng Qingxi first went to report, then returned to escort Li Xiao. This action also held deeper significance, as Feng Qingxi needed to ensure the island posed no danger. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to Li Xiao, the god of wealth, he would have no time to lament. For this transaction, Hu Shi and Feng Qingxi had already dismissed the spirit plant workers and slaves on Yongxing Island. With Feng Qingxi arriving at Yongxing Island, they proceeded directly to Hu Shi's alchemy chamber. After the two met and appraised one another, Hu Shi's gaze was fixed intently on Li Xiao as he inquired, "Friend, where's the alchemical technique?" Li Xiao tapped his waist pouch and produced a jade slip, yet he did not hand it to Hu Shi. Instead, he casually asked, "And the Lei Yuangua?" Hu Shi retrieved a pouch from his robe and opened it. Li Xiao's divine sense swept through, revealing exactly 10 Lei Yuangua within. Hu Shi closed the pouch, his dim old eyes sparkling with intensity as he regarded Li Xiao, stating, "Friend, you have inspected my goods. Now it is my turn to verify yours." Li Xiao frowned slightly and replied, "My alchemical technique differs from the Lei Yuangua. A mere glance from you could divulge its secrets. What if you refuse to provide me the Lei Yuangua afterward?" Hearing this, Hu Shi's brow furrowed, and he coldly snorted, "Humph, how can I ascertain the authenticity of your alchemical technique?" Chapter 80, A Sudden Change. Li Xiao was also deeply troubled, unwilling to reveal his alchemical technique. In truth, his technique was fabricated. The reason he could sell pills at half price was entirely due to the absence of cost, unrelated to any alchemical skill. If this were handed over to Hu Shi, the old man would undoubtedly seek retribution upon discovering the technique was false. In a fit of rage, he might even destroy the Lei Yuangua, leading to significant complications. During their journey, Li Xiao had already scanned the medicinal field, noting that the Lei Yuangua had been gathered by this old fellow in advance. Clearly, he was wary of Li Xiao, as the two remained at an impasse. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow and suggested, "Friend, How about we entrust our items to Feng Daoyu for verification, and then each take our goods? After much hesitation, Hu Shi reluctantly nodded. They promptly handed the jade slip and Lei Yuangua to Feng Qingxi. Feng Qingxi quickly immersed his divine sense into the jade slip for inspection. However, he was not an alchemist and could not discern the quality of the technique recorded within the jade slip. He could only determine whether it was indeed an alchemical method. Feng Qingxi withdrew his divine sense, turned to Hu Shi, and nodded enthusiastically. Hu Shi, this is indeed an alchemical technique. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden disturbance erupted. A sharp cry pierced the air as a white figure darted toward Li Xiao at lightning speed, sinking its fangs into his neck. Ah! Li Xiao screamed, his face darkening. And he collapsed lifelessly. Feng Qingxi's pupils dilated in shock, and he hastily drew a golden shield from his waist pouch, raising it defensively. The white figure then leaped onto Hu Shi's shoulder. It was then that he discerned the creature's true form, a snow-white ferret, approximately a foot long, without a single blemish. Hu Shi, what is the meaning of this? Feng Qingxi exclaimed in fury. Li Xiao had died before his eyes, severing his source of wealth, which was utterly unacceptable. In truth, he had anticipated Hu Shi's treachery, but he underestimated the old man, believing his combat prowess to be lacking. He had not foreseen that Hu Shi possessed a spirit pet. This spirit pet, the white ferret, had launched a surprise attack that resulted in Li Xiao's untimely demise. At this moment, Li Xiao had completely lost all signs of life, rendering him irrevocably dead. How could Feng Qingxi not be infuriated? Yet Feng Qingxi still refused to accept it, cautiously watching Hu Shi while advancing toward Li Xiao to check for signs of life. Hu Shi's face lit up with a sinister smile, saying, "No need to check. Having been poisoned by my lightning ferret, he is undoubtedly dead." When Feng Qingxi confirmed that Li Xiao was indeed lifeless, he glared at Hu Shi, gritting his teeth. "Humph, Hu Shi, I kindly brought the master to trade with you. Yet you secretly harmed him. How could you be so treacherous?" Hu Shi shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "With him dead, I shall learn his alchemical techniques. And any surplus pills I produce will be sold by you in the black market, with a 2% commission for you." Feng Qingxi's eyes brightened at this, and he quickly bowed to Hu Shi. "Thank you, Hu Shi." To him, it mattered little whether Li Xiao was truly dead. What concerned him was who could supply him with goods to earn spirit stones. Hu Shi cast a glance at Feng Qingxi and walked over to Li Xiao. As he bent down to seize the pouch from Li Xiao's waist, Feng Qingxi's eyes twitched violently. In truth, he had also considered taking Li Xiao's pouch. Knowing that as an alchemist, Li Xiao's wealth would be immense, he was quite envious. However, with Hu Shi present, and for the sake of future spirit stone sources, he dared not offend Hu Shi. Moreover, he was wary of the lightning ferret that had proven so deadly. Just then, another unforeseen event occurred. The seemingly deceased Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and struck Hu Shi's forehead. With a loud bang, Hu Shi's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer. Simultaneously, Li Xiao seized the lightning ferret, activating his devouring technique to consume its soul. This sudden turn of events left Feng Qingxi astonished, and he quickly retreated, distancing himself from Li Xiao while raising the golden shield defensively. In mere moments, Li Xiao had devoured the soul of the lightning ferret, stored its corpse, and tucked Hu Shi's pouch into his robe. Turning to Feng Qingxi, he calmly stated, "No need to be alarmed. You witnessed it yourself. Hu Shi attacked me first. I merely retaliated in self-defense." Feng Qingxi lowered his shield. His expression darkened as he looked at Li Xiao, exclaiming, "Master, did you not fall victim to the lightning ferret's poison? How are you?" "Humph. It was merely the poison of a lightning ferret. What can it do to me?" Li Xiao replied coolly. In reality, having consumed the sea serpent's soul, he had developed an immunity to toxins. Moreover, the primary reason was that the lightning ferret's poison was far less potent than that of the sea serpent, allowing Li Xiao to remain unharmed. As for his earlier cessation of breath, it was due to his use of the Gui Yuan Ju, which induced a state of false death, allowing him to conceal his life signs. Feng Qingxi could only click his tongue in admiration of Li Xiao's prowess. Li Xiao regarded Feng Qingxi, saying, "Hand over the Lei Yuan Gua." After much hesitation, Feng Qingxi ultimately presented the Lei Yuan Gua and Li Xiao's jade slip. With Hu Shi dead, Li Xiao remained his source of wealth, and Feng Qingxi could not afford to offend him. Thus he complied and surrendered the Lei Yuan Gua. Li Xiao accepted the Lei Yuan Gua and jade slip, finally feeling a sense of relief. However, while he was elated, Feng Qingxi found himself in a predicament. Master Hu was dead, right before his eyes. What would happen when the Wang family held him accountable? Despite the gravity of the situation, Feng Qingxi devised a plan, self-harm. After Li Xiao departed, he resolved to inflict severe injuries upon himself to deceive the Wang family, claiming that intruders had invaded Yongxing Island and slain Master Hu. Of course, this would necessitate the eradication of all spirit planters and slaves on the island. For Feng Qingxi, this posed no moral dilemma, with the Lei Yuan fruit in hand. And Li Xiao wishing to leave Yongxing Island, they began to make their exit. Feng Qingxi hurriedly followed to see Li Xiao off. Just as they were about to leave the island, however, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 81, A Shocking Conspiracy. 3 figures were seen approaching from a distance, heading towards Tianming Island. Someone was coming. Upon spotting them, Feng Qingxi's pupils constricted, and anxiety gripped his heart. Li Xiao felt a similar jolt of alarm. Logically, their earlier scuffle should not have drawn the attention of the Wang family, so why were they arriving at this late hour? The two swiftly concealed themselves. Upon reaching Yongxing Island, one of the newcomers turned to the others with a light laugh, saying, "Second miss, young master, this is Yongxing Island of my Wang family, and the medicinal fields are located here. Lead the way." The man nodded slightly. Hearing this voice, Li Xiao's pupils widened in shock. It was none other than Zhao Duo. But at that moment, confusion clouded Li Xiao's mind. Zhao Duo was a son-in-law of the Huang family. What was he doing with the Wang family? Had he defected? Quickly dismissing this thought, Li Xiao recalled that the Wang family disciple had referred to Zhao Duo and another woman as young master and second Mississippi. Furthermore, it was evident that the second miss was not a member of the Wang family. Thus, her identity was becoming clear. It was Huang Fei, the second miss of the Huang family. But wasn't there a deadly enmity between the Huang and Wang families? Why was the second miss of the Huang family present in the chaotic sea region, escorted personally by a disciple of the Wang family? Clearly, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The conflict between the Wang and Huang families was likely a mere facade, perhaps designed to ensnare those wandering cultivators. The specifics eluded Li Xiao, though they seemed intimately tied to the blood spirit Great Array. The disdainful actions of the Huang and Wang families towards wandering cultivators filled Li Xiao with indignation. The second Miss Huang Fei and Zhao Duo had come to Yongxing Island in the dead of night, likely wishing to remain unseen to avoid exposing their identities and inciting unnecessary trouble. "Master, what should we do? With Master Hu dead, the truth will soon come to light. What shall we do?" Feng Qingxi, beside him, was becoming increasingly agitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a clear indication of his mounting tension. Alchemists were exceedingly rare. Even the Wang family lacked one, having to hire Master Hu at great expense. Now that Master Hu was dead, should this be discovered, how could the Wang family spare Feng Qingxi? It was no wonder Feng Qingxi was in such distress. Li Xiao even sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. It seemed Feng Qingxi contemplated eliminating Li Xiao and framing him for the crime. The only reason he had yet to act was the substantial reward at stake. If Li Xiao were to perish, so too would his source of income. Li Xiao placed his hand on the Qinquan bag at his waist, quietly guarding against Feng Qingxi's intentions, and said softly, "Rather than kill me, it would be wiser for us to join forces and eliminate those two from the Huang family." Upon realizing his thoughts had been uncovered, Feng Qingxi's eyelids twitched violently, and he forced a smile, saying, "Master, you jest. How could I harm you? You are my benefactor." Li Xiao's expression darkened. He could not be bothered to engage with Feng Qingxi further. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation, and there was no need to dwell on his words. "Master, let us proceed as you suggested and eliminate those two from the Huang family." Feng Qingxi's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he spoke with malice. Li Xiao remained silent but heightened his vigilance against Feng Qingxi, fearing he might strike at any moment. Feng Qingxi noticed Li Xiao's wariness and grinned slyly, whispering, "Master, I will go out first to handle that Wang family member, and then we can together deal with those two from the Huang family." "Agreed." Li Xiao nodded slightly. Feng Qingxi rose and stepped outside. Li Xiao exhaled in relief. Had Feng Qingxi attempted to act against him, he would have dealt with him simultaneously. Peering outside, Li Xiao observed Feng Qingxi approaching the trio that was making their way towards them. "Brother, what brings you here at this hour?" Feng Qingxi greeted the Wang family member with a smile, bowing obsequiously. The Wang family disciple regarded Feng Qingxi with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes and retorted, "I have brought 2 esteemed guests to Yongxing Island to procure some valuable medicinal herbs from Master Hu." Indeed, Feng Qingxi, sensing the contempt from the Wang family disciple, could not help but smirk inwardly while maintaining a facade of utmost respect. "Lead the way." The Wang family disciple, oblivious to the impending disaster, continued to strut arrogantly. "Yes." Feng Qingxi's smile grew increasingly radiant as he nodded and led the 3 towards Master Hu's alchemical chamber. As they progressed, the Wang family disciple suddenly frowned and muttered, "What is that smell of blood?" Feng Qingxi quickly responded, "Brother, you jest. It must be the scent from the elixirs Master Hu is concocting." "Oh." The Wang family disciple nodded slightly. Suddenly, a sound akin to a knife piercing flesh echoed through the air. The Wang family disciple felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see Feng Qingxi, his countenance twisted in malice, thrusting a dagger deep into his heart. "You." The Wang family disciple sputtered, blood gushing forth as disbelief filled his eyes. "Brother, I have come to send you off." Feng Qingxi's face twisted with fury as he toppled the Wang family disciple. "What are you doing?" Xiao Duo screamed in panic. At that moment, a figure darted forth with incredible speed, almost teleporting directly in front of Xiao Duo and Huang Fei. In an instant, the figure drew a sword, and a flash of light erupted, blood splattering as Huang Fei's head rolled to the ground, her decapitated body collapsing in a torrent of blood. Li Xiao had employed the new ability he acquired from devouring the lightning marten, lightning teleportation. The results were remarkable, allowing him to eliminate the second miss of the Huang family in an instant. Second miss. Xiao Duo was filled with terror, his eyes wide with fear as he retreated, distancing himself from Li Xiao and Feng Qingxi, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You. Naturally, we intend to kill you." Feng Qingxi's expression turned ferocious as he charged at Xiao Duo with his blade drawn. Startled, Xiao Duo hastily retrieved a curved blade from his Qinkuan bag and engaged Feng Qingxi in battle. It must be said that despite his villainous nature, Xiao Duo possessed commendable talent. After years of absence, he had evidently broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, likely benefiting from the resources provided by the second miss of the Huang family. For the moment, even Feng Qingxi struggled to subdue Xiao Duo. Yet, with Xiao Duo's heart pounding in fear and Li Xiao observing closely, he had little desire to engage Feng Qingxi in a drawn-out struggle. After exchanging several blows, Xiao Duo exerted himself to push back Feng Qingxi before turning and fleeing. Chapter 82. Killing the enemy. Attempting to escape? Is that even possible? Li Xiao let out a cold laugh, his figure suddenly surging forward towards Xiao Duo. Simultaneously, he shouted, "I will pursue him." Feng Qingxi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to give chase. He had to address the matters concerning Yongxing Island. The recent conflict had drawn the attention of the spirit planters and many slaves on the island. If he did not resolve this, the situation could spiral out of control. Thus, Feng Qingxi opted to remain and slaughter the spirit planters and slaves on Yongxing Island, while Li Xiao pursued Xiao Duo. Given Li Xiao's strength, he could easily crush Xiao Duo. However, he refrained from killing him immediately, allowing him to leave the island before taking action. Of course, Li Xiao was aware that after his departure, Feng Qingxi would proceed with his massacre of the spirit planters and slaves, but that was of no concern to him. The world of cultivation has always been one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Even if Li Xiao could protect them for a moment, he could not safeguard them for eternity. Whatever fate awaited them tonight was theirs to bear. Li Xiao raced after Xiao Duo, eventually intercepting him on a deserted reef. Late-stage qi refinement. Xiao Duo sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Li Xiao, causing his heart to chill. Steadying himself, he quickly pleaded, "Senior, spare my life, and I shall reward you greatly." As he spoke, Xiao Duo retrieved a pile of spirit stones and elixirs from his spatial pouch and offered them to Li Xiao. Trembling with fear, "Senior, if you spare my life, these will all be yours." Li Xiao remained unmoved, regarding Xiao Duo with a playful expression. He removed his hat, grinning as he said, "Xiao Duo, we meet again." "Li, Senior." Xiao Duo's pupils constricted in shock at the sight of Li Xiao. He had never anticipated encountering him here. "Surprised, are we?" Li Xiao's smile brightened, appearing even more harmless. Xiao Duo's composure faltered as he took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and bowed with respect. "Senior Li, it has been a long time. About that incident from years ago, it was entirely my fault. I was young and foolish, offending you. I implore you, Senior, show mercy and spare me this once." "Foolishness." Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain crossing his face, his smile deepening. "After that, you instigated the Huang family to propose marriage to me, and that was also ignorance?" Xiao Duo's smile faltered, panic flashing across his face. He had assumed Li Xiao was unaware of his covert machinations, only to discover that Li Xiao had known all along. When Li Xiao left the Xingyun Sea region, his only regret was not having dealt with Xiao Duo then. It was unexpected that Xiao Duo would come to the Luan Star Sea, practically delivering himself. Li Xiao couldn't help but think, how fortunate this was. Thud. Xiao Duo fell to his knees, banging his forehead against the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "Senior Li, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please spare my life. I will never dare to offend you again." Just then, a small arrow shot from behind Xiao Duo, aimed directly at Li Xiao's face. In the critical moment, Li Xiao swiftly caught the arrow, its tip mere inches from his visage, glistening green with evident poison. Fortunately, Li Xiao had anticipated Xiao Duo's treachery, which saved him from peril. Otherwise, that arrow would have claimed his life. Failing to strike, Xiao Duo turned and fled into the distance. Humph, truly incorrigible. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he exerted force, snapping the arrowhead. Simultaneously, an arc of electricity manifested in his palm, which he flung forward, transforming into a lightning whip. Crack! The thunderous sound resonated as the whip ensnared Xiao Duo's ankle. Ah! The terrifying shock forced a scream from Xiao Duo as his body convulsed uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Xiao exerted more force, yanking Xiao Duo from the air. Boom! Xiao Duo crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. When he regained his senses, he found Li Xiao staring coldly at him. In a panic, he reached for his spatial pouch, seeking to retaliate, but Li Xiao would not grant him the opportunity. With a swift motion, Li Xiao's Qingfeng sword cleaved through the air, a flash of light erupting as blood sprayed forth. Xiao Duo's figure froze, a gaping wound appearing at his neck, blood gushing uncontrollably. He grasped at the wound in desperation, but it was futile. Blood poured forth like a fountain. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Duo collapsed to the ground, uttering ghastly sounds. He looked at Li Xiao with a face full of resentment and regret. A flicker of remorse crossed his mind. Had he, like Zhou Tong, chosen not to follow the crowd and spoken a kind word for Li Xiao, he might not have met such an end. Ultimately, as his life force faded, Xiao Duo succumbed, lifeless and defeated. Humph, perhaps in your next life, be a better person, Li Xiao remarked coldly. With that, Li Xiao collected Xiao Duo's spatial pouch and ignited it with a fireball, incinerating Xiao Duo's corpse to ashes. The wind carried his remains into the sea, completely vanishing from existence. Having avenged a past grievance and obtained the Lei Yuan fruit today, Li Xiao felt a wave of satisfaction as he transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Ziyun Island. Upon returning to Ziyun Island, Li Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Today's actions had gone unnoticed. Even Feng Qingxi was oblivious to Li Xiao's identity. The Wang family had no means to pursue him. Subsequently, Li Xiao took out the Lei Yuan fruit and began his cultivation. Months later, Li Xiao flipped his hand, revealing 5 lightning dragons swirling in his palm, their silver forms radiating an overwhelming pressure. He had finally mastered the 5 thunder palm. The question now remained, how powerful would it be? Li Xiao's face glowed with excitement as he murmured to himself. Just then, a screech pierced the air. Li Xiao's heart stirred, breaking his concentration. Moments later, the voice of Lan Xiaoyu rang out. Big brother Li, are you in the cave? Yes, Li Xiao replied slowly. Initially, he had questioned why the Wang family, having already colluded with the Huang family, had not captured him and handed him over. It became clear now that Lan Xiaoyu had discreetly dealt with the Wang family members. The absence of high-ranking cultivators from the Wang family was likely due to their focus on setting up the Blood Spirit Grand Array, leaving them unable to attend to Li Xiao. In hindsight, he felt a sense of relief as Lan Xiaoyu entered the cave after dispelling the formation. She looked at Li Xiao and asked, Big brother Li, are you all right? The 3 great demon kings may indeed unite to capture him. Alas, if that is the case, I shall take residence in the inn at Fengshe, Li Xiao bitterly reflected. Lan Xiaoyu said, Brother Li, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. Li Xiao nodded slightly. Lan Xiaoyu stood up and departed. At this moment, Li Xiao's countenance darkened, just as he prepared to rise and leave. A sudden voice rang out. Li Xiao, are you present in the Taoist hall? Hearing this, Li Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and then rose to exit the cave dwelling. Outside, he encountered a robust man, his skin bronzed and muscular, holding a long knife and gazing coldly at Li Xiao. Li Xiao frowned slightly, looking up at the man, and inquired, Fellow Taoist, do we know each other? The man sneered, narrowing his eyes, and coldly stated, Hand over the extraordinary treasure of Qi Hong, and I shall spare your life. Li Xiao's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as he coldly stared at the man, saying in a low voice, So, you are the one who injured Qi Hong? The man continued to sneer, disdainfully replying, Indeed, Li Xiao. If you do not surrender the treasure, do not blame me for being ruthless. Li Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim, his aura of killing intent flaring as he replied, Very well, I shall comply, but I am curious if you can withstand it. What? The muscular man was taken aback. Suddenly, Li Xiao struck his waist pouch, and the Qingfeng sword soared out, slicing towards the man. The man, startled, hastily raised his knife to block. The Qingfeng sword let out a mournful cry as it was knocked back. However, Li Xiao quickly struck his waist pouch again, unleashing the Pahan Zue, which charged at the man. You seek death. The muscular man bellowed in fury, raising his long knife to strike. Meanwhile, Li Xiao deftly controlled both the Qingfeng sword and Pahan Zue to assault the muscular man. At the same time, Li Xiao retrieved the Huang Yuan sand from his waist pouch, raising it in front of him to shield against the man's advances, occasionally launching beams of yellow light towards him. How can you control 3 magical artifacts simultaneously? The muscular man, though deeply skilled, was momentarily astonished by Li Xiao's prowess. His long knife danced like a whirlwind, continually parrying Li Xiao's attacks. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's armpits sprouted 2 hands, each deftly maneuvering the Huang Yuan sand, while his original hands rapidly formed seals. As his sealing speed increased, a terrifying thunderball began to form before him, within which 5 thunder dragons writhed and roared. This was the first layer of the 5 thunder righteous yang technique, the 5 thunder crash palm, which required charging. Thus, Li Xiao initially used his formidable consciousness to control the 3 artifacts to attack the man, while the Huang Yuan sand obscured the man's vision, allowing him to secretly invoke the 5 thunder crash palm. As Li Xiao's energy was being consumed, he again summoned 2 hands from his armpits, pulling out handfuls of elixirs from his waist pouch and fervently consuming them. With the replenishment from the elixirs, his previously depleted magical energy began to surge once more. The air crackled with electricity, and the dragon roars echoed. The overwhelming might caused the muscular man to feel a chill run down his spine. With a thunderous strike, he deflected Li Xiao's Pahun Zue, tossing his long knife, which whistled as it collided with the Qing Feng sword midair. Simultaneously, the man reached into his waist pouch, producing a dark chain, which he hurled forth. The chain shot out like a giant python, targeting the Pahun Zue as it returned to the sky. The man, clearly straining to control 2 artifacts simultaneously, could not help but burst into laughter, his tiger-like eyes glinting with triumph as he exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, do you know how Qi Hong met his demise? He was sent flying by my fist." Li Xiao, taken aback, gazed intently. He observed that the man's body seemed to shimmer with a metallic sheen, resembling an Iron Man. Li Xiao's face twitched as he gasped. Dual cultivation of body and magic. Generally, cultivators favored magical techniques, but some chose to cultivate their physical bodies, making dual cultivation exceedingly rare. This man was 1 in a million, possessing formidable magical energy coupled with a physique as powerful as a wild bull, akin to a bull endowed with magical prowess. It was no wonder Qi Hong had suffered grievous injuries at his hands. Previously, when examining Qi Heng's wounds, Li Xiao had believed that he had been severely injured by some blunt magical artifact. But now it became clear that he had been struck down by a single punch or palm from this man. The muscular man roared like a wild bull, charging directly at Li Xiao. Alarmed, Li Xiao realized his 5 thunder crash palm had yet to fully charge and could only use the Huang Yuan sand to fend off the man. As the Huang Yuan sand twisted, beams of yellow light shot towards the man, who charged on without flinching. The yellow light struck him, producing a series of dull metallic clangs and sparks flying. Li Xiao's pupils constricted in disbelief. This man was remarkably strong. His physical body could withstand the assault of a low-grade magical artifact, which was truly astounding. This muscular man was the first physical cultivator Li Xiao had encountered since entering the realm of cultivation, and he was indeed formidable. The Huang Yuan San's attacks merely impeded the man's advance. Recognizing this, Li Xiao employed a technique of lightning movement to evade, distancing himself from the man. "Hey kid, if you have the guts, don't run. Face me in a fight to the death. You want to enjoy the delicacy presented to you? It seems you're not much of a man. Stop running." The man, infuriated by Li Xiao's evasiveness, shouted in rage. After about half an hour, Li Xiao finally halted, casting a cold gaze at the man. The muscular man, surprised by Li Xiao's sudden stop, broke into a wide grin, declaring, "Boy, you finally look like a man." Clearly, he believed Li Xiao had succumbed to the humiliation and decided to confront him in battle, just as he reveled in his triumph. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld a thunderball, roughly the size of a disc, cradled in Li Xiao's arm. The thunderball crackled with 5 thunder dragons darting about, emitting a terrifying pressure. "You." The man's face flushed with fear. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. "Humph, can you escape?" Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, his aura erupting as his Taoist robe billowed, his eyes reddening as he roared, "Prepare to meet your end." With great effort, Li Xiao propelled the thunderball forward. Upon release, it erupted with a thunderous boom, as the 5 thunder dragons surged forth, howling towards the muscular man. The man glanced back, terror engulfing him. Ah! With a cataclysmic explosion and the man's horrified scream, he was engulfed by the 5 thunder dragons, leaving not a trace behind. "Huh, you are no man." After dispatching the man, Li Xiao spat, as if retorting to the earlier insults. Exhaling a breath of relief, he reached for his waist pouch, retrieving a jar. The urn contained not just any substance, but the ashes of Qi Hong. "Taoist Qi Hong, I have avenged you." Li Xiao gazed at the urn, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stowed away Qi Heng's urn before dashing towards the location where the man had been obliterated. Below, Li Xiao spotted a damaged Qinquan bag. He picked it up and watched as a multitude of items spilled forth: spiritual stones, jade slips, and several vials of elixirs. Li Xiao disregarded the spiritual stones and elixirs and immediately examined the jade slips. A moment later, he clutched one of the jade slips, an expression of ecstatic delight blooming on his face. This particular slip contained the secrets of the man's body refinement technique, which had previously captivated Li Xiao's interest. The man's body refinement technique rendered him impervious to attacks from low-grade magical artifacts, showcasing its formidable strength. Finally discovering the technique, Li Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. He had learned that the man's body refinement technique was called Bu Si Jin Gang Gong. This technique was, intriguingly, a tiered practice. Typically, tiered techniques possess significant power, akin to the 5 Thunder Righteous Yang method. Bu Si Jin Gang Gong consists of 5 tiers. The first tier cultivates iron skin, the second copper skin, the third silver skin, the fourth gold skin, and the fifth is the indestructible golden body. Based on the circumstances under which the man had demonstrated his body refinement, it appeared he had mastered the first tier, Iron Skin Gang. For a first tier to be so formidable, capable of withstanding attacks from low-grade magical artifacts, one can only imagine the sheer power of the fifth tier, the indestructible golden body. Just contemplating it made Li Xiao feel a surge of excitement. Generally, cultivators prioritize enhancing their cultivation due to lifespan concerns. After all, without sufficient cultivation, their lifespan would inevitably dwindle. However, Li Xiao possessed an extended lifespan, rendering this a non-issue, allowing ample time to practice this formidable technique. The dual cultivation of body and technique is essential. Carefully, he tucked away the jade slip and also collected the spiritual stones, elixirs, and the man's long knife magical artifact along with the iron chain artifact. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he recalled the words of the man. With delicacies presented to you, to not indulge is not the act of a true man. Delicacies? Not indulging? Coupled with the events of the past few days, Li Xiao easily associated this with the enchanting female cultivator. It must have been after he had rejected her that she bore a grudge. Subsequently, this robust man had been summoned. The alluring female cultivator, knowing of the bond between Li Xiao and Shi Hong, must have revealed his whereabouts to the robust man, hoping to eliminate Li Xiao through him. Although Li Xiao possessed various divine abilities, the man's mastery of body refinement was indeed formidable. Had Li Xiao not cultivated the 5 thunder-striking palm, he might have truly been no match for the man. At the very least, he lacked confidence in breaking the man's iron skin gang. In such a case, his only option would have been to flee. Humph, foul creature, seeking death. Li Xiao scoffed repeatedly as he soared towards Hihuan Island. Upon reaching Hihuan Island, he heard enticing gasps echoing in the air. Clearly, the enchanting woman had just sent the robust man to seek revenge on Li Xiao, only to then engage with another man. Truly, she was seizing every moment to profit. Of course, it was also likely that she was thoroughly enjoying the process. Li Xiao maintained a cold expression as he headed directly towards the cave dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance, he flipped his hand, revealing the Qingfeng's sword. And with a single stroke, he cleaved through the barrier outside the cave, shattering it to pieces, the divine light extinguishing in an instant. With the sword in hand, Li Xiao stepped inside. Ah, who goes there? Ah, sounds of terror erupted. Li Xiao entered, sword in hand, only to find a pair of lovers, unclothed, gazing at him in panic from the bed. The man was a greasy, portly fellow. Upon seeing Li Xiao, the portly man erupted in fury, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You've interrupted my good fortune. What will you do if I fall ill from fright?" "Get lost," Li Xiao replied coldly. The portly man, enraged, opened his mouth to retort, but upon meeting Li Xiao's fierce gaze and the drawn Qingfeng's sword, he swallowed his words back down. Soon after, the portly man hastily scrambled to gather his clothes, intending to flee the cave. "Taoist friend, don't go. Help me please." The enchanting woman, her face a mask of terror, pleaded with the portly man. "If you agree to save me, I will be yours from now on, serving you at all times." Yet, the portly man was clearly a coward, not even donning his trousers as he bolted for the exit without a backward glance. He was merely here for a dalliance. He had no desire to lose his life over it. Watching the portly man escape in haste, the enchanting woman gulped nervously, her fear evident as she turned to Li Xiao. Without hesitation, she began to sway her body, displaying her most potent allure before Li Xiao. A forced smile gracing her flushed face as she said, "Taoist friend, do not be so unromantic. Come, I will serve you for free from now on. I shall be your slave, and you can do as you wish." Vile woman, perish. Although the enchanting woman was indeed captivating, Li Xiao could not condone her actions, nor did he harbor the slightest interest in her. Ultimately, he raised the Qingfeng's sword in his hand and struck down upon her. Chapter 85, Li Huohua. Having slain the enchanting woman and claimed her Qingquan bag, Li Xiao did not return to Xian Island, but instead soared directly towards Lan Xiaoyu's island. Big brother Li? Upon seeing Li Xiao's arrival, Lan Xiaoyu looked on with suspicion. "Xiaoyu, may I take refuge here for a while?" Li Xiao grinned. Lan Xiaoyu nodded slightly, saying, "Big brother Li, feel free to stay on the island. I doubt anyone would dare approach." Li Xiao nodded appreciatively and hurried inside. Once in the cave, Li Xiao emptied the contents of the enchanting woman's Qingquan bag. As items cascaded out, a mountain of spiritual stones appeared before them. There were not many elixirs or jade slips. Li Xiao scanned the pile with his divine sense and was astonished to discover that there were precisely 2,478 spiritual stones. Indeed, women find it far easier to amass wealth than men, Li Xiao exclaimed in awe, unable to suppress a whistle. Lan Xiaoyu, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "Ahem. It's nothing." Li Xiao quickly laughed awkwardly. Lan Xiaoyu grew increasingly suspicious, gazing at the mound of spiritual stones and asking, "Big brotherly, how many people did you rob to acquire so many spiritual stones?" "I only killed one person," Li Xiao replied awkwardly. "One person, and yet so many spiritual stones? This is..." Lan Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. She resolved to ask Li Xiao how he managed to amass such wealth. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's divine sense delved into one of the jade slips, which contained the dual cultivation technique known as He Huan Ji Legong. Li Xiao grinned as he stowed away the slip. Just then, a cacophony of water erupted outside, accompanied by terrifying roars that even made Lan Xiaoyu's island tremble. Lan Xiaoyu frowned slightly, saying, "Big brotherly, you stay hidden here. I will go out and see what is happening." Li Xiao nodded slightly. There are times to be cautious. Presently, both the Wang clan and the demon race are searching for him. Although the higher-ups of the Wang clan are preoccupied with the blood spirit grand array and likely cannot attend to him. The three great demon kings are formidable beings on par with human foundation establishment cultivators. They are not something he can contend with at the moment. After a brief moment, Lan Xiaoyu returned, her expression strange as she regarded Li Xiao. Li Xiao forced a smile and asked, "Xiaoyu, feel free to ask whatever you wish." Lan Xiaoyu, with a look of skepticism, inquired, "Li Gu, how did you offend the three demon kings? They have come together, specifically demanding that the Wang family surrender you." Li Xiao grimaced slightly, gazing at Lan Xiaoyu, and lamented, "It's not much, really. I merely killed the son of one demon king, deceived another, and the third seems to be trying to curry favor while plotting my demise." Lan Xiaoyu was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. It seemed to convey, "Li Gu, you certainly have a knack for getting into trouble. You've thoroughly offended all three demon kings. What are we to do now?" Li Xiao felt quite awkward. Subsequently, the two resumed their cultivation. To protect Li Xiao, Lan Xiaoyu refrained from continuing her hunting. Suddenly, one day, as they were engrossed in their training, Li Xiao's formidable spiritual sense detected an approach. They left," he remarked after a brief moment. His expression turned peculiar as he continued speaking. Casting a glance at Lan Xiaoyu, the visitors turned out to be disciples of the Wang family. At that moment, they were at a critical juncture in establishing the blood spirit formation and could not afford to clash with the three demon kings. Thus, the Wang family opted for a temporary compromise, assisting the three demon kings in locating Li Xiao. The two Wang family disciples had come to aid in the search for Li Xiao. Li Xiao vaguely overheard one of them exclaim, "You must be courting death. This place seems to be the lair of the white-haired witch." The other Wang disciple appeared horrified, and they hurriedly departed. It must be said that the reputation of the white-haired witch still held considerable weight in the Chaos Star Sea. Thus, Li Xiao found refuge with Lan Xiaoyu, and no one dared to approach. One day, however, a cataclysmic sound erupted, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Outside, shouts, combat sounds, and the clashing of magical artifacts echoed. Clearly, a monumental battle was unfolding. After inquiring, Lan Xiaoyu learned that the three demon kings, having been denied Li Xiao by the Wang family, were engulfed in a furious conflict with them. Strangely, the legendary late-stage foundational ancestor of the Wang family did not appear. Instead, two mysterious foundational cultivators emerged. The four foundational cultivators joined forces, along with numerous Wang family disciples, barely managing to repel the three demon kings. As Lan Xiaoyu recounted this, Li Xiao could not help but smirk inwardly. While others speculated on the strength of the Wang family's foundation, he understood perfectly well who those two mysterious foundational cultivators were. They were none other than the two foundational cultivators from the Huang family. As for why the two late-stage foundational ancestors of the Huang and Wang families had not appeared, it was likely because they were stabilizing the blood spirit formation. In fact, it seemed that the formation was prepared specifically for those two ancestors, who were likely utilizing it to break through to the core formation stage. This fierce battle raged for an entire month before finally subsiding. Li Xiao secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. One day, upon returning from an outing, Lan Xiaoyu regarded Li Xiao with an increasingly peculiar expression. Li Xiao, feeling somewhat at a loss, smiled wryly and said, "Xiaoyu, if you have something to say, just say it." Lan Xiaoyu looked at Li Xiao and asked, "Li Gu, do you know what people outside are saying about you now?" Li Xiao shook his head slightly, curiosity piqued. "What are they saying?" Lan Xiaoyu smirked and replied, "They affectionately nicknamed you Li Huohua, claiming that wherever you go, calamity follows." This seemed rather plausible. Back in the Xingyun Sea, Li Xiao had instigated a war between the Huang family and the demon clan, leading to countless deaths. Now, in the Chaos Star Sea, he had stirred up an even greater uproar, prompting the three demon kings to demand his surrender from the Wang family, thus igniting a bloody conflict between the two races. Li Xiao's face twitched with indignation, his expression darkening as he erupted. Slander. This is pure slander. They are the true calamity. Their entire family is a calamity. Beside him, Lan Xiaoyu quietly stifled a smile, choosing to remain silent as she patiently awaited the conclusion of Li Xiao's outburst. Junior sister, are you there? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing it, both Lan Xiaoyu and Li Xiao's expressions shifted subtly. Under normal circumstances, given their strength, they would have had no fear of Su Manqing. However, the critical factor was that Li Xiao was currently akin to a rat in the street, universally reviled. Should Su Manqing discover his presence, the situation could turn dire. Li Gu, you hide well. I will go out and drive her away. Lan Xiaoyu's face darkened. All right, Xiaoyu, take care. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Lan Xiaoyu gave a slight nod and stepped outside. Upon encountering Su Manqing, Lan Xiaoyu spoke coolly. Senior sister, what brings you here? Although Lan Xiaoyu had saved Su Manqing previously, their relationship had remained in a state of ambiguous enmity and friendship. Moreover, due to the significant upheaval, Su Manqing's demeanor had grown exceedingly peculiar. She could hardly bear to see anyone prosper, particularly Lan Xiaoyu, who shared her plight of cultivating the Tiao technique. Su Manqing observed Lan Xiaoyu and chuckled lightly. Junior sister, you haven't been cultivating diligently for quite some time. Master is rather displeased with you and sent me to remind you. Lan Xiaoyu's expression turned frosty, and she replied coolly, Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I am aware. With a playful laugh, Su Manqing turned to leave. Suddenly, however, she spun around and darted toward the cave with astonishing speed. Lan Xiaoyu, well acquainted with Su Manqing, anticipated her move. As soon as Su Manqing turned, Lan Xiaoyu advanced to intercept her. With a resounding clash, they exchanged a blow, each being forced back several paces, their bodies trembling momentarily before regaining balance. Su Manqing, with an intrigued smile, looked at Lan Xiaoyu and said, Surely you don't have a man hidden in your cave, do you? Otherwise, why such anxiety to prevent me from having a look? Lan Xiaoyu scoffed coldly, her face like stone as she replied, Humph, senior sister, that is none of your business. As Su Manqing meandered about with seemingly aimless intent, she was, in fact, seeking an opportunity to break through while simultaneously attempting to distract Lan Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, that's rather unfair. If you have a man, you should introduce him to me. I can help you vet him, to prevent you from being deceived by a rogue. Lan Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, her feet shifting position as she calmly confronted Su Manqing, asserting, Humph, senior sister, you ought to mind your own affairs. Let me guess, who is the man you're hiding in your cave? Su Manqing teased. With a light laugh, Su Manqing raised an eyebrow and remarked, It must be that infamously Hua who has stirred chaos in the Chaos Star Sea, right? Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened, her expression turning icy as she chose to remain silent. Ha ha ha, it seems I have guessed correctly. Su Manqing appeared particularly pleased, reveling in having outsmarted Lan Xiaoyu. Junior sister, you must be cautious of that Li Huahua. It is said that wherever he goes, disaster follows. I am merely concerned that he may bring calamity upon you. Humph, you needn't worry about that, senior sister. Lan Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her right hand subtly moving to her waist, clearly indicating that she too harbored intentions of hostility towards Su Manqing. Su Manqing also noticed the subtle movements of Lan Xiaoyu. Correspondingly, Su Manqing was quite familiar with Lan Xiaoyu. She unobtrusively touched the Qianquan bag at her waist and smiled, saying, Junior sister, tell me, if I were to relay this news to Master, how do you think he would react? Do you dare? A cold glint flashed in Lan Xiaoyu's eyes, and unable to restrain herself any longer, she scolded sharply and drew a long purple whip from her Qianquan bag, striking fiercely at Su Manqing. Anticipating this, Su Manqing swiftly evaded the attack like a wraith. Simultaneously, she flipped her hand to reveal several silver needles, which she promptly hurled. Lan Xiaoyu's pupils contracted, and she deftly maneuvered her whip, cracking it in the air with a resounding snap, knocking the silver needles to the ground. In an instant, Lan Xiaoyu lunged towards Su Manqing at remarkable speed, delivering a powerful palm strike. Unyielding, Su Manqing met her with a palm of her own. The two collided with a thunderous impact, yet this time they did not separate. Both women simultaneously activated their respective powers, siphoning each other's energy, causing their bodies to adhere together. However, since their techniques stemmed from the same origin and their cultivation levels were comparable, they could not overpower one another. At that moment, Su Manqing suddenly opened her mouth and expelled a silver needle, which whistled through the air towards Lan Xiaoyu's face. Forced to react, Lan Xiaoyu leaned backward to avoid the needle. Seizing the opportunity, Su Manqing exclaimed sharply, pushing Lan Xiaoyu back and transforming her form into a streak of light, darting away into the distance. Just as Su Manqing was about to escape, an illuminated celestial sword flew in, blocking her path. The sword emanated a brilliant azure light, its blade shimmering, compelling Su Manqing to retreat continuously. Just as she was on the verge of leaving, Su Manqing was forced back onto the island. Lan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with excitement, ready to strike, when suddenly a voice called out, "Xiaoyu, stop!" Lan Xiaoyu halted, turning to see Li Xiao slowly emerging from the cave. The azure blade returned to his hand. "Brotherly," Lan Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously. Li Xiao smiled gently and nodded at her, bringing an inexplicable sense of reassurance to Lan Xiaoyu. He then turned to Su Manqing, saying with a light chuckle, "Su Manqing, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Su Manqing glanced at Lan Xiaoyu before turning her attention to Li Xiao, smiling as she replied, "Today, I finally meet the illustrious Li Huahua. Not bad in appearance. But junior sister, one must not judge a man solely by his looks." The last remark was directed at Lan Xiaoyu. Lan Xiaoyu huffed softly, her delicate face turning unusually red. Li Xiao, observing this, felt a trio of black lines forming on his forehead. He rolled his eyes and retorted, "Taoist friend Su, if you continue speaking in this manner, we will have nothing left to discuss." The brilliance in Su Manqing's beautiful eyes flickered unpredictably as she discreetly remained wary of both Li Xiao and Lan Xiaoyu. Yet on the surface, she feigned calmness and smiled at Li Xiao, inquiring, "Oh, what does Taoist friend Li wish to discuss with me?" "The extermination of the blood pest," Li Xiao replied resolutely. Su Manqing's expression shifted, her gaze fluctuating between Li Xiao and Lan Xiaoyu. After a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Lan Xiaoyu. She said, "Junior sister, how dare you utter such rebellious words? Are you not afraid I will inform master?" Lan Xiaoyu furrowed her brow deeply. Li Xiao, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Taoist friend Su, we truly intend to eliminate the blood pest." Su Manqing's smile gradually faded, her gaze fixed intently on Li Xiao as she asked, "Are you truly going to kill the blood pest?" Li Xiao nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed." "Then give me a reason," Su Manqing insisted. With a gentle laugh, Li Xiao gestured towards Lan Xiaoyu, saying, "Surely you are aware of Xiaoyu's identity? She was originally the maid of the esteemed Miss Luo Yunli of the Luo family, and that miss is my companion." "Oh." Su Manqing raised an elegant eyebrow, turning her attention to Lan Xiaoyu. Lan Xiaoyu's delicate face twitched, hesitating for a moment before giving a slight nod. Su Manqing took a deep breath, looking at both Li Xiao and Lan Xiaoyu, and asked, "How do you plan to kill the blood pest?" Li Xiao chuckled lightly and replied, "With poison." "Poison?" Su Manqing furrowed her brows, speaking solemnly. "The blood pest has profound cultivation and is cunning. Poisoning it may prove challenging." Li Xiao smiled. "I possess a method that allows my energy to be infused with deadly poison. At that time, if one of you absorbs my energy, then allows the blood pest to absorb it in turn, it will undoubtedly be poisoned." Su Manqing's breathing quickened noticeably, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Li Xiao continued to press his advantage, saying, "If you do not trust me, you can execute this plan yourself. I will infuse my energy with poison for you to absorb, and then you can pass it to the blood pest. Together, we can strike at the blood moon when the blood pest is gravely weakened. We may yet have a fighting chance." Su Manqing stood in stunned silence, her eyes ablaze with determination. After a long moment, she finally nodded decisively, declaring, "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Li Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Su Manqing then asked, "May I take my leave now?" Li Xiao smiled and gestured for her to proceed, saying, "You are free to go." "Brotherly!" Lan Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm. Li Xiao, however, stopped her, allowing Su Manqing to depart. In truth, while Li Xiao was testing Su Manqing, she too was assessing the duo of Li Xiao and Lan Xiaoyu. Li Xiao's willingness to let Su Manqing leave served as the best testament to his trust. Watching Su Manqing leave, Lan Xiaoyu's face filled with worry as she said, "Brotherly, my senior sister has a capricious temperament. What if she reports us to the blood pest?" Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with intensity as he replied calmly, "She will not." With that, Li Xiao turned and returned to the cave. Lan Xiaoyu hurriedly followed. Although Li Xiao claimed that Su Manqing would not betray them, deep down, he too felt uncertain. The following days proved to be exceptionally arduous. Nevertheless, Li Xiao was not idle. He ventured to the black market and procured a shovel-like magical tool. This tool served no other purpose but to excavate the cave. In the reef belonging to Lan Xiaoyu, Li Xiao tirelessly dug downward. After several days of effort, he had managed to bore through the reef, creating a tunnel that reached the seabed. Should any unusual occurrences arise, He could escape with Lan Xiaoyu through this tunnel into the ocean. Fortunately, nothing significant transpired over the days. The tunnel he had excavated remained unused. Of course, it was for the best that the tunnel was unnecessary, and Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had bet correctly. Ultimately, Su Manqing chose to trust them and join in their efforts against the blood pest. The next phase involved enhancing their combat strength. The most straightforward method was to elevate their cultivation level, but time was too tight. Given Li Xiao's current cultivation speed with a 4th-grade thunder spiritual root, he could not possibly break through to the 8th level of qi refining in a short period. Yet, Li Xiao did not despair. He had a backup plan, the blood-burning demon technique. By utilizing this technique, he could forcibly elevate his cultivation by 1 level, achieving the 8th level of qi refining. Coupled with the assistance of Lan Xiaoyu and Su Manqing, as well as various strategies, they might yet possess the strength to confront the blood pest. However, with time still on their side, Li Xiao naturally seized every available moment to bolster their power. The methods for enhancing strength primarily revolve around the 4 essentials of cultivation and the 4 arts of cultivation. The 4 essentials include wealth, partners, techniques, and land. Li Xiao had maximized his resources with a continuous supply of various elixirs, yet excessive consumption could lead to poisoning. At present, in the chaotic Xinghai region, only Lan Xiaoyu and Su Manqing remain. Naturally, after preparing, Li Xiao intends to contact several members of Tianming to see if they can come to assist him. As for Fa, he has now mastered the great divine power of the 5 Thunders Palm. However, regarding his status, it is quite challenging to suppress others through it. Currently, Li Xiao possesses little to no status, making it impossible for him to threaten Xuemianzi. Furthermore, he has begun to delve into the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, weaponry, formations, and talismans. As for elixirs, there is no need to elaborate. Li Xiao currently possesses only a few low-grade magical weapons, which are decent in power but still have room for enhancement. Therefore, he plans to seek a powerful magical weapon, at least a mid-grade offensive one, though a high-grade weapon would be preferable. However, high-grade magical weapons are exceedingly rare, often costing no less than 7 or 8,000 spirit stones, which may be difficult to acquire. Concerning formations, they are overly complex, and Li Xiao has hardly engaged with them. Thus, he fears he will achieve little in a short time and has decided to abandon this path. Additionally, regarding talismans, although he possesses numerous, he lacks high-grade and top-grade talismans. If he could procure some high-grade or top-grade talismans, it would significantly bolster his combat strength. With this thought in mind, Li Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air and retrieved the Tianyin Luo from his Qinkuan bag, casting a spell upon it. He then declared, "Dear friends, I have a pressing matter at hand that requires the slaying of an individual. Would you be able to convene in the chaotic Xinghai region to assist? Rest assured, brotherly, I shall arrive as swiftly as possible." Soon, Lu Changming's voice resonated. "Brotherly, I will hasten to your side." Niu Jian's earnest voice followed suit. "Brotherly, I am about to undertake a mission heading to the chaotic Xinghai region." Lin Qingyao's voice chimed in as well. Li Xiao hesitated and replied, "Friend Lin, you need not come. Please assist in looking after Qi Heng's wife and daughter instead." "Very well." Lin Qingyao's voice echoed in agreement. However, Zhou Tong's voice remained conspicuously absent. Everyone understood the unspoken implication. It was likely that Zhou Tong faced peril, for otherwise, he would not have remained silent for so long. "Thank you, dear friends." Li Xiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for it was this bond that he earnestly sought to maintain. True friends would come from all corners to lend their aid whenever one was in distress. Chapter 88, The Sword-Splitting Talisman. Li Xiao's objective became clear: to acquire powerful talismans and magical weapons to enhance his combat prowess. However, all foundations require a vast amount of spirit stones for support. That night, it was time for his rendezvous with Feng Qingxi. Li Xiao rode the winds to the appointed location. Upon arrival, he maintained his usual demeanor, refraining from revealing himself immediately, instead opting to observe from the shadows. Utilizing his formidable divine sense, he discovered that the area was heavily ambushed by Wang family members, clearly lying in wait for him. Meanwhile, within the reef, Feng Qingxi anxiously awaited his arrival. Li Xiao's expression darkened, and he silently added Feng Qingxi to his kill list, turning away quietly. Now was not the time for rash actions. There would be ample opportunities to deal with Feng Qingxi later. However, what puzzled Li Xiao was why Feng Qingxi would sever his own financial ties by colluding with the Wang family to ensnare him. Soon, he deduced the key. The events at Yongxing Island must have been exposed, while Feng Qingxi was in the island, slaughtering spirit plant workers and slaves. Something must have gone awry. He may have been caught by the Wang family, or perhaps 1 or 2 spirit plant workers or slaves managed to escape and reported him. To save his own life, Feng Qingxi likely betrayed Li Xiao, collaborating with the Wang family to orchestrate this ambush. After retreating from the reef, Li Xiao's expression grew grim. He had initially believed that while his public identity was exposed, his hidden identity as a master remained concealed, allowing him to secretly accumulate wealth. It seemed that such hopes were now dashed, and alternative strategies would need to be devised. In his cave abode, Li Xiao paced back and forth, deep in thought. The next day, he departed the reef once more, riding the winds to await his opportunity outside the black market. As predicted, at the entrance of the black market stood a disciple of the Wang family, wielding a mirror-like magical artifact to scrutinize everyone entering. No matter how one attempted to disguise themselves with hats or masks, they would remain utterly exposed under the mirror's gaze. It was evident that Li Xiao's previous alliance with Feng Chengxi on Yongxing Island, which involved stealing medicine and killing Master Hu, the second miss of the Huang family, and Xiao Duo, had incited the Wang family's wrath. They were now scouring the world to quell the Huang family's fury. Li Xiao watched in quiet contemplation, yet he did not rush. He remained patiently hidden. Around the fourth watch of the night, a plump cultivator exited the black market, and Li Xiao discreetly followed him. This plump individual was none other than Qi Defa, the owner of the talisman shop within the black market. Due to his distinctive physique, he was easily recognizable. Moreover, Qi Defa had just exited with a disciple of the Wang family, handing over some talismans before leisurely making his way back to his establishment. It appeared that talismans were also a lucrative trade. Qi Defa managed to sell talismans in the black market primarily by supplying a certain number of them to the Wang family each month, who provided him with protection in return. Following Qi Defa to his establishment and confirming that no one else was in tow, Li Xiao finally revealed himself. Friend. Upon hearing Li Xiao's voice, Qi Defa was momentarily taken aback, turning to find Li Xiao. Friend, what brings you here? Li Xiao approached, his gaze calm, and stated, I seek your assistance, friend. Qi Defa hesitated, glancing around before responding, Friend, let us speak inside. Certainly. Li Xiao nodded slightly. The two entered the establishment and settled within the cave dwelling. Li Xiao, possessing exceptional skills and boldness, was unafraid of Qi Defa's potential treachery, primarily because his divine sense was formidable, comparable to that of a foundation-building cultivator. He had already discreetly scanned the premises, finding no hidden dangers. After pouring Li Xiao a cup of tea, Qi Defa gazed at him in surprise, asking, What brings you to seek me? Li Xiao looked at the cup of tea but did not drink. Instead, he clasped his hands and said, I am here to purchase talismans. Purchasing talismans? What kind do you seek? Qi Defa inquired. Li Xiao hesitated before responding, I wish to acquire high-grade or even top-grade talismans. What? High-grade or top-grade talismans? Qi Defa's eyes twitched, and his brows furrowed deeply. After a momentary pause, he nodded slightly, saying, To be honest, friend, I only know how to craft one type of high-grade talisman, and I cannot guarantee its success rate. Hearing this, Li Xiao's eyes brightened, and he asked, Oh, what type of high-grade talisman? Is it an offensive or defensive talisman? Qi Defa took a deep breath and replied, It is the sword-splitting talisman. The very name indicated its offensive nature, and Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Excellent. His intention for the talismans was primarily to slay Shuem Yanzi, making offensive talismans all the more desirable. Qi Defa hesitated and then said, Friend, to be candid, crafting this high-grade talisman is exceedingly difficult. It requires not only specialized skills, but also top-quality materials, which I currently do not possess. You may need to seek them out yourself. Li Xiao's expression twitched, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, What materials are needed? Meticulously compiled an array of materials and spoke slowly. The other materials are manageable, but the blood and fur of high-level demonic beasts are particularly elusive, requiring you, my friend, to hunt them. Li Xiao exhaled a breath of frustration, hesitated for a moment, then patted his waist, retrieving a substantial collection of demonic beast corpses from his chinquan bag. Among them were the remains of an electric eel, a lanternfish, and a sea serpent, all of which Li Xiao had previously devoured and gathered for emergencies, not expecting to utilize them today. However, he had not brought the corpse of the 200-year-old Xian turtle, as he had been caught off guard by a surge of seawater and lacked a chinquan bag to carry it away. Friend, do you think this is sufficient? Li Xiao inquired, gazing at. Astonished, exclaimed, How have you amassed so many demonic beast corpses? However, he quickly realized his inquiry had crossed a line. Awkwardly laughing to alleviate the tension, Li Xiao then produced 1,000 spirit stones from his chinquan bag and offered them to, saying, Are these spirit stones adequate? After a moment's hesitation, accepted only 300 spirit stones. Li Xiao's brows furrowed in skepticism, questioning, Friend, is this all? According to's list of materials, crafting a high-quality talisman should require at least several hundred spirit stones. Considering that would undoubtedly seek to profit from Li Xiao, the 300 stones seemed insufficient for the costs. Li Xiao was perplexed by his intentions. Chapter 89. the thunder spear. His eyes gleamed intensely as he looked at Li Xiao and stated, "Friend, I do not seek to profit from your spirit stones. I merely request a favor in return." Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, do tell." Took a deep breath, declaring, "To kill." "Kill." Li Xiao's breath quickened, his gaze sharpening as he asked, "Whom do you wish to slay?" Replied, "My senior brother, Xianxia." "Xianxia." Li Xiao's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized, inquiring, "May I ask what cultivation level your senior brother possesses? Why must he die?" Hatred filled his eyes as he spat. "That beast, Xianxia, has slain our master and even seeks to kill me. We have an irreconcilable enmity. Thus, I must eliminate him. As for his cultivation level, he should have reached the foundation establishment stage by now." Li Xiao's eyes twitched violently. With a flourish of his sleeve, he stowed away all the demonic beast corpses, stating, "Friend, I beg your pardon, but I am powerless in this matter." Without hesitation, he turned to leave. What a farce. To kill a foundation establishment cultivator? Am I out of my mind? Li Xiao believed he possessed certain capabilities, yet the prospect of killing a foundation establishment cultivator was utterly preposterous. The magical power of a foundation establishment cultivator dwarfed that of a chi refinement stage practitioner by several times, and they wielded various powerful artifacts. It was unequivocally beyond the means of someone at his level. He had barely managed to deal with a blood mosquito that had not fully established its foundation, and the thought of confronting a foundation establishment cultivator was utterly impossible. Thus, without a second thought, Li Xiao departed. Indeed, he required talismans for assistance in heightening his combat prowess, but they were not an absolute necessity. As Li Xiao turned to leave, grew anxious, hastily intercepting his path, exclaiming, "Wait, my friend." Li Xiao's gaze sharpened as he regarded coldly, his hand subtly reaching for his chinquan bag, and he replied in a low tone, "Friend, I truly cannot kill a foundation establishment cultivator. I suggest you seek another." His eyes flickered with determination as he implored, "Friend, I do not require you to kill Xianxia immediately. I only ask that you help me eliminate him during your lifetime, ensuring he does not reach a ripe old age." Li Xiao hesitated at this, and continued, "With your capabilities, achieving foundation establishment is merely a matter of time." Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao fixed his gaze upon, agreeing, "Very well, I accept your request." With that, he retrieved the demonic beast corpses again, stating coolly, "However, I require the promptly. Rest assured, in approximately 3 months, you may come to collect the talisman," assured him. "Agreed, it is settled." Li Xiao nodded slightly, turning to exit the cave and soaring into the sky. Yet, on his return journey, he felt a twinge of bitterness within. The perils of notoriety. One fears fame as a pig fears fattening. It was evident that had learned of his exploits on Yongxing Island, where he not only vanquished the royal family's alchemist, Hu Shi, but also killed the second daughter and son-in-law of the Huang family, which inspired to seek Li Xiao's assistance in vengeance. It was worth noting that Hu Shi was a genuine 8th-level chi refinement cultivator, and yet Li Xiao had managed to slay him. Of course, was unaware of the circumstances. Li Xiao had seized the opportunity and struck decisively. "I yearn for tranquility, yet tranquility eludes me." Li Xiao grimaced inwardly, feeling quite discontent. Upon returning to Lan Xiaoyu's island, Li Xiao settled into a meditative state. Suddenly, a humming sound emanated from his chinquan bag. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the Tianming shell and cast a spell upon it, instantly hearing Lu Changming's voice. "Brotherly, I have arrived at the chaotic star sea. Where are you?" Li Xiao's eyes brightened at the news, and he joyfully replied, "Where are you? I shall come to fetch you. I am at." Lu Changming described his location. Li Xiao rose and set out, swiftly locating Lu Changming. "Do not approach. Stay back. My friend is formidable." However, upon arrival, Li Xiao discovered a few individuals surrounding Lu Changming, clearly intent on robbing him. Due to his spiritual root, Lu Changming's cultivation had only reached the 5th level of chi refinement. Humph. Li Xiao's expression hardened as he coldly snorted, not wishing to waste words. He swiftly retrieved the Qingfeng sword from his chinquan bag, unleashing it with a roar, decapitating the assailants without mercy. For those who dared to harm his brother, Li Xiao would show no mercy. "Brotherly." Lu Changming's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Li Xiao. Li Xiao smiled warmly. "Lu Daoyu, it has been too long." "Indeed, it has." Lu Changming's eyes glistened with tears. "Let us return to the dojo," Li Xiao suggested with a light laugh. "Certainly." Lu Changming nodded in agreement. The two soared through the skies, heading towards Lan Xiaoyu's island. Upon reaching the island, Lu Changming was taken aback by Lan Xiaoyu's appearance. Li Xiao recounted the events that had transpired, stirring emotions within Lu Changming. Days later, one evening, Li Xiao, Lu Changming, and Lan Xiaoyu set out from the island, heading towards Tianming Island. As fate would have it, today marked the opening of the auction. However, Li Xiao did not intend to attend the auction. Firstly, the Wang family had imposed strict surveillance, making it nearly impossible for him to enter the auction. Secondly, high-quality artifacts often fetched several thousand to even tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although Li Xiao was relatively affluent, the spirit stones earned from selling pills had been allocated for talismans, leaving him without sufficient resources. Thus, his objective was to seize an artifact. Since it was a heist, he understood that strength in numbers would be advantageous. He invited Lan Xiaoyu and Lu Changming to join him. Li Xiao provided Lu Changming with some spirit stones, instructing him to enter the auction and scout for high-quality artifacts while he and Lan Xiaoyu concealed themselves, patiently awaiting the auction's conclusion. After several hours of waiting, they finally anticipated the end of the auction. LCHNGM emerged from the auction house and made his way to the designated location. Xiao eagerly inquired, "LDOU, how did it go? Did you acquire any superior magical artifacts?" LCHNGM's gaze remained fixed on a masked cultivator, and he exclaimed with excitement, "LDG, indeed there is a superior magical artifact, the JNGL Ichiying. The JNGL Ichiying? A superior artifact of thunder attribute?" Xiao's eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing this. LCHNGM nodded slightly and pointed at a swiftly departing cultivator, stating, "The JNGL Ichiying was purchased by that individual for 9,000 spirit stones." Chapter 90, Shamelessness. 9,000 spirit stones. Xiao could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Initially, he believed himself to be sufficiently wealthy, yet it appeared that there were many who surpassed him in fortune. Of course, it was highly probable that the buyer belonged to some cultivation faction. After all, for a casual cultivator, even one at the foundation establishment stage, it would be exceedingly difficult to produce 9,000 spirit stones. "LDG, what should we do now?" LCHNGMing asked, his breath quickening. Xiao's eyes sparkled with fluctuating determination. "There is no rush. Let us first observe from the shadows." "Agreed." LCHNGMing nodded. The three then stealthily followed the cultivator who had acquired the JNGL Ichiying. It was evident that many harbored intentions of seizing the JNGL Ichiying. Indeed, it was not long before another cultivator, unable to resist the allure of the superior artifact, charged towards the buyer. The latter coldly scoffed, revealing a long sword with a flick of his wrist, unleashing a torrent of sword light that swiftly claimed the life of the would-be thief. Those capable of offering 9,000 spirit stones for a superior artifact were certainly not to be underestimated. Xiao watched with fascination as the assailant's display of might deterred many. Yet, as time passed, greed overcame the crowd, and they surged forth to seize the JNGL Ichiying. In an instant, chaos erupted as a melee ensued. Numerous individuals besieged the cultivator, and even the strongest among them could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. LCHNGM breathed heavily, his eyes fixed on the scene outside. "LDG, should we intervene?" he urged. Xiao's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "Not just yet," observed the cultivator. Despite the onslaught, he remains remarkably composed. He must have a contingency plan. LCHNGM and Xiao followed his gaze and observed the man fighting effortlessly while retreating. Suddenly, over a dozen figures emerged from all directions. These were skilled allies of the cultivator. A massacre unfolded, and the air was filled with anguished cries as those who had attempted to seize the JNGL Ichiying met their grim fate. Their Qianxiaaudiobooks bags were swiftly collected. LCHNGM and Xiao felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed the carnage. Thankfully, they had heeded Xiao's advice and refrained from engaging. Otherwise, they too would likely have faced a dire outcome. The trio continued to shadow the cultivator until they arrived at an island. One of the individuals turned to the purchaser of the JNGL Ichiying and grinned. "Rui Gu, it seems there will be no fish to catch today." The man removed his mask, revealing a handsome visage, and chuckled. "Thank you for your hard work today. Brothers, tomorrow, I shall commend you to the family head." "Thank you, Rui Gu." The others responded joyfully. Xiao's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Xiao, "LDG, they are members of the Wing family." The revelation left Xiao and LCHNGM astonished, their faces twitching in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this so-called auction was merely a trap, a ruse orchestrated by the Wing family. The family had intentionally showcased superior artifacts or other precious items. If someone else won the bid, the Wing family would secretly seize it. If no one bid, they would claim the items themselves and lure those blinded by greed to snatch their Qianxiaaudiobooks bags. Clearly, the latter scenario was unfolding before them. "The Wing family is truly unscrupulous," LCHNGM muttered, unable to contain his ire upon grasping the truth. The three did not dare to act, remaining hidden in the shadows. After some time, the Wing family disciples engaged in casual banter before the one named Wing Ru and three others escorted the JNGL Ichiying towards Ku Xing Island. Xiao exchanged glances with his companions, and they stealthily followed the 4W family disciples. LDG, should we strike? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, seemingly unable to contain his impatience. Strike, Xiao commanded with a grave tone. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao dashed forward. With remarkable speed, she reached one of the family disciples, swiftly placing her hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, her TOD technique activated, voraciously siphoning the disciple's spiritual energy. The family disciple, unable to resist, contorted in agony, emitting piercing cries that shattered the night. Simultaneously, Xiao flickered into motion, targeting another family disciple. With the xianxiafans sword in hand, he struck, and blood sprayed forth as the disciple's head rolled into the sea, his lifeless body plummeting below. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao snatched the qianxian bag before launching an attack on another family disciple. Bold move, daring to assault a member of the family? Ru exclaimed in outrage, drawing a long sword from his qianxian bag to retaliate against Xiao. Just then, an arm emerged from underneath Xiao's armpit, wielding a glowing orb resembling a lantern. The orb emitted a soft light, illuminating Ru, who felt dizzy as if his very soul were being drawn from his body. Startled, Ru instinctively retreated. At that moment, Xiao's xianxiafans sword pierced the neck of another family disciple. Grabbing the qianxian bag, he activated his FYO technique and pursued Ru. In the blink of an eye, 3 family disciples had met their demise. Ru, trembling with fear, had no desire to linger and turned to flee. Nowhere to run, Xiao shouted, employing his lightning teleportation technique to cut off Ru's escape, thrusting his sword toward the latter's face. Enraged, Ru hastily retaliated with his longsword. The two clashed in a flurry of strikes, their swords colliding hundreds of times, the sounds ringing out like a chorus of bells. Sparks flew, and sword light flickered chaotically. Amidst the fray, Xiao employed the same tactic once more, presenting another glowing orb. The orb's soft light illuminated Ru, who, startled, hastily produced a talisman and affixed it to himself. A yellow light enveloped him, providing steadfast protection. The lantern's glow could not breach Ru's defenses. A xianxian talisman? Xiao mused, raising an eyebrow. I have learned from my mistakes. I shall not fall again. Ru scoffed, taking flight in a panic. At that moment, a lithe figure dashed forward with incredible speed, blocking Ru's path. It was Xiao, having dispatched another family disciple, arriving to assist. Chapter 91, The Yellow Bird. Soon after, Xianxiaaudiobooks emerged from the shadows. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that his cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, and his presence could potentially complicate matters. Now, he stepped forth to help encircle Ru, observing himself surrounded by Xiao and his companions in a triangular formation. Ru's expression darkened as he turned to Xiao, saying, "Fellow cultivator, my family has ties with your master, Su Weinzi. You should aid me in eliminating these two." Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that the Wang family was indeed colluding with the Xuanmianzi. To this end, the Wang family had even allowed the 2 disciples of Xuanmianzi to consume the magical powers of their own disciples, all of whom were merely outer disciples. Such excessive chatter. Wang Rui should have refrained from mentioning Xuanmianzi, for upon doing so, Lan Xiaoyu became even more enraged, snorting coldly as she wielded the purple lightning whip and struck at Wang Rui. Simultaneously, Li Xiao and Lu Changming also sprang into action. Li Xiao aimed her Qingfeng sword directly at Wang Rui's chest, while Lu Changming drew forth a long sword, channeling his magical energy to strike at Wang Rui. "Oh, you are after the Jinglei spear, are you? Very well. Today I shall show you the might of this superior magical artifact." As the 3 attacked, a sinister expression crossed Wang Rui's face. He sheathed his long sword and retrieved the Jinglei spear from his waist. Then, he frantically infused it with magical energy and thrust it downward, roaring, lightning storm. The Jinglei spear pierced through the void, followed by a thunderous crack, instantly forming a spherical lightning ball centered around Wang Rui. The ball swelled ominously, surging like a tidal wave towards Li Xiao and the others. "Be careful." Li Xiao's pupils constricted as she quickly struck her waist bag. Dozens of Vajra talismans flew out, 4 of which adhered to her body. With a resounding hum, an inverted bronze bell materialized, encasing Li Xiao within. Simultaneously, the remaining talismans flew towards Lan Xiaoyu and Lu Changming, adhering to them as well, forming similar protective bell illusions around them. Lu Changming produced a small silver shield, while Lan Xiaoyu retrieved an ancient bronze mirror to shield herself. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the rolling thunder engulfed the retreating trio. They were sent flying backward like kites severed from their strings. After a moment, Lan Xiaoyu and Lu Changming managed to stabilize themselves, but both spat out blood, their breaths labored and weak. Clearly, they had sustained serious injuries. Li Xiao was also shaken, her internal energy roiling violently, her organs trembling, causing her to shudder uncontrollably. The 4 layers of Vajra talisman protection crumbled to dust in an instant. Fortunately, due to her affinity with lightning, she had mitigated some of the impact. It was hard to fathom what would have happened had they not had the protection of the 4 layers of Vajra talismans. One must remember, the Vajra talismans were of mid-grade, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Yet even so, the 4 layers shattered almost immediately, revealing the terrifying power of the Jinglei spear. This was especially true as Wang Rui was not a lightning cultivator and could not fully unleash the spear's potential. Is this the might of the Jinglei spear? Truly fearsome. The stronger the Jinglei spear proved to be, the more exhilarated Li Xiao became. Meanwhile, after executing the Jinglei spear's technique, Wang Rui was panting heavily, hastily swallowing a plethora of pills from his waist bag. Clearly, the exertion of the lightning storm technique had taken a toll on him. When he met Li Xiao's gaze, his expression shifted dramatically as he gasped, "You, how are you unharmed?" Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "You are a lightning cultivator." It was too late for him to comprehend. Li Xiao's figure surged forward, once again employing the lightning teleportation technique, thrusting her sword at Wang Rui. It was evident that Wang Rui could not cast the lightning storm again. Instead, he thrust his spear towards Li Xiao. She did not attempt to parry the strike directly. Although Wang Rui could not invoke the technique again, the Jinglei spear was still a superior magical artifact, while her Qingfeng sword was merely of low grade. A direct collision would likely obliterate her sword. As the Jinglei spear lunged towards her like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder, Li Xiao quickly halted her advance and spat out a cloud of ink. The ink enveloped Wang Rui, obscuring his senses. Wang Rui, ensnared by the ink, was horrified and frantically jabbed his spear. Within the black mist, thunder could be heard cracking, and the silver fox darted about, managing to disperse some of the darkness. Truly, a superior magical artifact, Li Xiao marveled. Simultaneously, she continued to expel ink, expanding the black mist to shield Wang Rui's perception. "You are Li Xiao?" Wang Rui recognized her. Filled with rage, "Now that you know, you cannot be spared." Li Xiao snorted, manifesting 2 lightning orbs in her palms, which she hurled, transforming into 2 lightning whips that ensnared Wang Rui's Jinglei spear. Had it been anyone else, they would have been trembling from the electric shock. However, with the Jinglei spear in hand, Wang Rui mitigated some of the lightning's assault. Li Xiao did not expect the whips to immobilize him entirely. Her intent was merely to restrain him. Meanwhile, 8 additional arms emerged from under her armpits, each wielding a lightning whip that she flung at Wang Rui. Crack! The thunder reverberated, and the cacophony was relentless as 10 lightning whips ensnared Wang Rui. Just then, Lan Xiaoyu surged forward, striking Wang Rui's back with a palm, activating the Taotai technique to voraciously devour his magical energy. Wang Rui's visage twisted in agony as he emitted a series of chilling screams. Suddenly, the Jinglei spear in his grasp blazed with a blinding silver light. "Retreat!" Li Xiao exclaimed. Lan Xiaoyu hastily withdrew. Boom! The thunder erupted, sending waves crashing violently, causing countless fish to suffer as they were instantaneously cooked. Lan Xiaoyu was once again thrown back by the thunder, and Li Xiao staggered, violently spitting out blood. Yet, her eyes brimmed with exhilaration as she gazed upward, witnessing Wang Rui's life extinguished, his head bowed, still clutching the Jinglei spear tightly, unwilling to release it. His body then began to descend toward the sea's surface. Chapter 92. External Aid. Li Xiao rushed forward, seizing the Jinglei spear and promptly removing Wang Rui's bag. Hastening towards Lan Xiaoyu and Lu Changming, they sped away, disappearing in mere moments. Shortly after Li Xiao's departure, figures began to descend from Kuaishing Island. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a yellow complexion, exuding a natural authority. This man was none other than Wang Qinghong, the head of the Wang family. Upon seeing Wang Rui's lifeless body floating on the sea, his expression changed drastically, and he cried out, "Rr?" Without hesitation, Wang Qinghong rushed to collect Wang Rui's body. Cradling it in his arms, his eyes turning crimson as if aflame with fury, he roared, "Who killed my son? Who killed my son?" Wang Rui was Wang Qinghong's most cherished son, and his death plunged him into profound grief. The members of the Wang family were equally astonished and enraged. They scattered in search of the murderer, but Li Xiao had long since vanished with Lu Changming and Lan Xiaoyu, leaving the Wang family to return empty-handed. The news of Wang Rui's demise spread rapidly throughout the chaotic Star Sea region, prompting a collective sigh of disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Xiao was dividing the spoils within Lan Xiaoyu's cave. The Wang family was exceedingly wealthy. Their magical artifacts were numerous, and they possessed hundreds of spirit stones. Li Xiao claimed the Jinglei spear and a jade slip, which contained a method for controlling demonic beasts. He did not take any of the remaining artifacts or spirit stones, instead bestowing them upon Lu Changming and Lan Xiaoyu. Several days later, Niu Jian arrived at the chaotic Xinghai region. However, at this moment, he appeared to have grown taller. His entire figure dark as night, resembling an imposing iron tower that radiated an overwhelming presence. According to Niu Jian, he had taken on a master who taught him the art of blacksmithing and imparted skills for body tempering. Li Xiao and the others expressed their astonishment at this revelation. After some time, Li Xiao and his companions had fully recovered from their injuries. Brotherly, if what you say is true, then the Wang family and the Huang family have already joined forces, and they are also in collusion with the Xuanmangzi. What should we do if they intervene when we confront the Xuanmangzi? Lu Changming voiced his concerns. Li Xiao smiled, assuring him, do not worry. We have our own foundation-building allies. Lu Changming's eyes lit up with curiosity. We have foundation-building allies? Brotherly, do you know any seniors at that level? Where are they? Li Xiao chuckled softly. They are in the sea. Lu Changming was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression twisted in disbelief as he said, Brotherly, you don't mean the sea's demon kings, do you? I heard those 3 demon kings have been searching for you everywhere recently. Both Lan Xiaoyu and Niu Jian widened their eyes in surprise, sharing in the astonishment. Li Xiao chuckled again. I have my own plans. He then exited the cave and made his way to the beach, leaping into the water to catch a yellow dragon fish before returning. Afterward, he pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the fish's mouth. Next, he formed a seal with his hands and cast a series of techniques upon the yellow dragon fish. Instantly, the fish's eyes gleamed with an almost sentient light. Li Xiao tossed the yellow dragon fish back into the sea and returned to his cave, sitting cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, his consciousness was immersed in the ocean, having used the beast taming technique to control the yellow dragon fish as it swam into the depths. Suddenly, Li Xiao's vision darkened, and upon opening his eyes, he felt an involuntary shudder. He realized he was controlling the yellow dragon fish as it dove deeper into the sea when suddenly, a giant shark emerged and swallowed the fish whole. With a resigned expression, Li Xiao left the cave to catch another yellow dragon fish. He repeated the process, controlling the fish once more and releasing it into the sea, guiding it deeper. This time, Li Xiao exercised utmost caution while controlling the yellow dragon fish as it descended. Eventually, it reached the location he remembered, the lair of the demon kings. The yellow dragon fish swam back and forth outside a cave, and to Li Xiao's surprise, it spoke. King Bai. Inside the cave, Bai Xuanzu was meditating when she heard Li Xiao's voice. She opened her eyes wide and quickly focused on the yellow dragon fish outside, coldly stating, Humph, Li Xiao, do you dare to see me again? Haha, I would not dare to face King Bai directly. Which is why I controlled this yellow dragon fish to convey my message. The fish spoke with Li Xiao's voice. Bai Xuanzu examined the yellow dragon fish with keen interest, glancing around before asking sternly, Humph, what do you want? King Bai, I have urgent matters to discuss that pertain to life and death. Li Xiao teased, deliberately piquing her curiosity. Bai Xuanzu smirked, her beautiful face breaking into a smile. Oh, since it is a matter of life and death, shall we meet to discuss it? The yellow dragon fish responded, there is no need for a meeting. I have uncovered a great secret. Li Xiao then controlled the yellow dragon fish to relay the details of the blood spirit array. Bai Xuanzu's expression changed dramatically, her face filled with shock and anger as she gazed at the fish, demanding, Humph, is what you say true? Ah, King Bai, what I say is entirely accurate. Every word rings true, Li Xiao hurriedly assured her. Bai Xuanzu's eyes were cold as she scrutinized the yellow dragon fish, stating flatly, Humph. I do not believe you are being so altruistic. King Bai, whether my words are true can easily be verified. My intentions are to extend goodwill towards you. I do not wish to offend a powerful demon king like yourself. The yellow dragon fish replied. Bai Xuanzu's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she pondered, Humph. You cannot escape the chaotic Xinghai, so you wish to use our strength to disrupt the blood spirit array of the Wang and Huang families? Haha. You have seen through me. Indeed, that is my intent. Yet, I genuinely hope to resolve our past grievances. The voice of the yellow dragon fish conveyed a hint of awkwardness. Bai Xuanzu wore an expression of someone who had seen through his facade, laughing coldly. Suddenly, the yellow dragon fish's eyes lost their human-like glimmer, and it swam away slowly. Bai Xuanzu's expression turned grave as she hurried to seek out the other 2 demon kings. Meanwhile, within the cave, Li Xiao opened his eyes wide, a smile creeping across his face. Lu Changming eagerly inquired, Brotherly, how did it go? Li Xiao chuckled. It worked. Several days later, Li Xiao sought out Qi Defa on the wind. Qi Defa seemed to have been anticipating Li Xiao's arrival. Upon seeing him, Qi Defa promptly said, "Friend, it is done." Saying this, Qi Defa retrieved a talisman from his waist pouch and handed it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao accepted the talisman, his breath quickening as he looked at Qi Defa, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, friend." Qi Defa smiled lightly. "No need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you." Li Xiao returned the smile and transformed into a streak of light as he departed. Upon returning to the island reef, he and his companions began honing their magical powers. On the eve of the blood moon, Li Xiao and his companions were deep in their training when suddenly, a voice rang out. "Junior sister." Lan Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened as she remarked, "The senior sister has arrived." Li Xiao quickly opened the ground path, beckoning everyone to come forward. Even now, he remained uncertain whether Su Manqing was truly sincere about wanting to eliminate the xianxiaaudiobooks alongside them. It was best to remain cautious. Once prepared, Li Xiao glanced at Lan Xiaoyu, nodding slightly. Lan Xiaoyu took a deep breath and turned to walk outside. A moment later, she entered with Su Manqing. At that moment, Su Manqing noticed the subtle movements of Li Xiao and the others and smiled broadly, saying, "Everyone, I am genuinely here to assist you against the xianxiaaudiobooks. You need not be wary of me." Li Xiao fixed his gaze on Su Manqing, asking, "Are you ready, friend?" Su Manqing smiled. "Of course I am ready. Otherwise, why would I have come here?" "Good." Li Xiao nodded slightly. He approached Su Manqing and raised a hand. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Manqing mirrored his gesture, placing her hand against his. Then, she activated the Taotai technique to begin absorbing Li Xiao's magical energy. Instinctively, Li Xiao's internal swallowing technique sought to reclaim the energy, but he managed to suppress it. After a moment, Su Manqing's form wavered, a hint of green appearing on her face before she withdrew her hand. Suppressing the toxins within her, Su Manqing urged, "You must hurry." "Do not worry." Li Xiao nodded. Su Manqing cast a deep glance at Li Xiao before swiftly turning to leave. All preparations were in place, awaiting the arrival of the blood moon. On that day, the sun appeared tinged with red. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an eerie blood-red moon slowly rose, casting a crimson hue across the entire realm. The group had already stealthily ambushed the area outside Jiuyin Island. Within Jiuyin Island, Su Manqing struggled against the roiling toxins in her body as she approached the xianxiaaudiobooks. The xianxiaaudiobooks lurked in the shadows, revealing only its eerie, glowing eyes. "Master." In the depths of Su Manqing's eyes flickered a glimmer of hatred as she lifted a hand towards xianxiaaudiobooks, emerging slowly from the shadows. Xianxiaaudiobooks presented a gaunt figure, his skeletal visage wrapped in a semblance of human skin, evoking an unsettling aura. He advanced towards Su Manqing, withdrawing a hand from the voluminous sleeves of his robe, resembling a withered branch, and pressed it against her palm. As the power of the Taotai technique surged, Xianxiaaudiobooks voraciously absorbed Su Manqing's magic as if he were a whale gulping down water. A satisfied smile crept across his face, his eyes glinting with excitement as he cackled, "Ha ha ha. After today, I shall finally establish my foundation." At that moment, a sudden green hue appeared on Xianxiaaudiobooks' face, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to stagger backward. His earlier elation replaced by rage as he glared at Su Manqing, gritting his teeth. "Rebellious disciple, dare you poison me? You seek death." With that, he lunged forward to strike her. Su Manqing, startled, turned even paler, weakened from the magic he had just drained, and found herself unable to evade. Just then, a flash of sword light shot toward Xianxiaaudiobooks at remarkable speed. Alarmed, he retreated swiftly to dodge the blade. Upon closer inspection, it was Lan Xiaoyu, wielding the Qiushui sword, who slowly stepped out of the darkness. Xianxiaaudiobooks, his face contorted with rage, addressed Lan Xiaoyu. "Humph, good disciple. You and your senior sister share a deep bond indeed, daring to conspire against your master." As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers, channeling his magic in an attempt to expel the poison. However, the toxin from Li Xiao was no ordinary venom. Having first absorbed the deadly essence of a highly poisonous sea snake, and then devoured the lightning weasel, it was a lethal concoction. Despite Xianxiaaudiobooks' formidable cultivation, this poison could not be expelled easily. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks flickered, yet was still struck by a bolt of lightning that pierced his shoulder. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Clenching the arrowhead, he glared into the darkness, seething with anger. "Damn it, you too have accomplices." In the next instant, Li Xiao emerged from the shadows, his face marked with regret, revealing that he had stealthily entered alongside Lan Xiaoyu. He thrust a spear toward Xianxiaaudiobooks' chest, but the latter's keen senses detected him at the last moment. Too late to avoid entirely, Xianxiaaudiobooks managed to evade a fatal blow, sustaining only a wound to his shoulder. "Who are you?" Xianxiaaudiobooks demanded, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury. The one who will end your life. Li Xiao replied, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Xue Miaozi's gaze flickered as he assessed the three present, ultimately fixating on Li Xiao. Humph. If you wish to kill me, you must have a reason. I bear no grudge against you. Where is Luo Yunli? Li Xiao demanded, gripping the Jinglei spear. His voice icy as frost. Xue Miaozi, one hand clutching his shoulder, paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow and grinning eerily. What relation do you have to Miss Luo? Does my revealing her whereabouts guarantee my safety? Li Xiao's countenance darkened. I might consider it. The glint in Xue Miaozi's eyes danced with mischief as he chuckled. Miss Luo is suddenly. Xue Miaozi struck the bag at his waist, unleashing a crimson serpent that lunged at Li Xiao, its maw wide open, fangs bared. Watch out! Li Xiao exclaimed, quickly retrieving the Huang Yuan umbrella from his waist to shield himself. The serpent collided with the umbrella's protective aura, producing a dull thud. At that moment, Xue Miaozi unleashed a fierce palm strike, causing the serpent to explode into a cloud of blood mist that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of all present. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Miaozi dashed away. A thunderous sound pierced the air as a massive stone, the size of a grinding wheel, hurtled towards Xue Miaozi. Startled, he struck the stone with his palm, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shattered it into countless fragments. Die! A booming voice commanded, as a towering figure wielding a gigantic hammer charged at Xue Miaozi. Furious, Xue Miaozi retaliated with another palm strike. The impact halted the hammer's descent, causing Niu Jian to stumble back, astonished to find a deep handprint embedded in his weapon. Meanwhile, Xue Miaozi, propelled by the force, retreated swiftly. Die! Li Xiao bellowed, lunging forward with his spear. As thunder crackled, a torrent of silver arcs surged toward Xue Miaozi. Alarmed, he hastily retrieved a small black shield from his bag, which expanded to block his front. The shield shattered upon impact, revealing itself as a superior magical artifact. Xue Miaozi gasped in surprise, evading Li Xiao's strike with ghostly agility. At that moment, Lan Xiaoyu lashed out with the Zidian whip, but Xue Miaozi dodged yet again. Niu Jian, undeterred, swung his hammer once more. Xue Miaozi scowled deeply, drawing forth a black flag from his waist. He unfurled it, unleashing torrents of black flames toward Niu Jian. Be careful, Li Xiao shouted. However, Niu Jian charged forward, oblivious to the danger. Xue Miaozi's smile faltered, and to his astonishment, Niu Jian was clad in golden armor that radiated light, repelling the black flames. With unstoppable momentum, Niu Jian swung his hammer toward Xue Miaozi again. Li Xiao sighed in relief, realizing that Niu Jian had indeed been taught well, receiving a top-tier defensive artifact. The hammer swung through empty air as Xue Miaozi had already evaded to the side. Yet Niu Jian, like a rampaging bull, relentlessly pursued him once more. Simultaneously, Li Xiao readied his Jinglei spear, thrusting it forward again. Xue Miaozi, furious, activated his bag once more, unleashing a flurry of talismans that adhered to his body, forming a golden shield. The Jinglei spear pierced through the air with unstoppable force, as if slicing through tofu, heading straight for Xue Miaozi. Clearly, he had no intention of relying solely on the talismans to fend off Li Xiao's attack. He merely sought to buy time. In the next moment, Xue Mianzai's form darted like a specter towards Lan Xiaoyu. With a fierce bite of her silver teeth, Lan Xiaoyu charged recklessly at Xue Mianzai, the Qiushui sword whistling as it lunged directly at him. Xue Mianzai emitted a series of eerie cackles, and with a sudden flourish of the black flag in his hand, a torrent of black flames surged once again towards Lan Xiaoyu. Startled, she quickly produced several King Kong talismans from her person. A resonant hum echoed as a golden bell was inverted over her, a middle-grade talisman of King Kong. Xue Mianzai gasped in astonishment as the flames engulfed Lan Xiaoyu. She staggered, urgently retreating backwards. Get out of the way, Li Xiao suddenly shouted. During her retreat, Lan Xiaoyu seized Su Manqing, who was seated on the ground, and dashed sideways. Li Xiao then patted his Qinquan bag, summoning small sword-like talismans, which he fiercely unleashed. A resounding sword cry erupted as an enormous light sword shot forth, soaring skyward and piercing through Xue Mianzai's lair. Xue Mianzai's eyes twitched violently as he exclaimed, a top-grade talisman. In haste, he tapped his Qinquan bag, and a golden cauldron soared out, overturning above his head. The cauldron radiated boundless golden light, forming a protective golden barrier around him. Simultaneously, a flurry of talismans flew forth, adhering to Xue Mianzai. The barrier expanded dramatically, layers upon layers coalescing into an immense golden shield. Strike! Li Xiao commanded, forming hand seals. The light sword swung menacingly towards Xue Mianzai. A thunderous explosion ensued, the colossal sword cleaving through the defensive barrier with ease. The great sword hovered above the golden cauldron for a brief moment before it erupted in a tremendous explosion. The barrier and the massive sword dissipated, and Xue Mianzai was forced to retreat, carving a deep trench into the ground. Steadying himself with great difficulty, Xue Mianzai's pale visage flushed crimson, and he violently spat out a mouthful of old blood, his breath faltering. It was evident that he had sustained grievous injuries from the strike. Li Xiao could not help but marvel at the power of his breath quickening as he remarked, "Truly formidable. Thee is exceptionally powerful. Alas, it can only be used once. If only I had a few more, it might have been enough to vanquish Xue Mianzai." Unbeknownst to Li Xiao, while he was astonished, Xue Mianzai was seething with rage, bewildered by the identity of Li Xiao. What were these top-grade artifacts and talismans? Did he wish to extinguish all hope for survival? Chapter 95, Hunyuan Jing. Seeing Li Xiao, Niu Jian, and others preparing to attack once more, Xue Mianzai hastily raised his hand and called out, "Stop, stop. There is no need for relentless conflict. You seek only the whereabouts of Miss Luo, and I shall divulge it. Quickly speak." Lan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened as she implored. Xue Mianzai surveyed his surroundings, his eyes glinting with uncertainty, and declared, "Miss Luo has been taken by my senior sister, Yu Mianzai." "Yu Mianzai?" Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp, and inquired, "Where is Yu Mianzai?" Xue Mianzai grinned and replied, "We are disciples of the Lianxing sect. My senior sister Yu Mianzai is naturally at the headquarters of the Lianxing sect." Lianxing sect? Li Xiao's face twitched in surprise. He had heard of the Lianxing sect. Compared to the Tianxuanzong, the Lianxing sect was a demonic organization, with formidable Yuan-ing masters in residence. He had not anticipated that Luo Yunli had been captured by the Lianxing sect. Could it be that Luo Yunli had become a demoness? "What does your senior sister intend to do with the young lady?" Lan Xiaoyu pressed. Xue Mianzai retrieved a pill from his Qinkuan bag and swallowed it, cackling, "That I cannot say." The expressions of Li Xiao, Lan Xiaoyu, and Niu Jian grew grim. Both Yu Mianzai and Xue Mianzai belonged to the demonic sect. They were capable of anything. Luo Yunli's abduction by Yu Mianzai was undeniably dire. Xue Mianzai smiled at Li Xiao and the others, saying, "I have revealed the whereabouts of Miss Luo. May I take my leave?" Li Xiao's eyes glinted with coldness as he scoffed. "You intend to activate the Blood Spirit Great Array, do you? You actually know of the Blood Spirit Great Array? What else do you know?" Xue Mianzai's expression changed dramatically, filled with alarm. Li Xiao's confidence bloomed as he retorted, "Humph, I also know that you are deliberately stalling for time, waiting for the Wang and Huang families to come to your rescue. You." Xue Mianzai's face shifted once more. Li Xiao's smile grew more pronounced as he sneered. "They will not come." Xue Mianzai's expression fluctuated wildly. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and cries. It turned out that the people from the Wang and Huang families sensed the battle raging on Jiuyin Island. Only Xue Mianzai could activate the Blood Spirit Great Array, which pertained to the nascent soul cultivators of the Wang and Huang families. Thus, upon sensing the situation on Jiuyin Island, they immediately dispatched people to intervene. However, at that instant, a tumultuous sound arose as countless sea monsters surged forth, obstructing the Huang family's members. Leading the charge were the three great demon kings. "What do you want?" An elder from the Wang family glared at the three demon kings, his voice low and fierce. Bai Xuanzu coldly regarded the elder, sneering, "Humph. What do you think we want? Your Wang and Huang families wish to sacrifice all the loose cultivators for one of your elders to attain nascent soul. How could we allow you to succeed?" The elder's face paled as he glared at Bai Xuanzu and the others in astonishment. The great demon kings and the members of the Wang and Huang families soon found themselves at odds, and before long, they were embroiled in battle. Simultaneously, in the chaotic Star Sea, Lu Changming bellowed, "Everyone, flee. The Wang and Huang families are secretly colluding to activate the Blood Spirit Great Array, intending to sacrifice all of us loose cultivators. Run, everyone, let us seek justice from the Wang and Huang families. The Wang and Huang families do not regard us loose cultivators as human. They wish to blood sacrifice us, and we shall make them pay the price." Due to his lack of power, Lu Changming did not join the assault on Xue Mianzai, but was dispatched by Li Xiao to incite the scattered cultivators to resist the Wang and Huang families. In an instant, the entire chaotic Star Sea descended into chaos. Among the loose cultivators, some recognized the runes of the Blood Spirit Great Array, their faces contorted with rage. They immediately revolted against the Huang and Wang families. To prevent the scattered cultivators from escaping, the Wang and Huang families had laid out a web of traps, obstructing those attempting to flee. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of battle, screams of agony, and the sounds of spells clashing, echoing throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Every moment saw cultivators falling, blood staining the waters, and countless corpses drifting upon the surface. The lights of divine abilities and treasures flickered erratically, changing incessantly as the sounds of conflict resounded. On Jiuyin Island, the chaos unfolded. Xue Mianzi sensed the changes in the outside world, his face abruptly shifting to one of astonishment and fury as he glared at Li Xiao, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Friend, you are lacking in integrity. I have already divulged the whereabouts of Miss Luo to you. Will you not allow me to depart?" Li Xiao rolled his eyes and retorted, "Let you go, so you can activate the blood spirit great formation against us? Xuan Mianzi, do you take us for fools?" Xuan Mianzi's eyes flickered ominously as he coldly regarded Li Xiao, seething, "Brat, you have thwarted my foundational pursuits. Today, I will ensure that you have no place to rest in death." With that, Xuan Mianzi let out a fierce roar and charged at Li Xiao. Li Xiao brandished his spear, unleashing a cacophony of crackling sounds as arcs of electricity surged toward Xuan Mianzi. Suddenly, Xuan Mianzi vanished from midair, only to reappear behind Li Xiao, striking a palm toward him. Li Xiao's body radiated a crimson glow as he activated the blood-burning demon technique. At that moment, his cultivation had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. He swiftly turned and met Xuan Mianzi's strike with his own palm. The impact was tremendous, sending shockwaves through the air. Xuan Mianzi invoked his Taotai technique, ravenously absorbing Li Xiao's spiritual energy. Li Xiao, unwilling to be outdone, countered with the sky-devouring technique, voraciously consuming Xuan Mianzi's energy as if he were a whale swallowing water. "What is this possible?" Xuan Mianzi exclaimed in disbelief. He had always been the one to devour others' energy, never the other way around. Now, feeling his own energy being siphoned away, his expression darkened. Realizing his spiritual energy was dwindling, he seethed, "Brat, if you desire my energy, I shall grant it to you." In the next moment, a terrifying force surged directly from Xuan Mianzi into Li Xiao's body. With a thunderous sound, their palms separated. Li Xiao's complexion flushed as he staggered back a few steps. Xuan Mianzi, pale-faced, retreated as well, yet his expression was filled with malice as he cackled. "You have fallen victim to my Hunyuan force. Your demise is inevitable." Upon hearing Hunyuan force, Li Xiao's expression changed dramatically. He had trained in the sky-devouring technique, which required the mastery of at least 9 spiritual roots before one could form Hunyuan force. The sky-devouring technique had extolled the might of Hunyuan force, leading Li Xiao to resolutely cultivate it. The difficulty of mastering Hunyuan force puzzled Li Xiao, as he could not fathom how Xuan Mianzi had achieved this mastery. However, he soon grasped the essence of the situation. Due to the peculiarities of Xuan Mianzi's technique, he had one foot in the foundation establishment realm, albeit unstable, fluctuating between that and qi refinement. To truly establish his foundation, Xuan Mianzi had resorted to collaborating with the Wang and Huang families, hoping to leverage the blood spirit great formation to attain his goal. Now, with the arrival of the blood moon, Xuan Mianzi's cultivation had plummeted to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Yet, having previously lingered in the foundation establishment realm, he had time to condense Hunyuan force. Although he had fallen back to the qi refinement stage, he still retained a portion of Hunyuan force within him. Nevertheless, Li Xiao deduced that Xuan Mianzi's Hunyuan force was not genuine, but rather a counterfeit version. Despite this, the counterfeit Hunyuan force was still formidable, something most individuals would struggle to withstand. By injecting this faux Hunyuan force into Li Xiao, Xuan Mianzi aimed to disrupt Li Xiao's meridians, effectively incapacitating him. He recognized that among them, Li Xiao possessed the strongest combat prowess. Once Li Xiao was neutralized, despite his own injuries and poisoning, dealing with the others would be manageable. Though Niu Jian appeared as a towering figure wielding a massive hammer, Xuan Mianzi knew he could avoid direct confrontation with him without sustaining significant harm. In contrast, Li Xiao's lightning-based attacks were exceptionally potent, especially with the superior artifact, the Thunder Spear, in his possession, instilling fear in Xuan Mianzi. "Brotherly!" exclaimed Lan Xiaoyu. Niu Jian's eyes widened in alarm as he echoed, "Brotherly!" Even Su Manqing gasped in astonishment. In this dire situation, she realized that if anything were to happen to Li Xiao, their survival would be in jeopardy. At that moment, all eyes were on Li Xiao, whose expression had grown peculiar. He felt no harm from the Hunyuan force. Instead, it surged within him as if a dragon had entered the sea, resonating with delight. It was as though Li Xiao's body was its true home, and it thrived within him. Li Xiao, puzzled, soon understood. The Taotai technique was likely derived from Hunyuan technique. They shared a common origin, akin to a father and son relationship. Hunyuan technique was the father, while Taotai technique was the offspring. Thus, the faux Hunyuan force cultivated from Taotai technique found its way into Li Xiao's body, recognizing its progenitor and responding with exuberance. As time passed, Li Xiao remained unscathed. "How is it possible that you are unharmed?" Xuan Mianzi stared at Li Xiao in disbelief, exclaiming. Li Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance at Xuan Mianzi, and scoffed. "Humph, your so-called Hunyuan force holds no sway over me. This is impossible, it cannot be. Unless..." Suddenly, Yinzi's eyes widened in shock as he gazed incredulously at Li Xiao, exclaiming, "Unless you have cultivated." A smile crept upon Li Xiao's lips as he coldly regarded Yinzi, intoning, "Alas, you have realized too late." With that, Li Xiao thrust his spear toward Yinzi once more. In a desperate panic, Yinzi unfurled a black flag, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Li Xiao. Undeterred, Li Xiao swept his thunder spear with force. With a resounding crackle, thunder erupted, dispersing the flames in a sweeping motion. Simultaneously, he launched another spear thrust at Yinzi. Infuriated, Yinzi summoned a long knife, its blade whistling through the air, shimmering ominously as it aimed for Li Xiao. Li Xiao snorted disdainfully, shaking his thunder spear vigorously, creating a flurry of spear blossoms. The silver lightning intermingled with the pristine white blossoms, resembling a splendid blooming pear tree. The barrage of spear flowers instantly shredded the long knife into fragments, showcasing the might of a superior artifact. Li Xiao continued his relentless assault, forcing Yinzi to evade at every turn. With the added distractions from Niu Jian and Lan Xiaoyu, Yinzi found himself ensnared by Li Xiao's relentless attacks. Severely injured and unable to confront the thunder spear head-on, he resorted to hurling various artifacts. In a short span, 7 or 8 of his artifacts were destroyed by the thunder spear. At this juncture, Su Manqing's spiritual energy had mostly recovered, and she joined the fray against Yinzi. Driven by her deep-seated hatred for him, she launched fervent attacks without regard for her own defense. Her fervor suggested she was willing to perish alongside Yinzi. This relentless assault only exacerbated Yinzi's predicament. He found himself in a frantic scramble, sustaining several wounds in the process. "Su Manqing, your sister is still alive. If you help me kill them, I will reveal your sister's whereabouts." Yinzi shrieked. Su Manqing trembled at his words, disbelief washing over her face. Before she retorted in rage, "Yinzi, you speak nonsense. I witnessed you murder my entire family, including my sister. How could she possibly be alive?" As the Yinzi evaded the attacks, he exclaimed, "It is true. At that moment, you fainted, but your sister did not perish. She was rescued by someone." Su Manqing's eyes shimmered with uncertainty, and her attacks on Yinzi noticeably slowed. Li Xiao, Niu Jian, and Lan Xiaoyu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. They had not anticipated that Yinzi possessed such a tactic. If Su Manqing were to rebel at this moment, the consequences would be dire, likely resulting in one of them being restrained, which would be exceedingly disadvantageous for them. "Sister, do not believe him. His words are untrustworthy," Lan Xiaoyu urged urgently. "Taoist Su, you should be well aware of who Yinzi is. His words cannot be trusted. If we perish, you will find it difficult to survive as well." Li Xiao added hastily. Niu Jian, wide-eyed with urgency, chimed in, "Taoist Su, how can you trust the words of this old fiend?" A conflicted expression crossed Su Manqing's face, clearly caught in a dilemma. Sensing her wavering resolve, Yinzi seized the moment, shouting, "Su Manqing, do you not wish to know the whereabouts of your beloved sister? If you assist them in slaying me, you shall never find her." Chapter 97, The Hidden Card. "Sister," Lan Xiaoyu cried out in desperation. Yet, with gritted teeth, Su Manqing turned to Lan Xiaoyu and said, "Apologies, junior sister." With that, she brandished a long sword, launching an assault on Lan Xiaoyu. Lan Xiaoyu, both shocked and enraged, had no choice but to draw her Qiushui's sword and engage in combat with Su Manqing. Their techniques and cultivation levels were comparable. Due to Su Manqing's earlier self-sacrifice, her powers had yet to fully recover. However, Lan Xiaoyu, having battled Yinzi for some time, had also depleted much of her energy. For a moment, the two women fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. As they became entangled, Li Xiao and Niu Jian could only grit their teeth in frustration, focusing their efforts on Yinzi for the time being. "Ha ha ha, indeed, a fine disciple of mine." Yinzi chuckled triumphantly as he witnessed Su Manqing's betrayal. At that moment, Li Xiao and Niu Jian unleashed their attacks. With two assailants withdrawn, the pressure on Yinzi significantly diminished, allowing him to maneuver with his peculiar agility. However, as time passed, Yinzi's anxiety began to mount. The blood moon appeared only once in a century. If he missed this opportunity, it would be lost forever. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Yinzi lunged toward Niu Jian. Striking with a palm, Niu Jian hastily raised his massive hammer to block. Yinzi's palm struck the hammer, leaving an imprint and sending Niu Jian staggering backward. Though protected by his enchanted armor, he was left disheveled and covered in dust. "Kid, it's your turn." After sending Niu Jian flying, Yinzi turned his menacing gaze toward Li Xiao, charging toward him. Li Xiao scoffed, his expression cold as he brandished the Jinglei gun, thrusting it into the ground and shouting, "Lightning storm." In the next moment, a colossal sphere of lightning materialized around Li Xiao, rapidly expanding and violently surging toward Xuemiaozi. At a critical moment, Xuemiaozi struck his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he formed a seal, conjuring a blood-red shield around himself. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the mountains of Jiuyin Island, causing rocks to tumble and dirt to rise. The blood-red shield shattered, and Xuemiaozi was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground in a daze. Having unleashed the power of the Leiling Gen, Li Xiao felt the toll on his energy and quickly reached for a medicinal pill from his storage bag, swallowing it hastily before charging once more at Xuemiaozi. As Xuemiaozi regained his composure, his face twisted with anger as he glared at Li Xiao, seething, "You wretches have forced me into this." He then drew a blood-red long knife from his storage bag, unleashing an astonishing surge of spiritual power. This energy pressure far surpassed that of Li Xiao's Leiling Gen. The Leiling Gen was already a superior magic weapon, a treasure beyond that could only be classified as a FBO. "Hey, retreat!" Li Xiao exclaimed in alarm, quickly halting his advance and withdrawing. Niu Jian and the others also retreated hastily, increasing the distance between themselves and Xuemiaozi. However, a large question mark arose in Li Xiao's mind. Could a qi refining period cultivator truly wield a? Clearly not. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could not command a. Only those at the golden core stage could. Why, then, did Xuemiaozi wield this blood knife? Was it merely to intimidate Li Xiao and his companions? That seemed unlikely. Suddenly, Li Xiao's pupils constricted as realization dawned on him. Hunyuan power. It must be Hunyuan power. The mysterious Hunyuan power, capable of controlling, was not surprising. With this thought, a chill gripped Li Xiao's heart. If the Leiling Gen wielded such power, what devastation would it possess? Without question, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding even one attack from it. Simultaneously, another thought emerged in Li Xiao's mind. Why had Xuemiaozi not utilized this blood knife earlier, only resorting to it when cornered? The only explanation was that he had reserved his Hunyuan power for a significant purpose. What could that purpose be? It could only be to activate the blood spirit grand formation. Yet now, facing life and death, Xuemiaozi could no longer afford to hesitate, thus reluctantly revealing the blood knife. "Kid, to die by my blood-drinking blade is indeed an honor," Xuemiaozi sneered, his expression grotesque as he slowly raised the blood knife. As the Hunyuan power infused into the knife, it erupted in blinding blood-red light, seemingly staining the entire sky crimson. The terrifying blood glow surged upward, scattering the dark clouds above. Its might far exceeded that of the superior talisman Li Xiao had previously used. The contrast was akin to that of a firefly against the full moon. "Big brotherly run, help us avenge," Niu Jian cried, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged forward like a rampaging bull, wielding his massive hammer. The ground trembled beneath his feet, stones shaking violently. "Sister, now is the time." At that moment, Lan Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Just then, Su Manqing's long sword whistled through the air, aimed directly at Xuemiaozi's back. The sword pierced through, embedding itself into Xuemiaozi's back. "Ah!" He let out a piercing scream of agony, turning to face Su Manqing with rage and disbelief. "Su Manqing, you dare betray me." Simultaneously, the brilliance of the blood knife dimmed significantly, clearly indicating that Xuemiaozi's technique had been interrupted. Li Xiao was momentarily stunned, then elated. It was evident he had not anticipated Su Manqing's act to be a ruse, feigning betrayal instead of genuinely siding with the old fiend. Overjoyed, Li Xiao surged forward toward the old demon. "You seek death," Xuemiaozi roared in furious outrage. As he spoke, the Su Mz directed the Yin Su Do towards El Xiao. The Yin Su Do howled through the air, transforming into a streak of crimson light that surged toward El Xiao with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in awe.